Chapter 1, You're at the bottom of the school, and you dare to apply for military school? Sinaiki High School, Senior Class 5. In the last row, Lu Feng scanned the scene with eyes full of doubt. On the right side of his face, there was still the redness that appeared from squeezing for too long. Apparently, was sleeping on the table for quite some time. Where am I? Wasn't I on a mission and sacrificed? While he was wondering, there was a tingling of nerves in the head. Countless information flooded into the brain's mind like a tidal wave. Am I crossing over? I'll go. A thick shock surged in Lu Feng's eyes. Based on the information that converged in his mind, he also understood his current identity. The super scum at the bottom of Star Ocean High School. Every day at school, all you do is sleep and tease your female classmates. Unschooled. A waste of space in the eyes of his classmates. The black sheep in the eyes of the teacher. An anti-textbook for parents to teach their children. And he was able to get into this high school, the best in the city, because his old man used some kind of connection to force his way in at the beginning of his senior year. I thought that in my previous life, I was a national college entrance examination scholar, a military industrial research expert and a special airborne soldier, but I actually traveled to a super school slag in a parallel world. God is too good for that, isn't he? Lu Feng took a quick look at the calendar. Found out it was already June 6th. Tomorrow is the entrance exam. It's a good thing I crossed over the day before my college entrance exams. If I had been a day late, I would have been a super scum. Lu Feng's heart was slightly glad. And at that moment, the words of the homeroom teacher on the podium attracted Lu Feng's attention. The class teacher, Liang Mei, is in her 40s, and an excellent teacher at Shanghai University. As for the 5th class of senior high school, there were also quite a number of academics who were expected to get into the first class, nearly 30 out of 50. It accounts for as much as half. Liang Mei said from the podium, "All right, about the precautions for tomorrow's college entrance exam, that's all. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me privately." Now for the second thing, it's about applying for military school. If any of the students are interested in wanting to take the military school to enter the army, they can come up and get a political examination form, write it up as soon as they finish their exams on the 8th, bring it to me, and the school will uniformly hand it over to the city's Armed Forces Department. As long as you pass the political examination, pass the physical examination, and meet the high school entrance examination standards, you can basically enter the army. Anyone want to get into military school? If so, come right up and get it. When Liang Mei finished speaking, 2 students stood up. Military school? Lu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. In his previous life, he was a soldier all his life. It can be said that the army is his second home. He really didn't know what would become of him when he left the army. If he were to choose again, he would absolutely choose to become a soldier without hesitation. In the previous world, with the strength of a super schoolmaster, getting into a military school was as simple as eating and drinking water. Congratulations to the host for traveling to the parallel world Xia. The strong military system has awakened. While Lu Feng was pondering, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. System? Lu Feng was first stunned, then he was overjoyed. System, this thing, the previous life, but anyone who has read novels, know that this is the necessary golden finger of the traveler. The system's voice sounded again. Please don't be too happy too early. Although the system has awakened, the host has not yet met the activation conditions. Activation conditions? Lu Feng was stunned. What conditions are needed? The host needs to be admitted to the National University Military Academy with the top score in the country before it can be officially activated. Number 1 in the country? The National Scholar. I'll go. Lu Feng froze on the spot. Although he was more confident in his academic prowess, this title of national top student could not be taken so easily. Without waiting for Lu Feng to continue to ask, the system returned to its slumbering state again. And after the 2 top students walked up and took the 2 assessment forms. Liang Mei thought that no one wanted it anymore, so she shouted for the class to end and told the students to go back to rest early, so as to cope with the entrance exam tomorrow. But that's when. Teacher! Wait! Lu Feng suddenly stood up and shouted. At the sound, the students in the class who were just about to get up and leave were stunned. There was a lot of head turning. And Liang Mei's footsteps lurched and she also looked over, and when she saw that it was the academic scum and rogue student Lu Feng, she couldn't help but frown. Fellow student Lu Feng, is there anything else you want? Lu Feng smiled. Teacher, can you give me a copy of the political assessment form as well? What? Liang Mei was stunned. What do you want this for? Look at you, don't you have to sign up for political trials for this stuff? Of course I'm applying for military school. Lu Feng laughed. You? Getting into military school? Liang Mei froze for a moment. Thought I'd misheard. There is no limit to enrollment, though. But the most basic of the military school, but also to a bookline score. You're at the bottom of the school and you want to take the test? With your bottom of the line grades in the whole school, you'd be lucky to get into a college, and you still want to get into a one-line military school? The rest of the class, too, laughed. Lu Feng, perhaps you could take a military medical nurse practitioner program. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng didn't even bother with these people. Rushing Liang Mei, she said, will it work? Isn't that something we have to find out after the test? You're going to throw away the form you have in your hand if you take it back anyway. Why don't you give it to me and maybe I'll actually get in? Liang Mei said breathlessly, since you want to take the test, then come up and get it. I hope you can succeed. Lu Feng was not polite, and under the disdainful gazes of the students, he walked straight to the podium and took the assessment form. One really dares to give and one really dares to take. The students looked at each other. Lu Feng returned to his seat and quickly filled out the form, then carefully folded it and put it in his pocket. Because it is a full-time major high school, the students are basically resident. Landwin 2. Back in the dormitory, the other students were in bed continuing to review their material. None of them paid any attention to Lu Feng. This is the atmosphere of a major high school, where no one gives up until the last minute. Lu Feng didn't bother people and returned to his bed, also picking up the information and reading it. It's not that I'm worried about not doing well on the test, but I'm confirming it in case there's a difference in knowledge from my previous life. And when the dormitory students saw that Lu Feng had also started reading, they couldn't help but all freeze for a moment. Temporarily? A student wearing thick myopic glasses snorted, thinking, usually you don't work hard, and it's only when it's time for the exam that you read and review. Is it useful? After saying that, he also stopped paying attention to Lu Feng and continued to read his book. After Lu Feng quickly looked through the information of each subject, he realized that it was the same as in his previous life. This knowledge, for him now, was as simple as learning first-grade math problems. It was a relief. The next day, the entrance exams came. One by one, the students looked grave as they took their passes and test kits and entered the examination hall. In the first subject, the test was on language. After Lu Feng roughly swept a glance, he picked up a pen and quickly wrote. Finally stopped at the essay topic. Since the sons and daughters of China set foot on the land under their feet, the motherland has been a constant source of nurturing and nourishment. Looking at the 9 states and the 4 corners of the world, the motherland's beautiful mountains and rivers open up horizons and strengthen people's hearts. Looking back over 1,000 years of spring and autumn, the Chinese civilization has a long history and is rich in diversity, enriching the spirit and nurturing people's endeavors. Please write a composition of no less than 800 words centered on the 5,000 years of glorious history of the motherland. Seeing this title, Lu Feng couldn't help but have a smile appear at the corner of his mouth. Lift your pen and write the title of your essay, Hua Xia Jr. says. Chapter 2: The Physique of Garbage. Day afternoon. As the final subject exam bell rings. All seniors. It doesn't matter if you did well on the test or not. One by one, they all rushed out of the examination room with frantic shouts. Soon, the school building, the dormitories, the materials, textbooks and such, were all torn into pieces and thrown into the air to fly. Relief at last. College, here I come. Woohoo! Finally made it through the hardest 3 years. I'm definitely going to go to an internet cafe tonight and play all night. Score together. Let's go. Lu Feng stood in the corridor, looking at this group of young people. Amount. Although he is also very young, but also the body is young, the mind has long ceased to be young. Thinking about my previous life, I was just like them when I graduated from my senior year of high school. But it was not until he left high school, behind him, that he realized that the days of high school, in the classroom day and night for the future of the struggle of the pen, is the most nostalgic. Call it. Scream. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth revealed a smirk. In a few years, you guys just won't have the chance to come back here and sit in class again. After Lu Feng went back to the dormitory to pack up his luggage, he walked out of the school gate. Didn't even say goodbye to my classmates. For one thing, he didn't have much of a bond with these people. And come on, the original body owner, who was also pressed into service only in his senior year of high school, has always been looked down upon by these top students who study well. There were a few that spoke to each other, but those that were considered good friends were not. At this time, there is a large number of parents waiting anxiously at the school gate. Many parents were also crying and holding their children. It's not just the students who are in a high-pressure situation these past 3 years, it's them, the parents, too. What parent doesn't want their child to get into a prestigious school and be on their way from there? Windy. Over here. Mommy and Daddy are here. Lu Feng was searching for the memories of the original body owner when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lu Feng looked for the sound and saw a middle-aged beautiful woman and an uncle with a big belly and a greasy face waving towards him. After checking his memory to make sure that they were indeed his parents, Lu Feng walked over with his luggage. The greasy father drove a big Ben and grinned as he gave Lu Feng a bear hug. "My son graduated today. Go! Dad will take you to a big meal. Celebrate properly." Lu's mother also came up with a doting face to help Lu Feng with his luggage. Lu Feng was a bit uncomfortable. After all, there wasn't much emotion. "Dad, let's just go straight home. No need to waste money outside," Lu Feng said. "Air?" The two men were slightly stunned and looked at each other. Lu's mother thought that Lu Feng was in a bad mood because he had a bad exam, so she comforted him. "Son, it's okay if you don't do well in the exam. These days, even if you get into a prestigious school, you may not be able to find a good job." The greasy father on one side also patted Lu Feng's shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, son, which school do you want to go to? Tell Dad. I'll donate $1 million, and I'll be able to get you in." Lu Feng bristled. This wealthy father is the one who got himself in by donating $2 million to Star Ocean High School for education. But college is no match for high school. Unless it's a private university. "Alright, then you send me to military school." Lu Feng flirted. "No problem, it's not just a military." "What? Military school?" The greasy father's voice stopped in consternation. "The military school. This seems not to work, why don't we change it?" Lu Feng was made to laugh by his amusing father. "Military school would be great if you paid to get in." "Alright, Dad. You two don't need to worry about my affairs. Let's go home and put our luggage back first." Lu Feng pushed the two into the car. In the car, Lu's mother rushed Lu Feng and asked, "Little Feng, do you want to go to the army?" The greasy father driving the car was also looking toward him. Lu Feng nodded, "Yes. You guys, you'll support me, right?" The two old men looked at each other, and Lu's mother said, "It's not that Mom and Dad don't support you, but Mom has heard that it's quite hard to be a soldier. You haven't suffered since you were a child, going into the army, can you stand it?" The greasy father also said, "Yes, son, the army is no place to fool around. Dad has a friend who also came out as a soldier. He said that the training of the army is quite hard, and it's windy and rainy every day. Although it's also more temperate, those who go in, I heard that they all regret it." You regret 2 years in the military, but not a lifetime. This is a statement that is not just empty words. It was because of his experience that Lu Feng felt deeply. But he just loved this boring and boyish place. You will enjoy that exciting life very much when you hold a steel gun and fight with the enemy. Lu Feng said, "Mom and Dad, I know it's hard. But I've thought it through and decided that I can hold on. I hope you guys can support me. In order to get into the army, you have to have parental consent." After the two old men thought for a while, Lu's mother finally nodded her head and said, "Okay. Since you've decided, Mom and Dad will support you. You're also an adult, it's okay to go and suffer a bit." Lu's father also grinned, Go and exercise for 2 years, and when you come out, Dad will give you the company to inherit." Landwind. After returning home, Lu Feng didn't go out to eat with Lu's father, and after simply eating a little bit, Lu Feng changed into his sportswear and went directly to the nearby gymnasium to work out. Although in his previous life, he was a member of the Air Force Special Forces and was in very good physical condition. But now that he had crossed over, the physical quality of the original owner of this body was poor. The body was soft and muscular, like a woman's. Lu Feng had only run a few hundred meters before he was exhausted. With that kind of physical fitness, if you enter the army, you will be drilled to death by the veterans. Instead of getting drilled when the time comes, I'd rather take advantage of the summer vacation and get a head start on practicing on my own. Chapter 3 The Boys of China Speak came out and shocked the literary world. Time passes day by day. The senior class of 5 also had a graduation party halfway through the year. But Lu Feng was too lazy to participate. What did it used to say? Tell them that you're sure to get into military school. And then listen to them laugh at themselves there? If you can't fit in, why make a fool of yourself? And half a month after the college entrance examination, the Provincial Education Department, the college entrance examination language paper composition group in one of the correction room. A senior language teacher in his 50s suddenly stood up excitedly with the test paper. Great article. Great article. Never in many years have I seen such an atmospheric and uplifting article. This article, it has to be a perfect score. With this excited shout, he instantly attracted the attention of the other grading teachers. Old Lin, what article is it that has you so excited? Show me. The one who spoke was Liang Mei. She is also one of the grading teachers. Look. You guys check it out too. I give it full marks, over or under. Mr. Lin excitedly waved at the other language teachers. The crowd gathered around, and Mr. Lin simply read it out loud straight away. Foreigners also called me China, one said the oldest empire, and then said the oldest empire. This is also the language, cover the translation of the words of the European and Westerners also. Woohoo! Is my China the oldest? The Duke of Rin said, wicked. What is the word? Is what words? I have a young Wasia in my heart. If you want to talk about the old and young of the country, please talk about the old and young of the people first. Old people often think about the past, and young people often think about the future. Older people are like the sunset, and young people are like the sunrise. Old men are like barren cows, and young men are like tigers. Old men are like the meteorites of other planets, and young men are like the coral islands of the Oceanic Sea. The elderly are like the pyramids of the Egyptian desert, and the young are like the railroads of Siberia. Older people are like the willows in the fall, and young people are like the grass before spring. The old man is like the Dead Sea whose retention is a swamp, and the young man is like the Yangtze River at its beginning. This is the general idea of the difference between the character of the elderly and that of the youth. The Duke of Rin said, as it is with men, so it is with nations. This opening text caused the dozen or so grading teachers in the room to lose their minds momentarily. Although it was only a few lines, it was enough to show this candidate's deep knowledge of ancient languages. Together with Mr. Lin's powerful reading voice, this text adds a bloodthirsty and impassioned. The idea of contrasting old and new China with young and old is what makes the opening chapter even more energizing straight away. And Mr. Lin continued to recite aloud. I, the descendants of the Yellow Emperor, gathered together and lived on this earth for thousands of years, and asked what the name of their country was, but there was none. The so-called Tang, Yu, Xia, Shang, Zhou, Qin, Han, Wei, Jin, Song, Qi, Liang, Qin, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, are all dynasty names. The dynasty is the private property of the family. All these are said to be the old man of a court, but not the old man of a country. A court of the old and dead, as if a person's old and dead, in my so-called Huaxiu what with. However, my Chinese, before this has not yet appeared in the world, and now is the beginning of the bud clouds. The sky and the earth are big, and the future is vast. The beauty of my teenage China. A group of language teachers, the more they listened, the more their scalps went numb. The 5,000 years of Chinese history is horrifyingly encapsulated by this article in a few hundred words. Every sentence glorifies the strength of the new China and the corruption of the old. The contrast is extremely stark. After a few minutes of reading, Mr. Lin's voice doubled in height and vein, almost as if he were reciting in a roar. Therefore, the responsibility for today lies not with others, but entirely with my youth. When the young are wise, the nation is wise. When the young are rich, the nation is rich. A strong youth is a strong nation, and an independent youth is an independent nation. If the youth is free, the country is free. If the youth is progressive, the country is progressive. If the young man wins over Shizhou, the country will win over Shizhou. If a young man is strong on earth, his country will be strong on earth. The red sun rises, and its path is bright. The river comes out of the volcano, a cascade of water. The submerged dragon soars into the abyss, its scales and claws flying. The milk tiger whistles in the valley, and all the beasts tremble in fear. There are thousands of ages, and there are 8 wastelands. The future looks like an ocean, and there is a long way to go. Beautiful, my young China, with the sky is not old. Bravo, my Chinese youth, with the country. As Mr. Lin's voice fell, the looks of all the teachers in the room were nothing but shocked. The powerful and atmospheric picture of young China Speaks was revealed directly to many language teachers. Was this really written by a senior? It's too powerful. In terms of this literary skill, I'm afraid there's no one else within China who can write it. Especially the last few lines, listening to them makes one's blood boil, and one can't wait to live again and fight for the country as a teenager. Teacher Lin's voice was a bit hoarse as he said, "I was thinking that if it wasn't for the lack of space on the test paper, this candidate, for sure, could have written more and better. Gentlemen, I give this student a perfect grade for his essay, is that okay?" Many teachers have nodded decisively. For a typical essay to be graded for full points, more than half the number of grading teachers in a group must agree. And this Xia Junior Speaks is a unanimous vote. I really want to know which school in our province this candidate is from. To have such a brilliant writing style. A group of teachers lamented. Because the names and test numbers of the papers were sealed, the marking teachers had no idea. Just know that this article is from the province. Soon, Chinese Youth Speak was reported, once again attracting the attention of various language experts and leaders of the Provincial Department of Education. All agreed to give the essay a perfect score. And allow this essay to be published in advance. Look! The Ministry of Education, over here, has released a perfect score essay for the National College Entrance Examination. The Wahini Boys Speak. Seems to be a bit of a looker, check it out. As Lu Feng's essay was sent out, all of a sudden, in the network across the country, the platform of the education sector instantly caused a huge sensation. Chapter 4 National Top Student. From super school slag to super school bully. My God! Is this really an essay written by a senior? How could it be written so well? What a great phrase, when the youth is strong, the country is strong. My generation of teenagers will never fail China. Damn, it makes my blood boil to see it. I, a young Chinese boy, must strive for glory. Countless students have been reading this essay and making impassioned statements. Countless netizens, also at this moment, all sealed Huaxia Youth Speak as a divine work. The major universities, including Qingbei's top Chinese language professors in Huaxia, but also the first time, they found the school leadership, requesting that the candidate be given early admission qualification. They could imagine that the student who had written Huaxia's Youth Speaks would, in the future, definitely be a literary figure in Huaxia. Within the senior class 5 group of Star Ocean High School, there were also all heated discussions about the Huaxia teenagers speak. Top student A, oh my God. I just finished reading this essay and it really brought me to my knees. Which student actually wrote it? I must worship him. Top student B, I read it too. What strong literary skills and historical experience it takes to write it. This student is my God. Class Flower, I've decided that when the names are announced, I'll definitely enroll in the same school as him and pursue him. He's the boy god of my heart. As for the sensation on the internet and in the education sector, the original author, Lu Feng, on his side, was not at all aware of it and was too lazy to care. Now he does nothing but work out every day. Where's the time to pay attention to what's going on with the internet? As for the college entrance exam results, he pressed on. The main reason was also the quality of this body of the original body owner, which was too poor. After working out for half a month, Lu Feng had just barely managed to get himself to run 5 kilometers in one piece. This time achievement, of course, is not up to the standards of the force. Lu Feng didn't want to enter the army and be drilled because his physique was too poor. This was a disgrace to him who was the king of special forces in his previous life. And the parents didn't mention these things for fear that it would irritate Lu Feng, who was a scum. Finally, after a few days of Huaxia Jr. saying that the heat had skyrocketed, the results of the college entrance exams, too, began to be announced. And on this day, Lu Feng was still running around the playground. Unbeknownst to them, at this time, Star Ocean High School had completely blown up. What? The National College Entrance Examination top scholar is Lu Feng from our school? Did he also write The Chinese Teenager Speaks? That's impossible. Isn't Lu Feng the bottom of the school? How could he be the top science student in the country? That's it. At his level, he'd be lucky to get into a college. He must have cheated. The students of Star Ocean High School all went crazy when they heard that Lu Feng was the top student of the college entrance exam. Even the leaders and teachers of Star Ocean High School were all confused. The 5th class teacher, Liang Mei, was even more surprised that she almost didn't cover her dropped jaw. She was there when she criticized Hua Teen Talk. To her death, she couldn't even imagine that such an unprecedented piece of divine work was actually written by Lu Feng, the super scum of her class. Liang Mei was quickly called over by the school leader. Ask about Lu Feng. But Liang Mei didn't know what was going on. Ever since Lu Feng came into her class, he hadn't listened carefully to the lessons and was often in trouble. If the results hadn't been announced, she wouldn't have believed to death that Lu Feng could score 400 points on the exam, let alone be the national top student. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that Lu Feng was a perverted score control bigot. What looks like a Langdang is not progressive, but is actually a super genius. People know how to do it, is there a need to learn? Hurry up and make banners. Prepare the gifts. All school leaders, go to Lu Feng's house together to congratulate him. This is the first top student of our Star Ocean High School. It must be publicized and advertised. Ha ha ha. The principal's mouth was listening to his ears. Mr. Liang, Lu Feng is your student. You've gotten a lot of credit. When we return, the school will reward you well. The principal said at Liang Mei. Liang Mei said thank you with the joy she was holding back. She was truly surprised that this kind of pie falling from the sky would actually fall on her. Not only Star Ocean High School, but the City Education Bureau and the Provincial Education Department side also all sent representatives to Lu Feng's house with the scholarship plaque. And Lu Feng's parents had just returned home, cooking. Suddenly, a gong and drums could be heard banging and ringing outside. What's going on? What's all the noise? What's wrong with this property? Paying them tens of thousands of dollars a year in property fees, and they still can't manage the villa area well? Lu's father was a little upset and called for the nanny to go out and look. A few moments later, the nanny ran back with a surprised look on her face, excitedly rushing at Lu's father. Mr. Lu, there are a lot of leaders coming outside, saying that they are here to congratulate Lu Feng. Lu Feng? The two old men were stunned. Congratulations for what? The nanny said, they said that Lu Feng was the top student in the country in the college entrance exam. Snap. Lu's mother, who was carrying a plate, heard this and the plate in her hand fell directly to the ground. What did you say? My family. Xiao Feng is a national top student? Chapter 5, The Golden List of Heroes. The nanny was afraid that the proprietor wouldn't believe her, so she clapped her hands and said, that's right, Mrs. Lu. I've asked around several times, it's our Mr. Lu Feng. The two old men looked at each other. Lu's father also put down the ingredients and slapped his head. Damn. I may have gotten the wrong school number. How are we going to end this big mess? Lu mother also think it is impossible. Her own child's results she is clear, from childhood since the exams have not passed, or would not have spent so much money in order to plug into the Star Ocean High School. By this time, the large group of people downstairs had already arrived at Lu Feng's villa area. Liang Mei was pushed to the front by the school leader and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Lu's father, hearing the clamor approaching the door and also ringing the doorbell, pointed outside and said, why don't we call Little Wind back first? Lu's mother slapped away his raised hand and huffed, why are you calling him? It's not our Little Wind's fault for making a mess. After saying that, he led the way to open the door of the room, so Lu's father and the nanny followed behind. As soon as the door opened, the enthusiastic Liang Mei extended her hands and took the initiative to shake Lu's mother, smiling. Lu Feng's parents, how are you guys? I'm Lu Feng's homeroom teacher. The deafening sound of firecrackers in the distance suddenly rang, crackling, from the entrance of the neighborhood all the way to the door of Lu Feng's house. Nanny sharp eyes, stretching his neck to see the smoke outside the door. There is a vast 7 or 8 people like 7 stars in front of the door of the east, carrying large bags in hand. Awards, flowers and fruit banners are available. Congratulations. Kudos and congratulations. The Golden List of Heroes. Without any further ado, the gang barged into the house while congratulating themselves, and the door was plastered with a large, festive couplet. Wash the wall and leave the inscription of the years. The green cliff drops its hand to catch the cloudy sky. Crossword, National Scholar. Neighbors heard the sound of firecrackers and came out to watch the fun, following the festive trail left by the firecrackers to find Lu Feng's house. The sight of this household plastered with atmospheric couplets caused gasps of surprise. This is not Lu Dahai home. How do I remember that his Little Wind used to be in the bottom of the list, and the teacher used to come to the home to visit? Before is before, in case people change by high school and have a reverse blowout, you're not sure, yeah? That's right, people's family style is good, it's just low profile, and we usually don't move around much, so it's normal that we don't know about it. That Dahai looks honest, otherwise he can do such a big business? It's almost catching up with my son's Fortune 500 company, and now it seems that we can't compete with the next generation. Several people spoke up. The fat aunt who walked in front of her holding her grandson carefully identified the bright red couplet, word by word, and after reading it aloud to everyone, her thighs slapped. Ah! We've been neighbors for so many years, and we didn't know that the family next to us was the descendant of the Mandarin. Hurry up and dip your hands in the joy, and my precious granddaughter will be able to go to high school in the coming year. The other older woman put the baby girl down in the stroller and ran up to the door that had just closed. The others followed suit, all stretching their hands out as if they were late in touching it and someone else would take it from them. Inside the villa, Lou's father greeted everyone and sat in a full circle in the living room, lamenting in his heart that it seemed as if he had never been so lively at any other time except for the new year. The nanny was equally happy, and felt her face light up after her own young master took the national top prize for something so difficult. She was being busy in front of and behind people, serving tea and water, washing melons and cutting fruits and whatnot. After a long time, waiting for everyone to finish smiling and congratulating and take their seats, Lou's mother put away her face that was a bit stiff with laughter and asked tentatively, "Mr. Liang, you know our family Xiaofeng's historical achievements, this national first prize, is there any link in the middle that is wrong?" Yes, this matter should not be confused, or else delaying the future of other people's children will be a great sin for our old Lu family. Lu's father also rushed to speak out. Hearing the duo say this, Mr. Liang also blushed, remembering that Lu Feng slept in the last row of the class every day in class, and that was indeed the only oddity that bloomed in the top class. Then it glanced at the principal. The principal has also heard about Lu Feng's achievements, and he was the one who gave special permission for his enrollment in the first place. The principal then looked back to the representative of the Board of Education. The representative of the Education Bureau, immediately stimulated, rose to his feet, struck a pose of bravado, and said with certainty, "Don't worry, everyone. There's absolutely nothing wrong with any part of it." He was breaking his fingers as he spoke. The name is not renamed, the exam number is not wrong, the system is even more carefully compared, the full subject Grand Slam, the national top student, including the college entrance examination godwork Huaxia Jr. said that came out on the internet, all pointing to it, is your Shanghai High School senior class 5. Mr. Lu Feng. The representative of the Education Bureau was obviously a bit middle-aged, and the more he counted, the more agitated he became, and in the end, he even violently pointed at Mr. Liang and shouted out Lu Feng's name. The Provincial Education Department came to congratulate a Confucian middle-aged man with silver-rimmed eyes, only to see him cough. Snorting, he said, "Do you all not believe in young Lu Feng, or are you questioning the fairness and impartiality of the Education Bureau?" Lu's father though also heard that the leader was using a joking tone to express his dissatisfaction, so he hurriedly waved his hand and laughed bitterly. Dare not dare, the Education Bureau scenery again is certainly open and fair and impartial, just K9 stupid, never took the award a person, which suddenly got a national first prize, always let a person's heart is not down to earth. Lu's father was obviously a veteran in the business world as well, and surely wouldn't talk about the fact that his own son had never passed a test. Otherwise, it would not be good for Lu Feng to take the back door of the Star Ocean Key High School to be brought out into the open. The principal of the Star Ocean is obviously also an old oil, regardless of whether there is any misunderstanding, it is imperative to first sit this national first prize, immediately opened his mouth. Old Lu, this tiger father has no son, the Education Bureau is even more unlikely to be mistaken, you just accept this scholar card. Seeing that Lu's mother wanted to continue, Lu's father immediately put his hand on her shoulder to stop her, saying, "Row. Thank you all for the congratulations, full of congratulations, we'll take it here for little wind for now." Lu's mother saw the wink from her husband and shrugged off his fat hand impatiently, but smiled as she turned her head to face the crowd and got up to take it. Into the hands of the heavy, golden high school national top student plaque. Receiving this scholarship card, which was enough to honor her ancestors, Lu's mother felt her heart miss a beat and her breathing became slightly ragged. This time, she was really smiling. The leader of the Provincial Education Department saw that Lu's mother was finally willing to accept the scholarship card. Her face instantly relaxed and she softly said, "Why don't you see Mr. Lu Feng? Quickly ask him to come out and let us see the heroic young man's demeanor." Auntie Nanny was finally interjecting with pride at this point. "Our young master goes to exercise every day, and he's not back yet." Chapter 6, I'm going to military school. Lu's father sized up. The leader of the Provincial Education Department sniffed, and a little look of regret was evident on his face. Only the middle-aged man pushed his glasses, then laughed. Yes, well, I've brought an invitation from two close friends here, and a letter of recommendation from my own alma mater," he said as he pulled 3 small envelopes out of his suit. Although that representative of the Education Bureau looks middle-aged on the surface, in fact, the information is very well informed, obviously aware of the weight of this silver-rimmed glasses middle-aged leader's alma mater. The world's leading academic institution, the University of Mobius. The University of Mobius, in terms of research funding, results of published papers, and awards won, is one of a kind. It's no exaggeration to say that with a university like this, once you're in the door, there's a good chance you'll be in the same class as someone who will be famous in the future. However, Mobius never enrolls students, only accepting those recommended by letters of recommendation from past seniors, and there is a huge elimination rate. This mysterious school is often faded into oblivion as the average person doesn't even understand when enrollment takes place. The director of education swallowed, obviously not expecting him to even write a letter of recommendation, so I guess these other 2 invitations are equally uncomplicated. Sure enough, Lou's father received the letter, looked down. The cover of the first cover is clearly written in square 4 italicized characters, Jing University Special Recruitment. Everyone gathered around curiously. The middle-aged man's brisk introductory voice rang in his ears. "This is my classmate and friend from years past, a professor of physics at Tsinghua University, who entrusted me to hand over to Mr. Lu Feng. Our country needs just such a high achiever." The nanny couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's Tsinghua University." There was a family in our village whose son got into Tsinghua University last year, and that road directly set up dozens of tables and invited the whole village for a meal. Here are all quality people, although did not blame the nanny this shock, but also rarely see the special admission invitation letter. I think not only free tuition and fees, there will be rich scholarships at. Lou's father didn't open it and turned up the second letter. Everyone saw the cover, the same strong and powerful 4 big words, the special recruitment of Beijing University. These words have a bit more of a flowing feel to them with the lines. "This is another forgotten friend of mine, a master of Chinese literature, known as the walking lyricist, old Mr. Xia, who serves as the vice-chancellor of Beijing University." The middle-aged man said, unable to resist continuing to reveal some of his old secrets. Mo Lao read Lu Feng student's college entrance examination essay. Hua Xie Jr. said, "Straight said that I did not expect that today there is such a literary style of the windy young man. Let me make sure to pull to the Beijing University to cure." Lu's father's mouth cracked with laughter. He is not good at reading, but he is a good hand at doing business. Generally such businessmen themselves the more lack of cultural cultivation, but on the contrary, all like to wind vulgarity and elegance. This last one was a thin, plain envelope, the only thing special about it being that the sealing clay was a black circle with an unreadable totem of some animal in the center. The middle-aged leader of the school board stared hard at the letter, as if he wanted to see through the envelope and read the contents. "This is a letter is addressed to my humble alma mater, the University of Mobius, and I've written a letter of recommendation for Wendy, if you're interested." The middle-aged man pushed his eyes up as if a little embarrassed when he spoke of his alma mater. Only the middle-aged representative of the Board of Education guessed why he was embarrassed, probably because he felt he hadn't done enough for his alma mater. In his place, he would have the same mentality. The others didn't know much about the university, and Lu's father was just as clueless. Seeing the middle-aged leader that a little shy look, thought it was the other side feel that it is not comparable to the front of the 2 domestic resounding first-class universities, a little embarrassed to take out their hands. So Lu's father nodded his head while shaking the middle-aged man's hand and thanked him. "Thank you for the leader's love. I will give it together to Little Wind so that he can make his own choice. Lu Dahai is here to thank for Little Wind first. Also thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to come over and give Little Wind a big hand." When the middle 2 leaders of the Education Bureau saw that Lu's father was so contemptuous of the third letter, they were not happy and loudly reminded him. Mobius is a top international school. And it's the kind where you can't even enroll without a letter of recommendation. Principal Star Ocean exclaimed with a sniff, "What?" It then occurred to me that it was the university that had an international reputation, but the admission requirements were so harsh that it didn't even appear in the world university rankings. Everyone looked to the representative of the Board of Education and asked to the rumors about this university. The leader of the city delegates and the middle 2 first looked through the others' glasses and into the eyes of the provincial delegates. The middle-aged man with silver-rimmed glasses smiled and gestured for him to continue. So the crowd was shocked to learn what this university is all about. Lu's father is also hot in his heart, heard that he is engaged in this communication industry or this university out of the bull created, unconsciously have to make a choice for their son. Only Lu's father dialed Lu Feng's phone under the urging gaze of Lu's mother. "Do. Lu's father waited a bit anxiously for his son to answer the phone. Hello? Dad, what's up? Lu Feng's voice came through the cell phone. So, the two old men, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, turned on the speakerphone and explained the current situation to Lu Feng in one word. When he heard that his parents were going to help him choose the top foreign school, Lu Feng was furious. I'm not going. After a choppy shout, the sound of panting running continued from the phone. Everyone was surprised to hear this answer and looked at each other. He refused? The middle-aged school board representative's mouth was wide open as his jaw dropped. Of those present to hear it, it was the one that caused him the greatest shock, for, if the same opportunity had been before him, he would have chosen the University of Mobius without hesitation. I hate that I didn't have such a chance when I was young. Ha! Our young master doesn't even care about such a few good universities? The nanny muttered in a small voice, instead voicing everyone's puzzled thoughts. Lu Feng, I'm your homeroom teacher, why don't you not reject it in a hurry? Let's come back and discuss it with everyone before we decide, okay? The principal and the others likewise perked up their ears, wanting to hear why Lu Feng had refused. Lu's father continued to exhort. What? Xiaofengma, you are not aware of this university. Without the recommendation of the provincial leadership cannot enter. You learn out can even inherit the leadership of our family company's independent research and development. Very promising. Aren't you guys already in favor of me going to military school? And, I volunteered for only one, the National Science University Military Academy. None of the others. Hiss. A sound of sucking in cold air. The National University of Science and Technology is not simple. The score of the college entrance examination is not even much lower than Qingda Jingda. Everyone in the room was sweating for Lu Feng. Even if a person had more confidence, he wouldn't dare to report only this one, right? The college entrance examination is a turning point that determines the fate of life. What if you fail the examination, may I ask, who dares to be so childish? It would be fine if it were any other university, but NUST, that's not something you can get into with good grades. Chapter 7, A Tiger's Father is Not a Dog's Son. Eventually, after hanging up, the two old men sighed at the same time and helplessly said to the crowd, this child Xiaofeng has been stubborn since he was a child. What he decides is something that even 10 oxen can't pull back. We have no choice but to go along with him. Liang Mei and the principal couldn't help but feel sorry for the loss of a better publicity opportunity. The principal also grudgingly echoed, National University of Science and Technology is not bad, it's also a national key university, it's just a bit of a waste of that score. The representative of the Board of Education looked away and sat down violently, sulking a bit. Instead, it was the middle-aged leader of the education department who looked on, instead comforting Lu Feng's parents and praising Lu Feng for his awareness, initiative, and backbone. Mr. Lu Feng's patriotism really makes us all feel inferior, the middle-aged man said, leading the applause. The greatest leader had said so, and everyone must have ceased to raise any dissenting voices and clapped along. Although the State University of Science and Technology is the best military school, but surrendered to the state, for them, the education department, indeed, less opportunity to promote for our school, our city. After talking for a while, the representative of the Education Bureau said that he wanted Lu Feng to organize a 3-week national lecture tour to set an inspiring example for all students. The principal proposed to hang banners in the school, hoping that Lu Feng can cooperate with the publicity work, and asked for a life photo to give pasted in the honorary alumni wall. The leader, seeing that we had talked about as much as we should have talked about and given as much as we should have given, offered his farewell. When Lu's mother saw that the leaders had offered to leave, she had to reluctantly put down her scholarship cards and got up to stay. Let's all have a casual dinner here, it'll be ready soon. At the same time, shouting at the top of his voice to the nanny who was busy in the kitchen, Auntie Wang is going to buy some more food. No, it's too much trouble for you guys. Everyone shrugged it off. The middle-aged man pushed his glasses again and apologized. The Education Bureau side knows that I'm coming and has prepared a banquet, so I hope that the Lu Mansion will be more forgiving for our unexpected visit. Seeing that people had said so, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Dahai naturally would not force them to stay. In the evening, Lu Feng came back and took a shower, sat down at the dining table to wait for the meal to start, and smoothly threw the 3 invitations on the tabletop to the side. The two old men saw the invitation that had been tossed aside in its original form from afar, and looked at each other without saying anything. Xiaofengma, you can really give us a long face today. This bottle of Maotai, you must accompany the old man whole. Lu's father couldn't wait to pull out his glass of wine just as soon as he placed his obese body on the stool. That's right, Fomer, there are no outsiders here. Tell Mom, what's going on? Lu mother. Lu Feng really couldn't tell the truth, so he had to call out to his nanny aunt to sit down and eat with her, changing the subject and letting him think about how to explain. Auntie was still putting it off, but Lu's father gave the word, so they sat down together for a meal as a celebration for little Feng. Come on, if you don't tell me that mom can't hold this first place card in her hand, I still don't dare to send a friend circle. The nanny had not been here for a short period of time and indeed treated Lu Feng as his junior, saying at this moment, "Mrs. Lu Feng got the national first prize, we're happy and that's the end of it, is there any reason to give it back?" Oh. Lu Feng took a sip of Maotai, and the fiery sweetness returned instantly to his throat. "How much you guys don't believe in your son. I decided to get into the best military school in high school, and I'm working hard behind the scenes, okay? Plus mom and dad gave me this brilliant brain, and studying is child's play." Lu Feng's parents still looked incredulous. Just like that? Not a system error? That high-scoring essay online, did my son really write it? Lu Feng couldn't help but refill another drink for himself and everyone else, and said a classic quote in an old-fashioned manner. "A dream is something that can transform a person." The two of them were shocked and skeptical, and felt a little funny when they saw Lu Feng's old-fashioned appearance. Could it be that one scummy son has really turned into a god of learning? With everyone clinking glasses together, everyone was finally choosing to believe this incredible dream-like fact. The wine is over. Sure enough, it's really true that a tiger's father has no son. Lu's father said with a big tongue, drunkenly hammering his son's shoulder. Chapter 8, Arrival at the Military Academy. On the second day, despite drinking last night, Lu Feng got up early on time to go for a morning run. After most of this month's persistent exercise, this frail body was finally less breathless when it moved. Just as he returned to the door of the villa, he was met by a messenger, ready to stuff a letter into the mailbox in front of his house. "Little brother, just give it to me." The letter delivery boy hesitated for a moment, but still handed it to Lu Feng, while keeping his place to make sure that he opened the door and that it was the family's before he would leave. Lu Feng noticed this detail and quipped. The postal service is still more reliable. With this sense of responsibility, it is true that the state units are not the same. It turned out that it was a letter from the National University of Science and Technology, urging Lu Feng to hurry to the physical examination, only after the physical examination to get the admission notice. Received this letter, although it is not yet a letter of acceptance, Lu Feng is still a little excited. The dreams and regrets of 2 lives will be realized in this lifetime. Hurriedly ate the breakfast made by the aunt, did not wait for the 2 old people to get up. He took the letter and rushed directly to the direction of the provincial hospital. Returning from the hospital, Lu Feng let out a long breath. The good thing is that although this body is weak, but the height and size of the disease or anything else is not a problem, the only weight, bone content, but also in the case of Lu Feng this period of time intentionally muscle building is up to standard. If it is not hard to change the original Lu Feng that every day to eat junk food habits, this body is afraid that even the physical examination is difficult to meet the standard. When the time comes that you are not allowed to enter the military school because of this reason, you won't even have time to cry. Back to the door of the villa area, Lu Feng again found mailboxes stuffed with letters. He is now in addition to the National University of Science and Technology, the other cooperation and publicity rewards and what are not interested in, casually flipped through, and took it in and threw it on the table. Lu Feng's parents had already gotten up, and Lu Feng, who walked in, saw Lu's father sitting on the sofa watching TV, still a little shriveled and unshaken. "Yesterday, I couldn't even stop them, basically half of the bottle went into that big fat belly. It's strange to be able to have the spirit." No amount of his own accomplishments were worth being so happy about. Instead, it was his son's success that made him such a glutton for punishment. Lu mother originally cooking is extremely good, people are also beautiful, is that the family hired a nanny in the past few years, their own busy career with their husbands, resulting in the current cooking skills are almost forgotten. It was also a rare occasion when her son was home that she would pick up the kitchen knife again, so it was good to know that the take was still level online. "Son is back, sit down for a bit longer, this braised pig's feet that was your favorite when you were a child will be ready soon." Lu's mother's concerned voice came from the kitchen. Lu Feng nodded. "Mom, there seems to be a few letters here, writing about scholarships and whatnot, so help me deal with it, help me put off all the collaborations and whatnot. I need to work out full-time to prepare for going to the National Science University." Lu's mother also responded loudly, indicating that she was clear. "Little Wind, tomorrow your mom and I will go on a business trip. I transferred $200,000 in your card, $100,000 is the scholarship from the Education Bureau side, not enough to call dad again. If you're tired, go relax more." Lu's father finished winking at Lu Feng with a you-know-what expression. Lu Feng was speechless for a moment. Dull and repetitive training days, more obvious exercise of the human will. Lu Feng not only so, but also continue to give themselves a plus. On this day, it was finally the acceptance letter from the National University of Science and Technology. As soon as the army green envelope was opened, Lu Feng heard a voice. Ding! Detecting the host won the acceptance letter of the National University of Science and Technology, system activation, rewarding a novice gift package, whether to open it or not. Old Me has also opened the Soldier King system. Lu Feng was excited, in his last life, in order to make up for his own regrets, for the system of the text did not read less, as opposed to the system, he is more familiar with it. Turn it on. The beautiful female voice sounded again. Lu Feng finally determined this time that the system was real and not false. His heart was both nervous and excited. Open the newbie gift pack and get the physical multiplier liquid. Hint, all reward increases of the system are only valid for the bound individual host. When Lu Feng returned to his senses, there was already a small bottle of transparent liquid in his hand. After hearing the prompt, Lu Feng did not do anything else, directly without hesitation, tilted his head and drank it down, then smashed his mouth. It doesn't feel like it. He was even more baffled after a few rounds of his king's punch into the air. As if, there is no noticeable sense of increase in physical ability either. Am I hearing it wrong? It's not the physical multiplier liquid? System, why isn't it working? It doesn't feel like the body is getting stronger? System, the physical strength enhancement liquid doesn't bring up the host's physical quality all at once, it still needs to be stimulated by the host through high-intensity physical training before it can be gradually integrated. That's why the host still needs to insist on exercising every day, and strive to complete its fusion as soon as possible. So pitiful? Lu Feng was instantly speechless. It needs to be enhanced through training, so I don't want this and I can become stronger, alright? System, if you train by yourself, the enhancement of physical quality is relatively slow. If you fuse this medicinal liquid, the speed will become at least 3 times faster, and the upper limit is more than 3 times that of training by yourself. When these words came out, Lu Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Looking at it that way, the potion, it seems to be quite good. After returning to his senses, Lu Feng began to scrutinize the notice. The acceptance letter said that next week will report to the military school. Lu Feng deliberately called to inform the parents, still maintain a certain amount of daily exercise. The days are like poured alcohol that evaporates quickly. On the day of reporting for duty, Lu Feng came out of the airport in Pei City with a backpack on his back. The sun was very strong and the air was like being boiled. Lu Feng with a backpack to cover the inches that had been cut short, into a cab, the big city to the congestion. It was not easy to rush to see the door of the National University of Science and Technology Military School before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In front of the magnificent gate, 2 stone lions come to life under the sunlight, with big red flowers hanging on their chests to welcome the guests. Lu Feng felt a bit of a trance. 2 lives as a man, this life's military career, is about to set sail here again. The seniors standing at the door were uniformly wearing camouflage training uniforms, and when they saw someone coming, their eyes immediately shone with gold, but they saw that the person was dressed in sportswear and had short hair, and even stood staring at the sun, and delayed to come in. So the seniors had to step out into the sun and gather around enthusiastically. Hello, are you a student reporting to NUST? Schoolboy, did you forget your luggage in the car? I see that taxi hasn't left yet. Lu Feng didn't expect this group of seniors to be as enthusiastic as the blazing sun here. Hastily, he snorted and explained, well, I was checking in and only brought 1 bag. There was a 3 big senior who patted his chest and gave a thumbs up. It's got personality, and for that, I have to carry your bag. That senior even helped him unload his backpack without a second thought, and Lu Feng, who was currently still slightly thin, had to helplessly watch as his backpack was taken away from him. When they came to the enrollment window inside, the seniors briefly explained the process and left. Lu Feng finished queuing up, took out the documents needed for reporting from his backpack and handed them to the personnel inside the window. The staff member, an older woman, tapped and verified through the computer for a while, and after asking a few questions, handed Lu Feng an identity plate engraved with his name and school number. Lu Feng turned it over and looked at the other side, which said 303. Lu Feng, who had been a special forces soldier in his last life, understood that this was the equivalent of a future military license plate, and touched the familiar material and involuntarily smiled. Take this ID tag and go to the allotment room to count and receive all your living items. 303 is your dormitory door number. A point check is the inspection of the items brought by the trainee. The militarization of the administration begins from the time of admission, and all items not related to military school are locked in a separate cabinet in the storehouse. The staff ama inside took a look at the top of Lu Feng's head and continued, "Young man, you're quite smart. This hairstyle is suitable for our military academy. After you receive your items, you don't need to go for a haircut anymore, go." After she finished speaking, she took a look at the strange hairstyles of the team behind her and sighed to herself, "This one here behind you, half as good as you are." Lu Feng heartily laughed. If he hadn't been sort of a soldier in his previous life, he would have reported over with long hair like the other students. In the end, Lu Feng received 3 sets of camouflage uniforms, training clothes, hats, shoes, and even socks and underwear based on his height and weight. There are also household items, mats and quilts and pillows, toiletries and so on. Chapter 9, Rules of the Military Academy. Finding the dormitory, Lu Feng already saw 2 students who came early lying on the bed, clear square short inches, obviously went to the school barber store to get a haircut. "Yo, there's a new housemate in town." The 2 saw their new housemates come in and put down their cell phones as well. "Hello, my name is Wang Gang, from Whitehair City." Young Ju Young, local. Lu Feng also introduced himself, "Hello guys, my name is Lu Feng, from Star Ocean City." 303, that's right. "This is it, Mud gave me a good search." At this time, there was a loud voice with a heavy accent coming from outside. The dormitory door was pushed open again. Lu Feng squinted and saw that this person was not tall, dark-skinned, and full of pimples, and was moving things to the dormitory in large packages. Seeing that Lu Feng's trio had already packed up, Brother Little Black smiled and spoke out, "Are there already so many people? You guys came so early." Excuse me, I almost got lost. This damn military school didn't realize it was so big." Everyone watched as he made 4 trips in and out before he was done moving, and finally came in with a bag of cantaloupe. One for each person, brought some of the family souvenirs for everyone to try, old sweet. "Hey, class, help me divide this up for everyone." Little Black Brother was right next to Lu Feng's bed, and directly made his way to the Lu Feng next to him. Lu Feng saw him being so nonchalant and self-centered, he was a bit teary-eyed, but, seeing as he had traveled a long way to bring cantaloupe to everyone, he helped him give it down. Even the 2 empty beds were set up with a cantaloupe, and a dormitory could house 6 people. The cantaloupe had just been set up over here when there was another commotion outside the door of dormitory 303. "Aya, cousin. Don't pull my ear, I'm in college now, I'm not a kid anymore, let go." A fat man was dragged in by the ear by a man in a green training outfit. The man's expression was serious, and seeing how many people were here, he still didn't let go until he tugged him to an empty bed. The fat man was obviously afraid of this man across the street, glancing around at Lu Feng and the others, rubbing his ears, opening his mouth, and ultimately not daring to complain about anything. "Good day, class president." Lu Feng saw his apparently senior-like cousin looking over and immediately greeted him with a sense of humor. He had been in the army in his last life, so he naturally knew what to call it. All the others immediately followed Lu Feng and greeted their seniors, obviously having heard that military schools were as disciplined as the army. "Well, my cousin will be studying and training with all of you from now on, so help me supervise more." It was only with difficulty that the senior squeezed out a smile at everyone and said, obviously not very good at doing such a thing. He then glared at his fat cousin, who was already sitting on the bed wiping off his sweat, and left without a word. "Okay, squad leader. Take care, squad leader." When the squad leader left, Blackie, his own things unspread, immediately leaned over and patted the cantaloupe on the bed. "Fatty, it's for you, your cousin is so awesome, he's a senior here, right?" The fat man sighed and said accusingly, "Yeah, he's been in charge of me since I was a kid, even going to military school was instigated by him for my parents." Brother Xiaohei patted Fatty's shoulder and enthusiastically said to everyone, "My name is Hei Zi, my real name is Dong Xiaohei, so let's all declare our names?" Fatty, likewise, had little luggage, having only claimed all the school supporting supplies, thrown them on his bed, and before he could set them up, was clutching his cantaloupe, ready to get it and eat it. "My name is Feng Ziwen," Fatty replied as he messed with the cantaloupe. Lu Feng saw another living treasure, took the initiative to introduce them one by one, just like a big brother. "Lu Feng? Is that the national scholar Lu Feng?" The fat man had a hard time getting the cantaloupe open and was eating it with a big mouthful. When he heard Lu Feng's name, he didn't react at first, he just felt familiar. When Lu Feng finished his introduction, he suddenly remembered where he had seen it. The others also remembered Lu Feng's name. "The grades here are all very excellent. The internet made a big fuss about the piece of Chinese teenagers said almost all looked to see." Only Blackie still had doubts he was a minority and his grades were only okay. He was added entirely by extra points, plus meeting some of the military school's policies in order to give him, a student from a remote area, a chance to attend NCSU. Blackie chose this place, the most critical still. Here not only exempted so tuition and fees, accommodation fees, every month also subsidized a lot of living expenses. Lu Feng nodded unconcernedly. When he finished, he spread out the covers and started squeezing with the pony. Lu Feng himself is really do not care, the last life of the military industrial research experts, with the little kid with the college entrance examination, do not take a grand slam or considered a serious failure to play. In the eyes of others it becomes, the less Lu Feng takes it seriously, the more people feel that he is deliberately behaving like this, awesome, simply the highest level of pretending. Lu Feng, I'm the top student in our province, and I'm only 14 points worse than you. I thought I had the highest grades when I came to the military school, but I didn't realize that there was a pervert like you in my dormitory. Fatty immediately felt that the cantaloupe wasn't even that sweet anymore. Lu Feng was a bit surprised, not realizing that this somewhat obsequious fat man was also a provincial scholar. Blackie said, brothers, you are all smart eggs, in the future more cultural lessons to teach me to work I will help you, do not look at my height as not tall, I'm at home to do farm work as a good hand. A few people spoke to each other and quickly became acquainted. Harsh whistles blew one after another outside the door, and Koriko was about to go out to see what was going on when a group of seniors entered and passed by the doorway, and one of them detached himself from the group and kicked open the iron door of 303. Giving Fatty a jolt of fear, he immediately stood up prancing from the bed. 303, rise. There was no need to teach this one, as everyone stood in a straight line under Lu Feng's leadership. You hair are not qualified, a moment to the barber store downstairs to cut before eating, military school students have to be military-like. Fatty, Blackie, and young Ju Young are on point. My name is Hu Chengjun, I'm your vice squad leader, tomorrow I'll move over and live with you, during the 3 months of new training, whoever dares to be a prick in front of me can try it. Today will still allow you to relax for a day, from tomorrow everything must be done according to the rules and regulations. All personal belongings are to be deposited in the storeroom within the next day, otherwise if I find out about the private stash, at most it's just a corporal punishment, if it's checked out by the squadron leader's district captain, it's a demerit to be recorded in the file, and there's no need for me to say anything more about how powerful it is there? Chapter 10, The Old Tanker. The vice squad leader paced back and forth in front of several people, speaking the rules one sentence at a time. For example, if you go to dinner in a while, you have to wear camouflage uniforms and walk outside in rows of 3 and rows of 2, no laughing or joking. When you see any other senior with a team, you have to call out to the squad leader hello, and you can call out to the squad leader hello to any officer you don't know, and no one else will be offended. For example, lights out at 10 p.m., no chatting or noise, no walking around, no playing with electronic devices. Wake up at 5:45 a.m. and you must meet at the playground by 6:30 a.m. after breakfast. For example, smoking is not allowed during the entire military school, and if you are caught hiding in the restroom and smoking, serious cases will even be dealt with directly as a discouragement. Enough to train for 10 or so minutes, Hu Chengjun told all the written and unwritten rules within the military school of the National University of Science and Technology. Is it all clear? I don't want to have to be made to say it again. Clear. Only Lu Feng was responding with his full strength, everyone else obviously hadn't yet adapted to the language style of the military school. Is this the only student eating? Speak up. Lu Feng's sophistication managed to catch the vice class president's attention. Clear. Everyone roared out only this time. Very well, you three go and shave your heads, the rest of you are free to organize your own hygiene after dinner, and I'll come and check in the morning. Vice squad leader Hu Chengjun finished his explanation in his low voice and left with tiger steps. Lu Feng is clear that after staying in the army for a long time, the voice just becomes this magnetic. Everyone let out a long breath and murmured. Blackie scratched his head and said, what a strong sense of oppression, are all squad leaders so fierce? Fatty was also crying, lying on the bed and said, oh my god. Living with him in the future, I feel like I have to clip my farts. It led to a few people teasing, and after laughing, Wang Gang asked about Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I so feel as if you are well adjusted? Yeah, I feel like you're just old-fashioned. Lu Feng had to lie, maybe it's because I signed up for a summer military training enhancement class over the summer. Out of kindness, Lu Feng reminded them that folding military blankets was a required subject. If people want to master it sooner, they can learn it from me. Fatty and Blackie acted unimpressed and were ready to get their hair cut after a little more dilly-dallying. It's just folding a quilt, how hard can it be? We'll learn it when the class president teaches us. That's just it, now that it's folded, don't you still have to take it out and cover it at night? Peicheng is a high-altitude area with a huge difference in temperature between day and night, and while it is sunny as hell during the day, it can freeze you cold at night. Once the three of them were gone, Lu Feng shook his head and let out a helpless light laugh. He was over it, and if he hadn't been tortured by this level before, he wouldn't have ed with it as soon as he was issued a military quilt. Wang Gang is a smart person, although I do not know how difficult it is to fold the quilt, but Lu Feng, the military training over the old oil are so serious about it, there is no reason to take it lightly. So he followed Lu Feng's example and folded it. The hurdle in folding an army quilt is to squeeze the air out of it and compact the cotton. Lu Feng explained to Wang Gang, the small horse tie over and over again, in Lu Feng's hands tirelessly to the army was massaged. Wang Gang is also a smart person, a little bit of it. No amount of folding of fluffy cotton will make it behave and turn it into a square block of tofu. And it's the solid objects that stabilize their form on their own and eventually become angular. Knowing the principle, Wang Gang also found various objects to crush the army quilt. Lu Feng saw that Wang Gang was so eager to get things done and spoke out to remind him. Wang Gang, it's easier to compact on the surface the way you are, but it's not even, and it'll be much less easy to level the back instead. Wang Gang stopped and thought for a moment, but didn't listen, and continued to mess with himself, saying, "It's okay, Windy, I think it's faster to get it this way and find out what's wrong later." Lu Feng hummed and didn't say anything else. People have their own destiny, that's what it says, no one can change a thought for someone else, people will only believe in what they believe in and walk the path they are used to. So, just be yourself and respect others for being others. Half an hour later, the three of them, Zhang Zhuzhong, came back chattering, and the fat man was holding a whole snakeskin bag of snacks in his arms. Lu Feng and Wang Gang saw all shocked, this Nemo with where is the snacks, simply contraband ah. Wang Gang hurriedly put down the heavy objects in his hands and went forward to stop the road. Feng Ziwen, are you emptying the convenience store? We're about to have a dormitory inspection tomorrow night, and you still have the nerve to buy so many snacks. Lu Feng also felt a bit of a headache, now he finally understood why his cousin was so mean to him, Fatty was simply remembering what he had done. Why don't you two stop it? Lu Feng also said. Zhang Zhuzhong shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't like to meddle in other people's business. Then, Lu Feng saw that in the hands of Blackie, who came in behind him, he was likewise holding 2 packets of chili fries. Come on, 50 steps don't make you laugh. Lu Feng sort of understood where Blackie got this face of pox from. Fatty hemmed and hawed, pulling out a couple oversized bottles of Coke Sprite from his snack bag and wriggling his excited body. Tonight we have our final madness, a Coke blast. The rules of the military academy don't allow alcohol, so we'll have Coke instead of booze, how about that, and enough snacks. Lu Feng was all pissed off and laughed. And Coke instead of wine, put it away and get ready to eat in the cafeteria. As soon as the fat man was ferocious, he subconsciously and obediently put it away. A few people arrived at the cafeteria and were immediately struck by the imposing 3 whole floors, with load-bearing columns as thick as those in an airport, with a large circle around the outside like a bird's nest and a small circle in the center. Mains on the first floor, snacks on the second, desserts and melons on the third. Fatty's eyes glistened and his mouth almost watered. So luxurious, is this something our sons and daughters can eat? Zhang Zhuzhong lamented. Hey, I've never seen so much food before either, old man. Blackie similarly smashed his mouth. Lu Feng took a closer look and the flavors of each place were marked. Although the restaurant was filled with green crowds, the location was not crowded and the environment was even cleaner, with no trash to be found on the floor. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh, it's only in this familiar troop. Passing the table on the way to the queue, Wang just exclaimed. Not bad for a military school. Surprisingly, the tables are marked by grade and dormitory number. A few people then decided to split up and find the location first. Over here. Over here. Fatty was the first to find it, and at the moment shouted for everyone to come over. There were also freshmen all around, and it was this area that had the most rowdy crowd. It was still quite early at the moment, so I guess that the seniors hadn't finished training yet, and several people quickly used their newly issued meal cards to call in a meal that suited their respective tastes. Holy, Blackie, why is your food so red? When Fatty saw how well Blackie could eat chili peppers, the sweat in his body automatically broke out, wetting his oversized training clothes all at once. Fat brother, you are sweating all over the place, so vain, tomorrow the squad leader shall not train you down? Wang Gang glanced at the speaking fat brother and laughed. Discipline Patty is better, discipline Patty and talk me out of it so I don't have to suffer so much. Lu Feng can only say that not all college students, even those who have entered military schools, revere the troops as much as he does. As he was saying this, a group of people stepped right into the cafeteria from outside. Dismissed. With a loud dismissal, the crowd immediately grew exponentially and the line slowly grew longer. Although the echo buzzed much louder in the hall, there was no yelling situation on Daichi's side. Chapter 11, Smoking. Finally, when everyone had sat down to eat, the freshman team was still in an uproar. Lu Feng looked towards the instructor area just in time to see a soldier dressed as a major frowning as he looked at the freshman area and whispered a few words to the person next to him. The major's look was seen by Lu Feng, and with a glance at his housemates and the students at the other tables, he instantly guessed what would happen next. This major frowned, so I guess the meal wasn't good. Good thing Lu Feng followed the troop's swallowing habits, now has eaten almost. I'll look at the side of the housemates, a few people are still chatting, the meal is just eaten less than half. Whistles were blown and a dozen squad leaders whistled their way over to the freshman section, shouting for silence as they did so. Silence. Everyone stop what you're doing and stand up. The freshmen put down the dishes in their hands and stood up with a confused look on their faces. The dozen or so class presidents waited for all the freshmen to stand up before explaining. In order to create a good dining environment, the district governor asked everyone to sing 2 military songs first, and whichever dormitory sings neatly and loudly will be able to sit down and eat. Unity is strength, I'm sure you all used to sing it in military training, so let's take the lead and everyone sing along. Unity is strength, ready, up. Unity is strength, this strength is steel, this strength is iron. After the first song, there was a loud appeal for applause from the senior side of the room. Hear ye, sing so quietly and so disorganized that the rest of the class is laughing at you. Are you still men? If you are, then show me your manhood and sing with all your strength. Which one's mouth won't open like a pussy? See if I can't discipline you tomorrow. One more side, ready, sing. The squad leaders were menacing and bullying and all sorts of cocktails went down, and the sound finally lifted, but it was still a mess to listen to, which became more and more apparent the louder it got. Ha 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 ha. This time it was something that directly caused the distant seniors to laugh. Class President Chu. If you can't do it, just make a sound and let us take the lead instead. This time even the leader of the class who led the singing was ridiculed. These 10 or so people were literally pissed off by these freshmen all up in their faces, pointing at this bunch of misfits and cursing them. You stupid asses. Even a dumbass screams better than you do. Mud, this time no one will stop until I say stop, until we sing in unison. Apparently the seniors' laughter irritated the class president who was leading the song just as much. 10 minutes had passed and no table had been able to get a license to sit down. Lu Feng was helpless, obviously he had sung very liberally and loudly, but his teammates were not helpful. Fatty, in particular, sang with a sound that was comparable to that made by a mosquito. Lu Feng understands that the troops are all one honor and one loss, and is ready to accompany the group to sing all the time. Eventually, everyone sang more and more quietly, being constantly prodded by the lead band leader. Fatty, if you don't open your mouth I'll show off this iron disc in your mouth, believe it or not. All of you in the dorm are like this student next to you, that's what I call open. Fatty was named by the class president who just couldn't stand to watch. Class, you may sit down. The squad leader said to Lu Feng. Report to the squad leader. We are a team, to sit together, to stand together. Yo, not only do you know how to call out reports, but you also know about teamwork, let's see what class. The class president was surprised by Lu Feng's neutral response and glanced at the mark on the table. 303, I'll be damned, isn't that the class I'm going to lead? Fatty. You're Stone's ing cousin. That squad leader instantly went up excitedly and pinched Feng Ziwen's short little neck from behind, shaking it a few times in dissatisfaction before finally grabbing a handful of oil. Lu Feng also didn't expect to know just like that in advance which his proper class president was. I can see that Feng Ziwen's cousin is probably on good terms with this positive class president of ours, and he has specially explained that he will take care of Fatty as a key target. Alright, you guys keep singing, and I'll call you back in the morning to gather. The positive squad leader finished, wiped the sweat on his hands on the fat man's clothes, a sort of return of things to their rightful owners, then squared his hat and walked away. Eventually, the seniors all finished eating and left before they gave voice to sit down again. Lu Feng, you're so stupid, you didn't even sit down when the class president told you to. Blackie sat down, massaged his throat, and spoke out. Lu Feng smiled and said in a serious tone, the troops need this kind of team spirit, in the future, you'll understand. He looked around, this will each have no desire to eat, proposed, why don't we go? Doesn't Fatty still have a bag of snacks stashed away, and if we don't go back and destroy them, it'll be difficult tomorrow. As soon as Fatty heard about the snacks, he was immediately energized. Go go go, Coke Boom Party. The others also stood up at the instigation of the fat man. Lu Feng shook his head. It was true that he was still a group of kids who had just started college. When these few years were over, it was estimated that he would be able to metamorphose into a real soldier. But it's good to be so youthful once in a while. After all, men dying are teenagers. Thinking of this, Lu Feng quickly caught up with the few people in front of him. In the evening, a few people chatted sky-high at times and told horror stories. Everyone was frightened by Lu Feng's colorful descriptions, but after finishing one, they couldn't help but let Lu Feng continue with the next one. Brother Feng, why do I feel that there's nothing you don't understand? Blackie whispered. That's right, the national top scholar, can he be an oil lamp? Wang Gang also familiarized himself with everyone. Seeing that it was so late in the day, Zhang Zhuzhong quietly fished out a pack of cigarettes from the compartment of his backpack. Hey, do any of you guys smoke? Seeing that no one answered, Zhang Zhuzhong himself directly lit up one, and in the darkness, a little red glow lit up. Everyone didn't expect this kid to be so bold. During dinner, Lu Feng discovered Zhang Zhuzhong's hand holding chopsticks, the nail cap a little smoke oil smoke traces, although not obvious, but also cannot escape Lu Feng's eyes. He could think of the possibility that the kid might have a smoking problem, but he didn't think he'd be so bold as to smoke right there in the dormitory. Bastard, you want to get us killed. Wang Gang obviously knew the power. Other people have to hide in the toilet to smoke in other schools, but this kid dares to smoke it in the dormitory in the military school? Zhang Zhuzhong exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, Don't worry, no one will check tonight, I won't smoke after tonight. No, you can either snuff it out or go smoke it in the toilet for me. Wang Gang didn't want to be collateralized. Lu Feng saw that these two had such a heavy flavor of gunpowder and immediately came out to round off the situation. Come on, centering, we're a team, we respect you for spilling, but if you smoke it right in the dormitory, if we get caught, all of us will be implicated. Lu Feng paused for a moment and saw that he didn't have much of a reaction before continuing, I'll smoke with you, but you have to follow me over to the restroom. In the darkness, Zhang Zhuzhong did not say anything, stood up with a cigarette in his mouth, and took the lead. Lu Feng then followed close behind. Chapter 12, Freshman Benchmarking in the Same Room, Gaining Pileups. In the washroom, Lu Feng took the cigarette handed by Zhang Zhuzhong, through the mouth, took the cigarette, lit it, inhaled and exhaled the cigarette in one go. It made Zhang Zhuzhong, a self-proclaimed old smoker, look blank. It was as if he saw a vicissitudinous and composed elder, rather than a student as tender as he was. What? Lu Feng saw him frozen in place, staring stupidly at him. Young Ju Yan looked away with a puzzled expression. I thought you were one of those good students, but I didn't realize you smoked too. That hand-smooth smoking posture stunned me. Lu Feng lost his words and laughed. He really went to the battlefield in his previous life, his head was broken and bleeding is a common occurrence. Smoking can stop the pain, and at the same time reduce the mental pressure and fatigue on the battlefield. So, any battlefield veteran almost never has one that doesn't smoke. Forget about me, tell me about you, what's on your mind? Zhang Zhuzhong was once again stunned, not expecting to be seen by someone no older than him. Am I that obvious? Hey, you don't look like the kind of person who's petty when you get into a fight with Wang Gang in 3 or 2 sentences. The reddish cigarette swung in the darkness, and Lu Feng waited a moment before hearing him speak slowly. I got dumped for not picking the same college as her. Lu Feng just glanced at him lightly, and there was no teasing that Zhang Zhuzhong expected. Zhang Zhuzhong inexplicably felt a sense of peace in his heart and continued to pour out his heart. My family is a military family, the last 3 generations are all soldiers, this generation is my only child, destined to only listen to the arrangements of the family, choose military school. Sometimes I wish I hadn't been capricious and gone to KYU with her. After saying that, Zhang Zhuzhong will be hard to inhale a mouthful of cigarettes, but inhaled too quickly, choked out. Lu Feng immediately patted him on the back. Old Zhang, you did the right thing, and she did the right thing, it was just almost fate. At least you had a full youth. Karma starts and stops, the road is long and short, it's good to see. Zhang Zhuzhong had spoken his mind and had felt much better. At this moment, when I heard these words from Lu Feng again, I was deeply touched and grew in my own way. Without realizing it, he had a lot more good feelings towards Lu Feng. Make way for the 2 brothers first. Fatty Man Coke drank too much and came running to the bathroom. After a clatter of flushing water, Fat Man punched his way over. Whole one for me too? Lu Feng immediately rewarded the 2 words with a laugh and a curse. Off. Fatty hemmed and hawed, not really interested. Snacks were his favorite, and immediately went back to bed to deal with his snacks. He can't sleep until he's eliminated all the snacks. After staying for a while longer, Lu Feng accompanied him to finish two and extinguished his cigarette. Go to bed early, there's sure to be a lot of tossing and turning tomorrow. Zheng Zhuzhong answered, and Lu Feng went back to sleep. Day 2. At 5:45 a.m., when it was still dark, the lights in the dormitory came on right on time. Lu Feng instantly opened his eyes, and the habits he had once developed from his military service caused him to stir up like a stress reaction. In a trice, he had his shirt and pants on, and was not above urging everyone to get up. Get up! Get up! I had just gotten out of bed when I heard a sharp whistle going off downstairs. But the others were still yawning slowly and leisurely, none of them getting up. Especially Fatty Man, who just rolled over, snoring again. Only after Lu Feng had folded the quilt and shuffled out did the others drag themselves out of bed. Lu Feng looked around. There were trash bags all over the place and half-eaten snacks everywhere. It was too dark last night to notice such a mess. Lu Feng sighed, and when he saw that Fatty Man hadn't moved yet, he immediately leaned over his bed and yelled, "Your snacks are going to be thrown away." Fat Man scratched his ass, then sat up with a jolt. Who dares to throw Master Fatty's snacks? Lu Feng immediately slapped him on the head. Get up and pack your snacks. Fatty Man instantly nimbly got out of bed and grabbed the half-leftover snacks. Lu Feng quickly returned the trash to the side. And the whistle had gone up from downstairs to the floor, closer and closer to the door. Lu Feng immediately threw a large bag of garbage under the fat man's bed. Bang! The iron door was kicked open vigorously, and the upright figure of the head of Masaban appeared. 303, assemble! With a yell, everyone rushed to hastily end their washing, and Fatty even casually touched his face with water before coming out of the washroom. When the positive squad leader saw Lu Feng, who stood upright with his head held high, surprise flashed in his eyes. Good boy, attended a military training class over the summer? The head of the regular class asked Lu Feng. Report. Attended. The positive squad leader nodded and glared at the others. Look at you bears, learn from him, got it? No. Got it. Oh. A few people responded sparsely, which instantly angered the squad leader. Are none of them awake? Ask again, no. No. Only this time did the crowd answer in unison. The class president looked deeply at Lu Feng and went 304 roaring to drive people away. Ding. Detected that the host has been recognized by the class president as a role model for freshmen in the same room, rewarded with an introduction to Shaolin standing pile kung fu. Lu Feng instantly felt like he had an extra instinct to know how to stand that would make it easier for him. When everyone from both dorms had finished packing up and stepped out into the hallway, the squad leader immediately told them to line up and report. Report from front to back. Lu Feng, who was standing at the head of the platoon, immediately turned his head and yelled behind him, 1. Wang Gang, who was standing behind him, had a quick wit and immediately interjected, 2. He didn't turn his head to yell at the next person, however, so the chubby guy behind him was still in a state of dumbfounded confusion. The report was interrupted and the squad leader was immediately furious. Can't even tell the numbers, didn't you take gym class in high school? Report. Up through. However, only Lu Feng knew how to respond out loud. The squad leader immediately shouted angrily at the crowd behind Lu Feng. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear me? Here. This time the crowd learned their lesson and answered in unison. The squad leader, however, was not satisfied. So I can hear you, looks like you're not still awake. All of them. 20 push-ups. The faces of all the people, except Lu Feng, collectively collapsed. Lu Feng, however, did not hesitate and immediately got down to do it. The others saw this and followed. The squad leader nodded in satisfaction at this. Having a good benchmark soldier would make this freshman class much better. Lu Feng 1 second 1 2 seconds 3, in the twinkling of an eye to do the stand-up, the movement is clean. Not only do you not feel tired after doing it, but you feel a tinge of euphoria from the effects of the body-enhancing liquid. He couldn't help but recall the system's hint that only through exercise could the enhancement fluid gradually take effect and strengthen his physique. Soon, Zheng Zhuzhong was the second to finish. His family had been in the military for generations, and he had a strict family education and a good physical fitness background. The other freshmen's arms started shaking after they made it to 10 or more, and Fatty, even more red-faced, struggled to finish 20, and was sweating by the time he got up. Attention! Forward look sharp. This time when the class president shouted, the freshman no longer dared to respond lazily and stood nervously. The squad leader didn't say anything else this time. Report. 1, 2, 3, 9. This time it went off without a hitch before the squad leader squared up at the front of the line. All march. After saying that, he walked forward, and Lu Feng immediately followed. Wang Gang was half a beat slower and followed suit. The rest didn't dare to lag behind, and followed closely with fear and trepidation. Downstairs, the squad leader gave the order again. All run go. With that, he led the freshmen at a trot for 3 or 4 minutes to the entrance of the cafeteria. The crowd gulped as they smelled the rice. Lu Feng, however, knew that the test had just begun. Stand up. Sure enough, the squad leader didn't take them in directly, but instead stopped outside the cafeteria. Chapter 13. Which class is that? Outside the cafeteria, not only Lu Feng's class 3, but also other classes stood without going in. And the class that arrived first had already begun to sing the military song. At this point, the squad leader exclaimed to the crowd of class 3. You all heard it. If you want to eat breakfast, you have to sing the military song first. Is there anyone who doesn't know how to sing? 9 men in a row, not one of them making a sound. The squad leader nodded. Very well, I'll assume you all know it if you don't make a sound. Later on, if I find out that any of you can't sing, you won't have to eat this breakfast at all. The crowd gulped nervously, all praying that their teammates wouldn't pit. Originally, Lu Feng should have been the most panicked, but he realized during his summer vacation that the military song in this parallel world was just like his previous life. Unity is strength. Ready, up. The 9 in class 3 immediately sang in unison. Unity is strength. Smoothly sung, the squad leader butted in. Sing softly, and listen to the other classes. Sing it again, and if it's still not as loud as the other classes, sing until it's loud enough. 9 people immediately put all their strength to sing, especially Lu Feng, tearing out his voice and shouting with all his might. For him, singing is also an exercise for his lungs and improves his physique as well. A number of people from the other classes were also attracted over to look at him by his desperately loud voice. Inside the cafeteria, in the cadre area on the second floor, a middle-aged officer with the rank of major also raised his head from the dining table and looked at the first floor through the window. After listening for a moment, he asked a young officer at his side. What class is that? The young officer glanced downward twice and returned to say. It's Prince Yong leading class 3. The middle-aged officer nodded and smiled. Well, good. That's the way you should eat. He couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic for the once revolutionary years, which were grueling but full of vigor. He thought for a moment and instructed the young officer. Pass the word around that the freshmen will have a big quilt folding contest in the morning meeting, and tell the freshmen to bring their quilts to the playground when they gather. Aye. Captain. Outside the first floor of the cafeteria, Lu Feng's class 3 sang 2 more times, their voices almost smoking, before the class president would let them stop. The more he looked at Lu Feng, the more satisfied he became. Just now it was Lu Feng who took the lead and infected the others, which made class 3 sing with the momentum. That's what having a good standard bearer does, leading the way in everything you do. Very well, now follow me into the cafeteria. When you get in there, you are not to do anything without an order, do you hear me? Here. The crowd responded in unison, not sparing their voices for breakfast. The squad leader once again entered the ranks and stood at the front of the line to call out the password. All. Get up, go. Lu Feng and the others followed closely. Upon entering the cafeteria, there were many freshmen standing at the tables, but silence reigned. Infected by the atmosphere, the crowd dared not make a sound for fear of being the one to break the silence. The squad leader made his rounds and quickly found the dining area where Squad 3 was located and led the way. And Hu Chengjun, the deputy squad leader, was already waiting to stand there. When Lu Feng and the others took a look, the crowd's breakfast had already been fully whipped and placed on the table. The squad leader led the way to the table. The 9 immediately found their own seats and entered. Fang Ziwen and Dong Shohei couldn't wait to sit down, their eyes burning as they took stock of the food on their plates. There was white porridge, large buns, eggs, pancakes and a handful of pickled radishes. Little fat brother Fang Ziwen frowned, feeling that it was a bit too little. Suddenly, he felt someone tugging on his arm next to him, and was about to shake it off impatiently when he saw the icy, serious face of the squad leader. "Did I tell you to sit down?" At that moment, Fong Ziwen realized that no one else had sat down, and was so frightened that he immediately re-stood up. The squad leader, however, did not spare him, and walked up to him and snapped in his ear. "What did I say before I came in? Clam?" Fong Ziwen replied weakly, "Nope, no orders to do anything." At this moment, he was incredibly glad that his hands were slow, and he had almost just picked up the steamed buns and nibbled on them directly just now. The squad leader immediately growled, "Did I order you to sit down?" "No." "Then why are you sitting down?" Fong Ziwen's eyes turned red all of a sudden, and she looked like she was about to cry. "Yeah, sorry." The squad leader saw the look on his face and knew it was about time, so he didn't push it any further. "I repeat, do not make any extra movements until you hear the order." The squad leader gave Dong Xiaohei a stern look. Dong Xiaohei immediately gulped. Just now he also sat down, but fortunately he saw the opportunity quickly, and when he saw that the others did not sit down, he hurriedly stood up. They waited for a while, and several waves of people entered one after another outside the cafeteria. When they were all in, an officer with the rank of captain stepped out to speak. "Hello everyone. I'm your squadron leader, and I heard all of you singing earlier. Some classes sang well, some were sloppy. I won't name and shame you here, you know it in your hearts. I have only one request of you all. Everything on command. Do you hear me? Tread." The head and deputy heads of the 10 classes responded in unison with a single step. "Understood." The squadron nodded, their tone suddenly changing. "All of them. Sit down." Swish swish swish. A group of people sat down quickly, while a part of the group was half a beat slower and still standing in a panicked giggle, realizing that most of the people were seated before they sat down in a hurry. The squadron's brow furrowed. Rise. Swish. This time was a lot better than the last, but there were still people half a beat behind. The squadron was clearly not satisfied. "I asked for one thing, and you guys can't even do one thing right. How else can you be my soldier? If you can't do it right today, don't eat this breakfast." The squadron then yelled, "Stand up and sit down" a few more times in a row, and he didn't stop until everyone was moving in unison. Well, at least it's not hopeless. I won't go into the rules of the cafeteria, you've all seen the warning strips on the wall, right? Eliminate waste. Otherwise, you can try the consequences. Now, dinner. The squad leaders were the first to start eating. The rest of the people saw this before they dared to hesitate to start eating, and then they all wolfed it down. Lu Feng, on the other hand, maintained a certain pace, neither slow nor hurried, almost the same as the head and deputy head of the class. A stark contrast to the other freshmen. The squadron leader looked at his watch, saw that everyone had eaten almost enough, changed his stern attitude and began to smile. "If you're not full yet, you can go over there and add your own food." No one dared to move when the words fell. The squadron leader immediately said, "Why are you looking at me? If you want to eat, go ahead." Fong Ziwen got up first and took the dinner plate over to add more food. Someone took the lead and the others let go of their guts, and slowly most of them ran for extra food. After Lu Feng ate all the plates, he sat quietly in his original position and watched as the others brought back a large plate full of breakfast of various colors. On the other side, the squadron leader looked at the freshmen who were scrambling to refill their meals, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This scene was watched by Lu Feng, and he secretly sighed that the next step would definitely not be that good. Sure enough, most of the people had barely eaten half of the breakfast they had called back when a sharp whistle sounded through the cafeteria. Chapter 14: Lost Chance to be a Handsome Soldier. Tick-tock. The whistle was followed by a shout from the lieutenant. "All rise." The crowd had a lesson from before, and as soon as they heard the order to drink, they immediately put down the food in their hands and hurriedly stood up. However, the squadron leader's order came so suddenly that it went awry in a hurry. Fatty Fong Ziwen's belly was larger, and in his haste to get up, his stomach touched and scattered his plate full of breakfast on the table. One of the buns was more resilient and was touched right off to the floor. The commotion here led directly to the lieutenant walking in to check it out. As soon as he came over, he saw Fong Ziwen scrambling to clean up the food on the table. The squadron leader immediately let out a bellow. "Did I tell you to move?" Fong Ziwen stiffened. "Drop what's in your hand." Fong Ziwen immediately let go. "Stand still." Fong Ziwen immediately stood up straight, his eyes red and his body shaking. And yet, with extreme reluctance, he peeked at the food scattered on the table. The lieutenant then continued to rage at him. How can you be a soldier when you can't even guard your own food? The lieutenant walked over to the table and carefully gathered up the scattered food and put it back on the plates. Finally, picking up the buns that had fallen to the ground, he turned toward the crowd. On the battlefield, any kind of contingency can happen at any time. It could be when you sleep, it could be when you eat, it could be when you poop. At times like this, there are two things that feel impossible to lose. One is your weapons. Two, it's food. The squadron leader held up the bun in his hand. Lose the food and you may well lose your lives. The squadron leader wiped the bun briefly and stuffed it into his mouth in 3 or 2 bites. Everyone watched the lieutenant in silence, taking one bite at a time. Lu Feng looked secretly impressed. He could have picked up the dirty steamed buns and put them back on the dinner plate, ordering Feng Ziwen to finish them. But instead of doing so, he didn't mind the dirt at all and ate it all up without any leftovers. The buns will fall off, and it can be said that he indirectly caused it. It was a consequence of his sudden order, so he frankly bears the consequences of his own making. Even if it wasn't his fault. This is the role of a military commander-in-chief. Only after swallowing the bun completely did the lieutenant address the crowd. You're probably wondering why I'm stopping you all of a sudden. Look down at your squad leader's dinner plate. The crowd looked over to see that all the food on the plates of their first and second shift leaders had been eaten. And look at the clock on the wall. The lieutenant pointed to the large round clock that hung on the wall in the middle of the cafeteria. It's time to finish eating, it's long overdue. Time on the battlefield is a race against time. A second late could delay the battle. When you enter the military school, you can say that you are a soldier. A soldier is always ready to fight. Do you still expect that the enemy will wait for you to procrastinate and finish your meal before attacking? The crowd was silent as the lieutenant's gaze swept in, and the recruits bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at them. Until he saw a new recruit fearlessly meet his gaze, causing him to flinch slightly. Looking again at the recruit's dinner plate, it was actually an empty one as well. The squadron leader asked as he walked up to him. What's your name? Report. My name is Lu Feng. Lu Feng replied with a loud, neutral voice. Well, not bad. The squadron leader nodded in satisfaction and picked up Lu Feng's dinner plate to display it. Look at this student, he's a freshman just like you, and he manages to do a great job. That's the attitude a soldier should have. And look at you guys, hungry ghosts. How long do you want to eat? No one dared to make a sound in response. I don't care what kind of identity you guys used to have, what kind of life you're used to living. Here, you have only one identity, and that is a soldier. A soldier who protects his family and defends his country, always ready to fight. Be sure to always reflect on whether you are worthy of that uniform on you. Given that it's your first day as my soldiers, it's only then that I'll explain to you the reason for this order. But after this morning, I will not interpret any more orders. All I want you to do is obey, obey, and obey again. The lieutenant walked back to the center of the group and gave another order to the crowd. I am now officially declaring that mealtime is over. All those who haven't finished eating are not allowed to pack up and leave it until noon to continue to settle. Soldiers, never allow any food to be wasted. Not a single grain of rice. Is that clear? The crowd shouted in unison, listen up. Okay, classes lead off the field. With a big wave of his hand, the squadron leader turned and left. In the direction of the entrance to the cafeteria, the instructor's voice immediately rang out. All of Class 1. Let's go. Soon the classes were walking out of the cafeteria in order by serial number. Return to your dormitory on the command 121. At this moment, Lu Feng was attracted to the system prompt. Ding. Recognized and complimented by the academy squadron leader, another step on the road to a strong army, rewarded with sunscreen sweat. Hint, if the host is exposed to direct sunlight for more than 10 minutes, the surface layer of the skin will automatically secrete a special sunscreen sweat to help the host withstand longer periods of exposure to the sun. Lu Feng looked at the last tip and was suddenly speechless at the system's reward. Is this homegrown sunscreen? Wouldn't that be, like, no chance of getting a handsome wheat black complexion again? Back in the dormitory, the squad leader instructed the deputy on the sidelines. Sungjun, you take them to organize their housekeeping. Roger that. The squad leader patted Lu Feng's shoulder hard and even nodded and smiled at him before leaving. The crowd looked on with some envy. On the sidelines, the Vice Squad yelled, "All of Class 3 come in with me." The Vice Squad was the first to enter the 303 dormitory, and after a brief look, immediately frowned greatly. And soon, a flash of brightness flashed in his eyes, pointing at a bed and turning to inquire, "Whose bed is this one?" "Report." "It's me." Lu Feng stepped forward. "Very good, here I would like to commend Lu Feng again, the beds are neatly made." As for the others, the Vice Squad inclined their heads toward the other beds, they are completely inept. "Look at the quilt folded, it's not at all presentable. And the shoes, they're laid out all over the place. The garbage wasn't thrown away either, so from now on I'm going to take it with me to throw it out before I go to breakfast every time." "Wardrobe, no." The Vice Squad shook their heads in various ways, then walked to the washroom for another good batch. "I'm only going to teach this once, so watch carefully. Start by folding the quilt." Vice walked back to his dorm room and grabbed one of the quilts stacked randomly on the bed. "Wait a minute, Class Vice." Fatty Fong Ziwen shouted urgently. But it's too late. Rarely. The pile of snacks all fell apart with a tug from the Vice Squad, dropping everywhere. Vice Ben instantly got a dark look on his face and questioned in a deep voice, "Your snack?" Fonzie responded evasively, "Yes." The Vice Squad didn't get angry either, but only said coldly, "I made the rules and regulations very clear last night, and you guys must be well aware of the consequences." Fong Ziwen was immediately apprehensive, only to feel that today is really the god of bad luck, wherever you go is bad luck. The Vice Squad sulked and unwrapped all the scattered snacks, dumping them all on the desk. "Since you like snacks so much, you have 10 seconds to eat them all. Or go get 200 push-ups from the squad leader. Starting now, 1. Fong Ziwen instantly pounced on the desk like a wolf, grabbing snacks and shoving them into his mouth. A wolfing down of the food, which he managed to stuff down by the time the Vice Squad counted to 9. The Vice Squad stopped to count, "Humph. Feel free to collect 100 push-ups from the squad leader as a punishment when the time comes." He punished Fong Ziwen for eating all of it, just upholding the tradition of not wasting food in the military, not really a punishment. Afterwards, the assistant class carefully explained how to fold the tofu block and demonstrated how to fold and arrange the towels. Up to the cabinet desktop arrangement, windowsill glass, down to the floor wiping, one by one, straight to a group of freshmen to speak to a full brain buzzing. As soon as the Vice Squad left, the crowd cried out for help. Military school life is so deadly hot. Chapter 15, That's the Kid. As soon as the Vice Squad leader finished teaching and left, the few people in the 303 dormitory slacked off. It's hard enough being out there, but how can anyone live when they can't rest when they're back in the dormitory? Little Fatty's heart palpitates when he remembers the image of being reprimanded by the lieutenant in the cafeteria. Wang Gang also complained, "I used to think it was cool to be a soldier, but when it was my turn it really wasn't cool at all." Zhang Zhuzhong also sighed and said, "Nowadays, there are more and more rules in military schools, and the description for the elders at home is so much worse." Dong Xiaohei, however, did not engage in complaining. He was used to eating all kinds of labor pains in the countryside, and it was not easy for him to enter the military school to be exempted from all kinds of expenses. Even if he was a little bit bitter and tired, he was very satisfied. At this moment, is seriously with Lu Feng to ask for advice on tofu block folding method. "Why do I feel like I'm stacking it so differently than you?" Dong Xiaohei suspiciously compared the four-sided military quilt he had folded out. The steps to folding the quilt weren't exactly complicated, but he knew how to do it after 2 tries. But the folded quilt doesn't have the same sense of squareness and solemnity that the land breeze has. There's not a lot of technique, the focus is on smoothing out the quilt, with the bulges patiently smoothed over and over again. Lu Feng explained and demonstrated to him, less than a minute, a square, neatly folded block of tofu. The little fat brother then collapsed on the bed and said, "It's almost enough, why do you make it look so good? Once you cover it at night it will still be wrinkled." He came from a wealthy family and was the one who never folded a quilt at home. Although the others didn't say anything, their faces were also unimpressed, obviously agreeing with little Fatty's statement. Dong Xiaohei was also scared in the cafeteria and worried that he would be the one caught out and criticized. At the moment, he was secretly relieved to see that the others had folded even worse than he had. Until a sharp whistle came from downstairs. Then they heard the squad leader yelling from the hallway, "Bring your bedding and straw mats and meet in the big playground." Lu Feng immediately put the bedstuff on the desk and rolled up the straw mat into a short round stick. Then 2 pieces of backpacking rope were threaded through the quilt, tied into a net in 3 or 2 strokes, and carried behind you. When he was ready to go out the door, he realized that everyone was staring at him blankly. Lu Feng also reacted to the fact that he had just habitually packed up his quilt like he did in the army. But the vice squad hasn't taught anyone how to pack. It's fine, everyone will be fine just hugging it out. What are all the 303s doing? Come out and gather at speed. When the people heard this, they really couldn't care less and rolled up their mats and picked up their quilts and ran outside. The squad leader was going to reprimand them and scold them for dragging their feet, but when he saw Lu Feng neatly and steadily carrying the quilt and straw mat behind his back, the words he originally wanted to scold were forgotten. Not bad, like a soldier. Lu Feng only smiled politely when he heard this, quite the air of favor and disdain. The squad leader then looked at the others, all of whom had their arms wrapped around their quilts, while their straw mats looked a bit like they were going nowhere. How it looks like it pulls the crotch. He said at once, without good humor, uniformly hold the quilt under your armpits with your left hand, and take the straw mat with your right hand. The trainees did as they were told and found it much easier. Still, it was a little less than sharp because they didn't fold their quilts neatly and tamped down, loosely. The squad leader, however, couldn't care less. With time running out, he quickly led the Class 3 crowd downstairs. Meeting the vice squad on the first floor, the column trotted off to the college's large playground. 5 minutes later, the entire first-year Army Command Program at the National Science Military Academy, a district team of nearly 300 men, was arrayed in 3 squadrons on the playground. The green lawn playground was a hand's length apart, front to back and left to right, for each participant. Mats and green army quilts were placed at each footstep. At the podium in front of the playground, a major officer came up. He took the microphone and greeted the stage. "Good morning, cadets." "Hello, Chief." The crowd responded in unison. The class leaders have informed the participants ahead of time what to say in response to the greeting. A brief introduction of myself to everyone. My name is Sun, I'm a district captain in the Army Command Specialty, with the rank of Army Major. I couldn't wait to meet the new cadets in this class when I heard everyone singing energetically in the cafeteria this morning. I'm sure that to be able to sing with that kind of momentum, you guys must have high potential. Hearing this, a few of those in the know all coincidentally looked toward Lu Feng, who stood at the head of the third class row. So, taking advantage of this morning meeting, I'm holding a quilt folding contest for everyone. Let's all prove that I'm not wrong in my judgment through our own performance. Next, I will give you an hour of practice. Then we'll see who can fold the neatest military quilt in 3 minutes. We'll be judging the 3 best stacked participants, and at the end of the day, they'll be rewarded with extra points at the end of the semester. Now, start unleashing your vibrancy to the fullest. With a wave of the forest team's angular head, the classes were immediately mobilized. The squad leaders directed up the cadets, spreading the straw mats out on the lawn before laying the military quilts on top of them. In some classes, the participants are all gathered together and the assistant class folds it again to demonstrate it to the crowd. The third class in Lu Feng's school, on the other hand, chose a different approach. This is because before the morning meeting, the vice squad had already taught them to organize their housekeeping, which included folding quilts. So the squad leader had the cadets fold it for him straight away. The result may have been due to the venue and situation, except for Lu Feng, who smoothly folded it sharply in 3 minutes. All the other trainees looked flustered and clumsy. I was afraid of not folding it properly, smoothing the folds back and forth and pressing the quilt hard. So they are all out of time and don't even know it. The squad leader immediately interrupted them. Come on. What did you teach them, Chung Jun? Vice squad immediately stood at attention in response. Report. I gave them a careful demonstration. All right. I know, these brats must not have practiced properly. Lu Feng did just fine and deserves praise. The squad leader looked at the square military quilt that Lu Feng folded, and really couldn't pick any faults. Lu Feng stepped forward. Here. You work with the vice squad and instruct them one by one to fold it properly from end to end. Roger that. Lu Feng turned around, saw the little fat brother's eyes for help, sighed darkly and walked over. The squad leader was not idle, taking out a timer and timing the practice for Wang Gang and Zhang Zhuzhong, a few people who could fold, but not fast enough. On the playground, the crowd practiced folding quilts in the heat of the sunrise. From the podium, the district captain watched the drill on the playground with a smile on his face. Looking around, he craned his head to ask the squadron leader officer beside him. This term, have you found any good seedlings? The officer nodded. Found a pretty good seedling. If Lu Feng had been there, he would have recognized the officer who answered the district captain as the same one who had complimented him in the cafeteria, Lieutenant Lin. The district captain was slightly taken aback. Just one? Squadron leader Lin calmly returned, the others will have to be observed and watched again. The district captain was instantly interested. What kind of kid can get into your good graces so quickly? Squadron Lin shook his head and smiled, pointing towards the stage. That's the kid. Chapter 16, The First Appearance of a Great General. On the playground, Lu Feng was instructing Fong Ziwen in quilt folding techniques. Especially how hard the smoothing of the folds can be fast and how to sharpen the square edges. As he was pointing, a sudden, authoritative question came from behind him. Why don't you practice on your own, you know it all by yourself? Lu Feng turned around in surprise, and he saw a middle-aged man looking at him solemnly. Instantly, Lu Feng recognized him as the district captain who had delivered a speech from the podium earlier. At this moment, the squad leader, who was burying his head in instructing the trainees to practice, also raised his head at the sound. As soon as he saw that it was the district captain, he immediately had to come forward to explain. Report. Instead, the district captain reached toward him. Hold your tongue, it's him I'm asking about. The squad leader immediately looked anxious, thinking that the district captain had misunderstood that Lu Feng was slacking off. The trainees around them thought they were in for a good show, and they stopped and looked over. Lu Feng unhurriedly stood upright in military posture and reported back without changing his face. Report. I have learned it and am helping my classmates practice. The district captain frowned slightly. You say you know how? You fold it once and show us. Yes. Lu Feng returned to his seat and was about to re-spread the folded quilt. Wait. An aside, the district team stopped him. Lu Feng regained his footing and waited for instructions. Sector asked, pointing to the neat military quilt at his feet. Did you fold this? Report, Chief. I folded it. The district captain took a closer look and nodded slightly in praise. Nice folding. Now you fold it again for me. Yes. Only then did Lu Feng spread the military quilt out flat. He also made a point of shaking it out, fluffing and bringing up some folds to mimic what a quilt would look like after sleep. After getting it done, there was no rush to fold it, but looked aside to the squad leader. The squad leader understood and immediately zeroed out the timer with a bang. Begin. Lu Feng immediately laid down his hands like the wind, with a force as steady as a mountain, and under the crowd's scrutiny, he pressed the quilt and turned over the folds unhurriedly. There is no pause in the middle, sequential order, not slow and steady, and folded out a tofu block in one fell swoop. Lu Feng properly tidied up the edges before standing up and rising, and the squad leader immediately reported the count. 1 minute and 9 seconds. There was an uproar when the numbers were reported. An appreciative smile appeared at the corner of the district captain's mouth as well. That's a speed that not many veterans, even those in the military, can stack. The ones that can be folded may not be as angular as the ones he folds. That's good, it looks like you really know how to do it, and you do have the qualifications to instruct the rest of the class in practicing. What's your name? Report. My name is Lu Feng. Lu Feng's face was calm and not arrogant. Okay, I'll remember that. You guys keep practicing. As soon as the district captain finished speaking, the squadron behind him heckled at the cadets gathered around. Keep practicing, everyone, don't get distracted. The surrounding trainees rushed back to their positions, but the private discussions did not stop. Land wind? Why does that sound familiar? Me too, I think I've heard that somewhere. Idiot, the one who was praised by Lieutenant Lin in the cafeteria. Oh, it's him. What's his story? This was the second time Lu Feng had been asked his name in public, and it was remembered by some well-intentioned people, sparking more heated debates and starting to pry into his origins. Of course, there was no shortage of those who were not convinced of him. The participants of Class 1 are not far from Class 3 and are watching. One of the sword-browed cadets shouted to his squad leader. Report. The first squad leader returned, speak. Ask the squad leader to time me. The Class 1 leader also glanced in Lu Feng's direction and understood his class trainees' desire to compete with him. The cadets were randomly assigned to classes, but since they were fortunate enough to be assigned to Class 1, of course they had to go for the first place. The Class 1 leader asked toward the other cadets, anyone else want to join in? Immediately there were 2 responses to be together. Okay, ready, go. After this little episode, the group of freshmen practiced even harder. The other side. The sector captain made the rounds of the playground with the two lieutenants. As soon as the trainees saw them walk in, they all became more motivated. The district captain had seen it all, and that was exactly what he had come down to walk around for. At that moment, the forest squadron behind him asked in a small voice, "Does the district team think the kid is okay?" The district captain laughed. That kid is calm enough that deliberately making things difficult for him didn't even scare him. It turned out that he didn't let the class president open his mouth to explain before, just to test Lu Feng's on-the-spot reaction. Another squadron also praised, "Indeed, he has a great general's bearing, and with a little polishing, he will surely be another shining star." "Good luck, Lin's squadron." Squadron Lin was also a bit proud, but modestly said, "It's too early to say that, we don't know how fit he is yet." Not many people who could get into the National Science Military Academy were stupid, so he wasn't too worried about the expertise part. Instead, he was more worried about physical fitness, as he looked at Lu Feng's arms that didn't seem to have much muscle. That squadron, however, said, "What's there to worry about? When he enters our military school, even a sick cat will be drilled into a tiger." The district captain also said, "He's just enrolled in school, and he already has the ability to instruct his classmates. This is a good way to raise one's popularity, and it will be easier to command others in the future." The two lieutenants nodded in agreement. Looking at the young faces on the playground, the district team was a little emotional for a moment. In the future, it's still up to them. We old guys stuck in the times, let's just give them the stage as much as we can and let them go and show their potential to the fullest. The squadron leaders understood what the district team meant. The Summer Kingdom has not long been pacified, and is thriving and developing rapidly. Now that the world pattern has stabilized, there will not be any major wars for at least 100 years, and at most there will be some localized conflicts. Even on the front line, there's not much chance for big things. Although they also longed for peace and were even willing to give their lives for the tranquility of the country, which soldier did not want to go to the battlefield to realize his own value with a bang? That's why the district team laughs at itself for being stuck in the times. He also saw the situation clearly, so he chose to withdraw from the front line and take his experience on the battlefield to the rear, so as to train useful talents for the country. After the district team said so, the two squadrons also hated to drill the freshmen and make them the light of the protectorate. When everyone is focused on one thing, they often find that time passes quickly. An hour that crept by as the freshmen practiced intensely. Tick-tock. A lieutenant blew his whistle and stepped up to the podium. "All cadets, stand up." The crowd stopped their hands and stood at attention. Then, after a few words of encouragement, the lieutenant directed everyone to spread out their quilts all flat. Finally, hand the microphone to the district captain. The district team bellowed, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready." All of a sudden the replies were like a sea of voices, resounding through the playground. "Ready, start." At the front of the line, the squad leaders immediately hit the timer. Hundreds of cadets squatted down almost simultaneously and began to nervously fold their quilts. 60 seconds had just passed, and Lu Feng was the first to get up. It stood out in the playground where all the cadets were squatting and folding their quilts. Chapter 17, Becoming a Road Sign for the Whole Year. As soon as Lu Feng got up, he immediately drew the attention of all the officers in the room. The district captain immediately asked the lieutenant beside him, "How much time has passed?" The lieutenant looked at the timer and returned, 1 minute. The district captain laughed at once, "Good boy, you've improved again." He remembered Lu Feng's previous demonstration, which took only 1 minute and 9 seconds. On the other side of the room, Squadron Lin shook his head profusely. "In my opinion, it's not that it's improved, it's that this kid has reservations and isn't using his full strength." The district team was surprised. "You mean he has room to do better?" Squadron leader Lin nodded, "If we don't push him, I'm just afraid we won't be able to see his limits." The district captain was thoughtful, and the corner of his mouth picked up a playful smile. Just after a few officers on the stage had a few words of conversation, a cadet from Class 1 on the far side of the playground stood up as well. The district captain asked again, "How much is this?" The squadron in charge of timing immediately returned, 1 minute and 31 seconds. "It's nice, too," the district captain casually quipped. And on the playground, the second trainee who stood up had his fists clenched tightly, his gaze firmly fixed on Lu Feng. Lu Feng noticed the sight and turned his head to look. The two men's eyes met in a flash. Lu Feng felt the bearish battle intent and returned a bashful smile, then stopped paying attention. The time came to 1 minute and 50 seconds, and one by one, more people folded and got up. After a couple of minutes, more and more people stood up. In class 3, where Lu Feng was, Zhang Zhuzhong and Wang Gang stood up successively. Others are just short of the final center press. Before Can blew his whistle, little fat brother Fong Ziwen also sharpened his edges and stood up. Tick-tock. The timing squadron at the podium blows the whistle. Time's up. Everyone stop. The few scattered ones that are still almost unfolded are also randomly folded in half, with no time to sharpen the corners again. Class presidents, pick the one you think folds the best. All but the selected cadets sit down where they are. As soon as the words were spoken, the squad leaders of the 3 squadrons, totaling 30 squads, immediately moved to pick out the neatest and squirreliest one of the cadets they had brought with them. In less than 2 minutes, the participants were seated. On the playground, only one of the best folders from each class remained standing. By this time, the district captain had stepped down from the podium. Accompanying them were 3 squadron leaders with a young officer with a ruler. They started by looking at the 30th class. The young officer first used a ruler to carefully compare the straightness and measure the height of the quilt, and then recorded the results. This was followed by pressing the quilt with my hand to check the tightness of the quilt. Finally, the quilt was turned over again to scrutinize the folded portion for creases. This search immediately revealed several that were not flat enough on the inside. After checking out each one, the district team would give a few words of encouragement to the selected trainees. When it was the turn of the third shift, the district team took matters into their own hands. He took the young officer's ruler and measured the 4 corners of Lu Feng's quilt in turn to compare. Every edge was found to be extremely flat and straight. Uniform thickness at top and bottom, consistent height front and back, not a single bend or bump to be found. The district captain carefully turned over the quilt again, and the interior was likewise extremely flat, with no folds to be found. This shows that Lu Feng took into account every corner of the quilt when he pressed and caressed it. The district captain couldn't help but show a look of appreciation before getting up and patting Lu Feng on the shoulder. Nice fold, don't be proud, keep it up. The district team then went along and measured the quilts of the last 2 compared to the quilts of the last 2. After all had been viewed, the district captains and the lieutenants returned to the podium. They will compile the final results together and select the 3 best folders based on their recordings. Not long after, the list was finalized. The district captain picked up the list and began to read it. I'm going to read you the top 3 best performers in this freshman quilt folding contest. 3rd place, Class 26, Jingwishing. Under the stage, there was a loud applause, and the crowd's gazes were directed towards the trainee from Class 26. Jingwishing's face was also overflowing with joy. After a low round of applause, the district captain continued to read. 2nd place, Class 1, Li Hafeng. Applause rose in response, and the crowd's eyes moved in the direction of Class 1. At the head of the platoon of Class 1, Li Hafeng straightened his chest, no joy on his face, and his gaze glanced in the direction of Class 3 from time to time. At the head of the 3rd class platoon, Lu Feng didn't have any nervousness and was also applauding enthusiastically. 1st place. The district captain paused, his eyes turning from the list to the stage. All of the classes that were swept by his gaze held their breath and tensed. The sector captain's eyes traveled around the room, eventually stopping at the 3rd shift. Lu Feng from Class 3. Snapped. Applause rang out like thunder, and the crowd in Class 3 raised their hands in the air and applauded desperately. And Lu Feng immediately stood at attention and saluted. First, he saluted in the direction of the podium, and then, using one foot as an axis, he slowly turned and saluted and paid attention to all those who were applauding. After turning in a circle, he finally saluted towards the head and deputy squad leaders. The 2 squad leaders also immediately stood at attention and raised their hands in return. After the toast, Lu Feng stood still and closed his hand, eyed the front, no joy or sorrow on his face. At this moment, when the crowd of freshmen looked at Lu Feng in this state, only one thought remained in their minds. This is what a soldier really looks like. That's how a soldier should react. It will be an example for them to follow. Envy, admiration, heartfelt blessings, secret rivalry. The inner reactions of the crowd of freshman trainees were varied, but one thing was unanimous. On the 2nd day of school, they all remembered a trainee from Class 3 named Lu Feng. On the podium, the crowd was also surprised that Lu Feng knew how to respond to the applause with a military salute. Either that, or he was so sure he would place that he rehearsed ahead of time. Either that, or he has carved the military salute into his heart and bones. Always think of yourself as a soldier and always regulate your behavior with military courtesy. Whether it was the former or the latter, it showed that this son was a talent that could be made. The applause continued until Lu Feng finished his salute before it gradually stopped. District Captain Yi withdrew his admiring gaze and continued his speech. Don't be discouraged if you were not selected for this competition. The results of the competition are not meant to prove that you can't do it, but to show you that you can go further and do better. So even after the tournament, everyone still has to keep practicing and keep up the aggressiveness that they had before the tournament. The school game is over, but your own game, it's just beginning. The school picks out the top 3 not only to pick out the best cadets to give encouragement, but also to show everyone a signpost. What road sign? It's that you can't, and shouldn't, stop yourselves when you haven't been able to do as well as they have. Instead, you have to keep pushing yourself until you do as well or even better than they do. Now you, being new to the military academy, everything is new to you, and maybe you're not doing very well yet. But I'm sure that in the future, you'll do just as well and be as good as the top 3. Now, please tell me out loud. Can you all do it? On the playground, the crowd spoke in unison and shouted. Yes. This time, it was louder than any other time before. The district captain nodded his head in satisfaction, then said, "Next, we'll invite the first place winner, Lu Feng, to come up to the stage and show you all how he did his best." Class 3's Lu Feng steps forward. Chapter 18 in front of the whole class, on stage live folding army quilt. Ding! The host won first place in the freshman quilt folding competition, becoming a model for new recruits and taking the road to a strong army a step further. Reward Deep Sleep Method, Abdominal War Cry Method. Tip 1. The deep sleep method allows the host to enter a deep sleep state at any time and anywhere by heart. In this state, physical strength and mental recovery exponentially, still able to external interference, can be interrupted at any time in this state. Tip 2. With the help of the ventral battle roar method, the host can shout on the battlefield with a sound that is comparable to the explosion of a cannonball. The greater the lung capacity, the louder the roar will be when you raise your breath with this method. While Lu Feng was still immersed in the hints of the system rewards, he heard the district team on the podium suddenly shout. Class 3's Lu Feng, step forward. Lu Feng subconsciously stepped forward and raised his belly to shout. Here. The word "to" was unconsciously shouted out by him in the method of war roar. Immediately, like thunder on the ground, the roar instantly spread in all directions, echoing in the playground. In a trance, a group of freshman trainees seemed to see a grenade explode where Lu Feng was. At the podium, the district captain froze as well. It was entirely on an impromptu basis that he asked Lu Feng to come on stage to demonstrate quilt folding. This was because earlier, Squadron Lin had guessed that Lu Feng had most likely not used his full strength in the match yet. That's why he wanted to create a scenario for Lu Feng to force his hand and inspire his full abilities. He had thought that this would scare Lu Feng. After all, going on stage to display was not like being off stage, that was to face the gaze of hundreds of people. The average person would be under great psychological pressure in such a situation, and might not be able to utilize 70% of his 10% ability. But he didn't expect that not only did Lu Feng not have a hint of hesitation or cowering, he stepped forward to answer as soon as he shouted. And the answer was extremely dignified and firm. It was as if he had heard charge instead of arrive on the battlefield in the face of bullets and rain. The district captain was not aware that this was the effect produced by Lu Feng's battle roar method. He only felt that Lu Feng had come to the stage to demonstrate for the crowd with the determination to go to war. So after he froze, he immediately changed his mindset as well, treating himself as if he were on the battlefield, giving combat orders to his soldiers. Immediately take your straw mats and quilts and run up to the stage. Yes. Lu Feng promised, did not dare to be slow, immediately picked up the quilt, rolled the straw mat, less than 5 seconds to take things. Then, with the habit of his former life, he subconsciously prostrated his body and quickly ran up to the podium. For a moment, the crowd had an illusion. It was as if Lu Feng was not holding a rolled-up mat in his hand, but a lance. Instead of a podium, he was running on the heights of the battlefield. Soon, Lu Feng moved quickly and ran up to the podium, parting the straw mat and freeing one hand to salute the district captain. The district captain returned the salute with a grave look, and then ordered, "Get the quilts laid out and ready." Yes. Lu Feng answered and quickly spread the straw mat on the floor and respread the folded quilt. When ready, rise to attention and wait for further instructions. The district captain was about to tell Lu Feng to start when a shout came from behind him. Report! The district captain frowned, seeing that it was Squadron Lin who was applying for questions. Speak! Lieutenant Lin secretly broke out in a cold sweat, really infected by the serious atmosphere as well. Sector team, the cadets at the back of the playground are a little far away and may not be able to see the presentation clearly. I'm requesting that the big screen be turned on for a live projection. The district team looked down at the stage and realized that the furthest away trainee was hundreds of meters from the podium, which really didn't make it easy to see. He didn't hesitate and gave the order immediately. Can. Execute immediately. Yes. Squadron Lin immediately went to make arrangements. The school playground, which is regularly used as a stage for various assemblies, is well equipped. In a short while, a specialized staff set up the camera and aimed the image at Lu Feng, projecting it onto the big screen with a clear perspective. The trainees on the stage were in a state of novelty. As the most famous military school in Xia, the equipment used by the National University of Science and Technology is all professional grade, and the picture projected on the screen is extremely clear. All they had to do was look at the screen, and it was as clear as if they were standing next to Lu Feng and watching. A few moments later, Lieutenant Lin returned to the district team. Reporting to the sector team. Everything is ready. The district team nodded and looked at Lu Feng again. It was found that he didn't look the least bit flustered even on camera. Non-professional actors are more or less unnatural or nervous when standing under the camera. But he didn't feel it in Lu Feng. Naturally, Lu Feng wouldn't be intimidated by such a small scene. In his previous life, he had even faced the muzzle of an artillery gun directly, and a mere camera lens would not lose its flesh if he were to shoot it any way he wanted. The district team is getting more and more satisfied with the way they look at it and feel like they need to push it a little harder and a little harder. He turned to the group of freshmen on the stage and said, "All of you watch carefully and don't let any detail slip." With that, he turned to Lu Feng and ordered, "Lu Feng, at your service." "Yes. I want you to fold the best army quilt you can with the utmost seriousness and set the right example for everyone. Can you do that?" "Yes." "Okay, Lin's squadron timed and ready." The district team ordered towards Lin's squadron. "Yes." Squadron Lin took out a timer and raised his hand towards Lu Feng. "Ready?" Lu Feng answered loudly, "Ready." "Ready, set, go." With a big wave of his hand, Lieutenant Lin started the clock. Lu Feng didn't rush to make a move, but took a deep breath. Then his eyes glazed over, and in a moment he crouched down to pull the quilt. Straighten the corners. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3. Folded, flipped, tucked solid, and stroked again. Press slot, fold, press slot again, fold again. Pressing the palm, fixing the shape, gouging the corners, trimming the edges. Sang, stand up. Tick-tock. The clock is stopped while the lynx whistle is blown. He held up the timer to the stage. 53 seconds. Clap-trap. There was a tidal wave of applause. The photographer captured his movements extremely well with professional dribbling. That look of concentration, that sharp movement. How doesn't drag his feet and is confident at every step. Lanwind put on a textbook display of quilt folding. Even Li Hofeng, who regarded him as a rival in Class 1, revealed a frenzied expression. Only when the applause stopped did Lu Feng salute the district captain and report. Reporting to the chief, perfect completion of the mission. The district team saluted and returned the signal. Great job, and I thank you for the cadets for a great presentation. It's not hard, it's what I'm supposed to do. The district team saluted again, and Lu Feng returned the salute. On the side, Lieutenant Lin was also full of smiles. This brat, he really didn't do his best before. He laughed and cursed in his heart, thinking that he would have to create more pressure on him in the future to bring out his full potential. The district team then allowed Lu Feng to return to the team and encouraged the crowd a few more times before announcing the official end of the quilt folding competition. Each class in turn packed up their straw mats and quilts and then returned to the playground again. As a unit of their respective classes, they officially entered the first morning of training on the first day of school. Standing at attention. As for Lu Feng's Class 3, there were some hiccups before the training started. Chapter 19, I just want to exercise, what are you guys doing? The playground, the hot sun. The squad leader had the 9 new cadets of the 3rd class stand in 2 rows. A formal self-introduction for everyone. My name is Prince Yang, a native of Dongyue Beiyang, a soldier of the 16th Brigade of the 8th Division of the Northern Frontier A Army. It's the squad leader responsible for taking you guys through training during the new cadet period. Cadets who knew something about the troops instantly cast adoring glances. The northern border, as the longest border of the Xia kingdom, also had the most bordering countries, and certainly had the most troops stationed there. Although Xia and those neighboring countries were all stable, there were still some localized skirmishes. For example, foreign stowaways, ulterior motives of temptation, infiltration of international mercenaries, and so on. Squad leader Wang Xiang held the rank of lieutenant, and was also commissioned after earning military honors while serving on the northern frontier. This was someone who had truly come back from the battlefield, and was more than capable of taking them, the unseen recruits, through training. In the midst of the crowd's adoring gazes, the class president, however, sensed a hint of strangeness from. The squad leader searched and realized that the strange gaze came from Lu Feng. It was an admiring gaze, but it was like the kind of admiring gaze that an old cadre in the army, who had retired, would give to his juniors when they saw him. The squad leader shook his head, shaking the absurd thought away. The vice squad, whom you will have already met, will be in charge of managing your housekeeping. Little fat brother Fong Ziwen looked around and didn't see the figure of the vice class. Curious, he asked, doesn't vice squad train with us? When the squad leader heard this, he immediately walked quickly to Fong Ziwen and yelled. Did I tell you to talk? Fong Ziwen immediately flinched in fear. No, no. The squad leader immediately yelled again, and you said. Did I tell you to make a sound? Fong Ziwen immediately bit his mouth to death. The squad leader saw that he was scared before he spared him and stepped out to patrol the crowd. In the future, before you ask a question, make a report, remember? Remember. The crowd responded in unison. Only then did the squad leader explain, Vice Squad usually has his own training and classes to attend, so he won't be training with you guys. But you can all find him in the dormitory after training at night. What, it's only been a little while and you missed the Vice Squad? The last question was directed at Fong Ziwen. Fong Ziwen immediately shook his head. The squad leader immediately came back over and yelled, if I ask you a question, you answer it. Fong Ziwen immediately panicked, I. Report. I was simply curious, nothing else. Lu Feng glanced at Fong Ziwen, but he had already read his mind. When he asked about the Vice Squad, I'm afraid he remembered that when the Vice Squad inspected the dormitory earlier, they searched out his snacks and asked him to collect the punishment from the squad leader himself. But looking at Fong Ziwen's current appearance, it didn't look like he would consciously accept the punishment. The squad leader didn't press the issue further, just gave him a suspicious look and walked away. Now, each of you introduce yourselves. Seeing this, Fong Ziwen's face instantly sneaked a joyous expression. He did hide a little heart, full of the idea that if the Vice Squad wasn't there and his roommates didn't say anything, he could avoid punishment. He overestimated his relationship with his roommate, though. Aside from Lu Feng, the same people saw his dodging and knew that he wanted to renege on his punishment. For fear of being implicated, he opened his mouth to speak out after the trainees had introduced themselves. Report. The crowd looked to see that it was Wang Gang who had opened the door. Say. The squad leader thought he had to go to the bathroom. Wang Gang immediately said, someone violated the dormitory's management rules and was seized by the Vice Squad, who wanted him to receive punishment with the squad leader. Fong Ziwen instantly glared at him. Oh? The squad leader's gaze swept in, and Fong Ziwen immediately flinched, his expression relaxed, like it was none of his business. The class president asked the crowd in a flat tone, very well, no one recognizes right. I'm going to count to 5 and if no one has stepped forward. Report. Fong Ziwen couldn't withstand the pressure, and he admitted it before the squad leader even started counting. Speak. The squad leader looked at him calmly. Fong Ziwen gritted his teeth, gave Wang Gang a hateful look, and hesitantly opened his mouth. Yes, it's me. Wang Gang took Fong Ziwen's angry glare lightly. He thought about it and knew that things definitely could not be hidden. He did not say it this time, sooner or later will still be uncovered by the vice class. When the time comes, those of them who helped to conceal and not report the incident may be punished together. And as far as he was concerned, a man was a man, and if he was wrong, he admitted it, so what was there to hide? The squad leader laughed instead of being angry. It's you what? Fong Ziwen closed his eyes and growled, I'm the one who violated the dormitory rules. The squad leader then continued to question, why didn't you just come forward right away? Fong Ziwen shivered and said weakly, I forgot. The squad leader sneered, I don't care if you've really forgotten, or if you're faking it. It all shows that your attitude is not what a soldier should have. The class president was not alone with Fong Zifumi, and swept his gaze across the crowd in reprimand. How can you be a soldier if you can't even remember your own mistakes, and when you go to war you don't even know how to die? The crowd was standing upright, not daring to make a sound. The squad leader barked at Fong Ziwen, "What did the vice squad say about punishing you?" Fong Ziwen immediately responded, 100 push-ups. Then I'll penalize you for doing 300. Let you learn your lesson. Under the imposing aura of the squad leader, the always lazy and oily Fong Ziwen did not dare to retort or scream. He dove to the ground and did push-ups. Before long, he was sweating profusely. The squad leader had no other instructions, and left the crowd to watch in silence. Lu Feng looked inspired. Push-ups are just a great physical workout. The physical enhancement liquid in his body hadn't been completely absorbed, which was exactly why he needed to exercise more. Otherwise it's not much fun to just stand there. In the early days of the military academy, because the cadets were just coming in, they certainly weren't going to be big on physical training all at once. It's not like you can just go off and train on your own without the organization. Might as well take this opportunity to practice more myself. So Lu Feng went up a step. Report. Speak. The squad leader wasn't surprised, having watched their reactions from the shadows, waiting for one of them to jump out first. Lu Feng said, after reflecting on this, "I believe that I have made mistakes myself, and I request that I also recognize the chastisement together." The class president was instantly interested. He was expecting a lot from this first in quilt folding. "What mistakes did you reflect on?" Lu Feng said quietly, as a dormitory roommate, "I did not stop him in time when I saw him violating the rules, and I did not warn him after I saw him violating the rules. It is an indifference. It's an indifference to comrades, it's an indifference to fellow soldiers, and it's not the attitude a competent soldier should have." The squad leader was a bit surprised, and secretly said that this kid's awareness was quite high. Since you've recognized the mistake, take the punishment yourself." The squad leader pondered for a moment, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I'm not going to prescribe how much you should be punished, you can do as much as you feel you deserve, and let me see how deep your reflections are." "Yes." Lu Feng answered and immediately did push-ups as well. He didn't count on his lips, and he didn't bother to count in his heart. It was all in the mind, purely as an exercise. The others in the 303 dormitory, on the other hand, looked at me and I looked at you, their minds caught in a struggle. In the end, it was Zheng Juzhong who spoke first. "Report. I also request to receive my punishment." The squad leader blandly said, "Approved." Yang Zhu-young immediately put up his push-ups as well. Dong Xiaohe hesitated for a moment and learned to join in. When Fong Ziwen saw this, his reddened eyes couldn't stop the tears anymore, and they flowed out. Wang Gang gritted his teeth and requested to be punished together as well. The class president naturally approved. The moment Wang Gang got down to do push-ups, Fong Ziwen's hatred for him dissipated. Lu Feng, however, was filled with helplessness. "I'm just trying to get some exercise. What are you guys doing?" Chapter 20, It's hard to work out to the limit. On the playground, when all the other classes started drilling for standing at attention. In one corner of the playground, the cadets of the third class were doing push-ups. 5 minutes passed, the little fat brother Fong Ziwen did 50 after the beginning of exhaustion, gritted his teeth to do 52 will fall on the ground to get up. 10 minutes passed, and Dong Xiaohe and Wang Gang also exhausted themselves one after another. Zhang Juzhong was gritting his teeth even though he could no longer do it. 15 minutes passed and Zhang Juzhong couldn't bear to get down. Only the land breeze, which has never stopped. 1 a second at first, 2 seconds a second after 2 minutes, 3 seconds a second after another 2 minutes. Until now, drenched in sweat, it takes 5 or 6 seconds to do one. But still they didn't stop, gazing straight ahead and doing them one after the other. The class president went from teasing at first to growing surprised. Although he hadn't specifically gone to count, but combined with a rough count, Lu Feng had made at least 300 or more as well. However, Lu Feng didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Someone who couldn't bear to watch it persuaded, "That's enough, that's enough. Yeah. Enough has been done. Take a break, brother, you're going to hurt your arm if you do it again." Dong Xiaohe couldn't bear to watch and pleaded with the squad leader, persuade Lu Feng, it's already possible." The others helped out. "Yeah, squad leader, it's not going to work if we keep letting him do this. Squad leader, talk him down." The squad leader is not moved, just quietly watching Lu Feng constantly doing push-ups. The look is no longer the previous joke, full of solemn solemnity. Fong Ziwen couldn't hold back any longer and bawled as he held his head. Brother Fong, don't do it again. I'm the one who's harmed you, I've harmed you. Woohoo! Please, don't do it again. The other 303 people who were lying on the ground in exhaustion were also panting and looking at Lu Fong, collectively looking at them with moist eyes. Lu Fong, however, rolled his eyes, secretly saying that this fat brother had a lot of inner drama. Having made it this far, he thought to take the opportunity to test the limits of his physical strength. But whenever he felt like he was going to fail, a ray of coolness always squeezed out of the muscles of his arms, giving him the strength to do it again. Lu Fong knew that it was the enhancing liquid at work. Without realizing it, he made it to 20 minutes. The concrete floor in front of him was already wet with a patch of his dripping sweat. And at this point, he has to hold off for 10 seconds before he can do the next one. The class president looked at the time on his watch and saw that Lu Fong had no intention of stopping, so he finally couldn't help himself. That's fine, Cadet Lu Fong. I have sensed your determination. If he let Lu Fong do it again, he was afraid of getting someone killed. But Lu Fong didn't respond to him, and although his speed was slow, he still did it one after another. Seeing that he didn't listen, the class leader instantly said angrily, Class 3 Cadet Lu Fong, I order you as class leader to stop. Only then did Lu Fong stop. He sighed with slight regret and rose slowly, raising his sore, limp hand to salute his squad leader. He gasped up and said, yes. The squad leader stepped forward to support him, full of helplessness. I'm kind of convinced I've never seen one like you. Lu Fong shook his head and pushed him away. I'm fine. The squad leader then warned, don't stop, keep moving your arm or your hand is going to be ruined. Lu Fong bounced and flung up his arms as he was told. The squad leader droned on to a few more of the men lying down, get up and move your arms, too. You four, get them up and massage their arms. After saying that, he walked behind Lu Fong himself and massaged Lu Feng's shoulder bones with both hands, helping Lu Fong to revitalize the qi and blood in his arms. The 4 people in the 304 dormitory room heard this and immediately went to help up the 4 Fong Ziwen. A cadet who went to help Zhang Zhuzhong said, Big brother, I'm kind of convinced by a few of you in room 303. Zhang Zhuzhong just shook his head, his eyes looking towards Lu Fong, his heart admiring Lu Fong. Born into a military family, he had thought he had the best physical strength in the dormitory. But he ran into this monster, Lu Fong. Squad leader, I'm fine, go help them. Lu Fong craned his neck a few times, indicating that he no longer needed a massage. Don't look like you're feeling nothing now, but when the backlash comes, you'll be so sore you won't be able to lift your arms. Lu Fong, however, still insisted, it's fine, I know my body well, it won't have any effect. Lu Fong also made a point of doing a few stretches in front of him. The squad leader instantly realized that Lu Fong knew how to recover from muscle fatigue. Stretching can achieve the same effect as his massage, and both are effective in relieving soreness from strenuous exercise. Seeing that the other trainees did not know the correct massage techniques, he went over to massage the loose muscles of a few people in Zhang Zhuzhong. When it was his turn to give Fong Ziwen a massage, Fong Ziwen sniffled and confessed to him with a sobbing voice. Squad leader, I know it's wrong. I promise I'll never do it again. The squad leader looked also smiled, this little fat peer although will be lazy and slippery, but the nature is still good, just lack of honing. He said, don't think you don't have to do them again just because you admit you're wrong, and you'll have to make up the rest of the push-ups for me. Fong Ziwen instantly fell on his thick face. Is it okay to make it up tomorrow? He felt like his strength had run out for the day. The squad leader narrowed his eyes and smiled, tomorrow is fine, but you'll have to charge interest and you'll have to make 10 more. For every day you put it off, make 10 more until you're done with interest. Fong Ziwen immediately saluted, promised to do it. But the movement of his arm immediately tugged at sore muscles, instantly causing his face to scrunch up in pain. The squad leader stopped caring about the live boy and announced to the crowd. Take a 5-minute break in place and officially begin today's training after that. 5 minutes later. The third class of 9 reformed in formation. Before training began, the squad leader gave a lecture. Originally, the fact that you guys stabbed me in the back on the first day of training is definitely not something to be taken lightly. But given that Cadet Lu Fong took first place in the quilt folding competition and greatly fought for our third class, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare you for now. Everyone looked at Lu Fong gratefully. The class president took the opportunity to say, here, let's also applaud and congratulate Cadet Lu Fong for winning first place in the quilt folding competition. Snap. The crowd applauded warmly, and Lu Fong responded with his usual salute. But because of your mistake, you missed half an hour of training. Don't think you can get away with it, you'll have to make up half an hour of training for me after lunch before you can go back to your lunch break. The crowd of new students were suddenly flooded with bitterness. Military school life is only the first day, it is already so bitter, how can they survive later? The squad leader, however, didn't care so much, and gave a bellowing order. Stand up. At ease. Attention. At ease. Listening to the cadets' rustling that is not consistent, nor the momentum of the pace of the sound, the squad leader's heart has secretly good training plan. Next, I will teach you the standardized military stance. The squad leader was about to do it to the crowd using himself as a model, but thought about it and changed his attention. Cadet Lu Feng. Here. Please step out. Yes. Watching Lu Feng walk up, the squad leader revealed a look of witty triumph. If you don't use such a good sample, why do you have to do it yourself? Chapter 21, Lend me your number 1. The essentials of military posture are fourfold. 3 receipts, 3 straights, 2 flats, 1 square. 3 tucks, i.e., tucked jaw, tucked stomach, tucked buttocks. The 3 stiffeners, i.e., neck, chest, and legs. The squad leader explained while Lu Feng made the correct military posture. It also posed the landwind around like a mannequin, so that all 3 classes of trainees could look closely at every detail and gist of it. The landwind lived up to its name, and every bit of it was done to an extremely high standard. With such a model in place, the group of cadets also learned quickly, and after the squad leader corrected some more problems that they themselves could not see, they were considered to have learned the military posture. At the moment, the sun was slanting halfway across the sky, making the group of cadets on the playground sweat profusely. The squad leaders also taught the basics of military postures, such as resting at ease, standing at attention, counting, saluting, etc., which can be done only in situ, under the same scorching sun. 1 hour later. Don't think that these actions are simple and perfunctory. To stand upright and in good spirits is never something to be done casually. Some of the trainees' legs had begun to shiver vaguely under the high sun. The squad leader, fearing that someone would get heatstroke, announced a break. Take a 10-minute free break, and hurry if you need to. As soon as the squad leader's words left his mouth, the tense bodies of the cadets suddenly loosened. Fang Ziwen even rushed to the shade of the tree to sit down and cool off, and the others followed. The sun was getting fiercer and they were getting topsy-turvy. Only Lu Feng didn't follow and was still standing in place. The squad leader saw this and asked, Lu Feng, why don't you go over and rest? Reporting to the squad leader, I don't need to rest yet. The squad leader saw that his legs were straight and steady, not like he was holding on hard. But when he saw Lu Feng's forehead full of sweat, he asked again, even if you're not tired, aren't you afraid of the sun? Reporting to the squad leader. This sun is nothing. The squad leader laughed in exasperation, glanced at Blaze, and was about to give a few good lectures. The old king. The old king next door. Suddenly someone yelled at him that the squad leader's full name was just Prince Yang. The squad leader turned around and saw Wei Dugwang, the squad leader of the next class 2, walking up. Go go go. Don't yell. The squad leader obviously knew him. Squad leader Wei grinned, fine, I won't call you the old king next door, it's always fine to call Lieutenant Wang. The squad leader didn't eat him up, if you have an ass, get the hell out of here. Wei Dugwang was able to be the squad leader of Squad 2, and his rank went to lieutenant, equal in rank to squad leader Wang. Wei Dugwang went forward and hugged Wang Banzai's shoulders and said, Come on. I do have something to discuss with you, all the cadets in your class 3 have learned to stand in military posture, right? Wang Banchang looked at Wei Dugwang suspiciously, yes, and what? Wei Dugwang immediately said with a bitter face, it's not the bunch of brats in our class, one is so proud that he thinks military posture is simple and useless, and he refuses to learn it by heart. Class leader Wang instantly frowned and rebuked, then don't drill them to death and give them something to suffer. Wei Dugwang said bitterly, that's the problem, they'd rather suffer and be punished and run 3 kilometers than settle down and practice military posture properly. Standing military posture not only tests a person's endurance, but also tests a person's ability to be calm and quiet. Some of the more irascible people, on the other hand, don't have that kind of patience and prefer to do some painful and intense training. Wei Dugwang led a class with just such a trainee. So what are you going to do? When he meets a cadet who is not afraid of drilling but afraid of silence like that, Mr. Wang can't give any good advice. Wei Dugwang instantly squeezed his eyebrows and glanced at Lu Feng beside him. Your class has a first place in quilt folding, those brats have no eyesight, they think knowing how to fold quilts is not a skill, they are not convinced. Seeing that his class's favorite trainee was being looked down upon, displeasure immediately appeared on class president Wang's face. Wei Daguang, on the other hand, hastened to say, "Of course, you and I, the real old lineman, know that that is by no means not considered a skill. At least old Wei, I have to admit that I don't even stack as well as him. This is also the reason why I, Lao Wei, have been hanging around for so long and can only be a soldier, while others can be generals." He secretly praised Lu Feng, implying that Lu Feng would definitely be able to go farther than him in the future. Wang Banchang really put away his displeasure. "So you're trying to?" Wang Banchang vaguely guessed what he meant. Wei Daguang nodded heavily. "I want to borrow your class's Lu Feng to stir up that gang of rabbit brats who don't know the sky and the earth." How can Wang Banchang just say borrow, and immediately interrogate the details? How do you want to get excited? Wei Daguang immediately said, "Let Lu Feng compete with them in military posture and abuse them properly." Instead, Wang Banchang narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Don't look at Wei Daguang's nice words, it is to help him abuse the trainees who don't listen to the training. But it may not be that they are not convinced that their class has come out on top and want to compete. At that time, if Lu Feng lost to them, he would have lost this first place as well. Lu Feng's military posture he naturally looked favorably upon, after all directly used as a template for the cadets. But with the away game and the fact that they had just finished practicing and Lu Feng hadn't had much rest yet, there was still some concern in his heart. Wei Daguang could see that he was in a difficult situation and could not help but agitate him. "What? Dare you borrow it?" These words in the ears of Wang Banchang, as if to say, "What, dare to respond to the war?" Wei Daguang didn't deliberately lower his voice, and Lu Feng heard it all. Seeing that class captain Wan was in a difficult position, Lu Feng immediately said, "Squad leader, I'm fine with receiving instructions anytime, anywhere." The words were undoubtedly saying, "Don't worry, squad leader, I'm always ready to take on any challenge." Squad leader Wang and Wei Daguang glanced at each other and both heard Lu Feng's confidence. Wei Daguang immediately sighed with emotion. "I really envy you, old Wang, for receiving such a knowledgeable and powerful soldier." Wang Banchang struck over with an elbow, instantly stabbing Wei Daguang and causing him to cover his stomach and wail. Since Lu Feng didn't even have a problem with it, he naturally wouldn't concede. If Lu Feng was afraid of the challenge, he would have to be upset instead. Ignoring Wei Daguang's pretense, class leader Wang seriously barked orders at Lu Feng. "Lu Feng! Here! Squad leader Wei wants to borrow you to set an example and teach the cadets in their class to practice military posture. Can you do that?" Lu Feng stepped upright, saluted and bellowed, "Guaranteed to complete the mission." This resounding reply immediately drew the attention of the surrounding freshman class, who looked over. Squad leader Wang continued his order to Lu Feng. "From now on, follow squad leader Wei's command and return to the team after completing your mission." "Yes." When Wei Daguang heard it, he didn't feel the pain, smiled and came over, and after exchanging pleasantries, he led Lu Feng away. The other classes took a look and became interested. The squad leader of Class 4 came to the squad leader of Class 1 and asked, "Old Gua, what's going on over there? How come old Wei took old Wang's trainees away?" "How am I supposed to know that? Just go ask." The two men immediately joined together and asked. Guo Zhang, the leader of Class 1, and Lu Zhongzhu, the leader of Class 4, were once comrades in arms with the leaders of Classes 2 and 3, and are considered to be acquainted with each other, and none of them are on bad terms. Once they asked why, they immediately felt that it was good to pay attention, and they wanted to take part in it. Soon the cadets of Classes 1 and 4 were brought by them to close in on Class 2. The goal is clear, to dry out Lu Feng. Chapter 22, They're so bullying, I can feel the veteran in him. Bunnies, don't you think you're capable? I've brought you the number 1 freshman. I'll tell you right now, not only are you no better at folding quilts than others, you're nowhere near as good at standing in the military position. You goons, who are you to clamor? In front of the trainees of Class 2, Class President Wei was giving Lu Feng a hard compliment and cursing his own trainees. They were all high achievers from all over the world who could get into the National Science and Military University. Which one of them wasn't high-minded enough to take this kind of anger? Right away, a big, muscular, 6'8" guy stepped forward to retort. Who says we can't compete in military posture? What makes him better than us when he hasn't even compared? Wei Ban immediately broke into a rage upon hearing this. Gory, did you talk and call in a report? The big man said, slightly deflated, it didn't hit. What the are you talking about without a fight? I'm telling you guys, anything you say without a report is bull, and I never listen to bull. Got it? Understood. The cadets of Class 2 answered in unison, but answered as if they had little strength. Wei Dogwon felt a headache. They are not at all afraid of corporal punishment, and they even like it a bit. Because for them, it's getting rid of the boring and dull parade training. Scold them, and they look like they've been scolded big time, and they don't budge even when they're scolded more aggressively. It's a good thing they still have a backbone, they still react to being looked down upon. Report! Gory yelled out. Say! I'm not convinced. Gao Lei said. Wei Dogwon burst out laughing happily. What are you not convinced of? I defy the squad leader to say that his military posture is better than ours. Wei Dogwon asked again to the other trainees. Are you guys convinced? The crowd of trainees in Class 2 immediately yelled in unison, no. That ferocious aura was no match at all for the softness just now. Wei Dogwon clapped his hands and laughed as he listened, good. Not convinced, right? Then let's have a match. He glanced at Lu Feng and added, let you all lose. Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little amused. Although this class president Wei had been praising him, he had actually been using agitation to stimulate the defiant heart of the Class 2 trainees. But these new trainees really lacked lessons, and as someone who had been there, he didn't mind cooperating. Wei Dogwon pondered for a while and said, more than handsome, you lumpy blockheads certainly can't match others, so how about the most basic endurance and military posture? When Lu Feng saw him looking over, he immediately said, reporting to the chief, I have no problem. Wei Dogwon immediately gave a thumbs up then over, good. He then barked at the group of trainees, what about you guys? Do you dare to compete? Dare. The 10 cadets of Class 2 shouted out the air of nearly 100 men. How about letting my Class 4 join in on something this interesting as well? Class 1's class president Guo Zhang and Class 4's class president Lu Zhongzhu walked over. And our first class. Wei Dogwon was also happy to hear it. Yo! If it isn't Daju and Laogua, of course I have no problem with you guys wanting to join. In his opinion, the more people the better, it just so happened that he was a little worried that Lu Feng might not be able to shock the pricks in their class. If they can't suppress the anger of the cadets in their class, it will be even more difficult to lead them in the future. However, he still sought Lu Feng's opinion. Lu Feng, what do you think? Lu Feng replied back, the squad leader explained that everything is subject to squad leader Wei's instructions. Wei Dogwon clapped his hands and said, good. Then let's have a military endurance contest, in the upright position, to see who can stand under the sun for the longest time. Lao Guo and Daju, gather your trainees here, we'll start right away. Wei Dogwon looked at the time, there were still 2 hours before the end of the morning, enough time for this group of freshmen to compete. And not far away, Class 3, which had just finished resting, was suddenly surprised to see people from Class 1 and Class 4 gathering towards Class 2. Fang Ziwen couldn't help but whisper, what are they up to? Dong Xiuhei, his narrator, also said quietly, it seems like Lu Feng is over there too. A cadet from the 304 dormitory also said, the break is over, why isn't he back yet, isn't he afraid of being punished by the squad leader? Idiot, don't you see the class president is fine with it, his roommate scolded. Seeing the crowd whispering, class president Wang chided. Quiet. What are you looking at, go ahead and start training. He was curious too, but what was said was done. He's not going to run over and question it. And he had confidence in Lu Feng. Soon they saw the cadets of classes 1, 2 and 4 standing neatly in 3 rows. Lu Feng, on the other hand, stood at the forefront of them in a single place, with his back to them. A loud shout from Wei Dogwon was then heard. The clock starts. The trainees in Class 3 were suddenly shocked. Timing? What's this about? Race? Zhang Zhuzhong was the first to be unable to bear it. Report. Say. It's too bullying for all 3 of their classes to join together to compete with Lu Feng. Fang Ziwen shared the same sentiment, that's right, they're outnumbering and bullying the few. Class President Wang couldn't help but be amused for a while, and his good feelings towards this group of freshmen increased quite a bit. Oh? What do you want then? Fatty Fang Ziwen immediately waved his fist and said, of course I'm going over to support Brother Feng. Wang Banchang immediately laughed and scolded, what's the point of holding up the scene, it's not a fight. He had already seen and understood by now that those 3 classes should be competing with Lu Feng in terms of endurance. Squad leader Wang looked over there and pondered for a while, and said towards the crowd, but it's rare that you guys have this heart of wanting to help your comrades, so it's not impossible for you to want to go and support them. But you'll have to figure out that they're supposed to be competing to see who can stand in military position the longest. You guys know your own weight. If you're not afraid of losing face, just go over there, I won't stop you. Zhang Zhuzhong immediately stepped out and said, "Report. I apply to go over and participate in the competition." "Approved, go over and apply to squad leader Wei for enlistment." "Yes." Young Ju Young immediately jogged over. After briefing Wei Dogwan told him to stand at the end of the first row. As soon as Fang Ziwen heard that it was a military posture test, he was originally going to back out, but once he saw that Zhang Zhuzhong was taking the lead, he gritted his teeth and applied to go over as well. Squad leader Wang agreed. Wang Gang saw that even Fatty had gone over. How could he be compared to him and also applied to go over? Seeing this, the other trainees simply applied to go there together. Class President Wang still didn't block it. Just like that, all the people from Class 3 also went over to join the military posture endurance competition. The trainees had all gone over, and since there was no one left to train, squad leader Wang walked over as well. As soon as Wei Dogwan saw him coming, he immediately flirted, "Lieutenant Wang, why did you send all your men here? Are you worried that we'll eat that precious cadet of yours?" Wang Banchan landed a leg kick. "Screw you. It's not because you didn't make it clear, causing my trainees to think that I let Lu Feng give you guys collective bullying." Wei Dogwan immediately dodged out of the way. "I can't be blamed for this, it was old Guo and Daju who suddenly wanted to add in." Guo Zhang, the leader of Class 1, came over and said, "It's not certain who's bullying who. I see that Lu Feng cadet of yours, he must be an elite veteran in the army, returning to school to further his education. The age for joining the army in Xia is 18 years old, but there are some special individual cases that are specially authorized to enter the army earlier for training. After practicing for a period of time, you can still return to school to complete your education." The squad leader of Squad 4 also walked by and said, "Yeah, I also feel that air of a veteran of 100 battles from him." Squad leader Wang smiled without saying anything as the instructor leading the class, he was aware of the trainees' dossiers. Lu Feng is a complete newbie. Chapter 23, standing until he faints from heatstroke, but he looks like a statue. The big playground at the National Science Military University. A group of freshmen in the Army Command Department were going through a drill. And there was one squadron of 4 classes of cadets, all gathered together. Standing at attention. This is what the onlookers saw them doing. And at the front of the column, standing alone, was a teenager in a cadet uniform. On one side, Wei Dogwan, the leader of the second shift, was holding the timer. More than 10 minutes had passed since the start of the clock. In the parade, some of the cadets had begun to tremble in their legs and make small movements. Human feet are peculiar. If the legs keep walking slowly, then an unusual person can stand for an hour or two. But if you are still, just stand fixedly in place. Then in 10 minutes or so, you will feel soreness in your feet. Can't help but want to move the heels of your feet. And if one stands for 20 minutes, one's will is tested. Especially standing in the hot sun. 20 minutes. Wei Dogwan chimed in loudly. Ta-da! A trainee finally couldn't hold on and moved. He walked briskly, animating his feet. Ta-da! Less than 3 seconds later, it produced a second holdout immediately afterward. It's Fang Ziwen from Class 3. He couldn't hold out long ago. But have been holding my breath so as not to be the first to drop the chain. As soon as he saw that someone had dropped out, the breath was deflated. Wei Dogwan did not rebuke, but instead comforted them. Not bad, better than average. But instead of speaking to the two alone, he spoke out loud toward the crowd. Those who can't hold out can do so without the hard work. You guys have held up better than most ordinary people. As soon as his words were out of his mouth, 3 more deflated and failed to maintain their uprightness. The corner of Wei Dogwan's mouth curled up and smiled. He did it on purpose. It's all about swaying the crowd with words. The soreness of the sole of the foot that had lasted so long was tingling the nerves every second. The body is constantly sending signals and warnings of exhaustion and the need to rest. It's all about the will to resist to hold on. And at this time, Wei Dogwan's words could then easily shake their will. He smiled amiably at the 3 men. Good, no need to get discouraged or frustrated, you can go to the shade and rest first. The 5 who were out of the game were instantly delighted, and ran quickly to the shade of the tree. As soon as the cadets in the queue heard this, a few more began to waver. Once you start to falter, you gradually give yourself reasons to give up. For example, they are no longer the bottom of the barrel. Another example is that the person who got out first didn't get yelled at or penalized, and it didn't matter if they gave up. In less than 2 minutes, one after another, people couldn't hold on any longer and got out of the game. Wei Daguang still said to them amiably, quickly go to the shady place over there and rest for a while. They walked over with a relaxed expression at once. Completely unnoticed, their squad leader's gaze was like a knife watching their backs. Not long afterward, Wei Daguang shouted again, "It's been 25 minutes, and you've already surpassed 80% of the people in the world." A few more quitters walked out of the column. 30 minutes. You guys are awesome and have surpassed 90% of the world. When the crowd heard this, they immediately gave up again for the most part. On the field, there were less than 10 people still holding on. Each one was dripping with sweat. The whole body was wet with sweat for most of the time. 40 minutes. You guys outdid 95% of them. Ta-da! One gang and a Class 1 participant are out. 50 minutes. Young Ju Young and one out for Class 2. Aside from Lu Feng, only Dong Xiuhei remained in Class 3. Dong Xiuhei farmers, often on vacation to do farm work, feet are born with thick calluses. Endurance also played small busy farm work to exercise out. The class president of Class 4 couldn't help but marvel as he watched. "Old Wine, I didn't realize that besides Lu Feng, your class has such a good seedling with bull toughness." Squad leader Wine was actually a bit surprised. But he hadn't been happy for long before he saw Dong Xiuhei being shaken by Wei Daguang's words. Wei Daguang said, "Very well. Go, for those who stand for 50 minutes or more, buy a bottle of drink to reward them." As soon as Dong Xiuhei heard that there were free drinks, he immediately did not go down. Since then, there have been only 3 people left on the field. Lei Huffing from Class 1, Gao Lei from Class 2, and Lu Feng. 1 hour. Wei Daguang chimes in again. To be able to hold on until now, are positive that these 3 people have extraordinary perseverance. Class Captain Wang stared at Class 1's Lei Huffing for a while, and said to Class 1's Class Captain, "Old Gua, this kid from your class has a background in martial arts training, and his breathing is clearly some sort of toning technique." Squad leader Gui nodded. He comes from a martial arts family and has been practicing martial arts with his family since elementary school. Instead, he's interested in Class 2's Gori. The big guy from the Old Wei class has a great innate physique. Class 4's class president Lu sighed, "Each of you have good seedlings, just our class pulls the most, there's no one that can hold up." In the middle of the field, Wei Daguang walked over to the trio and advised, "It's already fine, if you stand any longer you're going to hurt your hamstrings." Lei Huffing immediately frowned. Gao Lei's legs kept shaking, sweat fell like rain on his forehead, and he insisted with his teeth clenched. On the sidelines, Lu Banji couldn't help but laugh and curse. This old Wei, he has so many tricks, first he was luring, now he's playing coercion. The other 2 squad leaders didn't say much, but it was hard to hide the worry in their eyes. There was training in the afternoon, and if the trainee's foot was ruined in the morning, he was bound to be criticized. Wei Daguang walked directly to Gao Lei's body, leaning his head over with a serious expression. "Reiko, that's enough. You've proven yourself." Gori was unmoved, his eyes so covered in sweat that he could barely keep them open. Okay, I won't force you to stand in the military position from now on." Gori wouldn't listen. After another 10 minutes, his vision had begun to blur. "Gori! I order you to take a moment's rest now and immediately." Gori's form began to shake, words he heard but couldn't get into his head. "Put. Gori falls. He fainted. Heat stroke." Several squad leaders immediately rushed up and helped Wei Daguang carry the man to the shade and began to give him help. Pinching, pouring cold water, fanning, pouring salt water. It took a few minutes for Gori to slowly awaken. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, with Gao Lei's physical fitness base, it's fine to stand normally for 2 or 3 hours. But the sun was getting hotter and hotter under the sun exposure, especially as it got closer and closer to noon. The heat kept evaporating the moisture in his body. While his will could still hold out, his body could no longer. Wei Daguang sighed, "This is a big game." Class 1's class leader Gui was also worried about his trainee suffering from heat stroke and rushed to Lei Huffing's side to keep watch. "He Feng, can you still hold on?" Lei Huffing blinked his eyes to show that he could still hold on. He held his chest out and kept adjusting his breathing. His eyes were firmly fixed on the back of a man. "Land wins." Seeing this, class leader Guo also asked toward Lu Feng, "Lu Feng, how are you doing?" Lu Feng didn't respond. His legs didn't shake a bit. The breathing wasn't getting as rapid as Li Haofeng's. Standing firm as a pine, not moving. It was like a statue. Squad leader Gua sensed something strange and immediately shouted anxiously to squad leader Wang. "Old Wang, come on." Wang Banchang was startled by his nervous look and immediately came over. Then they came together in front of Lu Feng. Seeing the front of Lu Feng, the two were shocked. Chapter 24: Sleeping Through a Morning of Training. In front of Lu Feng, the two squad leaders had shocked faces. Seeing their strange reaction, Class 4's Lu, the squad leader, also came forward. Once he took a look at the front of Lu Feng, his eyes almost glazed over. Squad leader Lu whispered to the two, he's asleep? Fell asleep. Anyone who saw the front of Lu Feng would jump to that thought. Landwin's front, eyes downcast, expression soft, breathing steady. Except for the fact that it was standing, the whole demeanor was almost indistinguishable from lying down. Class 1's class president, Mr. Kwok, took a different view. Not sleeping, he's protecting his eyes. Look at his forehead and the backs of his hands, there are quite a few beads of sweat. It's impossible to sleep in this much sun and after all this time. Lu Banchang took a closer look, and it was true. Then the thought came back to me, remembering what was going on in the army. Are you saying that he wasn't sleeping with his eyes closed, but that he was preventing damage to his eyes from the sunlight? Squad leader Gua shook his head and said, it's not completely closed, it's just squinted, with a slit in the eye. But that's usually a habit only for our Northland soldiers. Wang Banchang interjected, in the winter in the north, there is often snow wrapped in the ground, and when it meets a clear sky and a hot sun, the snow reflects the sunlight strongly, and staring at the snow for a long period of time is the same as looking directly at the sun, which will burn your eyes after a long period of time. That's why border guards in the Northlands are usually equipped with solar goggles. Squad leader Gui added, even though this is not a snowy place and won't burn your eyes so easily, looking at a bright place for a long time will tire your eyes out faster. After analyzing it like this, Lu Banchang was instantly enlightened. That was why Lu Feng's eyes were slightly closed, so he could better conserve his strength. However, Lu Banzai quickly said quietly with a cocky face, this is not cheating. Wang Banchang blanked him, but understood what he meant. To stand in military posture is to look straight ahead. And look straight ahead with both eyes. However, before the competition, Wei Daguang did not make the requirements clear. Not to mention the whispers of several squad leaders, what was Lu Feng's real situation at this time? Landwind, indeed, is asleep. Shaolin standing pile gong plus deep sleep method equals great standing sleep method. The Shaolin standing pile technique made Lu Feng stand on both feet differently from the average person. The 10 toes of his feet were slightly grasping towards the ground. The center of gravity of the body is not on the heels. Because it was a system reward, it was directly comprehended as a physical instinct. So there is no need for him to do it on purpose, just to naturally find a way of standing that he feels most comfortable with. And the deep sleep method allows him to go to sleep whenever and wherever he wants. So at the moment, Lu Feng, like horses, donkeys, elephants, owls and other animals, could fall asleep standing up. Who would have thought that while others were standing in military postures to the point of dying and losing half their lives, Lu Feng was sleeping comfortably? If they found out, it could piss everyone off. In front of Lu Feng, the 3 squad leaders were still talking. And behind Lu Feng, Li Haofeng from Class 1 was holding his breath as he watched the class leaders talk. He comes from a martial arts background, and he also often practiced standing on stakes, one stop is an hour or two to start. But he practiced stance, a horse stance with bent knees, and his body did not stand straight. So standing in the military position wasn't what he was used to. He could never resist the urge to follow his habit of slightly crouching and zipping his horse. Habits, especially physical ones, are a hard thing to change. So, even though he had martial arts skills, he stood very hard. It was especially stressful to see how the class leaders reacted to Lu Feng. He knew that Lu Feng must have stood easy. Of the 3 squad leaders, squad leader Wang didn't engage in further speech. He always had a strange feeling when he looked at Lu Feng. But he couldn't say what kind of feeling it was. In the end, he decided to give it a try. Lu Feng! Squad leader Wang shouted sternly. As soon as the words fell, Lu Feng's slightly closed eyes snapped open. Swish! There seemed to be a brilliant light shooting out from his eyes. In a flash, the 3 squad leaders standing in front of him stomped back 2 steps. Scared. They were startled by Lu Feng opening his eyes. That moment just now was like a crouching dragon awakening and an evil dragon opening its eyes. Even the three of them, veterans who had come out of the battlefield, were startled by the amazing aura of that moment. How is that possible? At this moment, the hearts of the three squad leaders were filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in the daytime. But it came and went quickly. When they looked back and looked again, they only saw Lu Feng's gleaming eyes. Clear, bright, and with a hint of gentle friendliness. It was as if it was just an illusion on their part just now. But they glanced at each other, and it was clear in their hearts that it was by no means an illusion. Otherwise it wouldn't have been three people who were shocked. But because of this, they were even more alarmed. Not far away, Wei Daguang had already settled his trainees, and seeing their unusual reaction, he curiously came to inquire. "What's wrong with you guys?" He walked up and looked at Lu Feng, who looked back at him calmly. "That's normal. What's all the fuss about?" He cast a puzzled look at squad leader Guo and the others. Squad leader Guo gently shook his head at Wei Daguang. He glanced at Lu Feng and walked over to Li Hofeng. "Do you still want to compete?" Lu Feng's state is, at this moment, much better than yours. Li Hofeng gritted his teeth. It wasn't explicitly stated, but the squad leader was asking him to admit defeat. Admit defeat? No way. He could lose, but would never give up voluntarily. People who practiced martial arts fought for it. Otherwise it's a wasted practice. Li Hofeng's gaze was firm as he looked straight ahead, and his legs, which were originally a bit trembling, immediately smoothed out as well. Squad leader Guo had understood what he meant. He sighed, not feeling that Li Hofeng could win over Lu Feng. But then again, he felt some relief. This defiant personality, he liked it. Squad leader Guo took a few steps away and shouted towards the resting trainees. "Cadets of Class 1, come quickly to assembly, training continues." Seeing this, the other three squad leaders also called the trainees over. Because of the competition, they had been delayed for quite some time. It was less than an hour before the end of the morning's training. You can't let other trainees wait around and slack off for nothing. Class 2's assembled. Class 4's, run and gather. Those who are resting in Class 3, come to assembly quickly. Under the shade of the tree, a group of trainees immediately got up in a hurry and nervously ran over. Next to Lu Feng and Li Hofeng, the training resumed. But the squad leaders didn't bother to shout down Lu Feng's bout with Li Hofeng. And so, in one corner of the playground, there was a peculiar scene. Two cadets appeared to have been singled out for punishment. Surrounding them were the trainees of the four classes, casting glances at them from time to time. Those who didn't know better thought that those two cadets were being publicly executed and embarrassed in front of the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, the trainees who were looking at the two of them were carrying gazes of incomparable admiration. Also because of these two special presences, their mentality has quietly changed and they train incredibly hard. Standing in military posture, they couldn't beat Lu Feng and Li Hofeng. But at the very least, they don't want to be left too far behind. No one was happier than the class president of Class 2, Wei Daguang. The pricks in their class all obediently followed the instructions and earnestly rehearsed the formation line. They were overwhelmed by Lu Feng. On the other side, Lu Feng was a bit puzzled. It's amazing that the squad leader doesn't care about him anymore. That didn't work. Go back to sleep. I had just been woken up by the squad leader and accidentally showed my anger, but luckily I was able to collect myself in time. The three squad leaders could never have imagined that they had, just now, been frightened by Lu Feng's wake-up call. Chapter 25. Eat without talking, work 3 times in a row. The morning's training is over. Lu Feng and Li Hofeng were neck and neck. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye could compare the two, and Li Hofeng was slightly inferior. After all, the way he was tired as a dog was in stark contrast to Lu Feng, who was stretched out with a relaxed look on his face. Meal time. The crowd of cadets once again assembled in the cafeteria, but no longer to go in after the song. Instead, when they entered the mess hall, the entire squadron of 10 classes of cadets sang together as a group. For a while, the cafeteria was like an urn, suddenly filled with the sound of military songs. And the trainees felt it most acutely. The song was all buzzing in my ears. But again, it was extremely enjoyable. It's like being at a disco dance party. The trainee sang the song 3 times in a row and still felt a little underwhelmed. But the lieutenant won't sing. At the sound of "Let's eat," all the chopsticks were moved. But the crowds who got to eat were all filled with bitterness. They have to finish their breakfast scraps. Only the squad leaders had a hot, flavorful meal in front of them. Of course, there was one trainee who was an exception, and that was Lu Feng. 3 meat, 1 veggie, and 1 soup with fruit. Lu Feng let out a big yawn and then swept up the meal in a windy manner. Fang Ziwen, who was struggling to nibble on the cold steamed buns, was envious and hastily sought out a conversation in an attempt to divert his attention. You guys, why did I find the chorus so enjoyable just now? It's nothing like it was in the morning. Dong Shohei also said, me too, I feel like singing it again. At this time, Wang Gang laughed. Oh, you guys don't understand this, right? This is called the group sound feedback effect. The crowd felt a little high and mighty when they heard the word. The squad leader, who had wanted to stop their conversation, also pricked up his ears. Wang Gang confidently explains, the so-called group acoustic feedback effect can actually be simply understood as the shrill whistling that occurs when a microphone is close to the stereo. The sound is recorded by a microphone, amplified by a loudspeaker, and the amplified sound is recorded by a microphone and then amplified again. In this way, the sound creates a positive feedback, getting louder and louder, and the sound travels so fast that a person can't distinguish the intervals, and it sounds like a succession of louder and louder shrill whistles. But actually, the human body has a similar positive feedback system, and do you know why? The crowd, which was becoming enthralled, shook their heads. Wang Gang immediately explained with a sense of superiority, because people have ears, like microphones that can receive sound, and voices, like trumpets that can release sound. Dong Shohei asked suspiciously, then why don't we usually form a shrill whistle when we speak by ourselves? Wang Gang immediately said in disgust, that's because your ears and voice are controlled by your brain, and you have no desire to amplify your voice. But just now, everyone sang with the idea of singing louder than everyone else, and everyone else wanted to sing louder than us. So one voice races the other, and it creates positive feedback. That's why it's called the group acoustic feedback effect, a process in which the body resonates with sound, prompting the body to secrete dopamine, which makes people feel happy. That's why people are kind of addicted to singing. It dawned on the crowd. And Lu Feng, who was on the side, just smiled. Whether others believed it or not, it was the first time he had heard such words in his 2 lives anyway. Swish! Lu Feng stood up violently. The crowd was stunned. Wang Banchang took a look, and all the rice on Lu Feng's dinner plate was cleared. It turned out that he had finished his meal just now in the time it took for the crowd to chat in a few words. Squad leader Wang asked, you're full? Lu Feng immediately returned, report. I'm not full yet, I need to call for another one. Squad leader Wang immediately said, you don't need to make a report when you eat if you don't have enough to eat, go and make another one yourself. Yes. Lu Feng swiftly ran to get some food. The others took one look and immediately stopped talking and took big bites. Hurry up and finish it so they can still get another hit too. Not long after, Lu Feng returned with a plate full of meat dishes. The smell of the meat caused the others at the table to eat and drool. Their breakfast is mostly light pasta. It fills the stomach, but doesn't satisfy the craving. The crowd immediately ate faster. Swish! In less than a minute, Zhang Zhuzhong settled the rest of his breakfast and immediately ran to fetch the food. Swish swish swish! The others followed suit, finishing their breakfast leftovers in less than 2 minutes. Just as Zhang Zhuzhong and the others were returning from the meal, they suddenly realized that Lu Feng and the head and deputy class leaders had disappeared. Fang Ziwen muttered suspiciously, Brother Feng finished eating and left so quickly? The crowd didn't care too much, having gotten used to Lu Feng's speed. They hadn't been seated for long when they were startled by a clunk. The crowd looked up to see that Lu Feng was back. And with a plate full of rice. 2 chicken thighs, a steak, a chicken fillet, 2 pieces of buckwheat, a pork knuckle, 2 small double-finger white fried fish, 2 poached eggs and half a raw cucumber. The crowd of students in class 3 were stunned. Third copy. And with this portion, 2 people can be full. Clunk. The squad leaders are back too. Again, the meal was hit. They coughed awkwardly and sat down to begin their dry meal. Seeing how big Lu Feng's meal was, they, as class leaders, were too embarrassed not to eat more. Otherwise, it's not a good idea to get in your face. 3 minutes later, Lu Feng finished the last mouthful of soup. The crowd stared in horror. No, it's not going to be another fight, is it? Lu Feng met the strange gazes of the crowd, wiped his mouth, and said to the class president, I'm full. The crowd was instantly relieved. It was then that the squad leader managed to finish his own. He played back half the amount that Lu Feng did. The squad leader responded, if you are full, you can go back to rest first. Lu Feng nodded, ignoring the other trainees who were eating furiously with their heads buried in their mouths, and packed up the plates in the cafeteria's recycling area, then walked out of the cafeteria. Before he could get far out of the cafeteria, he heard a shrill whistle coming from the cafeteria. Then another wail came out. Needless to say, it was inevitably the whistle for the end of mealtime. Lu Feng shook his head and laughed as he continued to walk towards the playground. He hadn't originally been such a big eater, and could only eat a two-person portion at most. But the mornings sleeping on his feet seemed to have burned a lot of calories and made his stomach feel hungry. Even after 3 hits, you're still not actually full. But he didn't dare eat any more for fear of scaring the others. In a short while, class leader Wang brought the cadets of class 3 to the playground. As I said before, they have to make up practice. But there was a man waiting on the playground early. Squad leader Wang walked over and said, "Lu Feng, you can go back to your dormitory early to rest without having to make up practice." Lu Feng was doing various stretches, a sort of after-dinner elimination exercise for him. He returned, "No, I want to train with the guys." Squad leader Wang, however, was still a little worried. Lu Feng had been standing under the sun for 2 hours straight. He had just seen clearly in the cafeteria that Li Haofeng, from class 1, couldn't stand up after sitting down. It was the others who helped him out of the cafeteria. But looking at Lu Feng now doing various stretches with ease, he felt that his worries were purely superfluous. "All right then, get in line. Look to your left. At ease, attention, at ease." In the following half an hour, class president Wang taught them some of the essentials of marching in a straight line. The sun was at its hottest just after 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The group of trainees in class 3 were a little sick to their stomachs from the drills for a while. Watching that it was almost time, Wang Banchang let them go back to their dormitory to rest. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng said he wasn't leaving. Chapter 26, You were punished by the class monitor for not napping at noon? After the meal to make up the end of the training, the class leader of it dismissed, the other students Walhalla and ran away. Only Lu Feng was still standing blindly where he was. Wang Banchang took the initiative to talk to him later when he had something to ask. "Lu Feng, is something troubling you?" Reporting to the squad leader. "I want to stay on and train." This answer from Lu Feng was completely unexpected from class leader Wang. Wang Ban asked, "Don't you want to go back to your lunch break?" Lu Feng actually wanted to tell him that he had already gotten enough sleep a long time ago. Sleeping again would delay training a bit. And since similar things may often come up in the future, it's better to give a reasonable explanation in advance. "I think my physique is too weak, I'm naturally quite inferior to others, and I want to work out more to make up for it." Lu Feng, it's the truth. When he first crossed over, his body was as weak as a vegetable chicken, and he could only lift 10 pounds of rice for a few minutes before his whole body became weak. Class President Wang listened with some relief. Among the freshmen, Lu Feng really doesn't look to have the best physique. Gao Lei, from class 2, looked much stronger than Lu Feng. He is also planning to step up Lu Feng's physical training at a later stage. However, strengthening the body is never an overnight thing, there is no hurry. He only thought that Lu Feng was competitive, and after winning first place once, he didn't want others to catch up. That's a good thing. With pressure comes motivation. But overtraining is a big no-no in the military. So he advised, enhance physical fitness, cannot be in a hurry, to pay attention to the science and method, otherwise it can only be counterproductive, the body down. Lu Feng, however, still said, "Please ask the squad leader for approval." Wang Ban had a bit of a headache, not expecting Lu Feng to be so stubborn. But then he thought, Lu Feng's usual behavior was not the type that was reckless and irrational. "Good. I authorize it, but I demand that you must not try to be brave, and must always take care of your health." He stopped blocking. "Yes." Lu Feng immediately stood upright and agreed. Mr. Wang patted Lu Feng's shoulder and once again reminded him, "Don't be too hasty, stay useful to serve the country in the future." Lu Feng nodded deeply before he began to run on the playground. He ran 3 kilometers in a row before switching to a different program to start his workout. And squad leader Wang didn't go back to rest. It had been on the playground, braving the hot sun, watching Lu Feng closely. After Lu Feng finished running 3 kilometers, he immediately looked at the time and realized that it only took him 15 minutes. It was a shock. That's not even close to what a freshman can run. He then saw Lu Feng do a few minutes of leg stretching before starting his workout again. He started pulling the bar and doing pull-ups. Lu Feng didn't do it fast, but it was smooth, and obviously worked with his breathing to do it. Squad leader Wang walked over and silently counted the times one by one for Lu Feng. By the time Lu Feng made it to 50 without stopping, he could hardly resist going up to stop it. But looking at Lu Feng's resolute expression, he held back. Of the many physical exercises in the military, pull-ups are arguably the least popular among soldiers. Because it's too hard. Doing 12 is considered a pass, and doing 26 is considered good. And reaching 36 is a very good level. More than 50 is a rare occurrence. And Lu Feng, in one breath, exceeded 50. Squad leader Wang watched with clenched fists and sinewy arms. 60. 70. 100. Under the nervous gaze of class president Wang, Lu Feng paused, then deftly descended from the bar. Class president Wang let out a huge sigh of relief. 100, that's the level of an elite soldier. It has reached the threshold of the special forces. A freshman, who hasn't had much training yet, is already able to achieve things that a senior can't even do. Wang Banchan's assessment of Lu Feng was once again pulled up. After Lu Feng had done a few minutes of arm stretching, he walked over to Wang Banzai. When class leader Wang thought he was finally going to end it, he heard Lu Feng say, "Squad leader, I want to do sit-ups, can you press my feet?" Wang Banchang was speechless, no longer knowing what to say about him. But Wang Ban didn't refuse. Lu Feng found a place with shade at the edge of the playground and started doing sit-ups with the help of the class president. The shade of the trees was cool and breezy. He was actually embarrassed to have the squad leader with him in the sun. He sunbathes for 10 minutes to produce a sunscreen sweat, and with the protection of the sunscreen sweat, you cannot care about the sun's exposure. Unlike him, the squad leader was literally carrying the hot sun with his body. That's why he makes a point of working out in the shade. Lu Feng did his physical exercise in this way, and the time for his nap passed quickly. And before the bell rang for the end of the nap, some of the classes brought their cadets to the playground. As a result, someone saw the scene on the playground where class captain Wan was supervising Lu Feng's training. The squad leader leading the group immediately admonished toward his trainees, "See, people came earlier than you and have already started training." However, some participants said, "I'm afraid I didn't go back at noon." Another cadet chimed in, "It couldn't be that he did something wrong and was punished until now." The squad leader leading the group choked and scolded instead, "You guys know how merciful I am, right? Just letting you guys wake up a few minutes earlier and you're whining. It seems like I need to learn from the other classes and be harder on you guys in the future." A crowd of trainees immediately wailed. Even Lu Feng was resented by them. The bell rang for the end of the nap, and Lu Feng only stopped training when Wang Banzhang had to go back to his dormitory to call out for someone. But the fact that Lu Feng was punished and didn't get a nap at noon quickly spread among the freshmen. And Fang Ziwen, who was sleeping with him, asked Lu Feng sharply as soon as he arrived. "Lu Feng, you got punished by the class president?" Chapter 27, 5-kilometer cross-country, attraction on the track. Before Lu Feng could reply, he was stopped by a lecture from the squad leader. "Do what?" "Line up and gather." The crowd immediately dared not ask more questions. When they didn't see Lu Feng back at the dormitory, they were worried that something had happened. But the vice squad watched closely, and they were really tired, so they didn't explore. But when I came to the playground just now and passed by the other classes, I heard people talking about it. Nowadays, Lu Feng, big or small, is also a celebrity that the freshmen know. Once there's a little bit of gossip, it travels fast. First place in quilt folding was punished by not being allowed to take a nap. Everyone wondered what kind of mistake Lu Feng had made. And class president Wang didn't explain it to them. Once the crowd was lined up, they didn't dare to talk about it. Wang Ban, on the other hand, continued to reprimand, "Look at what you guys look like, I just went 2 minutes late and you guys don't know how to get up? Didn't you hear the wake-up call? Didn't you hear the muster whistle? What's the point of being a soldier with this? Get the hell home and be your big boy while you can. No one says anything about you when you want to sleep around. Still here for what, huh?" Wang Ban gave them a stern rebuke and criticized them. They're only 2 minutes late getting up. It's normal to want to sleep more when you're that tired from training in the morning. The group of trainees in Class 3 listened to the reprimand, and wondered in their hearts and minds. They couldn't figure out how the class president had suddenly become so strict. Oblivious to the fact that it was Lu Feng's words that made Wang Ban decide to change his requirements for them. "All hands, turn left. Target, training ground runway. 3 kilometers cross-country, run walk." The crowd of trainees wailed. Wang Ban was instantly enraged upon hearing this. How for what? The course has been revised to 5 kilometers. The crowd was instantly silenced, swallowing their mouths and not daring to speak. Lu Feng, stay, the rest of you run, run. Lu Feng was just about to run after him when Wang Ban shouted at him to stop. The crowd couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Lu Feng quickly said, "Squad leader, I'm fine, I can run alone." Instead, the class president said, "It's them I'm punishing, what's it got to do with you?" Lu Feng didn't even go back to sleep, bedridden really didn't have his part. "But they are my teammates, and I asked to be returned to the team and punished together." This time Wang Banjing couldn't refute it and had to agree. So, while the other classes were still doing warm-up drills to wake up, the trainees of Class 3 had already started running on the training grounds track. Landwind was unashamedly at the front of the pack to lead the way. After quickly leading them by more than 10 meters, they slowly slowed down. After the crowd chased after Lu Feng, they followed along at an even speed. As he passed by Class 1, a trainee next to Li Hufeng turned toward him. "I heard that Lu Feng was punished at noon and didn't even get to sleep." Li Hufeng frowned and didn't say anything. Again, after 2 hours of standing in military position, his legs were still a little sore to this day. But not only did Lu Feng not take a break at noon, he was now running like a nobody. Couldn't be further behind. Li Hufeng immediately did the warm-up drill with 12 points of seriousness. The cadet next to him didn't get a response and bristled in boredom. The Class 3 crowd was running past Class 2 when they heard a loud voice yelling. Reporting to the squad leader, "Why do they get to run and we only get to do drills?" It was Gory who shouted. Class 2's Wei had a headache. This is because the training sessions are warmed up before going to physical training. But jogging is also a great way to warm up. So Wei Ban waved his hand and said, "You can follow if you want to run." Gory was overjoyed and made a mad dash for the runway. A few other trainees saw this and followed suit. Seeing that only 4 or 5 people were sparsely left behind, Wei Ban simply waved his hand and ordered, "All follow, 3-kilometer endurance run." Then there was another class on the track. As for the other classes, after the warm-up drills, they began to teach the participants the correct positions for some of the physical training programs. Class 1's Ben Kwok is giving the cadets a lecture. "Listen up, you guys, there's a 3-month training period for freshmen. But at the end of the first month, there's a fitness test. You don't want to know the consequences if you don't pass. So you guys get serious and don't waste every second of training. Do you hear me?" The crowd responded in unison, "I hear you." Kwobun, however, realized that one person's voice was half a beat slower. When he looked up, he saw Li Hufeng frequently looking towards the runway. Obviously a little distracted. The trainee next to Li Hufeng tried to signal a reminder with his eyes, but Li Hufeng didn't even look at him. Guoban immediately drank, "Li Hufeng." No response. "Li Hufeng." The trainee next to him hit him before Li Hufeng reacted. "Here." He hastened to make up for it. Guoban revealed a disappointed look and then shouted angrily at him, "You're not paying attention in class, you're punished to run 3 kilometers. "Yes." Li Hufeng held back his joy and ran to the runway with dry movements. Guoban sighed and shook his head, glancing at Lu Feng in the runway. "Everyone else, do double bar extensions with me." On the runway, Lu Feng realized that a big guy suddenly ran up from behind him, then looked at him provocatively before running forward past him. Lu Feng looked at him lightly and paid no attention. Within moments, another group sparsely came up behind him, crossing behind him and heading for the big one in front. Zhang Zhuzhong also caught up from behind and told him, "It's someone from Class 2, let's go after them." Lu Feng pulled him back, inclined his head to gesture behind him, and shook his head again. Zhang Zhuzhong instantly understood what he meant and sighed, falling back behind Lu Feng. After another moment, Lu Feng realized that another person from another class had caught up. However, after the man chased him down to a position flush with his shoulders, he exchanged glances with Lu Feng and ran after him. Lu Feng remembered that this person was the Class 1 trainee who had stood with him in the morning and didn't fall even to the end. Although the other party's behavior was a bit strange, he didn't bother when people didn't get in his way. 2 laps down, just after 1 kilometer, Fang Ziwen, who was running at the end of the team, was already kicking like a cow. It was still Lu Feng's intention to lead the race at a pressurized speed, and Fang Ziwen followed the rhythm. Otherwise, if he were to run by himself, he would only have to run less than 800 meters. But his physical fitness was lacking after all, and after 1 kilometer, he was already a few body lengths behind, falling behind the team, with vague signs of inviting to fall behind. Seeing this, Wang Gang anxiously shouted at him, "Fatty man, hold on. Don't let the other classes look at us and laugh." Fong Ziwen immediately gritted his teeth and accelerated, catching up with the long line of Class 3. Lu Feng looked at him and still intentionally lowered his speed again. And Li Hufeng, who was running behind him, frowned, staggered, and overtook to the front. He just remained at a constant speed and didn't slow down after Lu Feng. He obviously wasn't going to wait for Class 3 on purpose. And in front, Gao Lei still led most of the laps with Class 2. The crowd in Class 3 watched anxiously. Zhang Zhuzhong clenched his teeth and overtook Lu Feng, chasing after Li Hufeng. Seeing this, Wang Gang also followed Zhang Zhuzhong and chased after him. Dong Xiaohe looked at Fong Ziwen behind him, then at Lu Feng, and still chose to follow Zhang Zhuzhong and the others. The people in the 304 dormitory were even less familiar with Fong Ziwen and followed after them. Within moments, Lu Feng was out of step with the long line. Chapter 28, From Leader of the Pack to Maintaining Fatty's Dignity. It didn't take long for Lu Feng to fall further and further behind. Running at the front of the pack, Gory could already see his back. Outside the runway, Wei Dugwang, the squad leader of Squad 2, was idle, so he walked over to squad leader Wang and nagged him. "What happened to that Lu Feng kid? Did you give him too much of a lecture at lunchtime and now you don't have the strength to run?" Wei Dogwan teasingly flirted. Wang Bancheng ignored him. He did worry a bit about Lu Feng's stamina after such an intense training session at lunchtime. It does seem too much of a stretch to go back to running 5K. That was why he had purposely called out to Lu Feng earlier. But Lu Feng's usual confident behavior made him feel that things were not so simple. Squad leader Wang looked at Fong Ziwen, who was hanging behind Lu Feng, and was somewhat helpless. "The kid's all fat. Can't expect him to run the whole way." Squad leader Wang had thought that the first kilometer would wear him out, but he didn't expect him to continue now that he was on his 5th lap. The performance was indeed a bit unexpected. As he was thinking about it, a light flashed in his head. He shouted, "No!" Wei Dogwan looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" Surprised, Wang Ban said to him, "That kid, he's leading the race for Fong Ziwen, who's behind him." Wei Dogwan froze and also looked back. Lu Feng is giving Fong the lead. Leaders in running have a big role to play. Then control the tempo of the run so that the runner who is following you is less psychologically pressured and thus more likely to go the distance. Some people usually feel like they can't run a mile on their own. But when someone takes a run, they find that they can do it for 3 kilometers. In long-distance running, which is all about endurance, pacing is very important. And controlling the tempo reasonably well is something that people generally can't do. Usually the only people who can do this are professional marathoners. Wei Dogwang laughed, "This kid, to my liking." Squad leader Wang smiled without saying a word, obviously extremely approving of Lu Feng's behavior of not abandoning his teammates. In this moment, Gao Lei, on the runway, once again caught up with Lu Feng. He didn't say anything, and only had a scornful look on his face as he gave Lu Feng a thumbs up and down. Then his feet added strength and he left in a cloud of dust. Lu Feng glanced calmly and unresponsively. But behind him, Fong Ziwen was furious. "Asshole." He cursed profusely, and then his feet kicked in as if he had forgotten his fatigue and increased his running speed all of a sudden. He wanted to go after Gory and get that breath back. But Lu Feng saw him catching up to overtake him and immediately shouted, "Fatty, don't let him affect your rhythm." Fong Ziwen, however, insisted, "That bastard is underestimating us, how can he tolerate it? If it wasn't for the class president lecturing you too hard at noon, where would it be his turn to come here and be arrogant?" Fong Ziwen hadn't realized that Lu Feng had been giving him the lead. He also shared Wei Dogwang's initial thoughts, thinking that Lu Feng didn't have any rest at noon and his physical strength had gone to the bottom. Lu Feng sighed, "At this rate, you won't be able to run the full distance." Fong Ziwen looked confused, not understanding why Lu Feng said that. At that moment, the distant Wang Ban shouted, "Fong Ziwen, how long are you going to drag Lu Feng down? Either run faster or get the hell out of here." Fong Ziwen's heart suddenly mourned. He dumbly asked Lu Feng, "Brother Feng, you've been waiting for me?" Lu Feng had a helpless face and didn't deny it. He understood that Wang Ban had shouted it out like this, but he was just trying to push Fong Ziwen and inspire him to further his potential. That's what Wang Ban's training is all about, not just getting them to complete their running tasks. And Fong Ziwen, who understood, instantly reddened his eyes. Looking at the team in front of him that was lagging so far behind, Fong Ziwen felt incomparably humiliated at the moment. Not because of himself, but because he dragged Lu Feng down, causing him to follow along and be looked down upon. The end of humiliation is anger, anger beyond itself. He was getting faster and faster, slowly closing the distance to the front group. When he saw Lu Feng behind him catching up with ease, he was even more certain that Lu Feng was pressing the speed for him. He ran even more recklessly. Outside the runway, Wei Daguang handed out a thumbs up to Wang Banji. High. It is really high. Worthy of being an old king. Unlike the brats in my class, there's no collective spirit at all, one only cares about himself. Squad leader Wang, however, shook his head and said, although the troops often talk about unity and being collective, when it comes to the battlefield there should never be any hesitation to stop because of your teammates. Lu Feng's character is very good, but the army is not a place that talks about humility, it only talks about the weak and the strong. He's still too inexperienced, and he'll come to realize that later when he's actually in the army and on the battlefield. This topic is a bit heavy. Wei Daguang listened to silence. He understood that squad leader Wang was doing it for Lu Feng's good, and on the battlefield, retaining naivety would cost him his life. And Lu Feng, as a veteran of 100 battles in his previous life, how could he not understand these truths? But it is precisely because of too much experience, and having abandoned too many comrades in order to fulfill the combat mission, that one cannot help but cherish and usually, every friendship with his comrades. On the runway, there's a new situation. Anger, being explosive, is difficult to sustain. When Feng Ziwen stormed out in anger, his physical abilities were greatly overdrawn. When the anger was exhausted, the exhausted signals of the body overpowered the will of the mind. Feng Ziwen had just seen the backs of his teammates, and his heart was so happy that the chi gave out. His feet involuntarily weakened and he failed to stand still, immediately falling down with a strong inertia. Rolled 2 circles in a row. Although Lu Feng was behind Feng Ziwen, he was too late to catch him. Lu Feng quickly stopped running and went up to check on Feng Ziwen. He was found to be conscious, but a little dazed, and seemed to be in no serious condition. It's a good thing it's a college plastic track and not a field of gravel. Feng Ziwen rolled around on the ground twice and only scratched some skin. It didn't hurt the bones. Lu Feng helped him up. Can you continue? Feng Ziwen tried, his legs kept shaking and he couldn't stand at all. Brother Wind. Don't you mind me, go on. Feng Ziwen pushed Lu Feng away. If you still recognize Master Fatty as a friend, give me a chase. Don't let the fat master hold me back because I'm dragging my teammates down. He said, tears coming to his eyes. Lu Feng watched with a bitter smile. It's just a regular practice, it's not a competition. Much less on the battlefield. Where's all the bitter drama? But suddenly, Feng Ziwen's determined eyes made Lu Feng recall the years that had passed. Once, his comrades had used such determined eyes, pleading with him to leave them wounded. That's the last of their dignity. Now, Fonzie needs that kind of dignity, too. Without further ado, Lu Feng helped him off the track, squeezed his shoulder, and got back on the track. This time, it's no longer just plain old training for nothing. Rather, it's about preserving the dignity of a fragile little fat man. Lu Feng jogged up and the moment he looked up, his eyes suddenly changed. Feet, from small steps, to big steps, to strides. 100 meters later, it was already a flying fast pace. Chapter 29 The Polar Reverse Chase, forcing others to foam at the mouth. Fit as a fiddle. With each step, Lu Feng only landed on his toes, lightly touching the ground before switching to the next step. Originally, Gao Lei, who had caught up with Lu Feng for a lap in 100 meters, was brought closer by Lu Feng by 100 meters in the twinkling of an eye. Then quickly overtake. Gao Lei only felt a gust of wind, then a figure rushed up from behind him. At first, he was a little confused as to what was happening. It was only after Lu Feng's back was far away and he was seen flanking him as the runway turned that he recognized the man. Gori was furious and roared furiously, struggling to pick up speed to catch up. Another half-minute later. Lu Feng caught up with the group that Zhang Zhuzhong and the others were in. He didn't linger, nor did he intend to give the crowd another lead, and passed right on by. In the team, Li Hufeng's eyes lit up and he immediately took off from the team, boosting his speed to chase straight up. He'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. In no time at all, it overtook the Class 2 participants again. At the side of the runway, Wei Daguang of Class 2 had his mouth wide open in shock by Lu Feng. Has this kid taken the wrong medicine? Running so fast, he simply doesn't want to die. He could see that Lu Feng was running at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. But at this point, let alone 100 meters, 500 meters had already been run. However, Lu Feng's speed still did not see any slowdown. Take a 100-meter sprint and run a 1,000-meter run. It's something that can really kill you. Because that's beyond human limits. Old Wang. Let's go and stop him, he'll die at this rate. Wei Dogwang pulled up Wang Banzai and went to stop Lu Feng. There was a moment of hesitation in Wang Banzai's mind, but he stopped his footsteps. No. I've instructed him that he won't risk his life. In fact, he was more worried that if he rashly made Lu Feng stop at this moment, it would probably lead to sudden death. But Wei Dogwang was filled with worry and entanglement. Wang Ban pressed him and said, "Trust him, Lu Feng, it's not as uninformed as you think." On the runway, Lu Feng is indeed at his limit. The speed limit. There was no way he could run any faster. But it's not afraid to run a long way at the current speed. This is because the system's physique-enhancing fluids have been exerting their medicinal effects, restructuring muscle cells in the midst of strenuous athletic wear and tear. The more you work out, the stronger you get. As long as he could overcome the exhaustion on the mental level, he could keep his body running at a high level. Until the effects of the enhancement solution are fully digested. A few moments later, Lu Feng would have finished running 3 kilometers. He didn't stop and continued to run at full speed. Li Hufeng didn't stop either, and continued to chase after Lu Feng with all his might, trailing behind by only 5 or 6 meters. While the trainees of Class 2 were pulled away for half a lap, the trainees of Class 3 such as Zhang Zhuzhong and Wang Gang were pulled away for 3/4 of a lap. Wei Dogwang, who was nervously watching, immediately became anxious. Hey! We've gone far enough, why doesn't he stop? Old Wang, something's wrong. He looked anxiously at Wang Ban. Wang Ban, however, said calmly, "Nothing happened, I had them run 5 kilometers. What? Wei Dogwang was immediately staggered. Freshmen are usually scheduled for only a 3-kilometer run during their orientation period. It's a school rule. Instructors who increase the distance without authorization are to be criticized. You're not afraid of when you violate school rules like that." Class President Wang disdainfully said, "The school set such a rule, but it's just to appease the students. It's nothing more than the fear of scaring away the student population and affecting the lowering of the student enrollment rate. When we were in recruit training, we never started at 5 kilometers. Now that the average standard of living for everyone has increased, nutrition is richer and more balanced than ever before. It doesn't make sense that the more we live, the more we go back, instead of being worse than us." Wang Ban's heart was eager to produce even better soldiers than himself. Only then would it be possible to fulfill his unfulfilled wish. Wei Dogwang didn't know what to say for a moment. The Class 2 participants, on the other hand, ran enough for 3 kilometers and then stopped. The exception was Gao Lei, who, like Li Hufeng, had to compete with Lu Feng and still insisted on running. It didn't take long for the Class 2 participants to realize that the Class 3 guys were still running after 3 kilometers. That's when I realized that Class 3's training was more intense than theirs. The joy that had been generated by running faster than Class 3 to complete the 3 kilometers was gone. They certainly can't distribute their fitness the same way they would if they were to run a 5K as well as they would if they were to run a 3K. Necessarily, you will also run slower and retain your strength appropriately. It's only possible to run the rest of the way. Plus, Lu Feng's inhuman high-speed running staying power scared them. Unconsciously, they have come to see Class 3 as a strong class. On the runway, Gori was being pulled a little closer behind Lu Feng. He also thought it was a 3-kilometer run at first, but he ended up running too slowly at first and was now vaguely exhausted. Despite his best efforts, he was still much slower than before. Being chased by Lu Feng a little bit. 4 kilometers later, Lu Feng had chased him 10 meters behind him. After 4.2 kilometers, it draws closer to 8 meters. 6 meters, 4 meters, 2 meters. In the last 200 meters, Lu Feng was only 2 steps away from Gao Lei. And behind Lu Feng, Li Hufeng was no more than 3 meters away. Sensing the threat behind him, Gao Lei once again squeezed out his potential and forced his speed. In the last 100 meters, all three closed to within a meter of each other. Sprinting for the finish line, Gori suddenly slowed down and was caught by Lu Feng. And behind Lu Feng, Li Hufeng suddenly erupted and caught up with Lu Feng. Tick-tock. Squad leader Wang blew the whistle of completion. Lu Feng, Li Hufeng, and Gao Lei crossed the focus line at the same time, shoulder to shoulder, in no particular order. Lu Feng ran out more than 10 meters with the inertia and stopped. Instead, Li Hufeng utilized a martial arts stance, crouching his body down, bracing his hands on the ground, and spinning his downward sweeping leg for a few weeks to dislodge the impulse. Gory, on the other hand, ran out more than 30 meters and hasn't stopped yet. Lu Feng frowned, saw something was wrong, and jogged after him. As it happened, before he could get close enough to ask, Gao Lei's body suddenly lurched, collapsed to the ground, and began to foam at the mouth. Lu Feng immediately rushed up. Fastened his mouth first to prevent him from biting his tongue. Then started giving him first aid. Li Huffing sensed something strange and also ran over to help. Bad. In the distance, Wei Daguan let out a low cry and rushed over. Together with Lu Feng, they gave Gao Lei resuscitation first aid. Wei Daguan's heart was guilty of bitterness. This was the second time Gory had passed out from exhaustion. This guy is so good at winning that he doesn't even want to die, and he has no idea of what to do. At that moment, the participants of Class 2 also gathered and formed the people into a circle. Wang Ban ran over and chided, "Get out of the way, all of you, don't block the wind." He then ordered Lu Feng, you assist Wei Ban in getting the people to the infirmary. Yes. Then he added to Li Huffing, the trainees in Class 1, you're also coming along. On Guo Ban's side, I'll explain to him. Yes. Lu Feng and Li Huffing, one on each side, helped Gao Lei up, and Wei Daguan quickly picked the man up, carried him on his back, and left the playground at a fast trot. Before leaving, Wei Daguan didn't forget to shout at Wang Ban. Old Wang, the trainees in my class will be handed over to you for now. Without waiting for Wang Ban to answer, he had already run away with the man on his back. Wang Ban sighed and blew his whistle. Class 2 cadets, gather quickly. Now, come with me to joke about someone. Wang Ban led the trainees of Class 2 towards a fat round figure on the runway. Chapter 30 Taking Lu Feng's whip, feeding Lu Feng medicine. Feng Ziwen of Class 3, although he fell down halfway through the run. But he slowed down and chose to keep running. Especially seeing Lu Feng catching up with the others at a rapid pace filled his heart with exhilaration. The legs, which had been sore and weak, squeezed out strength again. But without someone to lead the race, he realized it was tough. Almost every few dozen meters, he would stop in exhaustion. With all this walking around, by the time Lu Feng finished the 5 kilometers, he was still half a lap short of 3 kilometers. He ran while keeping a distant eye on Lu Feng. By the time Lu Feng crossed the finish line, he directly didn't have the heart to run and stopped on the track to watch. But the three crossed the finish line shoulder to shoulder, and he couldn't see who had won over whom, and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Blame yourself even more. If he hadn't dragged himself down, Lu Feng would have definitely won. Just as he was still chagrined and remorseful, he saw Gao Lei having an accident and then being carried away by the squad leader of Squad 2. The next thing he knew, he saw the squad leader walking towards him with the Class 2 cadets. Suddenly, Feng Ziwen felt a pang of panic. It was only then that he remembered to keep running, attempting to avoid Wang Ban while he was at it. In his heart, he prayed that Wang Ban didn't see him and just took the Class 2 trainees across the playground to the other side for training. But the more he feared something, the more it came to him. When Wang Ban saw him running, he immediately turned and remained toward him. Feng Ziwen's heart instantly tightened and his heartbeat pounded faster. Soon he heard Wang Ban yelling, "Did you all see this? This is my Class 3 cadet. People have finished 5 kilometers and he hasn't even finished 3. Everyone, look at his running form. What kind of animal does he look like?" In Class 2, someone burst out laughing. And Feng Ziwen instantly turned red and his heart trembled. In this moment, he forgot the exhaustion of his legs and just wanted to run faster and escape the mocking hell in front of him. Wang Ban, on the other hand, did not let him go, and led the men after him at a trot on the inside of the track. "You bare bastard, it's really bad luck for Lu Feng to have you as a fellow teammate." The honor he had so easily earned for his class was easily lost because of certain people. Our Class 3 is honorable because of Lu Feng. Our Class 3 is also humiliated. Who do you think it's because of? Say it. Are you afraid to say it, or are you ashamed to admit it? Feng Ziwen couldn't hold back his tears. And not a single one of the Class 2 cadets who had followed them could laugh again. None of them looked at Feng Ziwen with a heavy heart and even showed sympathy. When Wang Ban saw him crying, he didn't stop, but instead intensified his lecture. "Cry, you have the nerve to cry. Why don't you think about why others can do it and you can't? Does Lu Feng have 3 heads and 6 arms more than you? Lu Feng looks weaker than you and eats more than you? Why can he do so well and you can't? How are you worse than him? He's a man, aren't you a man?" Fang Ziwen was all agitated and shouted, "Yes." Wang Ban shouted back, "What is it?" "I'm a man." Fang Ziwen himself hadn't realized that he had unknowingly finished running 3 kilometers without stopping since just now. Wang Ban cursed again, "Then prove it." Only then did Wang Ban stop chasing him and take the second class to the side to train. Prince Man wiped the tears from his eyes as his body surged with power. After that, every time he was so tired that he wanted to stop, he pinched himself in the thigh when he thought of Wang Ban's words. Running down through gritted teeth. He didn't stop again until he had run 5 kilometers. Under the unique stimulation of Wang Ban Chang, he surpassed his limits and did what he had never dared to imagine before. That is, because the class president stirred up the unwillingness in his heart, but also because he met Lu Feng. School infirmary. Lu Feng had just helped carry the person into the infirmary when he heard the voice of a sensible and mature yet cool and noble woman. "Oh. The first day of new training and someone's in the infirmary. This class of cadets is too weak." Lu Feng looked up and saw a long-haired female physician in a white robe, sitting slightly lazily in a swivel chair. Elegant posture and a flamboyant brow. Lu Feng retracted his gaze after only one look. And Li Hufeng froze directly in the doorway. Wei Daguang placed the person on the hospital bed and laughed bitterly. "Dr. Lu, this trainee of mine overexerted himself and ran himself into vomiting." Dr. Lu frowned slightly and quickly went forward in 3 steps, picking up the stethoscope to check. After only a few moments, she made the judgment, it was the exercise that was too intense for his body's capacity. "Raise the foot of the bed so his head is low and engorged." Dr. Ryu instructed, turning to take a bottle of glucose infusion from the medicine cabinet. In 3 or 2 strokes, he connected the hanging needle to Gao Lei. "You guys give him a massage to help revitalize his qi and blood, and then let him rest a bit and he'll be fine." Wei Daguang immediately got up and said, "Dr. Lu, these 2 trainees will stay behind for you to use, I have to rush back to lead the training." After he finished speaking, he whispered a few more words in Dr. Lu's ear, during which he glanced towards Lu Feng and Li Hufeng. After hearing this, Dr. Lu hesitantly looked at the 2 Lu Fengs before finally nodding. Wei Daguang's face was delighted and he immediately instructed Lu Feng and the 2 of them, "You guys stay behind to help, and follow Dr. Lu's instructions and everything." "Yes." Lu Feng stood upright and responded. Li Hufeng was half a beat slower and responded immediately as well, appearing somewhat distracted. Wei Daguang saluted Dr. Lu and left. Dr. Lu leisurely walked to the medicine cabinet and took out 2 bottles of potions, pouring them into 2 disposable paper cups. She then had a bottle of glucose infusion prescribed and poured it into a paper cup until it was 80% full. Then, she brought the paper cups over and handed them to Lu Feng and Li Hufeng. "I hear you guys have been exercising a lot too, go sit on the couch over there and drink these 2 glasses of glucose water." Lu Feng gently took it and said thank you. And Li Hufeng, looking a little short of breath, took it with both hands and thanked him in a hurry. Lu Feng looked at the liquid in his glass and didn't drink it immediately, instead he turned around and walked over to the soft leather sofa and sat down. Li Hufeng had long ago taken a sip of his drink, and when he saw Lu Feng's move, he followed suit and sat down. Dr. Lu picked up the bottle of glucose infusion and shook it at Li Hufeng and asked, "Do you want more?" Li Hufeng immediately raised his cup up, "Thank you." He took another drink. And at that moment, Lu Feng had already put his cup on the table and reclined on the sofa. He let out a big, comfortable yawn. Seeing this, Li Hufeng, for some reason, followed suit and yawned, then sleepiness took over, and in less than 3 seconds, he collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep. Dr. Lu's bright eyes flicked to Lu Feng and then to the paper cup in front of him. "Why don't you drink?" It turned out that Lu Feng hadn't touched a single drop of the cup of potion. Lu Feng smiled and pushed the cup. "I don't need this. How about, you give me that bottle?" Lu Feng pointed to the glucose infusion in Dr. Lu's hand. Dr. Ryu looked at it and handed it over without hesitation. "And not forgetting to tease, and you're not afraid of poison?" Lu Feng shook his head and smiled, took the glucose infusion bottle and directly muffled it in one gulp. After drying off, he said, "I can read lips and know what Weiban said to you. The doctor must have put in sleeping pills or something, trying to get us to sleep and rest. But I don't think I'll need it for a while, there's nothing else to do, so I'll head back." After saying that, Lu Feng put the empty bottle down and got up to say goodbye. Just as he reached the door, he heard a chorus of voices. Stop. Chapter 31, doesn't this guy ever get tired? Who is Luck Feng? How can it be stopped by just anyone who calls for it to be stopped? So Lu Feng just paused and continued to walk out. As a result, Dr. Lu immediately said, are you going to disobey Lieutenant Wei's orders? Lieutenant Wei is Wei Daguang, the squad leader of Squad 2. Lu Feng instantly remembered Wei Daguang's instructions before he left, telling him and Li Hifeng to follow Dr. Lu's instructions. This Wei Ban, he screwed himself. Lu Feng turned around with a bitter face. What are Dr. Lu's instructions? Dr. Ryu leisurely sat back in his seat, crossed his legs and laughed. What, not leaving? I thought you didn't care about the instructor's orders. Lu Feng immediately said, there are rules in the school rules that stipulate that trainees must follow all reasonable commands of the instructors. Lu Feng deliberately emphasized the word reasonable. Dr. Lu snorted coldly, don't worry, I won't be interested in doing anything unreasonable to a little kid. If it wasn't for Wei Daguang entrusting it to her, she wouldn't bother. Wei Daguang witnessed Lu Feng completing his long-distance run at such a crazy speed, and worried that something might happen to him. He specially explained to Dr. Lu to make sure that Lu Feng and Li Hifeng rested in the infirmary for a while longer. It's a good idea to check for any physical problems. Dr. Ryu brought over a sheet and a pen. I need you to assist me in completing a human testing experiment by filling out your basic profile. This was a reasonable request, and Lu Feng had to obediently fill out the form. It took a few minutes to fill it out and hand it back to Dr. Ryu. As a result, Dr. Lu only hurriedly scanned it and said unhappily, you didn't finish filling it out? Lu Feng thought for a moment and realized that he did have one item that he had not filled in, so he explained, I think that involves personal privacy and is not convenient to disclose. Dr. Ryu was disgruntled, is it a C-man, it's a one-word thing, and it's private, you think I want to know? It's not like I made the form, it's a rule, a school requirement. What the form actually says is whether or not there has been that kind of behavior. When filling out the form, Lu Feng looked embarrassed and just skipped it. Lu Feng took a deep breath and said, do I have to fill it out? It has to be filled out, we will categorize the experimental individuals based on the results you fill out, and it has a big impact on the final test data. Dr. Lu spoke in a serious manner, and Lu Feng couldn't tell if it was true or not. So he said, then fill in the yes. Dr. Lu immediately foxed, don't lie, or else your data will seriously affect the results of the experiment, and will cause all our efforts to go to waste. Lu Feng immediately choked, coughed, and changed his words, then it's better to fill in the no. Dr. Willow's mouth immediately turned away and she let out a cut. Lu Feng only pretended not to hear. Actually, he didn't lie either time. The first time he was talking about his previous life, and the second time he was talking about after he crossed over. Originally, he just wanted to perfume her casually, but she said it was so important that Lu Feng had to change his words. Dr. Lu then began to take out various instruments to measure his blood pressure, pulse, heart rhythm, and lung capacity. Also took brainwaves and drew half a tube of his blood. If it wasn't for the fact that the infirmary didn't have X-ray equipment, I'm afraid Dr. Lu would have to give him a chest X-ray. After getting all of this done, an hour just went by. And the sound of snoring was even coming from the hospital bed where Gori was lying. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Dr. Ryu tidied up the testing instruments without looking up. Lu Feng immediately got up and gave a military salute, and without saying a word, he directly left the infirmary. Dr. Lu glanced towards his back and buried his head to organize the test data. Leaving the infirmary, Lu Feng quickly ran back to the training playground. On the playground, the training of the classes was in full swing. Lu Feng's eyes roamed around and found where Class 3 was. They are training in formation. Lu Feng trotted over. Report. Lu Feng requests to return to the team. Get in line. Wang Ban's hand beckoned him to return to the line. He was not asked about the reason for his late return, as Wei Daguang had already told him when he came back to collect the trainees. Lu Feng walked quickly into the group, only to realize that everyone was looking at him a little oddly. Lu Feng suppressed the doubts in his heart and stood upright, looking forward. Wang Ban took over, all right. Let's continue with the physical training. Running drills have been done, here's strength training. With Lu Feng's return, the Class 3 crowd trained even more frantically. Originally 30 deep squats, Lu Feng volunteered to do enough for 50. Others do 2 round trips around the pole for 50 meters, he does 4. 20 pull-ups, he did 40. 50 sit-ups, he does a 100. The other trainees were infected by his passion and consciously did a few more than their training goal. By the time the afternoon's training was over, there was no one in Class 3 who could stand still except Lu Feng. After training, head to the cafeteria for dinner. Lu Feng had just reached the entrance of the cafeteria when a man suddenly jumped out and blocked the way. Li Hufeng, have you finished eating? The one who blocked the way was none other than Li Hufeng from Class 1. Dinner time is free-flowing, so there's no need to sing as a group, and you can go to the cafeteria whenever you want as long as you're done eating by 6:30 p.m. Li Hufeng apparently waited at the door on purpose. However, he was looking at Lu Feng with a face full of anger at that moment. Why didn't you yell for me when you left? Lu Feng froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that he was talking about the infirmary. He laughed, let's go in first and eat before we talk about it, as big as the sky is, eating is the biggest. Saying that, he had already pushed and yelled at Li Hufeng to enter the cafeteria. Between dishes, Li Hufeng once again came up and questioned, do you realize that I was delayed in the infirmary all afternoon? Finished with a look of gnashing teeth, as if he had been an enemy for several lifetimes. Lu Feng, on the other hand, smiled and said, I thought you quite liked staying at Dr. Lu's place, so I didn't call out to you. Where's Gao Lei, has he woken up yet? Li Hufeng wondered, when I left, he was still sleeping soundly. Lu Feng asked rhetorically, why don't you shout at him for a moment? Li Hufeng stiffened. Next to him, Fang Ziwen smelled the odor of gossip and hurriedly came up. Windy, what Dr. Ryu? What happened in the infirmary? Dong Xiuhei also came up and said, I remember that Brother Feng also went for more than an hour before returning. The infirmary is definitely not simple. Both guys were mouthy and immediately got high again. And as soon as Dr. Lu was mentioned, Li Hufeng's expression became a bit unnatural. He had a distracted look on his face, and he followed whatever Lu Feng typed. Li Hufeng's appearance aroused even more curiosity and caught Lu Feng asking after the infirmary. Lu Feng, on the other hand, said to them, it's not easy for you to go, just train yourselves until you faint. It's nice and soft and yummy, so you're guaranteed to love it there. Where would the crowd believe it? They only thought it was Lu Feng swindling them into deadly training. Lying ghost bleh, fat master and not never been to the school infirmary, in the past in order to escape the long run of physical education class, often pretend to have a stomachache to hide infirmary to go. Yeah, the school nurse at our high school is still a little old man who always likes to make people with heatstroke drink some thieving, bitter herbal tea. They both knew that even though high school and college would be different, the infirmary shouldn't even be close. Lu Feng smiled without arguing with them. Li Hufeng didn't bother to revise the crowd's thoughts either. When the meal was half eaten, Li Hufeng seemed to suddenly wake up and shouted, there's something wrong with that glass of glucose water. You didn't drink that water, did you? Chapter 32-33 Secrecy Regulations, Sneaking Out of the Conference Room. Li Hufeng in the cafeteria suddenly slapped the table and loudly questioned. It drew stares from the people around them. Shoo! Lu Feng hastily signaled him to be silent and sit down. Li Hufeng looked at the curious gazes of the people around him, and with a burst of embarrassment, he hurriedly sat down. Lu Feng munched on his food and said, I got suspicious when I saw Wei Ban deliberately lowering his voice, not wanting us to hear. Li Hufeng was instantly chagrined, why didn't you warn me about this? Lu Feng laughed, as soon as you got it, you drank it all, so where can I stop it? Fang Ziwen, on the other hand, was shocked, the school nurse tricked you guys into drinking medicine? For a while, they were even more afraid to go to the infirmary. The image of a school nurse with an eccentric personality had been automatically generated in their minds. Li Hufeng did not say much, sullenly sat back to eat. It was true that Lu Feng couldn't be blamed for this, it was him who had lost his temper. Suddenly, he realized he'd hit a little too many meals. My stomach was already 7 or 8 servings full, and I ended up with most of the meal still on my plate. He was distracted before, he followed whatever Lu Feng hit, not bothering to pay attention to the weight of the hit at all. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Feng had learned his lesson about lunch and purposely punched in as much as possible on one plate to save a few extra trips. As a result, he stacked up a plate full of food and didn't even realize it, looking at the people in Class 3 thinking that this was another monster that had the same amount of food as Lu Feng. Li Hufeng was punked again. But there was nothing he could do, he didn't dare to waste the food, so he just had to tearfully and forcefully finish it. Finally, I walked out of the cafeteria holding my stomach. This is followed by the daily must-see news. Took a 10-minute break from watching the news. The class president then led a group of cadets to the large meeting hall. All 30 classes of cadets from the entire district team were assembled in the conference hall. When the crowd was seated, a gray leather-covered manual lay on each person's desktop. Before Lu Feng had even sat down earlier, he had already seen the 4 big words on the cover of the manual. Confidentiality Regulations. There's a small line on it, Summer People's Protectorate. At the bottom, the words National Military Command Center are printed. Before the crowd could roll over, a middle-aged male officer came up to the podium in the conference hall. On his shoulder was the rank of major with 2 bars and 1 star. It was the district captain of their Army Command Department. The district team pushed the microphone away from the table and yelled at the top of their lungs. "Good evening, class." "Hello, Chief." The squad leaders led a united greeting, but the cadets didn't react. The district team laughed, unimpressed. "Looks like everyone's a little tired after a long day of training. Especially since the conference room is still air-conditioned. Are you going to be ready to fall asleep as soon as you sit down?" The cadets burst into laughter. The district team also had a smile on their faces, and only when the laughter all stopped did he continue. "I understand everyone's exhaustion, but can't sleep." The district team's loud and authoritative voice boomed and echoed. The trainees immediately changed their relaxed attitude and became serious. On the battlefield, at night, it's the most dangerous. If you slack off, you could lose your life. If you can remember nothing of what you learned in training during the day, you're going to have to remember tonight to the death. So, from now on, get your ass in gear. The district team's majestic and solemn gaze swept through the audience, and each and every trainee was like an on their backs, hastily raising their heads and chests, not even daring to recline on the back chairs. "Then we'll say hello a couple more times to wake everyone up." "Good evening, class." A tsunami of responses immediately rang out from the conference hall. "Hello, Chief." "Good evening, class." "Hello, Chief." Another wave, even louder than earlier. After 3 times, the crowd of trainees shouted their breath away before the district captain stopped. In the audience, Lu Feng was not surprised. These are the little tricks that officers use to refresh their men. Yelling out when you're sleepy can do more good than any amount of coffee. Podium. The district captain said, "Here, formally introduce yourself to everyone. My name is Sun Mingwu. I'm attached to an army unit of the Northern Territory Border Protection Protectorate Army, and I'm currently a staff officer in the Army Command Department of the National Defense Science and Technology University's Military Academy." You know why I introduced myself like that? The whole room was silent, and naturally no one answered him. Sector Team Sun continued, "Because this is not just a school, but also a reserve military base. In the event of a war, this place can become an important military command post at any time. Because on our campus, we have guns, artillery, all kinds of military equipment, and even a research institute with the latest information on our military technology. At any time, it can become an important target for enemy elements, foreign spies, socially destabilized elements, etc. So from the moment you set foot in the school, you have entered the military thick of our country. You are able to walk on campus because you are now a soldier and no longer a civilian. Therefore, there is one other military obligation you must observe within the school. Confidentiality at all times." Sector Sun held up a gray leather manual book and tapped it. "All see this manual, right? That's your mission for tonight. You must memorize every page, every entry, every word on the door. Keep in mind everything that is confidential. But violate any of these and you will have the honor of visiting a court-martial." Sector Sun also coldly told a cold joke. But apparently, no one dared to laugh. "Do you hear me?" "I hear you." Sector Team Sun put the booklet down and said in a cold voice, "There will be a secrecy regulation test in a week, and I'd love to see anyone who didn't pass." After finishing his speech, Mr. Sun walked off the podium and just walked out of the conference hall. An officer at the front gave a shout. "Salute!" The cadets immediately rose and saluted. Sector Sun immediately returned the salute before turning to leave. An instructor then came up to the podium, turned on a large screen for the crowd, and began showing a video version of the secrecy regulations. The video has both text regulations popping up one by one and a narrator's voice reciting one by one. It even comes with a corresponding picture and logo. The crowd watched the video and memorized it against the booklet in their hands. And Lu Feng quickly flipped through the manual. The secrecy regulations are basically the same as in his last life. He was an expert in military research. There are more and more detailed confidentiality regulations to memorize. After all, if a negligence accidentally leaked out the important scientific research information, a minute on the court-martial to receive a suit. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Feng had memorized all of them. Watching the crowd all watching the video with full body attention, Lu Feng only felt a wave of sleepiness. It's a waste of time to stay any longer. Might as well get out there and keep training. After a day of training, it was obvious that he felt much stronger. The feeling was somewhat addictive to him. In a previous life, it would have taken 2 months of intense training to make such a difference. He wanted to completely absorb the physical enhancement liquid as soon as possible, so that he could hit his next limit, reaching a level he hadn't reached even in his last life. Thus, Lu Feng rose his hand in a low crouch and walked over to the class president amidst the astonished gazes of his roommates. The squad leader's brow had just furrowed when he heard Lu Feng speak in a low voice. Reporting to the squad leader. I'm feeling a little under the weather and need to go to the infirmary right away. The squad leader looked at Lu Feng's pale face and sweaty forehead and immediately became worried. Want to walk you there? No need. No need. I happened to be there this afternoon and know the place. The squad leader saw that he still had one hand over his stomach and had a few guesses, but didn't bother to point them out. Come back as soon as you can. Lu Feng nodded and saluted, then quietly slipped out of the conference hall through the side aisle. Once out of the conference hall, Lu Feng was immediately sickly and full of refreshment. He didn't dare to stay long and immediately ran towards the playground. At this time, there were a number of school staff and teachers walking around the playground, as well as some people dressed in athletic clothing and doing various exercises. There were a smattering of them running. Lu Feng was delighted at the sight and blended right in. He was worried before that he would be too conspicuous if he was the only one. Nowadays there is no need to worry about getting caught. Lu Feng immediately took 3 steps and joined the running queue. Most of these people were obviously just casual runners and not running very fast. But after half a lap, he was overtaken by Lu Feng. When he passed the last one, Lu Feng saw that it was a female with a long ponytail. There was also a slightly familiar odor as he passed by. He didn't look deeper and ran with his head buried in his hands. But before he could take a few steps, a female voice was heard yelling. Lu Feng. Chapter 34, caught on the spot by the leader, publicly questioned and tortured. As soon as he heard the shouting, Lu Feng ran even faster. Just when he thought he had dumped the man, a white figure ran headlong. Then the light from the playground, Lu Feng recognized the man. The school nurse in the infirmary, Dr. Ryu. When he met Lu Feng, Dr. Lu immediately turned around and ran in the same direction. What are you running for, kid? Mature, sexy voice with immature wisecracks. Lu Feng did not respond. Your physical analysis report, except for the blood work, is basically out. You can come by tomorrow to pick up the information. Lu Feng's speed didn't will her, and she had quite a hard time chasing after him. Okay, thank you, Dr. Willow. Lu Feng's tone was calm and his speed did not decrease. Dr. Lu was secretly shocked after following most of the laps. She hadn't really cared much about Lu Feng, she just wanted to notify him to get the materials and save her the effort of doing another notification. But Lu Feng had been running fast for so long at a speed close to a sprint, but he didn't see him kicking in the air, and his physical fitness was obviously very good. But then she remembered the medical analysis report and quickly realized something was wrong. Hey! The data of your body's various functional indicators show that your physical ability is not considered good, and can barely be considered moderate. By moderate, I mean barely more than half of his peers in terms of fitness. Dr. Ryu asked the question in his mind. How is it that you can keep up the pace you're going? Based on your lung capacity, you should have been exhausted and out of breath long ago. Lu Feng laughed bitterly in his heart. He was now a medium. Before the summer vacation he was still a lower level of physical fitness. If she found out, she'd probably be treated like a monster. I'm better at running. Dr. Willow talks while she runs, she can't catch the rhythm of her breathing, and she gets tired more easily. Dr. Ryu stopped talking as soon as he heard that. But still ran close behind him. By the time 2 laps had passed, she didn't have the strength to follow. She yelled behind Lu Feng, "You liar!" It caused the playground to look over curiously. Lu Feng was puzzled for a moment and ignored it. By the time he had run another lap, Dr. Ryu was gone. Lu Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and ran enough for 1500 meters before stopping and walking to the climbing frame to start doing leg presses. Lu Feng had just been doing this for a while when he saw Dr. Lu walking over with a man in a training uniform. Dr. Lu pointed at Lu Feng and said, "That's the man." When Lu Feng saw the man's face, his heart thumped. He immediately stood at attention and raised his hands in salute. "Hello, Chief." "Sure enough. Captain Sun, this is your cadet." The man next to Dr. Ryu was, in fact, Sector Sun. As it happened, he was also in the habit of coming out to exercise at night, and it so happened that he was recognized by Dr. Lu, an acquaintance, and brought here. Sector Sun returned the salute with a grim expression. Then immediately chided, "What are you doing here?" "Report, Chief. I'm working on my physical fitness." Sector Sun gasped, "Is it time for a physical training session?" Lu Feng returned in a neutral voice, "No." "So what should you do now?" "Physical training." The Sun District team was just about to nod, then reacted with fury, "Say that again? What are you supposed to do now?" Lu Feng still said, "Physical training." Sector Sun burst out laughing in exasperation. This brat, in vain, he spoke so many points before, all were taken as a whisper. Dr. Lu looked a little stunned and uncertain, vaguely aware that he seemed to be in trouble. She didn't realize that Lu Feng had snuck out. She called Sun District Team, originally just wanted to borrow the identity of the district team to pressure Lu Feng and see how he was defeated. By the way, let the district team to pay attention to Lu Feng's diligence, is to create opportunities for Lu Feng to obtain leadership appreciation. Unexpectedly, it backfired. Instead of being rewarded, he was caught in the act. Looking at Lu Feng's calm face, Dr. Lu was secretly anxious, pondering what relief there was. Sector Sun slowed his breath and asked again, "Where are your classmates at this moment and what are they doing?" Lu Feng calmly returned, "They are in the conference hall, silently reciting the military secrecy regulations." Sector Sun asked again, "Why are they silently reciting the secrecy regulations?" Lu Feng still didn't change his face, "Because the secrecy regulations are important, they must all be memorized." "Oh? So you knew, I thought you'd all but ignored my words. Why did you run out without permission if you also knew it was important? Who's your squad leader?" Dr. Lu immediately interjected, "Uncle Sun, there may be some misunderstanding here." Sector Team Sun raised his hand to interrupt her, only fixing his stern gaze on Lu Feng. Lu Feng exhaled and said, "Reporting to the chief. Since I've memorized it all, I came out early for extra physical training." Mr. Sun was surprised. "You say you've memorized it all?" "Yes." Sector Sun saw that he answered with certainty and did not look like he was lying. It was only at this time that he felt that the freshman in front of him looked a bit familiar. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the freshman who had done extremely well folding the quilt in the morning. He immediately said, "Okay, then memorize it for me." Lu Feng certainly wasn't a wimp, and was just about to open his mouth when he was stopped by Sector Sun reaching out. "Not back here, wait for me." District Team Sun turned to Dr. Lu and said, "Little Chang, I have something to take care of, I'll talk to you next time." After saying that, he said to Lu Feng, "You come with me." Lu Feng could only follow obediently. As she passed Dr. Lu, she hastily averted her gaze, not daring to look squarely at Lu Feng. Lu Feng's face was made helpless, secretly saying that the training had gone down the drain again. And both times it had to do with this woman. Sure enough, women would only interfere with his training. After Lu Feng left, Dr. Lu looked at Lu Feng's back and revealed an apologetic expression. Soon, District Team Sun brought Lu Feng back to the conference hall. The conference hall where the congregation recited the secrecy regulations. Along the way, Lu Feng had a guess when he looked at the direction Sun District Team was walking, so at this moment, when he returned to the conference hall, he didn't look surprised. Sector Team Sun looked back at Lu Feng and saw that he did not have a trace of panic, as calm as he had been when he went on stage in the morning. Inside the conference hall, the video had finished broadcasting and stopped, and everyone was silently reciting the confidentiality regulations. The Sun District team reappeared on the podium to the astonishment of the squad leaders and instructors. Snap! Everyone pause. Sector Sun clapped his hands to get the attention of all of them. "Just now, I caught one of our cadets outside on the playground." Sector Sun's eyes signaled Lu Feng to walk up. Lu Feng walked up silently. And the class president of Class 3 stood up in shock when he saw Lu Feng. "This is the same cadet who I asked why he didn't recite the confidentiality regulations in the classroom, and if he was taking my words for granted. And guess what he said to me as a result?" In the audience, the crowd stared at Lu Feng with wide eyes. "This kid is screwed, sneaking out to be caught by the leader. These are going to be public inquisitions." The trainees of Class 3, on the other hand, likewise looked at Lu Feng with incomparable astonishment. Lu Feng, as the standard bearer of their Class 3, is the pride of all of them. Now it was suddenly caught out and criticized by the leader in public, and the shift was just too great. Chapter 35, No Jokes, All Applause. The podium in the conference hall. Lu Feng was being watched by hundreds of pairs of eyes, with different colors. And beside him, District Team Sun pointed at him and said, this student told me that he has memorized all of them, so he's going to train. You heard right, he said he memorized it all. Sector Sun emphasized again. The crowd clamored. Many people had a look of disbelief on their faces. The secrecy regulations aren't a lot, but it's only been a little while, so how could you have memorized them all? They were also the pride of nature from all over the country, and their high school entrance examination scores were all in the top 10 or even the top 3 in the whole school before they were able to enter this highest military academy in Xia. Even they, who had been memorizing for more than half an hour, could not say that they had completely memorized it. Turns out someone memorized it early and then even ran out to train. And this is a guy most of them know and was on the news 7.5 years ago. Lu Feng, the master of stacking quilts, Lu Feng. A nickname given privately by the master folding quilt cadets. There is flirtation within. Now that they saw Lu Feng being caught out in public, many of them were in the mindset of watching a joke. But few are despised. There were even quite a few people who felt admiration for Lu Feng. Because Lu Feng sneaked out, not to be lazy, but to train. After a long day of training during the day, everyone else is exhausted, so it's nice to have the opportunity to sit comfortably in the evening and just spend your brain trying to memorize something instead of having to pound your body in agony. Given the choice, most of them would prefer to stay seated in the conference hall. Even if you do finish memorizing, it's better to sit and stare than to go out and get exhausted. Lu Feng was good, giving up the comfortable environment and instead going out to add to his training load. So desperate that they couldn't help but admire it. It's just a shame that this bean was caught by the leader. This is going to be a good show. From the podium, Sector Sun took in the crowd's reaction. The purpose of him catching Lu Feng back was not to make Lu Feng make a fool of himself and lose face. Rather, it's for this class in the conference room. He was actually somewhat convinced, and preferred that Lu Feng had really memorized all the regulations. Because that would be a great way to take the lead. That's why the Sun District team made a point of asking Lu Feng about it in public. How long did it take you to memorize all the regulations? It took Lu Feng less than 5 minutes to memorize it. But that couldn't really be considered a new memorization, but a recollection. Because he had already memorized one pretty much in his previous life. Lu Feng calmly replied, it took about 10 minutes. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. In the audience, Wang Banchang immediately slapped his forehead in pain. He knew best when Lu Feng went out. It was less than 5 minutes after Sector Sun had finished his speech and left. Rounding doesn't work the way he does. For his part, District Team Sun pointed to the cadets in the audience and said, listen to this, it only took 10 minutes. And you guys, you've been sitting there for over half an hour. Have any of you memorized it? The crowd of trainees went quiet all of a sudden. No one dared to answer. Sector Sun looked at the crowd and shouted without looking back, Lu Feng. Here. Now you recite all the regulations in the confidentiality manual for everyone in public. Yes. With Lu Feng's resounding response, the crowd's original desire to see a joke was lost for the most part. And Lu Feng's steady and powerful recitation began to echo throughout the conference hall. Confidentiality regulations. General provisions, Article 1 in order to maintain military secrets and preserve the nation. Article 5, Fundamentals of Army Secrecy. Article 9, military secrets are classified as top secret, classified, or secret. The secrecy system, Article 23, military facilities and other classified places. Shall not be open to the public without authorization. Rewards, Article 33. Disposal, Article 34, violation of this regulation. Bylaws, Article 35, these regulations shall be interpreted by the Committee on Secrecy of the People's Protectorate of the Summerland. Article 36. Repealed forthwith. Lu Feng finished his last sentence. There was not a single pause or misquote throughout, and all the regulations were memorized in one breath. The scene was quiet for a moment. No one seems to dare to break it. Eventually, it was Sector Sun who opened his mouth and asked towards the crowd. Class, what he memorized, are there any mistakes? The crowd chorused, no. Snap. The Sun District team took the lead in applauding, and the others followed suit when they saw it. For a while, the conference hall was filled with applause. When the applause stopped, Sector Sun said, good memorization, worthy of praise. But on the back of the confidentiality manual, there are 10 more items. The congregation immediately closed their respective brochures and reversed them to the back of the entire booklet. Sure enough, the 10 codes are listed on the gray leather back of the manual. If you're not careful, it can be really easy to miss. The scene was all noisy for a moment. In the audience, Fong Ziwen from Class 3 immediately whispered to the person beside him, "It's over." Wendy must not have memorized these 10. Dong Shohei also said, "I seem to have also seen that he didn't even flip to the back." Wang Gang, on the other hand, said, "Fear not, so much content in the front is memorized. This last page." Lu Feng glanced at it and estimated that he had memorized it. Besides, Feng has performed so well, and Sector Team Sun has just praised him, so he won't be too chastised. Only after being reminded by Wang Gang did the crowd's worries subside a bit. Podium. It's true that what you fear comes to you. District Team Sun turned toward Lu Feng and said, "Have you memorized the contents of these 10 articles?" Back. Lu Feng's reply was still so decisive and strong. A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Sun District team. But thinking back to the morning, when Lu Feng meticulously folded the quilt, it was clear that he was a meticulous person. "Then you memorized the 10 rules as well." Lu Feng gently exhaled. He really didn't turn to the back of the manual. Didn't see the writing on the back either. But he touched it. As soon as he took the manual in his hands, he touched it. The lettering on the gray leather cover is printed in raised print on the front, while the lettering on the back is printed in indentations. Lu Feng merely overhanded the contents of the door and was already aware of them. So he didn't even need to flip to the back. Lu Feng's voice once again resounded in the conference hall. 1. Not telling secrets that shouldn't be told. 2. Don't ask secrets you shouldn't. 3. No secrets that shouldn't be seen. 4. No secrets that shouldn't be carried. v. 6. 10. Not to take secret carriers on excursions or to visit friends or relatives. The Sun Sector team listened carefully, and it was indeed word for word. He asked, "If you can memorize it, why didn't you memorize it together before?" Report Chief. "You only asked me to memorize the secrecy regulations. The secrecy code is not part of the regulations." The Sun District team laughed cheerfully, "Very good. I didn't expect you to learn so quickly." Sector Team Sun turned to the cadets and said, "Lu Feng did a good job. Don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't do what you didn't tell him to do. The same goes for you guys. It's not just memorizing it and being done with it, it's strictly enforcing what's in the regulations. That's the purpose of having you memorize the regulations." Suddenly, Sun District team and Lu Feng asked, "I also did not let you go out to train. Why do you not comply to take out the training without authorization?" Chapter 36, the fastest class to memorize the secrecy regulations. In the face of Sun District team's questioning, Lu Feng still responded in a firm tone. "Because that's what I was supposed to do on my way to becoming a soldier." Yes. Sector Sun gave a big cheer. Soldiers never sit around waiting to be killed. When you're on a mission and you haven't received any instructions from your superiors, there are 2 things you can do as a soldier. One thing that is going to protect the people. The other thing is to go work on improving yourself and then go protect the people. Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a step forward and stood upright. "Here." Sector Team Sun looked at him and said, "Your task of memorizing the secrecy regulations has been completed. Now, I officially authorize you to leave the conference hall and go out and move freely." "Thank you, Chief." Lu Feng saluted and quickly stepped down from the podium, his gaze determined as he headed out. He didn't see, in the audience, Wang Ban's greatly relieved expression. Nor did he see the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd of trainees. All he knew was that it was finally time to go train properly. Sector Sun added to the crowd, "The same goes for all of you. If you have completed your memorization ahead of time, you can all leave class early after being verified by your class leader." The crowd reacted instantly and immediately turned to the manual, nervously reciting its contents. There was a complete absence of the previous dullness and lethargy. One is full of fight. Some even couldn't help but mime out. Gradually, more and more people chanted, and the conference hall suddenly became a sea of chanting. Sector Sun looked satisfied. It wasn't worth the trip he took to get Lu Feng back. He was just about to step off the podium when a loud cry came from the audience. "Report!" The report was loud and clear in the crowd of silent recitations. The rest of the silent chanting died down. Sector Sun looked around at the sound. It was a cadet from Class 1. It was none other than Li Hufeng, who viewed Lu Feng as a formidable enemy. Looking at the cadet's resolute expression, he gently said, "Speak." Li Hufeng immediately said, "I have finished reciting and request to go to training." It turned out that he had gone all out to recite the regulations when Lu Feng recited them in public. After that, he didn't pay attention to what was said from the podium. He only knew one thing: Lu Feng had gone out to train, he had to go after him. Sun District team immediately said, "Go to the squad leader on your own to apply for verification, and after reciting it correctly you can go to training on your own." Yes. Li Huffing immediately walked from his seat towards the class president. Class 1 Squaban also left his seat and took him outside the door of the conference hall. "Recite it right here, start." Li Huffing immediately memorized it. Inside the conference hall, another tense, silent recitation rang out. After that, one by one, more cadets got up and approached their class leaders to request verification. Those who passed the test will not return. Gradually, more and more seats in the conference hall became empty. The Sun District team stayed on guard and didn't leave, and several squadrons arrived on the news and stood guard together. When the evening class time ended at 9:30, he glanced into the conference room. Nearly half of the seats were vacant. It also means that nearly half of the participants passed the verification and completed the memorization of all the regulations. Sector Team Sun smiled cheerfully at the officer beside him and said, "This class of cadets is the fastest to memorize the secrecy regulations. That's the powerful driver of good vibes." All the officers nodded in agreement. Seeing that the bell for the dismissal of the class had rung and the cadets were still reluctant to leave, Sector Sun instructed the officer beside him. "Hand it down, those who haven't finished memorizing will continue tomorrow night, and those who have finished won't have to come back." Several squadrons immediately relayed instructions to the squad leaders. And the trainees, even after learning that they could go, continued to take the manuals and memorize them as they went along. Upon returning to the dormitory, a number of trainees still took the confidentiality manual and memorized it. Tomorrow night, whoever still goes over will be disgraced. They don't want to lose that face. So, when Lu Feng returned to the dormitory after training, he saw his roommates holding the manual. And in the washroom, Feng Ziwen stripped down to his underwear, towel over his shoulders, and crouched outside the shower room door chanting, clutching the manual. Inside the shower room, there was the sound of rushing water. Lu Feng laughed out loud, "Yo! They're all lining up to take a bath." Feng Ziwen immediately said, "Brother Feng, you are too insufficient. Did you already know that you have to memorize the secrecy regulations and secretly memorize them in advance without telling us?" Lu Feng shook his head and smiled, knowing that he was just casually joking. "It's just that if I tell you ahead of time, you won't necessarily want to memorize it." "Well, don't wait, let's go. Let's take a shower." Feng Ziwen instantly jumped to his feet. "Windy is going to take us over the wall and out to the wash?" Zhang Zhuzhong and Dong Xiaohe, who were lying on the bed, also got up immediately, their eyes glowing. Lu Feng slapped him over. "Flip your head, don't you want to die? There's a public bathhouse right at the end of our floor." "What?" The crowd was dumbfounded, obviously unaware. 303 sleeping near the edge of the floor. So they didn't realize that at the end of the other side of the floor, there was a public bathhouse. As for Lu Feng, because of his last life special forces habits, he would definitely carefully survey the surrounding terrain and environment whenever he arrived at a place. So as soon as he arrived at the dormitory, he quickly explored the composition of the building. Where to jump out of windows, where to climb up and down water pipes, where there are fire extinguishers, etc., have long been familiar with. The mind naturally conceptualizes how to escape if one is besieged in a dormitory building. With such an obvious place as a public bathhouse, he naturally wouldn't let it go. "Quickly! Gather toiletries and a change of clothes and come along." Soon, the four of them were holding a wash basin each, their faces overflowing with bravado and their postures arrogant as they traversed the dormitory corridors. When the trainees from the other dormitories saw this, they all gave way, not daring to approach. "What are you guys doing? Acting like a bunch of kooks?" The four had only been complacent for less than 2 minutes when the vice squad's chorus of curses rang out from behind them. The unbelievable expressions on the faces of the four instantly spanned and became filled with serious rigidity. At the same time, keep your head up and your back to the wall, and raise your hands in salute as you move the aisle out of the way. "Hello, vice squad." The vice squad looked around at the four men. "Going to take a shower?" "Yes." "You have 5 minutes, and roll call at the dormitory door in 5 minutes." "Yes." The four of them answered and immediately ran furiously towards the bathhouse. Their appearance could be described as wretched, in stark contrast to before. As a result, when they entered the bathhouse, it was also crowded with trainees who were bathing. The four of them only found 2 spray nozzles and made do with a hurried scrub. In the end, I didn't even get to experience whether the water was cold or hot, so I hurried back to the dormitory. While the others were already standing in line at the door, the four of them quickly got into line as soon as they hurriedly put their wash basins toward their feet. When Vice Manhwa saw that the people were all together, he began to lecture. I know you guys have been training all day and would love to get in bed and rest right away. I've been there and I can understand how you guys feel. But as a soldier, you should never slack off, even in a place of rest. Or else it is the graveyard where the enemy will lord you over. So housekeeping has to be organized for me. Changed clothes are to be washed and cooled immediately and never allowed to be left until tomorrow. Do you hear me? The crowd replied in unison, hear me clearly. The vice squad pulled out a timer and said, I want to see a neat and clean dormitory in 10 minutes, now, start. The crowd immediately returned to the dormitory, first seizing the high ground of the washroom. Lu Feng was the first to unscrew the faucet, showing the crowd a special soldier-style manual speed wash. Chapter 37 Laundry 3 minutes is enough, massage pain is normal. Flush, rub soap. Jab, 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 and flush. Lu Feng scrubbed the clothes, swift and sharp, and with a drawn-out rhythm. The sound that comes out of the rubbing seems as if it came from a musical instrument, crisp and pleasant. In less than 20 seconds, the top was scrubbed and thrown into the bucket. He was about to wash his pants when he realized that his roommates were staring at him dumbfounded. Come on, wash up. What are you waiting for? The crowd snapped out of it and got down to laundry. The rhythmic scrubbing sound resumed. The others watched and wanted to learn, so they followed Lu Feng's rhythm. Before long, the sound of rubbing clothes in the washroom was as consistent as walking in unison. But the sound rang out for less than a minute before Lu Feng finished rubbing his shirt and pants and underwear and socks. Turn on the faucet, catch the fresh water and get ready to go through the soap. The next was even quicker, and after a couple of straight mashings in the laundry tub, it was lifted out and wrung out. Shake it hard 3 times after screwing it. Boom boom boom. Like 3 drums beating. Trick or treat. Boom boom boom. Trick or treat. Pave the way. Dressing racks, hang, 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 and collect your work. Once again, the others looked on in disbelief. The movement was so fast that they couldn't keep up at all. Lu Feng stretched leisurely, I'm done washing, you guys take your time. With that, he walked out of the washroom. The crowd snapped back to attention again, then scrubbed and pounded in a messy fashion. The vice squad outside the door heard the commotion and immediately walked in to scold. What are you doing? I'm telling you to wash your clothes, and you're having a water fight? When he glanced toward the lavatory, he saw water splashing and clothes flinging about. One by one, they were all nervous and overwhelmed as they washed their clothes, and it sure looked a bit like a war. The anger that had just risen in the vice squad then instantly subsided 7 or 8 times. That's when he realized that one person wasn't involved and was still leisurely folding clothes on the bed. It was clothes that had dried during the day. Lu Feng, why don't you go wash your clothes? Vice Manhwa's solemn and cold tone carried displeasure. Lu Feng immediately got up and stood at attention. I've washed it. Vice Manhwa's eyebrows jumped and he immediately looked to the washroom, and he saw a set of clothes hanging up. He instantly looked at the timer, 10 or so seconds short of 5 minutes. Nice speed. Subban, who secretly praised in his heart, and when he looked up again, the others in the washroom had also begun to hang up and dry their washed clothes. Seeing this, he simply said and walked out. Remember to put everything in order. Not long after, the people in the 303 dormitory heard the vice squad's angry roar from next door. Are you guys doing laundry or scrubbing spaghetti? Move your ass. Feng Ziwen patted his chest with a grateful face as he listened. Brother Feng, do you think we can wash our clothes like this? Lu Feng laughed lightly, mine is definitely cleaned. Feng Ziwen was not quite convinced. Although Lu Feng's movements of washing clothes were ornamental and the sound was rhythmic, how could he wash them in such a short time? He wondered, there's a washing machine at school, why do we have to hand wash? Zheng Zhuzhong, on the other hand, said, what's the point of asking so many questions, just follow orders. Lu Feng patted Feng Ziwen's shoulder and said, the school is hoping to exercise our independence. In the future, when you go out on a mission and go to war, you won't be able to find a washing machine to wash your clothes. Adapt now and you won't be embarrassed later. The more you rely on the convenience of machinery when training, the more likely you are to be passive and helpless when you go to war. Feng Ziwen really felt better in his heart. When he knew it made sense to do certain grueling things, there were fewer complaints. At this time, Wang Gang also dried his clothes and came up. Wouldn't it be okay to rely on a gun? Lu Feng laughed softly. Guns are very reliable, and no amount of familiarity is too much. But ammunition is always limited, so we need to both rely more on guns and learn to get rid of our reliance on them. Dong Xiaohe, who was lying back on the bed, also took over and said, I haven't touched a real gun yet, and when I was a kid, I saw grown-ups shooting birds with air guns, and I was envious. The real thing is heavy, and has recoil, so it's no fun. What fat master I want most nowadays is to get a good night's sleep. Today's training really killed me. I still don't know if I'll be able to hold out tomorrow. Wang Gang also said, we trained so strenuously today, tomorrow we will definitely be sore all over. I'm afraid we won't even be able to get out of bed. Then again, doesn't Win get sore from training several times as much as we do? Fang Ziwen also hastened to ask, yes, Win brother is not practiced what magic secret, also teach brothers 2 strokes. Lu Feng looked puzzled and said back, it's not any divine power, just some ordinary methods of stretching the tendons and bones, learned from the gym. If you guys want to learn, I can teach you a set of massage techniques that will effectively relieve the after effects of exercise. When the crowd heard this, they immediately came to their senses, and one by one, they all climbed to their feet. Lu Feng said, one of you will make a human template. Fang Ziwen immediately raised his hand and shouted, me. Because of his weight, he happens to sleep on the bottom bunk. The crowd gathered to his bed. Lu Feng told him to lie face down. It's not really complicated, you just need to keep a few parts in mind. Lu Feng rubbed his palms together to warm his hands first. First the head, starting at the location of the Bacchus point, which is the very top of the skull. Lu Feng used his thumb to press down on the top of Fang Ziwen's head, and his index finger to press down on his temple, and began to gently rotate it with his technique. Fanzi let out a groan. Next is the neck, also in the center, where the 2 bands of tendons protrude, called the 100 labors point. Lu Feng used his technique to press and rub, and Fang Ziwen immediately let out a cry of pain. Wendy, it hurts. Lu Feng, however, said, pain is normal, you can be lighter when you are not skillful, so as not to hurt the tendons and bands with too much force. After the neck, comes the back, with a focus on pushing. You can use your hands as well as your elbows, from the shoulders out and down to the waist where the kidneys are, and then up. Lu Feng exerted a force with his words, and Fang Ziwen immediately let out a pig-killing squeal. Wang Gang immediately stepped forward to cover him. Fatty, what are you screaming about? Fang Ziwen broke his hand and said, you don't understand, it really hurts too much, I simply can't help it. Zhang Zhuzhong immediately said, if you can't help it, get up and away, let me do it. Fang Ziwen struggled for a moment, but the fear of pain prevailed, and got up to make way. Zhang Zhuzhong immediately lay down. Lu Feng then started from his back and massaged him. Zhang Zhuzhong immediately let out a pained grunt, obviously holding back extremely hard. Fang Ziwen shrank his shoulders as he watched. Brother Feng, are you sure this is a massage and not torture? Lu Feng ignored him and continued to explain. After the back, come the limbs. The hands are dominated by the Naguan point, which is the position a little down from the wrist. The feet are dominated by the Yongquan point, which is the center of the footplate, where the vertical center of gravity is when the body is standing. You guys just follow this route, you don't have to do it for long, it'll work in 5 minutes or so. You don't need 2 standardized gestures at first, you just need to pinch, knead, and push more. Lu Feng got up and went back to his bed. You can work in pairs and practice on each other. Who's going to be in my group? We'll give each other a 5-minute massage for helping each other. Lu Feng leaned over and laid down. That's why he was so happy to teach the crowd. It's all about enjoying the systematic massage method for yourself. Chapter 38, I saved your life. There was nothing more bitter in the world than to have mastered a superb stance, but not being able to enjoy the benefits of that stance. It's like a top musician being deaf and unable to hear the amazing music he creates, or a super chef having a bad palate and not being able to taste the amazing food he makes with his own hands. Lu Feng, who had now mastered the special massage technique, could not give himself a massage to his heart's content. Many of the positions on the back are out of reach, and those that are reachable are not easy to use. 10 points for a top-notch maneuver can only be used as 1 point. And it's different when you teach your roommate. So when Lu Feng said to his roommates, who wants to team up with me? We'll each give the other a 5-minute massage. One by one, the crowd grabbed their hands and raised them. And Zhang Zhuzhong is even more direct. A smoke ran to Lu Feng's bed, according to what he just learned, has begun to get on. Brother Wind, is this the location? He used the technique taught by Lu Feng to simultaneously press the 100 clubs point and the solar plexus point at the top of his skull. Lu Feng closed his eyes and said, "The solar plexus has to come down a little more, yes, that's it. Harder, harder. That's it, that's the force." The others looked envious. With Lu Feng teaching them by hand like this, they would surely learn quickly. Fang Ziwen, Wang Gang, and Dong Xiuhei glanced at each other in embarrassment. "Brother Feng, it seems like we're not well grouped in terms of numbers." Lu Feng, who was enjoying the horse-killing chicken, said without lifting his head, "It's fine, you can work in groups of 3 and give each other massages in a triangular rotation." The 3 of them also woke up after Lu Feng reminded them. So Wang Gang gave Dong Xiuhai a massage, Dong Xiuhai gave Fang Ziwen a massage, and Fang Ziwen gave Wang Gang a massage. Soon, 303 there were various cries of pain. They didn't realize that learning the massage method was only secondary, and more importantly, Lu Feng used the massage as an entry point for them to help each other and deepen their comradeship with each other. With supportive peers, it will be easier for them to withstand the grueling training. At 10:30 p.m., the lights went out in the dormitory on time. The people went back to their beds, lay down and didn't want to move again. The first day of training was new and exciting for them, but also grueling. It can be physically and mentally exhausting. In less than 5 minutes, all of the 303 bedrooms were snoring loudly. Lu Feng also used the deep sleep method and went into a deep sleep faster than the crowd. The freshmen's dormitory building was quieting down with all sorts of rustling. It seems everyone is asleep. At 11:06 p.m., an angry cry exploded from the floor. "Who's in there? Come out of there!" Lu Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Being in the habitual reaction of a special forces soldier in his previous life, Lu Feng immediately jumped out of bed, tiptoed to the door, and quietly opened a crack in the door. Lu Feng looked through the doorway and saw an instructor reprimanding a trainee in the center of the building a few meters away. "Tell me, what is it?" In the dimly lit hallway, the instructor held a flashlight in one hand, directed at the cadet's face, and cupped a little glowing red star in the other. "Yes, it's smoke." From the hallway came the faint, trembling voice of the cadet. "Didn't your squad leader teach you the housekeeping ban?" The instructor was extremely loud and not at all afraid of disturbing the other sleeping people. Or maybe he just wanted the others to hear it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lu Feng heard the loud sound of the door opening from his left side, turned his head to look. It turned out that the door of the room diagonally opposite the 301 bedrooms had also opened a doorway, and there was also a person who was looking through the doorway. In the hallway, the cadet caught out responded weakly. "Tot. Does the ban say you can smoke in the dorms?" "No." "If you know it's not allowed, why do you smoke it?" The trainee was silent. "Let's not talk about your prohibited behavior. Do you know that smoking in the dormitory can easily cause a fire? Do you want to get everyone killed? Speak up, mute." The cadet said weakly, "I'll smoke it in the restroom, it won't burn." "Good. Good for you." Not only do they not take the school's restraining orders seriously, they don't take the lives of their comrades seriously. What do you think you're in for? It's military school. It is a place to train people's heroes who protect their country, not a place for those who violate the ban for their own selfishness and disregard the safety of others. You can violate the prohibition for the sake of smoking now. In the future, when the enemy threatens you with your life, is it possible to disregard even any military order prohibition? Then the trainee was so admonished that he didn't dare to retort anymore, and Lu Feng could faintly hear the sound of sobbing. "Now, go to the playground right now and run 20 laps for me and reflect on your behavior. If you don't think you can comply with school rules, pack up and get the hell out of here tomorrow." Lu Feng saw the cadet sob, raised his hand and wiped his eyes, and jogged towards the stairway. Lu Feng immediately closed the doorway and quickly returned to the bed to lie down. Soon the sound of running was far away and the hallway was quiet once again. And downstairs in the dormitory, once again, the sound of reprimands rang out. Lu Feng went to the balcony of the washroom to look downstairs and eavesdrop for a moment. As it turned out, it was the cadet squad leader who arrived on the scent, caught him at the first floor stairway, and reprimanded him again. That squad leader then accompanied that cadet to the playground and ran around it together. Lu Feng returned to the bedroom and looked around. The others were sleeping like dead pigs. He thought for a moment and came to Zhang Zhuzhong's bedside, rummaged under his pillow, and found a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Lu Feng took out his cigarettes and lighter and cried out in secret. If it wasn't for the fact that today's training volume for Class 3 was much higher than the other classes, causing Zhang Zhuzhong to be too tired to think of anything else. If not for the fact that before lights out, young Ju Young was massaged to relieve his body's aches and pains and was able to quickly fall asleep. I am only afraid that Zhang Juzhong will follow his habit and go to the toilet to smoke a few cigarettes before going to sleep. At that time, the person arrested would be young Ju Young, not the unlucky one now. Because the 303 bed is closer to the hallway, it will be checked first in order of location. Luckily, Zhang Juzhong today is so tired that even forgot to smoke, lying on the bed after the brain is only sleep. And the source of the luck is the land breeze. If it wasn't for Lu Feng, Class 3 wouldn't have trained so much. Without Lu Feng's offer of a massage, Zhang Juzhong might not have been able to sleep so quickly. For smokers who can't sleep, then they definitely need a cigarette. Lu Feng remembered that he was also a smoker, so he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, and said to the sleeping Zhang Juzhong, "Old Zhang, brother has saved your life." When he finished, he hid the pack of cigarettes and the lighter. Lying back on the bed, Lu Feng vaguely heard the sound of admonishment coming from the window of the balcony. It was extremely loud in this silent night. 20 laps. I'd love to run too. Lu Feng shook his head and sighed. It was hard to extinguish the thought of sneaking out for extra training and go to sleep again. It's 5 a.m., an hour before the school's wake-up call. And the door to the room in bedroom 303 had been kicked in. Tick-tock. The shrill whistle blew. This was followed by the shouts of Wang Ban. Rabbits. Get up and train. Chapter 39 Advancement of Shooting Training. Lu Feng woke up when the door was kicked in. By the time Wang Ban finished shouting, he had already gotten up to put on his shoes and get his hands on the quilt. Wang Ban looked and nodded, then looked at the others, and immediately anger rose. He walked over, grabbed a military flashlight, and banged hard on their bed frame. Zhang Juzhong looked up and fell asleep again. 2 seconds later his eyes snapped open and he scrambled out of bed in a panic. The other three, however, were full of weariness and were struggling to support their upper bodies on the bed. Wang Ban immediately turned on his flashlight and shone it around his face. Awake yet? Are your eyes open? Open yet? The 4 men were shown in the face one by one, and the glare was so strong that they looked away from each other. On the other side, Lu Feng had already folded the quilt. You have 3 minutes to gather in the doorway corridor with your quilts folded. After saying that, Wang Ban went to the next bed. The crowd got out of bed in a hurry. Hiss. My thighs are so sore, my arms are so sore, and my shoulders are so sore, I feel like I'm going to waste away. Fang Ziwen was like a person who had just gotten up after a long time in bed with a major illness, moaning constantly in pain. Wang Gang also sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Me too, my back is sore and my arms and legs don't seem to be able to make any strength. Dong Shohei also climbed out of bed with raw movements. It's fine, I do the same thing the next day after every farm work, half a day's reprieve will make me less sore. And there was another person who didn't cry out in pain, but folded up the quilt with his hands and feet. Fang Ziwen was surprised. Old Zhang, why are you okay? Zhang Juzhong kept moving and said flatly, my hands and feet are also sore, but not as exaggerated as yours. Lu Feng saw that they were still slowing down and immediately went over to slap their muscles. Hurry up, at the rate you're going, 10 minutes won't be enough, let alone 3. Ow ow ow. Brother Feng, don't touch, it hurts. Fang Ziwen immediately let out a pig-killing scream. But after the screams, the movements were really numb, unlike just now, like a slow zombie. With the help of Lu Feng, they finally stepped on the spot to complete the assembly. Line up as usual, call the count, roll call. But with the exception of Lu Feng and Zhang Juzhong, none of them looked like they were standing up straight. Wang Ban didn't say much and directly led them to the playground. It was only when they reached the playground that Wang Ban said to the crowd, I know you're all sore, and this proves that you weren't lazy yesterday. But it also shows that you have a poor physique. Look at Lu Feng, he's just fine. You guys saw yesterday that he trained more than all of you. But the fact that people are fine at all shows that he works out regularly and his body has long since adapted to the intensity of this kind of training. In the parade, Lu Feng stood upright and steady, in stark contrast to the others who were trembling. And to Wang Ban's surprise, there was another trainee who was also unaffected by muscle soreness. And this cadet, also doing well. Come on, call out your name. My name is Young Ju Young. Zhang Juzhong responded loudly with his head held high. Wang Ban patted his shoulder, good. Keep it up, I hope that there's more than just one Lu Feng in our class to monopolize the style, and that you all rise to the occasion and fight for first place as well. Here's a 5-kilometer cross-country run, try to finish in 20 minutes. Run so your muscles don't get sore. The crowd immediately ran after Wang Ban. But except for Lu Feng and Zhang Zhuzhong, everyone else is light on their feet and heavy on their feet, not running like they should. It didn't take long to run, and Fang Ziwen couldn't help but whisper. Old Zhang, your kid is good. Unremarkable and undemonstrative, your physical fitness is surprisingly comparable to Brother Fang's. Yeah, I used to help my family with farm work, and I'm not too bad physically, but I still can't stand yesterday's training a bit. Dong Xiaohei didn't have an easy time running either. Zhang Zhuzhong glanced at the squad leader in front of him and whispered to the two, I don't think it's because I'm physically fit, it's because of Feng. Fang Ziwen was puzzled, what does this have to do with Brother Feng? Wang Gang, however, was more alert and reacted to Zhang Zhuzhong's slight mention. You mean the massage last night? Zhang Zhuzhong nodded heavily and once again said in a fine voice, when Lu Feng gave me a massage, the taste was really painful. But after I pressed it, it was extraordinarily comfortable, and I don't even remember when I fell asleep last night. The three of them, Fang Ziwen, were astonished. But they had a massage last night. Why didn't it work? Because it wasn't pressed by Lu Feng himself. The three thought almost simultaneously. They looked at each other, but neither of them said anything. It's simple. We're robbing Landwin tonight. Zhang Zhuzhong was still a bit strange when he saw that a few people had suddenly gone silent. But the Wang Ban at the front suddenly came chiding, don't desert. Pay attention to the rhythm of your breathing. Come shout with me, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Zhang Zhuzhong didn't know that he would regret his morning's talkativeness immensely tonight. The second day of training at the military academy then officially began. The training was almost the same as yesterday. Same pre-dinner singing, same morning formation training and afternoon physical training. News after dinner, then evening study to memorize the secrecy regulations, and those who finished going to the playground for extra training. The class of 303, on the other hand, has an additional item, a bedtime competition for the position of Lu Feng's massage partner. With a monetary offensive, Fang overwhelms his roommate with 10 hot pot meals to win the right to be his partner for the second night. So by the morning of the third day, Fang Ziwen changed from yesterday's atrophy and was extremely combative. He also received praise from Wang Ban during morning exercises. And young Zhu Yong, who was wilting down, was criticized and educated by the class president. When the others saw this, their eyes were filled with fire as they looked at Lu Feng. Another day of intense training was over and it came time for the evening scramble for the land breeze. Fang Zimen's hot pot offense was completely ineffective. The lucky winner, Dong Xiaohei, was finally decided by rock-paper-scissors method. By the fourth day, Wang Ban came to blow the whistle at 4 a.m. The people in the 303 bed are used to it and get up nimbly. It took just over 5 minutes from the time I got up to the time I arrived at the playground. While the intensity of the training is getting heavier every day, these 5 are getting better every day. He didn't know that it was all due to Lu Feng as well. Ever since they knew that the massage method was effective, they learned from Lu Feng 12 times more seriously. The 5-minute massage time delineated by Lu Feng was extended to 10 minutes by them. Even the midday lunch break. Whenever there is a break in training, it is a time for them to learn and practice massage techniques. Therefore, the 4 people other than Lu Feng, although the massage technique was subpar, through time to make up for it, managed to let them overcome the after effects of muscle soreness after exercise. Wang Ban looked at the performance of the 5 people in bedroom 303 and couldn't help but show a look of approval. I have good news for you all today. The crowd's eyes glazed over. Wang Ban didn't whet the crowd's appetite and directly said, last night, all of our departmental cadets finished memorizing the secrecy regulations. Because of your outstanding performance, the district team has decided to hand out firearms to everyone early for shooting training. The crowd was stunned. Can you touch the gun? But they're not at all prepared for it. Chapter 40, Landwin's Military Spirit, returns. The 5 a.m. playground at NCSU. Even the other classes in the same department don't have a single one up yet at this point. Class 3's Wang Ban, on the other hand, shouted the trainees up early. Instead of taking them on a morning run, tell them a message. Shooting practice is ahead of schedule and they get to touch the guns. It would have taken at least a week of training to expose you to firearms training. However, in light of your performance in previous training sessions, it is the unanimous opinion of our command that the amount of training you have done in 3 days is already comparable to a week's worth of training in previous sessions. As a result, Sector Sun has decided to advance your shooting training program to start today. You all did a great job. A round of applause for your outstanding performance. Snap. The crowd blankly applauded along with Wang Ban. Seeing the crowd's lack of enthusiasm, Wang Ban couldn't help but ask, "What? You guys don't like guns?" The crowd immediately shook their heads. Wang Ban was surprised. "Really don't like it?" The crowd nodded again in quick succession. It confused Wang Ban. "Do you guys like it or not?" Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately stepped forward and said, reporting to the squad leader, "Everyone should like it." The earlier shaking of the head was to negate the squad leader's comment about not liking it, and the nodding of the head later on should mean liking it. Wang Ban turned to the others and asked, "Is that so?" The crowd nodded in unison. Wang Ban immediately said, "Ha! You brats over here, if you like it, just shout it out. What's the point of twisting and turning?" Feng Ziwen immediately asked, "Squad leader, then will we be able to practice target shooting?" He also made a gesture of firing his gun with the end of it. Wang Ban snorted coldly, "Target shooting? It's still early. You first get your hands on only guns, no bullets. You have to go through firearms disassembly and assembly training first, and when you learn to maintain the guns, you have to practice shooting movements and aiming movements. When all of this is passed, only then will you be issued live ammunition for live fire training." Feng Ziwen's excited expression faded and he muttered, "How long would that take?" "Humph. Well, that depends on what you guys do." "Well, that's all the news to tell you." Wang Ban wasn't happy with the group's reaction. "Due to the fact that you are going to be handed out guns today, you will be taught the gun presentation ceremony and the oath of acceptance first this morning. When you've all memorized it, then you can start your morning workout." After Wang Ban's order, the people of Class 3 began to learn the do's and don'ts of the gun awarding ceremony. First, we memorized the Pledge of Allegiance, which is only one paragraph and not too difficult to memorize. After that comes the flow of the ceremony. Wang Ban demonstrates the whole process live and then simulates it with the participants one by one. It wasn't until everyone had completed the entire ceremonial process without error that he led the group in a run. After breakfast, housekeeping was organized and military uniforms were changed. 7 in the morning. The whole department assembled in the big playground. Conduct a flag-raising ceremony. After the ceremony, the district captain took the stage to deliver his usual speech. "I'm sure you're all wondering about these big boxes on either side of the playground. You guessed correctly that the case contains the very guns that will be issued to you today." On the playground, the eyes of the crowd immediately gathered on the large wooden boxes on both sides of the playground. Instead, Lu Feng dropped his gaze on the gun-toting soldiers by the wooden crates. One of them held one side with a wary look. Even in the school district, they didn't drop their guard lightly. Your squad leaders should have already given you the reasons why, so I won't repeat them here. There is only one thing to add to that. Sector Sun paused slightly before speaking again. "I have always believed that the gun is the guts of the soldier, and the sound of the gun is the soul of the battlefield. The reason why I let you take up your guns early is that I want you to take up the guts of a soldier and infuse the soul of a soldier early. The more you practice, the stronger you become. The soul, the more it is honed, the firmer it becomes. From this day forward, you will all be soldiers with guts. Fearless to face greater challenges. The last word war is so thick that it carries in all directions." The playground erupted in a sea of applause. Next, in order, the squadrons will receive their appropriate firearms, which will be issued to the students by their respective squadron leaders. First Squadron, receive 98 of our standard rifles and 98 of our standard pistols. Second Squadron, pick up 104 of our school's standard rifles, standard. Third Squadron. As Sector Sun read out, the 3 squadron leaders on the podium came out in turn. The authorization to issue standardized firearms for the training of our new students is officially confirmed. The Sun District team distributed the 3 points of authorization to the squadron leaders in turn. The squadron leader took it and immediately saluted. Sector Sun returned the honor with a solemn face. After that, the squadrons led their respective commanding squad leaders to the sides of the playground to present authorizations to the armed soldiers to collect their ordnance in turn. Then, as if on pilgrimage, the cadets followed their respective squadrons as they separated from the grand column and walked to the corner of the playground. Under the guidance of the squad leader, the entire squadron collectively sang a military song in unison. Immediately thereafter, the formal presentation of arms ceremony began. Class 1's Ben Kwok acted as master of ceremonies and read the orders. Li Hofeng. Here. One standard rifle, number 05XXXXXX, and one standard pistol, number 32XXXXXX, are issued. Squadron Lin took the rifle first from the gun-fetching squad leader. Then the moderator reads here. Take the gun. Yes. Li Hafeng moved cleanly to take the rifle, backed up the sling, hung the rifle on his chest, and held the front end of the rifle with his right hand and the handle with his left. Then again, he took the pistol with the holster attached from Lieutenant Lin and buckled it to the belt around his waist. Squadron Lin solemnly said to him, when you take over the school gun, it means taking over the solemn and sacred mission given by the motherland and the people, practicing hard and always ready for battle. Do you accept the order? Lead the way. The two men exchanged military salutes. Then it's the next trainee's turn. Under the warm morning sun, a resounding command to fire the gun and a firm reply rang out on the playground. They will all, in this moment, lay down the steel of their minds to protect their country and their people. All were solemn as they witnessed one gun presentation after another. Lu Feng. Here. Distribution. Does. Take orders? Lead the way. Lu Feng touched the gun in his hand, only to feel that the familiar feeling had finally returned. He had been tense and alert to everything since he had traveled to this parallel world. Strange worlds, strange bodies, and strange people around them. None of it gives him a sense of security. Only the cold steel lance could give him a shred of security again. He, Lu Feng, is back. And Squadron Lin, who stood in front of Lu Feng, was the first to notice the change in Lu Feng's eyes. It was the look of loyalty to the country and the people, 100 deaths. Squadron Lin's heart was shaken. This cadet has a true military soul, not a childish one, but a burning hot military soul. He, who will surely lead the future of Xia. Squadron Lin, as if entrusted with the future, heavily saluted Lu Feng with a military salute. Lu Feng solemnly returned the salute. Ding! Detected that the host received the first gun in his life. In order to assist the host to grow faster and become a qualified commander, he is rewarded with the firearms mastery skill, which, when used, allows the host to maximize his integration with the firearms when using them, and to quickly master them regardless of whether they are disassembled or assembled. But the host still needs to spend time training and bonding more. As soon as this voice from the system came out, the fine construction diagrams of all the parts of the rifle and pistol immediately appeared in Lu Feng's mind. The gun in his hand, too, was as familiar as if it had fused with his body as one. This system is really timely. Lu Feng's heart was overjoyed. Once all cadets have received their guns, the facilitator leads all cadets in the Pledge of Allegiance. I swear. Take care of your weapons and equipment like your own life depends on it. Strict adherence to weapons regulations. The oath was solemnly recited by the whole group. Chapter 41, let's give you a taste of what's to come. Squadron Lin looked at the trainees with guns in their hands, each glowing with a glowing look, and also revealed a pleased smile. Is everyone happy to have gotten their guns? When the crowd saw Lieutenant Lin's amiable smile, they also put on their smiling faces. I know, it's hard for people to feel a little unfulfilled when they don't have the bullets and can only touch them but not use them. But it doesn't matter, although out of regulations there is no way for you to shoot your way through, you can have a good time and see what kind of power you have in your hands with your sharp weapons. All squad leaders of 1st Squadron, lead the cadets in formation to range 11. Yes. Each class leader led his class out of the playground in an orderly manner. On the way, the participants of Class 3 were excited. If I had to rate a military academy as the most popular place for students, it would be the shooting range. Now that we heard that we were heading to the range, it was exciting for the crowd. Dong Xiaohei touched the rifle on his chest and went to touch the pistol on his waist. Suddenly, he realized that the surface of the gun seemed to have a thin transparent surface. Curious, he snapped at it with his fingernails. Don't touch! Lu Feng immediately chimed in. Dong Xiaohei immediately retracted his hand in fear. Lu Feng shook his head gravely at him and said, don't fiddle around without authorization until the squad leader tells you to move your gun. Dong Xiaohei was a bit weak and changed the subject. Why did you give us a pistol? Wang Gang asked rhetorically, what department are we in? Dong Xiaohei was confused, the Army Command Department. Wang Gang had a hateful expression on his face, that's right, we're in the Command Department. After graduation, we are directly officers and will be assigned to various departments in the Army. Among them are 4 major departments: Command, Political, Logistics and Equipment. Normally, only the Operations Department under the Command, when there is a mission requirement, is equipped with rifles, the rest of the departments are more likely to be equipped with pistols. That's why handguns are relatively more generalized and commonly used for our department. Dong Xiuhei suddenly came to a realization. Lu Feng then said, but it doesn't mean that we don't need to learn the usage of rifles, because when it comes to wartime, officers are also going to be on the front line, and rifles are still the mainstay when fighting against the enemy single-handedly. Pistols are more for officers to use for self-protection. And generally speaking, schools should not be rationing handguns to students so early in the school year, but rather, they may not be rationed for practice until they have become thoroughly proficient with their rifles. There may be some reason for this. Lu Feng revealed a thoughtful expression. Wang Gang, however, said indifferently, whatever the reason, it's always good to have early access to all types of guns. Actually, I prefer the sniper rifle, that's really cool. Fang Ziwen said disdainfully, sniper rifle, is it as handsome as an RPG? Is it as cool as a Gatling machine gun? Fang Ziwen was used to playing electronic shooting games, as if alcoholics preferred spirits, preferring equipment with big firepower. Wang Gang, on the other hand, retorted, that's an armament only accessible to artillery, you're dreaming. At the front of the team, Wang Ban turned around and swept in a stern look, and the crowd immediately didn't dare to talk out loud anymore. It wasn't a long walk before the crowd reached the place. After first passing through a wire mesh fence, he then came to a building. After registering at the doorman, Lieutenant Lin took a number plate before leading the crowd into the pavilion. That's when the crowd got to see the training range in the pavilion. The shooting range is a green lawn with a bust-shaped human target standing in the distance. A circle of white rings on the target. The trainees were so new to this place that they couldn't stop glancing around. Lu Feng's first look at all the corners revealed that they were all closely monitored by cameras. The grounds were extremely clean and obviously cared for on a daily basis. A training ground of this caliber, if it were put out for commercial use, would have to start at least at $100,000 a year. Squadron Lin led the men to a firing platform and stopped. At the command of the class leaders, the classes line up in sequence. One squad, one column, lined up together in a square formation of nearly 100 men. When the parade was complete, Lieutenant Lin smiled at the crowd and said, this place, it's okay, isn't it? Does everyone like it? Love it. Want to come back more often? Think. The cadets answered with unmistakable neatness and loudness. Squadron leader Lin suddenly changed his face and said with a solemn expression, then it will depend on your next training performance to prove whether or not you are qualified to enter here. The crowd immediately lost the ease with which they had entered. Can't you get in if you don't perform well? This was the most worrying thought of the crowd at the moment. If they hadn't come over, then they might not have had much of a concept of a training range and no picture in their heads. Interested in the place but not necessarily longing for it. But it was only after actually visiting that the place felt so grand and stately. Every arrangement here has an indescribable sense of impact, bringing great attraction to this group of freshmen who haven't seen much of the world. It's just cool to be able to train shooting in a place like this. That's what most of them think. And that's what Squadron Lin would like to see. The more attractive this place is to them, the more training they can resist in the future. Squadron Lin left a half-minute of silence to allow the crowd to give themselves a piece of their minds before formalizing the topic of the occasion. Captain Xia Yunjie of Class 6. Here. The response came from none other than the 6th squad leader. I've heard that you were known as a marksman in the North's forces. The marksmanship is among the top of a bunch of squad leaders. Today, you'll give these juniors a good demonstration. Xia Ban of Class 6 immediately saluted and agreed, yes. Shaban jogged out and received a regulation rifle and pistol from the Ordnance Administration. As well as 2 boxes of bullets. Shaban disassembled the rifle and pistol into parts in 3 tries on the tabletop of the shooting bench. Before the crowd of trainees could react to what was going on, he had stopped. All that was left was the misplaced and unorganized gun parts on the tabletop. Load. At Lieutenant Lin's command, Shaban quickly and methodically filled the box of ammunition into the magazines. Once filled, put the magazine back on the table. Squadron leader Lin gently lifted his hand up and swung it downward violently. Ready to fire. Shaban immediately began to move. Assembling the pistol first, he had it loaded and pinned to his belt before the crowd could see how he was moving. Then came the assembly of the rifle. 2 parts a second, fully loaded in less than 10 seconds, the action cleanly ended in the hands, making a ready-to-fire maneuver. The crowd held their breath as they watched. They had only seen it on TV and movies before, but now they were seeing it with their own eyes, and their hearts were poofing at the sight. But the movement was so fast that their eyes had some trouble keeping up. And the people standing in the back row were all craning their necks. Lu Feng also looked at his hands and itched. Because of the firearms proficiency skill rewarded by the system, Lu Feng was able to read every disassembly and assembly step of the Zaben. The brain naturally builds the structural graphics of the two guns and seems to be able to complete the disassembly and assembly with its eyes closed. In the middle of the field, Lieutenant Lin droned again. 300-meter mobile fire, commence. Chapter 42 Real-life shooting demonstration. 300 meters of moving fire. It's not about shooting a moving target at a distance of 300 meters. Instead, you start at a position 300 meters from the target and shoot at the target while moving closer. With the command from the Lin squadron, Xiaoban quickly opened fire. First, he fired from a standing position in place, hitting the target with 3 shots and then quickly moving to the left front. Subsequently shoot multiple targets that appear out of nowhere while moving. After moving a short distance, switch to a kneeling position, swing your shooting direction dramatically, and fire in rapid succession at multiple targets that suddenly appear to the left and right, and hit them all. Then get up and quickly move forward, quickly change magazines during the forward dash, then leap to the ground and lie on the ground, using the prone position to shoot the target further away. After completing the shot, quickly get up and move forward. However, not far in front of him, directly in front of his forward charge, several gun targets suddenly rose. And Zaben made his move the instant the gun target went up. With a kneeling rear prone slide, he quickly drew the pistol at his waist and quickly fired at the suddenly close-range target. After shooting, quickly roll forward twice, get up smoothly with the inertia of the roll, switch back to the rifle, and crouch down for a quick march. After rushing some distance, he again lay on his back, and then crept forward at a rapid crawl. After crawling for a while, the rifle was set up in a prone position to complete the final shot. The whole thing flows smoothly, but there are so many different shooting positions and displacement maneuvers that it's dizzying. It was as if all the handsome shooting maneuvers were performed by him. And Lu Feng noticed more details than the others. Throughout this entire time, not a single action was missed by Shaban, nor was a single shot off target. The stance and movements are extremely sophisticated. For a bunch of new trainees, they didn't know what 300 meters meant. Nor did he understand how difficult it had been for Zaben to travel more than 100 meters quickly in a very short period of time just now. Lu Feng, as a person who had been there, had seen many elites from the army who came to test their guns in his previous life, and was able to distinguish the depths of the situation. Zaben's reputation as a marksman is well deserved. Soon after, Shaban ran back to the forestry squadron to resume his duties. As you can see, this is what you will be mastering for the next 3 months. Do you guys want to learn? Think. The crowd roared in unison. Good. In 3 months, I want all of you to do the same thing that Captain Xia just did. Is there any confidence? Yes. Loud voices echoed around the range. It was only then that Lin's squadron center nodded in satisfaction. That concludes today's demonstration. Each class will take their trainees back to conduct their own training. Yes. The squad leaders were about to lead the trainees away when a shout rang out from the crowd. Report! Squadron Lin saw that it was a cadet from Class 6 who had asked to speak. Say. I want to try it now, and I hope the chief will give me a chance to try it. The cadet made the request with a straight face, making Squadron Leader Lin smile in surprise. He walked up to the cadet and stared straight at him. You want to go up and try? Yes. He stared back loftily. What's your name? Class 6 Li Rong. Go back and collect your 20-lap running penalty. Yes. Li Rong's face reddened, not daring to retort. Lieutenant Lin turned to the crowd and said, I know you're all eager to try it. But shooting a gun is never child's play, much less for fun. A soldier's gun is a weapon to protect the country, not a toy to satisfy your playfulness. Every time you make a shot as soldiers, you have to hold the belief that you are protecting your country and your people, which is worthy of every bullet that your country sends you. Do you think shooting is easy? Loading, gripping, stabilizing and aiming the gun you all haven't even learned yet, and you want to shoot, that's taking your lives for granted. The crowd's expressions tightened, and they no longer had the excitement they had before. Classes are brought back for training. Soon, the squad leaders walked out of the shooting range with the trainees who were full of reluctance. Outside the training ground, Lu Feng took a deep look at the entrance of the training ground. In his mind at that moment, there was one thought that was incomparably firm. Wait, I'll be back soon. Back at the playground, the classes brought in long tables to hold their firearms and began to educate the cadets about firearms. In the corner of the playground, the squad leader of Squad 3 also took out his sidearm. The standardized rifles issued to you were independently developed by our country and have now been updated to the third generation, which is why they are also generally called third-generation standardized rifles. It utilizes a buttless construction, guided air automatic method, and can be fired in single-shot point blanks or in bursts. Wang Ban gestured to the butt area of the rifle. Shoots bullets with an initial velocity of up to 900 meters per second, an effective range of 400 meters, a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, and a combat speed of up to 100 rounds per minute. Know what that means? Meaning that by the time you hear the shots, the target has actually been hit by a rifle round. Fong Ziwen smacked his lips and said, "So hearing voices and dodging bullets in the movies are all lies?" Wang Ban immediately yelled, "You know that's a movie and you're still asking that question? Talking without reporting, 20 push-ups." Yes. Fong Ziwen immediately bitterly laughed as he plopped down on the ground and did push-ups. Wang Ban continued, "The power of this gun, you all saw Captain Xia's demonstration earlier. You'll be able to experience this for yourselves later when you can train with live ammunition. For now, I'll start by teaching you how to disassemble and assemble firearms." The entire gun, consisting of 11 parts, including the barrel, gas guide, cover, receiver, recoil spring, firing mechanism, stock, magazine and cartridge, sighting device, and bayonet. Wang Ban explains as he disassembles one component at a time. Each one is disassembled and held up for the crowd to see. In addition, there is a set of attachments for breaking down and combining, wiping and oiling, carrying and troubleshooting. That is, they are specifically designed to care for the gun, and you must all familiarize yourselves with their use. The crowd saw that Wang Ban dismantled it with extreme ease and didn't find it much more difficult. As for Lu Feng, under the effect of his firearms proficiency skill, he could instantly understand the gist of every movement Wang Ban disassembled. Next, you will all attempt to disassemble your rifles by following the actions I have just demonstrated. The crowd had waited impatiently and immediately went down to dismantle it. But after removing a magazine, the crowd found it a bit tricky. Those who didn't see it earlier rushed to see how their teammates next to them were disassembling it. Then they quickly realized that while they were still struggling with how to do it, Lu Feng had already dismantled it halfway. It was only natural for Lu Feng to draw the gun from it and remove the lower cover. In the blink of an eye, the tabletop in front of Lu Feng was left with a pile of disassembled parts. Wang Ban, who was on the side, drank at them, "You guys demolish it. What are you waiting for?" The crowd immediately turned their attention back to their hands. Obviously, I watched Wang Ban dismantle it with ease, but when it came to himself, he was a bit clueless, and he didn't even seem to know how to hold the gun. "Brother Feng, help!" Fong Ziwen threw a pleading look at Lu Feng. He had just missed the very first few steps of demolition because he was doing push-ups. Lu Feng was just about to walk over when he heard a clang. One of the cadets dropped the gun mechanism to the ground. Chapter 43, Challenging the Class President. A cadet in the 304 dormitory, after disassembling the stock, turned the gun upside down and tried to back out the receiver. But when I poured it out, I lifted it too high and didn't catch it. The spring inside fell out along with the gun's mechanism, smashing into the tabletop before bouncing up and falling off the table and onto the floor. The tubular machine gun clanked against the concrete. That trainee panicked and tried to pick it up, when a loud shout came from Wang Ban. "Don't move! Put your gun on the table first." The cadet instantly didn't dare to move and slowly put his gun back on the table. The others saw this and stopped. Wang Ban walked over and picked up the fallen machine gun, then carefully wiped off the dust with his sleeve. Wang Ban walked up to the cadet, held the gun mechanism up to his eyes and said, "What's this?" The cadet shivered, "Gun machine." Wang Ban roared, "Wrong. This is your life. The oath you were told to memorize in the morning, recite it again for me." The cadet immediately said, "I swear to care for the weaponry as much as my own life." Wang Ban interrupted him, "So what did you just do?" The cadet lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Wang Ban reprimanded, "You got your life away." "I'm sorry, squad leader, I made a mistake." Wang Ban shoved the gun mechanism heavily into his hand. "Don't let it happen a second time, or I'll consider you to have given up possession of it and take your gun back immediately." "Yes." The cadet put the bolt away and disassembled it again discreetly. Everyone else put away their levity for fear of the same mistake. On the other hand, Fong Ziwen, with the help of Lu Feng, also disassembled all the parts. Only after everyone had finished dismantling did Wang Ban say, with the exception of Lu Feng, I no longer have any expectations for your hands-on abilities. Now, all of you follow my steps and reassemble the rifle. Subsequently, Wang Ban assembled each part and waited for everyone else to follow before proceeding to the next step. Once the rifle was reassembled, the crowd was taken back to disassembly in the same way, step by step. Okay, try it again yourselves. The trainees were suddenly slow and hesitant to assemble it a little. Click, click, click. The crowd was still taking it slow when they heard the clear sound of machinery joining at their side. Then he saw Lu Feng assembling his hands as sharply as the wind, with great vigor. Click. Lu Feng pulled the bolt and completed the final assembly. You all pretend to be yourselves and don't be influenced by Lu Feng. Lu Feng, come here for a moment. Yes. Get the guns together. Yes. Lu Feng was just about to put the gun down when he picked it up again and brought it over. Wang Ban led Lu Feng to the side and asked softly, You've played with guns before? Lu Feng said, If prop guns count. Wang Ban laughed, That's also a bit of a basic foundation, just look at you folding the quilt, you have good finger dexterity too. I just watched you get a little rusty the first time you disassembled it, and it was much better the second time. Lu Feng shook his head and said, It needs more practice. In fact, he already knew it all in his head, how to dismantle and how to install are very clear, but the speed of the hand cannot keep up, only to look a little rusty. Wang Ban patted his shoulder and said, No arrogance, that's the attitude to have. In fact, for every session of our new training, we organize a firearms disassembly competition. Lu Feng's expression moved. For him who had the system, having a competition with a system reward was definitely a good thing. I've just observed it, except for you and Zhang Zhuzhong who are slightly better in our class, everyone else is a bit of a pushover, and we need to give them more time to practice before they can do so. But what we're short of is time, so you have to hurry up and practice, and this time you have to win for our class as well. Lu Feng firmly said, Don't worry, squad leader, I will do my best. Good, go back to practicing. Wang Ban also just encouraged a few words as usual, in order to make Lu Feng feel valued in his heart. When Lu Feng went back, his mindset was really much more urgent. After that, Wang Ban left them all to practice freely, giving them pointers from time to time. Once everyone was all familiar with it, Wang Ban took out a timer. Everyone put their guns together first. I see that everyone has mastered the disassembly steps, so let's train on disassembly speed next. Report. Dong Shohei suddenly wanted to speak. Say. Dong Shohei blushed a bit and said, Disassembling it too quickly, I'm afraid I'll break the gun and can't afford to pay for it. The crowd burst out laughing. Wang Ban immediately droned, What are you laughing at, is it funny that the gun is broken? The crowd was immediately silenced. Wang Ban said to Dong Shohei, It's good that you have this kind of idea, it shows that you know that you need to take care of your gun. But sometimes, war mobilization orders come out of the blue, and it can't be guaranteed that it's just when you've disassembled your gun and are taking care of it and maintaining it. At that point, you're asked to quickly put the gun back together in as short a time as possible. Now that you've practiced your quick assembly skills, you won't be afraid to mess up when you encounter an unexpected situation in the future. As for the question of whether or not you'll disassemble the gun, you won't have a problem as long as you do it strictly the right way. I see. Only then did Dong Shohei let go of the connective tissue in his heart. Wang Ban looked toward the crowd and saw that they had all loaded their guns, so he barked an order, On your mark, ready, start. The crowd immediately began to dismantle it. And Fang Ziwen's large, thick, round hands were nervously disassembled, beads of sweat faintly appearing on his forehead. Wang Ban cautioned, Don't touch the gun after you've wiped the sweat with your hand. If you want to wipe it, do it with your sleeve. Wang Ban timed it as he made his rounds of the crowd. Suddenly, he noticed a man standing silently, making no movement. Wang Ban immediately frowned and walked over to question, Lu Feng, why don't you start? Lu Feng looked at his teammate next to him and said, reporting to the squad leader. I wish to challenge you. The words immediately stunned Class 3. Don't stop, continue. Wang Ban droned to the crowd, then said to Lu Feng, Tell me your reason. The others immediately pricked up their ears, keeping an eye on Lu Feng's side. Lu Feng said, If I can't beat the class president, I'm not sure I can beat the rest of the class. Wang Ban was surprised, So, you think that if you win against me, you can win against everyone in the other classes? Yes. What if you lose? Lu Feng's eyes were firm as he returned, Then challenge until you win. Good. I'll accept your challenge. But if you lose, for every loss, you will have to spend your own after school time practicing disassembling and reassembling firearms 10 times. Any questions? Lu Feng bellowed, no problem. Wang Ban said to the crowd, alright, I see that you guys can't concentrate on practicing, so let's stop for a while and see how Lu Feng and I compete. Zhang Zhuzhong, you be the judge and time us. However, young Zhu Yang refused, report. I also want to challenge the squad leader together. Wang Ban looked at him in surprise, alright, then Wang Gang will be the referee. Wang Ban asked Wang Gang again, do you want a challenge? Chapter 44, the two who finished at the same time. In the end, only Lu Feng and Zhang Zhuzhong participated in the challenge. The crowd vacated 3 tables. Wang Ban stood in the center, Lu Feng Jing centered on the left and right of Wang Ban respectively. Wang Gang stood in front of the 3 of them with a timer. Wang Ban reminded the crowd, remember, disassembly and assembly should be timed separately, and after disassembly is completed, end the action with a standing military position, and wait for the referee to check and confirm that all the parts have been disassembled, then listen to the referee's command and start assembling together. All clear? Lu Feng and Zhang Zhuzhong responded in unison, understood. Wang Ban turned his gaze to Wang Gang. Wang Gang immediately stood upright and said, understood. Then let's call it a start. Wang Ban also stood upright and stood up straight, looking straight ahead. Wang Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and lightly droned, ready, start. At the sound of the start, young Zhu Yun moved immediately, picked up his rifle and began to disassemble it. Yet 2 people didn't move. Lu Feng and Wang Ban, neither of them moved. Zhang Zhuzhong looked a bit puzzled and stopped his hand as well. Wang Ban then droned at him, don't stop, you continue. Young Zhu Yang immediately started disassembling again. Afterward, Wang Ban turned his head to Lu Feng and asked, why aren't you moving? Lu Feng asked rhetorically, and why didn't the squad leader move? Wang Ban said, I'll give you 10 seconds before you start. Lu Feng immediately said, I don't need the class president to let. Wang Ban laughed and asked the referee, how many seconds now? Wang Gang said, 8 seconds. Wang Ban mentally counted twice before he started to do it. Lu Feng saw the squad leader make a move before following suit. And at this point, Zhang Zhuzhong has already disassembled most of it. At this time, Zhang Zhuzhong was also holding his breath in his heart, feeling that he was being underestimated. But soon enough, that anger drained out of him. Whoa! The trainees gathered around suddenly exclaimed in shock, causing Zhang Zhuzhong's hand to shake. He forced himself not to care as he continued to nervously disassemble the parts. By the time he finished disassembling the last part, the movement of the assembly next to him had stopped. Zhang Zhuzhong glanced over out of the corner of his eye, and Wang Ban was already standing at attention. Zhang Zhuzhong froze at once, and if it wasn't for the pile of disassembled parts in front of the squad leader, he would have doubted that the squad leader had ever moved. And likewise, when he looked over to Lu Feng's side again, he saw that Lu Feng had already stood upright. Zhang Zhuzhong's heart jumped, these 2 people obviously made their move later than him, but ended up completing the assembly faster than him. A sense of powerlessness could not help but arise in his heart. And Wang Gang, who was the referee, was now looking at the timer in a daze. Wang Ban asked him, is it time to count? Wang Gang hurriedly said, the meter has arrived. Then come over and check to see if there are any undisassembled parts of the equipment we disassembled. Wang Gang immediately began his inspection from Zhang Zhuzhong, who was closest to him, counting the parts one by one. There are 11 parts in total, and Zhang Zhuzhong has completed disassembly in its entirety. Wang Gang then checked Wang Ban's and Lu Feng's, and both were fine. All disassembled without error, proceed to next assembly timer. Time, start. This time Wang Ban didn't allow any more time and immediately got to work assembling it. Lu Feng similarly moved immediately upon hearing the command. Only Zhang Zhuzhong was half a beat slower, and thinking that Wang Ban would still allow time, he tried to follow suit and wait. The result was a half second behind as a result. It led to even more tension in his next assembly. And once again, the cadets on the sidelines looked dumbfounded. Because Lu Feng's assembly movements were surprisingly synchronized with Wang Ban's, it was as if the 2 of them had rehearsed, with every movement extremely synchronized. Click. The last component was assembled, and both Lu Feng and Wang Ban lowered their lances and stood upright almost in no particular order. And Zhang Zhuzhong is only a little more than halfway through assembly, with 4 or 5 components left on the table. His fingers were trembling a little with nervousness as he mounted the part. As he loaded it, he suddenly realized that the parts wouldn't fit. He panicked a little, not understanding why he couldn't stuff it anymore. After a few seconds of delay, I realized that there was another piston spring part on the table. Oops. There's a part missing from the center. He was so nervous that he didn't even notice when he missed a part. As a result, the next step could not be assembled smoothly. Zhang Zhuzhong's heart was in turmoil, and his hands were busy patching up that part before it was finally installed smoothly. After standing upright, young Zhu Yun looked a little discouraged. And the referee stopped the clock. Wang Ban turned toward him and said, "Report each man's hours." Wang Gang immediately announced, "Zhang Zhuzhong, with a time of 1 minute and 13 seconds. Squad leader, time 36 seconds. Lu Feng, time 36 seconds. Whoa! The crowd clamored. Fang Ziwen excitedly went up to Lu Feng's shoulder and said, "Brother Feng is awesome, he can be as fast as the class president. How did you do it?" Lu Feng only grinned, but in his heart, he was not satisfied with the result. On the other side, Dong Xiuhei walked over to the lost Zhang Zhuzhong and softly consoled him, "Old Zhang is fine, you're already better than all of us. It's just that those two monsters are too perverted, comparing to them is just looking for abuse." Zhang Zhuzhong quietly clenched his fists and bowed his head. Wang Ban moved his 10 fingers and sighed a bit, "Looks like my hands are a bit rusty." He was obviously not happy with this value either. "What are you guys doing gathered there?" An inquiry came from not far away. It turned out to be the forestry squadron, who had come on patrol, and seeing them in a huddle in Squad 3, came over to see what was going on. The crowd took one look and hastened to stand in a proper stance. "Hello, Chief." Lieutenant Lin waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be polite. "Why aren't you guys practicing?" "All practiced?" Wang Ban immediately stepped forward and said, reporting to Squadron Lin, "We're having an intra-squad competition." "Oh?" Lieutenant Lin glanced at the 3 assembled guns on the tabletop and asked, "Lieutenant Wang went down as well?" Lu Feng immediately said, reporting to the chief, "It was us who wanted to challenge the squad leader, and the squad leader agreed." Squadron leader Lin nodded, and when he saw Wang Gang with the timer, he asked, "What's the result?" "Let me see." Wang Gang immediately handed over the timer. Squadron Lin looked at the numbers on the timer and read, 1113, not bad, and 136 seconds. Seeing this, he looked suspiciously at the 3 guns on the table again. "Aren't there 3 of you counting? How come there are only 2 counts and 1 guy gave up?" Wang Gang, as the timing judge, knew the reason best and immediately explained, "No, because there were 2 people finishing at the same time and I couldn't tell which one was faster, there was only 1 count." Squadron leader Lin dawned on him and smiled encouragingly, "To be able to reach within 1.5 minutes just after learning, you 2 challengers are considered good among the freshmen, you just have to work harder to challenge the class president." He subconsciously assumed that the 2 people who finished at the same time both took 1 minute and 13 seconds. Seeing his misunderstanding, Wang Gang hurriedly explained, "No, the 2 who finished at the same time both took 36 seconds. Lieutenant Lin was immediately surprised, 36 seconds? You have freshmen who can assemble in 36 seconds? Interesting. Who is that cadet? Lu Feng stepped forward and responded, reporting to the chief. It's me. At this point, the crowd was thinking in their hearts that if they were to tell the Lin squadron that there were 10 more seconds out of those 36 seconds that the squad leader had conceded, they would only be even more surprised. Not bad. Very nice. Squadron Lin used 3 nice in a row. He then slapped his large palm and laughed, if it's so interesting, why don't we let everyone come along? Let's just have an early preliminaries and get all the classes in our squadron involved. Chapter 45, Don't Cramp Your Hands. On the playground, Squadron Lin brought all 10 classes together. Squadron Lin stood in front of the crowd and said loudly to them, I just walked around and realized that everyone has basically learned how to assemble a rifle. And some trainees, after they learn it, start to slack off a bit. That's uncalled for. The crowd immediately all dared not make a sound when they saw that Lieutenant Lin was beginning to feel like criticizing. For us soldiers, it's not enough to just learn. One must also be skilled, more skilled than the enemy, in order to react faster than the enemy. So, in order to urge everyone to seriously practice and familiarize themselves with their disassembly abilities, I'll follow the example of the district team and hold an in-house firearms disassembly competition for everyone to see who can disassemble faster. However, except for a small number of people whose eyes were glowing, most of them had a bitter look on their faces. Engage in contests again. It's too hard to have a game in 3 days, and military school life is too hard. And Fong Ziwen from class 3 looked at Lu Feng with a grudge. It's all your fault, you guy, nothing to do with the challenge, now you're dragging everyone down with you. Lu Feng was a bit puzzled by his look. Then he became acutely aware of 3 glances. Lei Huffing from class 1, Gao Lei from class 2, and an unknown person from class 6. Their eyes were filled with wariness. As if to say to Lu Feng, it's finally time again. In the middle of the field, Lieutenant Lin continued to address the crowd. Of course, this is not a mere competition. To prevent you from being perfunctory, I've set up rewards and punishments. Squadron Lin purposely paused for a moment, and sure enough, he saw that the lethargic look in the crowd's eyes was mostly missing. With rewards comes motivation. With punishment comes pressure. The top 5 classes with the best averages in the competition will be rewarded with an extra meal and extra time at noon. I'll arrange for a cafeteria cooking class to cook a seafood dinner for the winning 5 classes, as well as getting 5 minutes more mealtime than the other classes. And the bottom 5 losing classes, as a punishment, have to clean up for the winning 5. The crowd was in an uproar. The losers not only have to watch someone else eat a big meal, they have to clean up for the person they're being served to. It's too wimpy. Squadron Lin raised his hand and flicked it down, signaling the crowd to be quiet. He didn't blame the crowd for speaking up, it was the fact that they couldn't help but speak up that showed that the rewards and punishments he was giving were strong enough. When the crowd quieted down, he continued, this is a collective reward, and there are individual rewards. The top 3 participants of the competition will not only enjoy a seafood dinner, but will also be able to sign up for an additional menu. First place gets to sign up for 3 courses, second place 2, and third place 1. As long as it's within reason, the cafeteria will make it for you. If the top 3 finishers are in a losing class, he is also exempt from punishment and the rewards remain the same. Many had already begun to gulp, obviously thinking of some delicacy. Lieutenant Lin asked, does everyone hear me clearly? Listen up. The people were all motivated and combative, and they couldn't wait to get back to practicing. It's now 2.5 hours before lunch, so I'll give you 2 more hours to practice, and we'll start the game in the last half hour. Dismissed. The classes immediately snapped back to their positions and began practicing. Brothers, a big meal is waiting for us, let's charge together. Fong Ziwen, who was originally the least interested in practicing disassembling firearms, became the most combative at this point. Dong Shohei also laughed playfully, a seafood feast, I haven't even eaten it a few times. What kind of seafood do you guys think there will be? When it came to food, Fong Ziwen immediately went up to the top, shrimp and crab for sure, as well as oysters, flower armor, sea fish, octopus, and so on. He said he could no longer resist wiping the drool from the corners of his mouth. Lu Feng hurriedly said, Fatty, don't get saliva on the gun. The crowd burst into laughter. Fong Ziwen blushed all of a sudden and looked at Lu Feng with a flickering expression. Windy, with your speed, you'll definitely make the top 3. Want to order anything yet? Lu Feng's gaze was always on the firearm in his hands, and his fingers kept disassembling it. There's no shadow, why think so much? Fong Ziwen said, if you don't think of anything, I'll think of something for you, such as braised pig's trotters in sauce, braised pork ribs, and beef on an iron plate. As he was speaking, a cold snort came from the side, if you don't hurry up and practice seriously, you won't get a share of the big meal, and you'll get a share of the toilet sweeping. Everyone was silenced at once. And Wang Ban was not idle, taking his own sidearm and starting to practice. He said earlier that his hands were rusty because his best time when he was in the army went to 23 seconds. For him, the slowing down of his hands made him feel bad and he had to practice to get it back. The group of trainees, infected by the class leader and stimulated by the rewards, all practiced seriously one by one. Impatiently disassembled and reassembled and reassembled. Lu Feng is no exception, exploring his ultimate speed time and time again. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times. Lu Feng's hands were like the wind, and after disassembling and assembling one time, he did not pause, and immediately followed by the next time. Click, click, click. The only sound the crowd heard was a series of sharp hull crashes. In comparison, all of them are sweating, only to feel that they are rookies, and they dare not slacken on their practice. The crowd practiced nervously under the oppressive sound of Lu Feng's sharply assembled voice, forcing themselves to make the same sound. Wang Ban reminded at the right time, Lu Feng, pay attention to combining labor and rest, don't train your hands for cramps. The eyelids of the crowd jumped, Lu Feng's speed, not to mention practicing, just looking at it alone made their hands feel like they were going to cramp up. Lu Feng, on the other hand, shook his head and said, don't worry, squad leader, I have my measure. In fact, Lu Feng was feeling a coolness flowing towards his hands, so he understood that the exercise of his fingers could also be supplemented by the physical enhancement liquid. So much so, he practiced even more desperately. Almost 2 hours later, Lu Feng felt like he had completed the disassembly with his eyes closed. His hand speed has been able to keep up with the bonus effect that firearms proficiency has on him. A thought is a handful. And after nearly 2 hours of brisk exercise, his hands were steaming. If someone were to look carefully, they could vaguely see a thin layer of sweaty mist rising from his hands. Tick-tock. The assembly whistle blows. Only then did Lu Feng stop. Under the effect of the physical enhancement liquid, his hands were mended by a coolness that repaired the damage caused by exercise fatigue. Get ready to race. With Lieutenant Lin's command, the crowd all moved. Under the direction of each class leader, the crowd of cadets put the tables all together, 2 tables in a row, and covered them with tablecloths. In less than 5 minutes, the tables were all set. Squadron Leader Lin announced, "Squad leaders will be the time judges and reverse the order of formation. Squad Leader 1 will be the 10th squad judge, Squad Leader 2 will be the 9th squad judge, and so on." Disassembly may be assembled immediately after completion without pause in between. Call out a report when assembled, and the referee stops the clock on the report he hears. Does anyone have any questions? The whole room was silent. Report! A shout rang out. Squadron Lin looked around at the sound. It was Lu Feng from Class 3. Say, may I have a black scarf cloth? The whole crowd looked over at once. Chapter 46, The Arrogant Guy Takes First Place. Faced with Lu Feng's request for a black scarf and cloth belt, the crowd felt rare. In the crowd, Wang Ban thoughtfully remembered the game in the army. Squadron Leader Lin also vaguely thought of Lu Feng's intention, so he asked toward the crowd, "Do you have black scarves?" No one answered. Obviously no one would be okay with a black scarf. Squadron Lin laughed. "As you can see, no one has. Your application is denied." Lu Feng was immediately embarrassed and immediately changed his words. Changing to another cloth would be fine. The squad leaders, as veterans of many years, actually knew what Lu Feng was up to. A squad leader took out a windproof mast veil and handed it to Lu Feng. "Thank you, Chief." Lu Feng gratefully accepted the mast veil. He folded it slightly and then tied the saran wrap behind his eyes. Wow! There was a gasp from the crowd. He's going to compete blindfolded? This is too arrogant. Lu Feng didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. He had his own reasons for doing so. In the middle of the field, Lieutenant Lin continued to yell, "Does anyone have any questions yet?" No one made a sound this time. Referees take their positions. Ready. Begin. With a bellowing command, nearly 100 cadets were the first to lower their heads and bend down for their rifles. Only Lu Feng was reaching for his gun before he leaned down slightly. Then, the ordnance lance was dismantled one piece after another like building blocks in Lu Feng's hands. The left hand removes it, the right hand removes it, and the right hand removes it after the left hand removes it. With each movement of both hands a part was removed. And in front of Lu Feng, the leader of Class 7 who was the referee of Class 3 was staring at him closely. Lufthansa chose to arrange the removed parts in order from left to right. After disassembling the last part, he carried the largest barrel assembly still in his hand, then from right to left, he began to pick up the parts and assemble them. The referee did a double take all of a sudden. Every time Lu Feng laid his hands on the parts, he was extremely precise, as if he was not blindfolded. Veterans who have played the blindfolded disassembly and reassembly gun game know that the hardest part of the game is not the disassembly or the reassembly. Instead, take. Because of the removed parts, they will be put on the table. This requires that you have to place them in a certain order and also memorize the placement of all of them. If you don't have it memorized, you can naturally find it by hand, but it takes much more time. But the winners and losers of their competition is time. And Lu Feng's hands were precise, clearly remembering the positions and distances of the various components very clearly. So he didn't waste a second looking for the location of the parts. In a flash, there are only 4 parts left. Lower guard, upper guard, magazine cover, magazines. Click. Report. Drop. With a shout from Lu Feng, the referee also pressed the timer. Squadron Lin immediately walked over and picked up the firearm first to confirm that it was indeed assembled. Then go to the referee's timer. On the timer, next to the number that keeps scrolling, there is a number that stops scrolling. 20.8. Squadron Lin and the referee exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Lu Feng sensed someone coming before him and slowly removed the blindfold. Then he saw the smiling face of Lin's squadron. Good boy, blindfolded and faster than before. Lu Feng returned a big toothy grin. Lieutenant Lin instructed with the referee, report the results out loud. The referee in front of Lu Feng immediately shouted, 20.8 seconds. The hearts of all the cadets in the room pounded hard. Report! A cadet in Class 6 straightened up and yelled. The referee in front of him immediately read the result, 31.7 seconds. And that cadet immediately looked in Lu Feng's direction. Report! 33.4 seconds. Li Hofeng of Class 1 also completed the disassembly. He was also the first to look towards Lu Feng before looking at the second place position. Li Hofeng and that cadet exchanged glances, both sensing each other's battle intent. They were within 2 seconds of each other, and if they were to compete again, it might have turned out differently. Report! 45.1 seconds. Report! 52.4 seconds. One by one, people finish. The reports began to come in more frequently near the start of the minute. It only sporadically thinned out by the 1:30 mark. At the moment, most of the trainees had finished assembling, with only a handful of dozen or so still straining at the task. Not long after. Report! 1 minute 47 seconds. The last one finished assembling as well. Immediately, Squadron Lin bellowed, the game is over, and each referee will immediately summarize the average and highest scores for each class. The trainees immediately took the opportunity to start asking about their respective grades. Fang Ziwen hurriedly pulled up his nearest teammate and asked, Old Zhang, how many seconds do you have? Zhang Juzhou muffled, 52 seconds. Where is Master Dong? Dong Shohei smiled coyly, 1 minute and 8 seconds. Not bad. Old Wang, what about you, Gang? Wang Gang wondered, 1 minute 3 seconds. He was still quite bothered by the fact that he was ranked third in the 303rd dormitory. Fang Ziwen finally asked Lu Feng. Feng. He looked a little hesitant. Lu Feng was puzzled, what's wrong? Fang Ziwen leaned over and asked quietly, that 20 seconds, it couldn't be you, could it? Since the crowd had no time to spare during the match, they only heard the sound and didn't have time to see who it was. After all, a glance is a second's delay, and if the average is a second lower, the big meal is likely to be gone. Lu Feng just smiled without saying anything. Fang Ziwen immediately put his arm around his shoulder and said, Niu Paya. Brother Feng's blindfolded trick is really high. I have 3 dishes here that I highly recommend, definitely eat until you swallow your tongue. Beer duck, pork belly chicken, beef frog in dry pot, pork trotters and soy sauce, sweet and sour spare ribs, and pickled fish. Wang Gang immediately said, hey, you've got more than 3 courses here. Dong Shohei, on the other hand, asked, Master Fatty, where are your grades? Fang Ziwen stammered and changed the subject. It didn't take long for the squad leaders to have tallied the results. When Squadron Lin stepped forward with the list, the crowd of cadets consciously quieted down. Squadron Lin was pleased with this response from the cadets. Your scores are in and so are the losers and winners. I will announce the individual grades and then the class grades. First place, Class 3 Lu Feng, 20.8 seconds. Second place, Li Rong of Class 6, 31.7 seconds. Third place, Class 1, Li Hofeng, 33.4 seconds. Step forward and let's all get acquainted. Lu Feng and the 3 of them immediately walked out from the squad line. All 3 played at a level far beyond that of a rookie and are very much to be commended. The crowd immediately erupted in applause. Everyone recognized that these 3 are your future catch-up targets. As a rule, all 3 are rewarded for ordering food. Go right now and report to the class monitor what you're going to order. The 3 immediately walked over to their respective squad leaders and exchanged pleasantries. Next, class grades are announced. Squadron Lin announced the rankings one by one. On the other hand, Wang Ban praised Lu Feng, good job. Lu Feng gently nodded his head, looking neither happy nor sad. Curious, Wang Ban asked, how did you come up with the idea of competing blindfolded? Lu Feng said frankly, I want to challenge myself. Wang Ban marveled, just for this? Lu Feng nodded sincerely. He did do it to challenge himself and also for the system rewards. This was because he had discovered early on that the harder the challenge, the better the desired system rewards would be. That's why I suddenly wanted to try it blindfolded once. As it turned out, it confirmed his suspicions. Wang Ban didn't go deeper than that and asked back to the subject, "What would you like to order?" Lu Feng paused and asked rhetorically, "What kind of food does the squad leader want?" Wang Ban burst into a wide smile. Chapter 47, If you can't get enough, get another one. The list was announced and Class 3 ended up being one of the winners by coming in second place, with the whole team being rewarded for enjoying a seafood dinner. Lunchtime. The cadets of Class 3 were thrilled to come to the cafeteria and the pre-dinner military songs were sung with unparalleled vigor. Because Lu Feng's high score of 20 seconds made everyone feel that their scores were too rubbish, and they were worried whether they would pull down the class team's score. They were more or less surprised that it turned out to be ranked second. Only Wang Ban was not surprised. Because Class 3 students practice with a land breeze. Whenever the trainees stopped practicing when they were tired, once they heard Lu Feng's incessant assembling and disassembling sound, they could not help but have self-doubt. Am I slacking off too much? The land breeze hasn't even stopped, am I good enough to take such a long break? As they flashed these thoughts, they also unconsciously practiced with more urgency. Land wind is running so fast that they are all afraid of being the one left behind the most. With that kind of collective tension brought up by Lu Feng, each of them trained not to slow down. Lu Feng, on the other hand, had an even bigger harvest besides the big meal. Detected the host completing the firearms disassembly competition blindfolded and winning the first place, demonstrating the strong military style of firearms. The road to a strong army is one step further, rewarding 8 times the sight range ability. Hint, 8 times the visual distance ability, up to 8 times the distant view seen by the human eye, i.e., draws 1/8 of the visual distance closer. Lu Feng looked at the rewards this time and only felt that he had really gotten it right by blindfolding himself. Because completing a race blindfolded rewards eye-related abilities. The last time I completed a quilt folding contest, I got a hand-related ability. Lu Feng reconfirmed that to more fully exploit the value of the system, you have to be bold and do more to try and challenge it. Anyone who is in line with the direction of a strong army is likely to be rewarded accordingly. The military song ended and plates of seafood were pushed out from the tables. Winning class cheered loudly. Each of their trainees was given a tray full of seafood. And the tray is the size of an A3 sheet of paper. The trays are mostly steamed assorted seafood. Big red salted shrimp, there are more than 10 of them. 2 big red crabs, a big sea fish, a bunch of dried scallops, and sea cucumbers, octopus claws, and kelp. Each participant who received seafood had a satisfied smile on his or her face. Only Lu Feng was slightly disgusted. Despite the full plate, these seafood were shelled and bony, but not much meat. The cafeteria is also thinking about this layer, that's why they give them such a tray. It's a lot of protein, but it doesn't matter if you're full. I was torn between them when I suddenly felt a wave of sight. When Lu Feng turned his head to look, he saw a man a few steps away staring hard at him. Seeing Lu Feng looking over, he intensified even more, viciously tearing into the meat steak while returning an even more ferocious gaze. Lu Feng recognized the man as Gao Lei, the big muscular man from Class 2, sitting at the table next to their Class 3. Class 2 was a bit worse, falling to 7th place in the collective results, and the table was the usual lunch with no seafood. Looking at Gao Lei's warlike gaze, Lu Feng's expression moved and he suddenly had an idea. Ideas that would solve his stomach problems. Lu Feng picked up a large red crab and passed it towards Gao Lei. To eat or not to eat? Gao Lei's originally ferocious expression froze and fell into a daze. It was as if he went from a big black bear to a teddy bear in a second. He mechanically took it, then looked at Lu Feng's warm smile and suddenly got a little angry. Because the people he sees as his arch-enemy don't seem to see him as such. It's so underestimated. Gory, in a show of indignation, took a vicious bite of the big red crab and chewed on it with the shell, attempting to let Lu Feng know his determination. Lu Feng was also stunned by his action. And the trainees in Class 2 cast envious glances at Gao Lei. This dusha bag has seafood. Lu Feng looked at it with an even bigger smile and directly brought his own plate over and placed it on the Class 2 table. Since you like to eat it, I'll just swap it with you. Then, Lu Feng picked up Gao Lei's dinner plate. I'll take your plate? Gory was confused again. He really couldn't figure out Lu Feng. But Lu Feng saw that he didn't object, so he took it as a yes. Then he took Gao Lei's plate of lunch and returned to his seat. And the Class 2 participants all froze when they saw the sudden extra side of seafood on the table. Uncontested drool was dripping from the corners of his mouth. The people in Class 3 were also surprised by Lu Feng's move. And Wang Ban also stood up. Picking up his plate of seafood, he also placed it on the Class 2 table. I'm not used to eating this stuff either, so I'll switch with you guys too. After saying that, he also took away the dinner plate of Wei Daguang, the leader of Class 2, in passing. However, Wei Daguang seemed to read everything, and instantly burst into tears as he shouted at his trainee. Why don't you thank Wang Ban and Lu Feng for sharing? In his opinion, the so-called exchange was just to save the face of their Class 2. More than that, it was in the goodness of their hearts to give them a chance to eat seafood in Class 2 as well. The Class 2 trainees immediately reacted and said in unison, "Thank you, Class Leader Wang, and thank you, Lu Feng, for sharing." After thanking them, they proceeded to grab the seafood. Li Huffing from Class 1 had also been paying attention to Lu Feng intentionally or unintentionally, and after seeing Lu Feng's actions, he also shared his seafood with those who didn't have seafood in the next class. Class 1 got third place and also had seafood. And his move immediately set off a chain reaction. Li Rong, who won second place in Class 6, also took the lead in sharing his share with the class team next to him who didn't have seafood to eat. Participants know how to share, so naturally the class leader can't be left behind and takes his share to share with those who don't. These gestures instantly resonated with more people, who also started sharing them. Give half of your plate to those who don't have it. Class 3's young Zhu Young ended up sharing his share as well. And in a corner of the cafeteria, Lieutenant Lin and a middle-aged man in a white chef's uniform silently watched this scene in the cafeteria. The chef smiled at Lieutenant Lin. "They broke your rules, aren't you going to stop them?" For his part, Lieutenant Lin said, "That's something awarded to them, and it's their freedom to use it how they want." The chef man shook his head and laughed. "You guys, you're always so mouthy. This freshman class of yours is quite something. Reminds me of when we were still in the army, we also shared the food as soon as we hit some kind of wild game and aquatic products." Squadron leader Lin hummed softly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile. On the other hand, Lu Feng didn't understand why a small move on his part would bring about such a big change. Seeing that he had such a good heart, his teammates in the class also shared some of theirs with Lu Feng. The result was a lot more seafood on his dinner plate. Gao Lei's way of eating inspired him, and Lu Feng chewed and swallowed the meat with the shell. Flying fast, he cleared the food on his plate. "Brother Wind, where's your order?" Fang Ziwen peeled and ate the shrimp while still thinking about Lu Feng's dish. "As soon as you speak of Chow Chow, Chow Chow arrives." A cafeteria employee pushed over the 3 dishes ordered by Lu Feng. The first course was brought out, and the crowd immediately looked at each other in disbelief. Chapter 48, You have a cadet with a special request. Cold folded roots. A big plate of origami. It looks like a strip of grass roots, tossed with chili and garlic, with a bit of cilantro. Fang Ziwen, as a veteran foodie, had already recognized it, and the original idea of dabbling with the food with gusto had all but disappeared. And the other trainees looked curious. And Wang Ban broke into a smile when he saw the dish come up. This is what Lu Feng ordered for him. Lu Feng also smiled and greeted the crowd. "Come on, everyone, don't be polite, eat together." Saying that he had already picked up a large chopstick, stuffed it into his mouth in one bite, and ate it with alacrity. Wang Ban followed suit with a chopstick and ate with a smile on his face. The others saw the two of them eating with gusto and couldn't help but pick up a stick or two to try as well. Only Fang Ziwen pretended not to see it, smothering his own seafood. And one bite goes down, and all of a sudden everyone is wrinkled with worry. Wang Gang chewed a few mouthfuls with a deep frown on his brow before swallowing with difficulty. "This flavor, it's unique enough." Dong Xiuhei also said, "It smells a little fishy, am I eating it wrong?" Wang Ban then laughed, "No mistake, this is the flavor. This is a specialty from the hometown of one of my former comrades, and he used to bring a sack to share with us when he was in the army. It might be a little off-putting to eat at first, but the more you eat of this stuff, the more it goes on. After all these years, I finally got to eat it again." The cadets all saw a pang of despondency in the eyes of the squad leader, along with a vague sadness. Lu Feng's eyes twinkled as he grabbed Fang Ziwen and said, "Master Fatty, why have you become so shy? Come on. You eat some too." Lu Feng picked up a large chopstick and shoved it into his mouth. Fang Ziwen immediately resisted against the chopsticks. "Brother Feng, I don't have to be so polite, you guys just eat." The crowd was a little amused when they saw Fang Ziwen's fearful expression. Dong Xiaohei and Wang Gang immediately went up, holding Fang Ziwen's arms on one side, and finally managed to stuff his mouth. Fang Ziwen had no choice but to eat it, not daring to spit it out and waste the food. His chubby face instantly scrunched up into a big awkward Yao Ming smile. The crowd watched and laughed. But as he chewed, his expression slowly soothed. Ha! Seems like it's not so bad. Lu Feng rubbed Fong Ziwen's hair and stopped teasing him. In fact, after these few days of intense training, Fong Ziwen had suffered more than he had in the past few years combined. He had gradually become capable of suffering, and the hardships that he had previously found unbearable had become nothing to him nowadays. Afterward, Lu Feng and Wang Ban each ate most of it, emptying the plate of folded earrings. It wasn't long before the second plate was served. A big soup pot of mapo tofu. Fong Ziwen's eyes lit up as he watched. This is good. He didn't wait for Lu Feng to greet him and immediately scooped a large spoonful into his mouth. At first he was smiling and frowning, but before 3 seconds had passed, he was bouncing up in a big way and pouting violently. Lu Feng laughed. Everyone pay attention. I specially explained to the chef that this mapo tofu was going to be hella spicy, so if you can't eat spicy food, just take it easy. After saying that, Lu Feng ran to serve a large plate of white rice over. When I returned, I saw a table full of people with red faces and sweaty foreheads, wolfishly gulping down soup. Lu Feng, on the other hand, regardless of the crowd's reaction, poured half a pot of jail spicy mapo tofu, tossed the rice and ate it with gusto. In no time at all, he was so full of food that heat was rising from his head. The crowd all looked at him like he was a monster. Wang Ban hesitated and scooped up some of the mix as well, and only after a few bites, it spiced up his eyes. Wang Ban had to give Lu Feng a thumbs up. Lu Feng saw that the crowd didn't dare to touch that hellish tofu, so he went to fetch another 2 pounds of white rice and came back, pouring it directly into that basin of mapo tofu and mixing it. Lunch for all passed in a cheerful atmosphere. The merriment didn't last long, however, when they heard squadron leader Lin shout after blowing his whistle at the crowd. You have 3 minutes left. The room was momentarily quiet for a second, and then collectively they wolfed it down like crazy. Because of the many shells of seafood, the crowd didn't eat quickly, and almost 10 minutes passed before most of them were half finished. It was still the LAM squadron that had given the crowd extra time, otherwise the stop whistle would have been blown, as was the usual custom. Squadron Lin reminded the crowd before getting ready to go eat their own lunch. Old Lin. Come over here. The middle-aged chef he had chatted with earlier waved his hand towards Lieutenant Lin. Squadron Lin walked over and asked, What is it? The chef said, It's like this, one of your trainees, when ordering, made a very special request. Squadron leader Lin's brow immediately furrowed, thinking that the prize-winning participant had made some excessive request that had caused the chef to be embarrassed. So he said, If it's hard to do, then there's no need to do it for him. That chef shook his head. I think you've misunderstood. It's not difficult. That trainee of yours was allowed to order a total of 3 dishes, and after ordering 2 for himself, he made a request for the 3rd dish. Squadron leader Lin had already heard that the cadet was Lu Feng, and he had already thought about finding an opportunity to reprimand Lu Feng. This kid is talented, but he's starting to get a little cocky and complacent, which is a bad sign and must be fixed in time. And the chef continued, He asked me to make a favorite dish of my own, and then guess what? Lieutenant Lin was stunned, asking the chef to make the chef's own favorite dish. This request didn't seem too much to ask. I am a Sanchun, just don't beat around the bush for me, hurry up and say it. Chef Ma hurriedly said, Well, your trainee said to save that dish for myself. That little squad leader who came to report the menu even said something about how hard I worked to cook so much for everyone, and to consider it a thank you to me. Lieutenant Lin's frowning face changed into a pleased smile. This kid, Lu Feng, was really good, and he had almost misjudged him. And Chef Ma shook his head and sighed. Young people nowadays are really something, letting me cook and eat for myself and saying it's their thanks to me, there's something slick about it. For his part, Squadron Lin said, Well, it's all a token of the children's appreciation. Who doesn't know that you, old Ma, are devoted to your duty, never taking an extra grain of rice from the country, never eating more than half of the troops' food? You've been cooking for your comrades in the cooking class for so long, but you've never cooked for yourself. It's just as well to take this opportunity for you to make a meal for yourself as well. Chef Horse hemmed and hawed, clearly also proud of his constant grudging perseverance. Squadron Lin was about to leave when he finished speaking, and Chef Ma hurriedly pulled him back. Hey, don't go. Come with me to the back kitchen and try one of my best and favorite dishes together. Squadron Lin couldn't argue with him and had to agree. He said, Okay, just give me half a minute. Squadron Lin looked at the time on his watch and immediately blew the whistle when the scheduled 3 minutes were up. The entire room of participants stops moving immediately. Mealtime is over. Those who haven't finished eating, dinner continues. Also 10 laps of self-led running in the afternoon as a punishment. Yes. Most of the group of trainees were filled with sadness. They vowed never to eat a seafood dinner at school again. Chapter 49: Lu Feng's physical condition. After the lunch break, the freshmen started their physical training as usual. Only this time it was different from before. Each of them carried a gun. Throughout the afternoon, they will complete physical training together with their rifles on their backs. Running must be carried, sit-ups must be held, and frog jumps and squats must be lifted. As Wang Ban said to them in reprimand, their bodies have to adapt to the feeling of carrying a gun on their backs, and what they can do without a gun, they can't do or accomplish with a gun on their backs. On the track, Class 3 cadets were running along with the larger group. Fang Ziwen panted as he ran, the rifle on his back bumping and choking him a bit. And Lu Feng was running right in front of him. "Brother Feng, it's all our fault, you obviously don't need to be punished, but you ended up running after us." Turns out there were a few in Class 3 who didn't finish and got punished. Wang Ban simply had the whole group together for long-distance physical training. Lu Feng, however, said, "It's all the same running training, I never take this as a punishment." Fang Ziwen gave a thumbs up, "It's still Brother Feng who has a high level of awareness." Lu Feng didn't care about him, and his feet picked up speed. Fang Ziwen immediately felt a little tight to follow. It didn't take long to drop a big chunk and not be able to keep up again. The good thing was that there were quite a few people who were punished for 10 laps together, and Fang Ziwen could still run with the rest of the class. 10 laps, if it were 3 days ago, he would never have finished. But nowadays, just running along with the others, he can finish. And in daily training, Lu Feng no longer deliberately tool teammates, but to do their best to challenge their own limits. On the runway, one soon sees a windswept figure, constantly passing one by one. The punished crowd knew that they had to run 10 laps, and none of them dared to go against Lu Feng. Li Hafeng and the others, who had always regarded Lu Feng as a rival, were not punished and went to do other training. So on the runway, it became a landwind ride. By the time the crowd had finished 10 laps, Lu Feng had already completed 15 laps of fast running. Lu Feng didn't run on anymore, changing. Ding! Detecting that the host's physical qualities have reached the system's minimum indicators, activating the system's attribute panel. Hint: the host can view the specific values of his various physical qualities through the attribute panel. Lu Feng's eyes lit up and he didn't stop there, going to the double bar workout area to do some stretching. He mumbled in his mind as he did so. "Open the properties panel." At that moment, another curtain of light appeared in front of his eyes. Host attributes. Name: Lu Feng. Position: freshman new trainee. Physical strength: 78 normal plus. Intelligence: 149 distinguished plus. Skills: 96 excellent. Physical dexterity: 65 pass. Reaction speed: 60 pass. Psychological quality: 120 outstanding. Troop honors: first in district team quilt folding contest skill plus 10, first in squadron firearms disassembly contest skill plus 5. Skills and competencies: Shaolin pile standing skill, deep sleep method skill, sunscreen sweat ability, national special massage method skill, eightfold vision ability. Comprehensive evaluation: passable strong new military trainees. Note: you have initially stepped on the threshold of a strong army, but you are still 100,000 miles away from it, so please don't stop trying. Lu Feng directly skipped over the last sentence, his eyes focused on the indicator of reaction speed. The base value of his body after crossing over was still too low, although after hard physical exercise, his physical strength had already reached a passing grade or above. However, the lack of targeted training has slowed the improvement of physical flexibility and nerve reaction speed. It is because of the physical training that the body's foundation has gradually become better, and the physical quality has been improved in all aspects. Going forward, both physical agility and reaction time will be the focus of his training. Just as Lu Feng was thinking about how to go about improving his two shortcomings, a white-robed woman walked into the playground. It stood out in the crowd of people on the playground who were all in a bunch of training uniforms. Class 2's Wei Ban immediately ran up and saluted. "Dr. Willow, can I help you?" The woman was none other than the school nurse in the infirmary. "It's all right, I've come to find a trainee who has come to see me before and talk to him about his condition." Dr. Ryu's eyes searched the crowd. Wei Ban was a little surprised, wondering who among the freshmen was sick. "What is the name of that cadet? We can call him out for you." Dr. Lu quickly shook his head and waved his hand. "No, I don't want to disturb your training. Just tell me his location if you can." Wei Ban nodded. "What was the name of that sick cadet?" Landwind. Lu Feng? Wei Ban asked again uncertainly. Dr. Ryu nodded affirmatively. It's one of the cadets that Lieutenant Wei brought to the infirmary last time. Wei Ban's eyes rolled and he asked in a low voice, what kind of disease does Lu Feng have? Dr. Lu's face was full of entanglement. This involves his personal privacy. It's not quite convenient to disclose it to you. Wei Ban immediately had a look of understanding, no longer pursuing the question and helping her search for Lu Feng's location. Soon, Wei Ban saw Lu Feng in the double bar area of the playground and immediately pointed there. Dr. Lu, he's over there. Dr. Lu immediately had a happy face. Thank you, Lieutenant Wei, for your help. Then she hurried over despite Wei Ban's reaction. Leaving Wei Ban alone, he muttered suspiciously, the disease that can't be told, what is it? Unable to figure it out, he immediately went to the squad leader of the third shift to inquire about the situation. On the other hand, Lu Feng, who had just climbed up the double bar, suddenly heard a woman shouting. Lu Feng! Lu Feng turned his head to look, and only after 2 seconds did he react to who this person was. He nodded at the woman, hello Dr. Ryu. But not from the double bar. Dr. Willow said, can I have a few minutes of your time? Lu Feng didn't even return his head. Sorry, it's training time now, so you might as well speak up if you have something to say, or else you'll have to wait until I'm done training before I can discuss it with you. Dr. Ryu just had to walk up to his front. This matter is important and may involve you for the rest of your life. Lu Feng, however, was unmoved and said, Dr. Lu, go ahead, I'll listen. Dr. Ryu looked around and found many eyes focused on him. Unable to help but take a few steps closer to Lu Feng, he lowered his voice and said, something is wrong with your body. Lu Feng burst out laughing. If he really had a problem with his body, the system should have alerted him in the first place. When Dr. Ryu saw that he didn't believe him, an anxious look appeared on his face. Remember that physical I gave you 3 days ago? It was just supposed to be a routine checkup, and I ran into you on the run the other night, and I bugged you to come get your physical. Lu Feng nodded and continued to do the double bar arm bends. But there was a problem with your blood test. We found unknown components from your blood. And the important thing is that with the latest instruments that we have come into the school, we can't even analyze the composition of that ingredient. We don't even know what elements make up that composition. We thought it was an operator error at first, and retook your blood and ran the lab again. Instead, it came back with the same results. Only after hearing this did Lu Feng jump off the double bar. Chapter 50. Their relationship raises suspicions. You detected an unknown component in my blood? Lu Feng reconfirmed with Dr. Lu. Dr. Ryu nodded heavily with a grim expression. Lu Feng thought for a moment and climbed back up to the double bar. So? What else did Dr. Willow want to tell me? Dr. Lu froze, really not expecting Lu Feng to react in such a flat manner. She took several deep breaths in a row to calm her mind. Do you realize that this unknown ingredient is likely to have a serious impact on the safety of your life? If you ignore it at this time, it will be too late when something goes wrong later. Lu Feng did his exercises while saying flatly, so did you guys find anything wrong with that unknown ingredient? Dr. Willow sighed, that's exactly where I was going to give you the details. Seeing that Lu Feng still had no intention of stopping, Dr. Lu could only continue. After we detected this ingredient, the researchers in the laboratory also became extremely curious and had conducted various experiments on it. The results show that this ingredient, or unknown substance, is not only resistant to alkalis and acids in high temperatures, but also secretes another ingredient under certain stimuli. After the researchers' experiments, that nascent ingredient can greatly promote cell growth. It even rejuvenates some of the senescent cells. Speaking of which, Dr. Ryu looked emotional. Do you know what that means? Listening to this description of his, Lu Feng remembered the physical enhancement liquid gifted by the system. And there was still unfinished digestion of the physical enhancement liquid in his body. Lu Feng sighed and got off the double bar again. The double bar is almost enough of a workout and it's time to move on to the next one. He said frankly to Dr. Ryu, if that brings you help, I'm happy to cooperate, as long as it doesn't interfere with my normal training life. If I were to worry about the fatal harm it might do to me, I think that would be superfluous. Because it's already there, no matter what, and it wouldn't help me to worry too much about it. Facing Lu Feng's sincere and resolute gaze, Dr. Lu felt a powerful force. It was as if nothing could overwhelm him. Is this really still a freshman? Dr. Ryu's brain was a little dizzy and cluttered. Dr. Willow, are you okay? Lu Feng inquired caringly. Dr. Lu shook his head and said to Lu Feng, do you know what my lab friend said about that ingredient? Lu Feng's gaze cleared and he listened quietly. She said that it would be a national treasure discovery, and that it might easily get a world-class scientific research award. If it was reported to the state, it could even mobilize the entire Academy of Sciences. When she pressed me about the source of the blood, I was afraid to tell her it was human blood and lied to her that I got it from an animal. Lu Feng, on the other hand, said, but if that researcher digs deeper, she'll still find out sooner or later. And I don't think she would not be able to tell that it was human blood. Dr. Lu shuddered and immediately covered his head and crouched down, filled with chagrin and guilt. With red eyes, she said to Lu Feng, I'm sorry, I can't believe I didn't think of that, I was really too stupid and thought I had hidden it from her. Lu Feng, on the other hand, calmly said, actually, I understand what you mean, you're worried that they'll capture me and study me like a guinea pig. Of course, I certainly don't expect to be treated that way. Dr. Lu looked at Lu Feng, but did not see the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. Lu Feng said, but you know, I'm now a freshman in a military academy, and even though I haven't graduated yet, I'm barely considered a soldier. If the country needs me and feels I can be of great help to the country, I am more than willing to go along with it. But if I could, I would still like to continue my military school life because it would give me more ability to serve my country. Dr. Willow touched her tears and got back to her feet. I see what you mean, and I'll handle this more carefully. Don't worry, my fellow researcher friend is on good terms with me and won't report the matter without my consent. If you don't agree, we'll keep it a secret for you. But we would still like to have your support if we can. Because that's important to me, and even to the whole country and society. Lu Feng nodded and said, all right, Dr. Lu. Thank you for thinking of me, I can answer you clearly now, I can cooperate with your research. If it is determined that that is really helpful to the motherland, you guys can just report it without having to go through me. Dr. Lu couldn't help but salute Lu Feng. Lu Feng, you're a real soldier. Lu Feng also returned a military salute to her. Finally, Dr. Lu asked Lu Feng for his contact information before leaving the playground. They hadn't realized what a stir the actions they displayed while talking caused to those present. Back a few minutes ago, Li Hufeng was doing a sit-up routine. Suddenly, the teammate who was helping him press his feet said towards him, look, isn't that Lu Feng from class 3? Who is that woman? Li Hufeng didn't care at first, who do you care who they are, continue our training. Yet when he glanced over, he paused momentarily. That's the school nurse from the infirmary. Why is she looking for Lu Feng? In this instant, Li Hufeng no longer had the heart to train. When he saw Dr. Ryu suddenly crouch down as if he were crying, he stood straight up in anger. And likewise, Wei Ban approached Wang Ban. Old Wang, I heard Dr. Lu say that Lu Feng from your class seems to have some kind of disease. Wang Ban's heart immediately tightened, and the words heaven envies the talented flashed through his mind. He immediately grabbed Wei Dogwang and said, what have you heard? Wei Ban shrugged, that's all I heard, I thought you knew more. Did that kid usually train too hard and hurt his body there? Wang Ban thought seriously, then shook his head, no, I've been paying close attention to his state every day, and I haven't noticed him showing signs of discomfort. That's not clear, look, Dr. Lu is looking for him. Wei Ban nudged in Lu Feng's direction. Wang Ban also looked over nervously. Not long after, they saw Lu Feng exercising while talking leisurely with Dr. Lu. Wei Ban immediately said, hey? I said how come this Lu Feng kid is so familiar with Dr. Lu? When Dr. Ryu suddenly sat down in a crouch and covered his face in order to cry, the two squad leaders dropped their jaws in shock. Wei Ban froze, I don't think it's Lu Feng who's sick, it's Lu Feng who's made people sick. It was only then that he recalled Dr. Ryu's evasive look from earlier. There's something fishy going on. There must be something fishy going on with these two. However, when they saw Dr. Lu and Lu Feng exchanging military salutes, it confused the two again. Wei Ban ate and said, you say, could it be that Dr. Lu confessed to Lu Feng and was righteously rejected by him? Wang Ban immediately glared at him fiercely. As soon as they saw Dr. Ryu leave, the two immediately walked over. Chapter 51 The First Action of Shooting. Wang Ban and Wei Ban walked together towards Lu Feng. Before they could get there, a silhouette darted past them. Then, they saw Li Hufeng from Class 1 grabbing Lu Feng by the collar. Seeing this, the two hurriedly ran over as well. Wang Ban chided from afar, what are you doing, wanting to fight? Li Hufeng could only let go of Lu Feng with indignation, and stood upright with his head hanging down somewhat. Wang Ban walked up to the two men and asked, what's going on? Lu Feng laughed, it's fine, it's just a misunderstanding. Soon, Class 1's Gua Ban also walked over quickly. Guo Ban pointed at Li Yifeng and scolded, "Unauthorized departure from the team, provoking trouble, 200 push-ups, do it immediately right away." "Yes." Li Hufeng immediately leaned over and did so. Only then did Guo Ban say to Wang Ban, "I'm sorry that my trainees have made you all look at them funny." Wang Ban nodded before asking Lu Feng, "What did the school nurse ask you for just now?" Lu Feng said, reporting to the squad leader, "Dr. Lu thinks that my physique is a bit special and hopes that I can assist her in conducting a physical fitness testing experiment." Wei Ban immediately asked, "Isn't this quite normal? Then why did Dr. Lu squat on the ground and cry? Because you refused to do the experiment?" Lu Feng scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. And Li Hufeng, who was doing push-ups on the ground, listened with his ears tightly pricked up. That was something he desperately wanted to ask. It seems like Dr. Ryu hasn't had a good rest for 3 days for that experiment, and she probably got a little emotional when she saw that I agreed to do the experiment, and it suddenly triggered a hypoglycemia. Although Wei Ben felt intuitively that this matter was not so simple, he still rounded off the conversation by saying, "So it is." Wang Ban didn't mean to look deeper. As long as it wasn't because of a physical problem, it wasn't a big problem. He ordered Lu Feng, "Since you finished your run, return to the line." "Yes." Wang Ban suddenly gave a puzzled look in one direction. Seeing this, Wei Ben asked, "What's wrong, old Wang?" Wang Ban narrowed his eyes and concealed the sharpness in his eyes. "I thought I saw the reflection of a sniper scope earlier." Wei Ben immediately exclaimed, "What? How is that possible? This is a military school. What kind of person could break in with ordnance?" Wang Ban raised his hand and pressed. Several people instantly went quiet. Even Li Hofeng on the ground was lying on his back and not moving. Lu Feng's eyes moved slightly, then he composed his face without showing the slightest sound. In his heart, he said that Dr. Lu was still too naive. The gloomy atmosphere lasted for a while before Wang Ban said, "It's fine." Wei Ben quietly asked, "The other side is gone?" Wang Ban then said, "Maybe I'm looking at it wrong." Guo Ban and Wei Ban glanced at each other, both seeing that Wang Ban was not telling the truth. All three squad leaders then went back to their respective squads to continue training with their squads. The afternoon's physical training passed calmly and uneventfully. After the late news at dinner, it's time for a late study session. Instead of taking the crowd to the lawn on the playground for training as usual, Wang Ban rolled over to a concrete clearing outside the school library. The crowd was likewise carrying rifles on their backs. Wang Ban said to the crowd, "Aren't you all eager to get on with conducting live fire quickly? I'll start teaching you all to conduct firing drills tonight." After saying that, Wang Ban took out a small bag and took out 9 bullet casings from it, giving one to each of them. The crowd was incredibly excited to think they were going to get their hands on the bullets, only to find out they were just empty shells when they arrived. "Squad leader, why did you give us empty shells?" "Not empty shells, do you want live rounds?" Being yelled at by Wang Ban, Fong Ziwen instantly didn't dare to make another sound. After handing out the shells, Wang Ban asked the crowd, "Do you know what the most important thing about shooting is?" Wang Gang looked at the shell casings in his hand and said uncertainly, "Shell casings? Nope." "Young Ju Yun, you tell me." "Yes." Zhang Juzhong bowed his head in thought and said, "I think it's accuracy." "Good, without accuracy, a gun is just a crowbar to you." Wang Ban asked again, "And what would it take to ensure accuracy?" "Bullet?" Wang Gang said weakly, "Tonight was a fight with bullets." Wang Ban immediately said angrily to him, "Put away your cartridges." "Lu Feng, tell us." "Yes." Lu Feng raised his left fist across his chest and placed the cartridge case upright on the back of his hand before gently letting go. "It's smooth." It's only when it's smooth that the aim makes sense and the bullet shoots the way it's aimed. As Lu Feng spoke, the bullet casings did not fall from the back of his hand. "Good answer." It's all about steadiness. You can only shoot accurately if you hold the gun steady, otherwise there's no point in giving any more bullets to you. So what we're going to teach you tonight is how to hold your gun steady. The crowd immediately put up their bullet casings on their hands and backs as if they were following Lu Feng's example. Once I tried it, I realized it wasn't easy, and the bullet case fell off when I let go. Wang Ban saw the crowd playing with the shells and realized that he had made a mistake in sending them out early. "All of you, put all your shells in your pants pockets." The crowd rushed to put the cartridges away. Only then did Wang Ban say, "Tonight, we will teach you the first basic movement of shooting, the prone position according to the gun. That is, aiming with the gun raised in the prone position." Wang Ban picked up his own rifle, made a prone position, and immediately made an extremely standard prone position to hold his gun. The gun should be level, with eyes on the sights, and the raised body between 10 and 20 degrees of inclination to the direction of fire. Spread your legs apart, either with both legs straight or with your left leg straight in line with your body and your right knee bent up a little. The bottom of the gun rests against the right shoulder socket near the clavicle, with the head squarely placed against the cheek. Wang Ban explained one by one the essentials of the action, while the trainees consciously got down and did as they were told. This getting down, only to realize the pain. The concrete was so hard it hurt my elbow bones. When Wang Ban finished talking about the essentials, he got up and revised their movements one by one. Don't raise your body too high, keep it low. Are you afraid the enemy won't see you? Spread your legs a little wider. Okay, that's it, stay calm and mindful. After they all mastered the essentials, Wang Ban brought a sheet of target paper, respectively, stood directly in front of their aim. Aim for the red dot in the center of the target. Don't move. Who told you to move? Seeing someone move, Wang Ban immediately cursed away with a loud shout. 5 minutes later, Fong Ziwen had felt his elbows begin to ache. He couldn't help but start to act a little, and was immediately scolded by Wang Ban. 10 minutes later, almost everyone had been scolded by Wang Ban. Only Lu Feng was as steady as a statue when he lay down, not moving a muscle. When Wang Ban saw that it was almost time, he said to the crowd, "All right, lie down and rest for 5 minutes, then take your cartridges out and stand them under the barrel in front of you." Immediately, the crowd was relieved and moved their hands and feet in a hurry. "Brother Wind, you can rest now." Lu Feng didn't answer him and remained motionless with his gun held prone. Fong Ziwen thought he didn't hear him and was about to reach out to pull. Zheng Zhuzhong immediately shook his head at Fong Ziwen before he stopped. Within 3 minutes, Wang Ban yelled, "Break is over, continue practicing." Chapter 52 Training recognized by the system. In a concrete clearing at the back of the library lay 9 tattooed figures. All 9 were holding up a standard rifle. And just to make sure that the 9 were indeed motionless, one of the instructors gently walked up to them and then picked up one of the shell casings that stood in front of them. The instructor lightly and calmly placed the cartridge case upright on the front of the rifle's barrel. The instructor slowly let go and the shell stood upright on the barrel. Steady your breathing and relax in tightness. The instructor, seeing that the shells had not fallen, nodded, "Very well, keep it that way." But the instructor had just risen and was about to discharge the next cartridge when he heard a noise. Ding ding ding. The instructor instantly turned around, revealing Wang Ban's characteristic solemn look and snarled, "Can't you even maintain it for a minute?" The cadet said in a weak voice, "I'm sorry, Wang Ban. A mosquito flew by just now and accidentally." "I don't care what mosquitoes, even if a snake crawls by, you are not allowed to move for me. Do you understand?" "Yes." Wang Ban had to pick up the fallen shells and put them back on. Cold sweat broke out on that cadet's forehead as he looked at the shell casings erected on the gun's head. "Don't look at the shell casings, keep your eyes on your target and aim." The trainee immediately took his eyes off the shells and aimed them at the red dot of the paper target not far away. Wang Ban then stood the cartridges on the heads of the men's guns in turn, and smoothly put them all on. Maintain it for 20 minutes before you can take a break, and if the shells fall out once, add 2 minutes. His words had just fallen. Ding ding ding. Again, the sound of shell casings dropping was crisp and loud in the quiet backyard of the library. Wang Ban turned his head and saw that it was Fong Ziwen who had gotten it off. Wang Ban immediately said, "First one to drop, add 4 minutes. Put the bullets up yourself." Fong Ziwen hurriedly picked up the shell casings and erected them on the barrel of the gun. "But after trying several times in a row, I couldn't put it down." Wang Ban immediately scolded, "What are you shaking your hands for?" Fong Ziwen shuddered, "I was nervous that it would fall." "The more you strain it, the more it falls off. Take a deep breath and let that breath out." Fong Ziwen did as he was told and took 2 deep breaths and exhaled deeply. His hands really stopped shaking and he slowly stood the cartridge case up. Fong Ziwen face a happy, slowly lie back, but his hand just held the lower guard wood, ding ding several times. The shells fell down again. He was anxious to cry out. Wang Ban covered his forehead without eyes and was about to go up when he saw Lu Feng beside Fong Ziwen make a move. He slowly reached out his left hand and picked up the shell casing in front of Fong Ziwen, his eyes signaling his teammates to calm down. Fong Ziwen instantly realized, and immediately got into a good lying position, quieting his breath and concentrating. Only then did Lu Feng put his cartridges up. With a gentle release, the shell stood firmly on Fong Ziwen's barrel. Only then did Lu Feng retract his left hand and re-hold his gun. Wang Ban's eyes instantly showed relief and approval. The shell casing on the barrel of his own gun stood firmly in place the entire time Lu Feng was picking up the shell casing and releasing it. Silence returned to the field once again. It wasn't until 7 or 8 minutes later that there was the sound of another shell casing falling. As soon as this first one rang out, the sound of shell casings dropping became more frequent. Wang Ban duly chimed in, anyone who doesn't stand up their own shells in 10 seconds adds another minute. The people were all in mourning at once. According to the gun is too hard. Every second is torture. It's a luxury to even last 10 minutes. Just 20 minutes passed as the crowd dropped and dropped and dropped. Wang Ban looked at his watch and said to Lu Feng, take a break and relax your arms. The rest of you continue, you all need to go overtime. Lu Feng sniffed and gently picked up the shell casings from the barrel of the gun before getting up to rest. All the people cast envious glances. Wang Ban came over and asked, how's it going, are your arms tingling? Lu Feng returned, a little, but it's holding up. Wang Ban patted his shoulder and didn't say anything more. After soothing the tingling in his arms, Lu Feng rolled up his sleeves in front of the crowd's puzzled gazes. Jerked right up to the end of his arm. Then Lu Feng raised his gun, took his bare elbow against the concrete floor, put the cartridge shells again, and started practicing according to the gun. The guys looked directly dumbfounded and didn't even react to their own shell casings dropping. What are you looking at, is your target over there? What? Do you want to learn from Lu Feng and roll up your sleeves too? Wang Ban's yell immediately caused the crowd to hastily withdraw their gazes, not daring to be distracted. After 2 minutes, Wang Ban suddenly said, those who are willing to roll up their sleeves can take 2 minutes off their hours. Does anyone want to? No one made a sound. Silence once again fell over the field. Then in a few more minutes, the sound of shell casings falling frequently resumed. And every time the crowd heard the sound of shell casings falling, they couldn't help but glance towards Lu Feng. But Lu Feng's cartridge remained firmly planted on the barrel. After 5 more minutes of this, Wang Ban saw that the crowd was full for half an hour before he would allow a break. Okay, take a 5-minute break. The crowd expanded once, and the shells clanked and fell. And still, Lu Feng didn't stop to rest along with him this time. Feng Ziwen couldn't help but quietly come over and ask, Brother Feng, why are you self-mutilating? Doesn't your elbow hurt? Lu Feng whispered without looking away, it hurts. But it's a self-challenge. I just want to see what I can do with my limits. The crowd beside him heard it and admired it. Zheng Zhuzhong was infected by Lu Feng's will and also rolled up his sleeves. Wang Gang took a look and also rolled up his sleeves in an unsympathetic manner. Feng Ziwen looked confused and hurriedly fixed Dong Xiuhei with a fierce gaze. The eyes seemed to say, if you dare to follow and try, I'll squash you, fat master. Dong Xiuhei pointed to his head and then made a gesture as if to say, I'm not stupid. But in the next training, Wang Gang and Zhang Zhuzhong only lasted 5 or 6 minutes before they had to give up and put their sleeves back on. This concrete floor is not a tile floor, the plane is extremely rough, and there are many sharp fine grains of sand. At first they didn't realize what was going on, but the later they got, the more they felt the gravel going into the flesh of their arms. The stinging pain spurred them to have a harder time staying steady, and the shells dropped and dropped again. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't even need to sleep tonight. I have no choice but to stroke down my sleeve again. This is when they realized that the training uniforms of the military school, the fabric is really good. After a few more minutes. Ding! Detected that the host, with strong perseverance, completed the 15-minute extreme prone position according to the gun training challenge, demonstrating the spirit of strong military training, rewarding 30% muscle shock absorption force. Hint, 30% muscle shock absorbing power, any impact force acting on the host will be absorbed by the muscles throughout the host's body to the tune of 30%. Hearing the system's beep, Lu Feng's eyes instantly lit up. He's right. Just as he had taken the initiative to disassemble the firearm blindfolded, taking the initiative to make it more difficult for himself during training would also be rewarded by the system if it was recognized by the system. With this muscle dampening ability, the recoil of a firearm firing will also have less of an effect on him. That means that even if he fires without making the standard action of holding the gun, it still automatically unloads 30% of the recoil. This means he's a much better mobile shooter. This is because in many cases in mobile combat, it may be too late to make a shooting maneuver in an emergency situation. However, if you don't make a shooting motion before firing, the accuracy will be extremely poor. As a result, Lu Feng, who had this ability, would have more time than others to make his moves. Shooting straight without making a move will also be decently accurate. And if the muscle dampening force is coupled with the according gun action, Lu Feng will be able to use a more powerful gun with more recoil than others. There's something going on, keep going. Chapter 53, Practicing to the Point of Cramps According to the Gun. Okay, that's it for the rifle prone hold fire exercise. Take a 5-minute break and we'll do pistol hold fire drills. The school's required length of training for freshman underarms is 20 minutes, and the instructors usually add up to 30 minutes. And Wang Ban doubled straight after. So when he shouted to stop, everyone in the crowd instantly lay straight down on the floor, not wanting to get up. Wang Ban then walked over to help Lu Feng up. Alright, if you keep practicing you'll crush your neurovascularity, it's not worth it. Lu Feng just had to get up. Wang Ban helped him sweep the grit away from under his elbows and immediately saw the indentations made by those spots of grit under his skin. Go revitalize the blood. Wang Gang immediately walked over. Come Lu Feng, I'll press it for you. Today it was finally his turn to team up with Lu Feng for a massage. Thanks. Lu Feng did not refuse, and now a few people's massage techniques were beginning to take shape. Wang Ban was relieved to see them on such good terms. Taking advantage of the gap between the crowd's rest, Wang Ban began to explain to the crowd the essentials of the pistol's action according to the gun. While you are resting, listen carefully as I explain the essentials of holding a pistol. When the crowd heard this, they had to get up and gather around. There are 3 commonly used handgun hold-up maneuvers, a one-arm sidearm, a frontal two-handed hold-up, and the internationally popular Weaver hold-up. With his pistol, Wang Ban made 3 gun-keeping maneuvers in sequence. First, I'll teach you to practice holding your guns with both hands. The crowd looked relieved. This could be much easier in a prone position. The frontal two-handed approach to the gun, formerly known as the isosceles triangle approach. Body square to the target, feet slightly wider than shoulder width apart from side to side, both arms holding the gun forming an isosceles triangle with both shoulders. Remember 2 things, the arm should be raised straight and high at shoulder level. The palm of the hand should fit as much of the gun as possible. Wang Ban demonstrated a few more times in succession how to lift high and how to hold with both hands. Drawing the gun, stepping forward, holding the gun and aiming, the 3 movements are extremely coherent and look very handsome in one go. 5 minutes passed quickly after the point-by-point explanation. Okay, break is over, let's start by putting the rifles in order. The crowd felt a sense of relief as they took their rifles aside and set them down. In contrast, the pistol held felt incredibly light. Speed, speed, speed. As soon as Wang Ban shouted, the crowd rushed to stand in formation. Pistols according to guns, start. The crowd quickly raised their pistols as Wang Ban had just explained. Keep your back straight and don't lean forward. Lift hard and high. Wang Ban used his hand to press down on their arms, and when he did, he pressed down. Harder. Harder. When he couldn't press on, Wang Ban went to the next one. The crowd realized it wasn't simple. Previously in the prone position, it was mainly the elbows that had to support the gravity of the body. Instead, now you have to raise your arms high, and you have to fire your arms all the way up. Also after 3 or 5 minutes, the crowd felt exhausted. Don't wiggle, wiggle what? As soon as he saw someone lifting his arms unsteadily, Wang Ban went up and criticized loudly. After 10 minutes, not only were my arms sore, but even my standing legs began to ache. The only thing they were relieved about was that this time Lu Feng didn't have to practice extra hard, right? Wouldn't he have asked to take off his shoes and stand barefoot? There's not much point in taking it off. Report. Lu Feng's loud shout broke the calm. Say. Lu Feng said, I request that the kettle be hoisted. The first thing that came to the crowd's mind was, could it be that Lu Feng was going to practice with a water bottle on his back? They came out to train, and because they were afraid of getting thirsty for water, they always brought military water bottles with them. It's just that Wang Ban didn't ask them to practice together with water bottles on their backs. The kettle also weighs 2 pounds when filled. Wang Ban, who was on the side, was slightly stunned and immediately agreed. Lu Feng immediately collected his gun and ran out. First, he picked up his own water bottle and shook it, then called out toward Feng Ziwen, Master Fatty, I'll lend you some water. After saying that, without waiting for Feng Ziwen to agree, he had already unscrewed the bottle cap and poured it out. Only after pouring his kettle full and overflowing did Lu Feng screw it back on. Then he ran back with a full canteen and handed it over to Wang Ban. Ask the squad leader to hang on to the gun for me. The crowd was dumbfounded by what they heard. Wang Ban nodded and took it, and Lu Feng immediately stood back in line with his arm raised and his gun in place. After confirming his eyes with Lu Feng, he hooked the water bottle's sling to Lu Feng's pistol. Lu Feng's arm with the gun raised was steady, not pressed down by the kettle. It dawned on the crowd that it was so hung. It can still be played that way. Zhang Zhuzhong looked at him with a twinkle in his eye and also shouted, reporting to the squad leader. Help me hang up my water bottle too. Good. That's the kind of request I like you guys to make. Wang Ban went to bring a kettle, also at once hanging Zhang Zhuzhong's pistol. Young Zhu Yong's arm was immediately pressed downward. He immediately held his face and brought his arm back up. Wang Ban asked, May I? Zhang Zhuzhong held his face and nodded his head, not daring to open his mouth to vent his anger. Anyone else want to add? This time it seemed to be a repeat of a scene from the previous prone training session. Still no one made a sound. 10 minutes later, Zhang Zhuzhong's face was suffocating with sweat, and his body was staggering like he was going to be unsteady on his feet. At last the breath gave out and the kettle clattered to the floor. Lu Feng's forehead was also vaguely sweaty. Report! Lu Feng shouted. Wang Ban walked over and asked, Want to take it down? The crowd's hearts fluttered as Lu Feng finally couldn't top it either. It's really too rare. They were almost in tears. Yet Lu Feng said, Please add another kettle for me. The crowd had the feeling that they were going to faint. This one. Oh, my God. Wang Ban also heard a laugh, and in passing picked up the water bottle that Zhang Zhuzhong had dropped on the ground and hooked it up for Lu Feng. This time, Lu Feng's arm was only slightly pressed down, but he quickly adjusted it back up. On the other side, Zhang Zhuzhong was still panting from exhaustion, and when he saw Lu Feng in this state, he once again asked to hang up the water bottle. Wang Ban agreed to do the same, but chose for him one with only half a jug of water hanging on it. Zhang Zhuzhong, however, could not distinguish, but only felt that this time it was much easier, and thought that his tolerance had been improved again. This time he wobbled but didn't let the kettle fall again. After another while, after the crowd's arms were shaking beyond recognition, Wang Ban shouted to stop. Ding! Detected that the host has completed 20 minutes of weight-bearing according to the gun training with tenacious perseverance, demonstrating the training spirit of a strong army, rewarding 30% muscle shock absorbing power. The host already possesses 30% muscle shock absorbing power, and the ability is automatically upgraded and strengthened to gain 60% muscle shock absorbing power. As soon as the system beep sounded, Lu Feng felt that the muscles in his entire body were undergoing some sort of change. The muscles of his body suddenly became uncontrollable, and instantly the whole anon collapsed. The crowd exclaimed in shock at the sight. Wang Ban flew over and hurriedly hugged Lu Feng. But this hug immediately caused his heart to beat wildly and his face to change dramatically. Not good. He's got a cramp, come help me hold him down together. The other trainees rushed to surround them. Hold his hands and feet together and pull his arms away. As soon as the crowd laid hands on them, they immediately felt the hard muscles on Lu Feng's body. Not just his arms, Lu Feng's entire body became hard. At this moment, Lu Feng's face turned red and he couldn't even speak. Zhang Zhuzhong bellowed, Quick, let's massage together. The few people in bedroom 303 immediately reacted and pressed and rubbed the muscles on Lu Feng's body with the stance he had taught them. Wang Ban also yelled while pressing hard on his muscles, Give someone a quick call to the school nurse. Chapter 54, Borrow me another kettle. The cadet who was going to call for the school nurse had only run a few steps when he heard Lu Feng yelling. No need to go, I'm fine. The cadet who had run out looked back and saw that Lu Feng had already pushed through the crowd and stood up. So walked back with a face full of wonder. Wang Ban squeezed Lu Feng's arm and realized that his muscles were no longer stiff, but soft and bouncy. Are you sure you're okay? Lu Feng waved his hand and said, Don't worry, squad leader, I'm really fine. Because he could view the attribute panel, Lu Feng knew his physical state best. Earlier when he fell to the ground and his whole body muscles hardened, it was the system that was performing a whole body transformation on his muscles, allowing his body to gain 60% shock absorption. And the transformation was completed by the system in only a few seconds. As a result, he is in better shape today instead. Seeing Lu Feng making all kinds of movements as if nothing was wrong, Wang Ban's hanging heart was finally put down, but he was still a bit uneasy. It's okay to go to the school nurse's office and have the doctor check it over too. Lu Feng, on the other hand, said, It's fine, I can still continue to train. Wang Ban immediately said angrily, That's an order. Jingle bells. The bell rang just in time for the end of the evening study session. Wang Ban immediately announced, "Training is over for tonight, quickly grab your guns and register them in the armory for storage." Lu Feng, you wait a little longer, weapons storage requires my presence, we'll put it away and head over to the infirmary. Everyone move faster. The crowd immediately tensed to retrieve their rifles. Then Wang Ban led the crowd at a trot to the school's armory. And by the time they arrived, there were already other classes lined up at the door to deposit their guns. Wang Ban immediately led the men to go to the front of the line to cut in. However, there were two armed and helmeted soldiers standing at the door of the armory, and as soon as they saw him coming up the line, they pointed their guns and shouted, "Go back to the line." The trainees in line looked toward Wang Ban in unison. Wang Ban couldn't care less and hurriedly gave a military salute to the two guard soldiers before saying, "Comrade, I have a cadet who is in a physical condition and has to store his firearms as soon as possible before going to the infirmary." The two soldiers guarding the door returned a military salute and one of them stepped inside the armory door. At that moment, Class 2's Wei Ban walked up and asked, "Old Wang, what's going on?" He had also just finished leading a training session and came over to inquire when he saw the situation at the door. Wang Ban stopped his inquiry with a stopping hand and looked nervously inside the armory doors. A short while later, the guard soldiers brought out an officer. When the officer approached, Wang Ban immediately saluted, "Chief." The officer, who was in charge of managing the armory, asked Wang Ban, "What's going on?" Wang Ban immediately said, "I have a trainee who just collapsed with cramps during training and needs to be sent to the infirmary as soon as possible for a checkup." The officer immediately scolded, "Then hurry up and send it over first. Human life is the most important thing, why do you come to store any guns with such a dead brain?" Wang Ban immediately returned, "Yes." Then he turned back to Lu Feng and said, "Lu Feng, follow me to the infirmary." Lu Feng had to step out. And the armory management officer immediately shouted, "Wait a minute." Wang Ban and Lu Feng immediately stopped. The officer asked, "Is this the cadet you were talking about? Didn't you say cramps, why can't I see where he's cramping?" He also made a point of squeezing Lu Feng's shoulders a few times. Wang Ban immediately laughed bitterly and was about to explain when Lu Feng jumped ahead. "Report, Chief. My cramps have cleared up, it's just that the squad leader wasn't comfortable with it, so he wanted me to go and have the school nurse check it out." The armory officer gave Wang Ban a strange look. "It's too much of a fuss to go to the infirmary for a checkup for a cramp, isn't it?" He asked, "Where's the cramp?" Lu Feng let out a cry. Wang Ban then snatched it up and said, "His whole body was twitching and his limbs were stiff before, only to get better on his own after a while. I'm worried that there's some hidden danger in his body, so I want him to go for a full body checkup." It sounded like epilepsy, and the officer immediately understood why Lu Feng looked like he didn't want to go for an examination. He said, "Since there is a reason for what happened, come in first and register, while the others continue to line up at the back." After saying that, he brought Wang Ban and Lu Feng inside. On the side, Wei Ban also smacked his lips as he listened, and hurriedly asked the trainees in Class 3. "What's wrong with Lu Feng? What kind of training did he do to get like that?" The trainees looked at each other, but in the end it was the taller-looking Zhang Zhuzhong who said, "We do pistol according to the gun training. Lu Feng's gun has 2 water bottles hanging from it." Wei Ban immediately asked, "Old Wang put it up?" Zhang Zhuzhong shook his head, "It was Lu Feng himself who requested it." Wei Ban immediately stroked his chin and said, "My goodness, Lu Feng, this kid is too hard on himself. How long has he been standing?" Zhang Zhuzhong recalled and said uncertainly, "Almost half an hour." Wei Ban's eyes widened in shock, "Good boy." Then he immediately went back with gusto and yelled to his trainees, "Did you guys see that Lu Feng practiced his evidence gun to the point where he collapsed with cramps? You bunch of bears, you're half dead after only practicing for a while, how can you catch up with other people's Lu Feng?" When Wei Ban yelled like that, the whole team that came to store the guns knew about it. Lu Feng trained himself to the point of cramping. Scary as hell. Who dares to compete with him? Practice cramping yourself first. In no time, Lu Feng and Wang Ban, who had finished handing over their guns, walked out of the warehouse. He greeted Wei Ban and took Lu Feng to the infirmary. Dr. Lu in the infirmary of course couldn't check anything out. She was going to send Lu Feng to a big hospital outside the school for a full body checkup, but Lu Feng's eyes signaled her a few times before she changed her mind. Finally, with only a few words of advice not to show off, they were let back in. The following morning, the playground was filled with classes practicing under fire. Under the sun, Lu Feng, however, felt uncomfortable all over. He noticed that people in other classes were giving him strange looks. Especially, when he got to the rifle standing position according to the gun drill and asked the squad leader to hook him up with a water bottle. In a flash, everyone in the playground looked toward him in unison. The bastards at it again. Wang Ban agreed to the Lu Feng hanging kettle after some agonizing. Immediately, there were other classes in the playground who followed suit. A few at first, then a dozen. The squad leaders looked at it and simply let it go together. Then, all of them hung up their kettles to practice firing their rifles. As for Lu Feng, who had been cursed many times in his heart by an unknown number of people, after practicing for 20 minutes without hearing the system prompt, he asked the squad leader to add water bottles. Reporting to the squad leader. Please give me another kettle. The squad leader kind of goaded him and shook his head and answered him, there are no more canteens, everyone's canteens are dangling from their guns. Lu Feng looked around, and indeed he did. And Feng Ziwen next to him quietly said, Brother Feng. Actually, I can lend you my water bottle. Wang Ban heard the commotion and came over and chided, what are you talking about? 5 minutes extra time. Feng Ziwen's face immediately collapsed. Lu Feng looked around, then his eyes lit up and he once again said, reporting to the squad leader. Please lend me your water bottle. The squad leader also needed water, so he brought his canteen as well. Wang Ban immediately slapped his forehead. He then scolded, Lu Feng, think it over, if last night's situation occurs again, I will immediately terminate all your future training. Don't worry, squad leader, I promise I never will. Where would Wang Ban believe his assurances, but he still couldn't argue with Lu Feng and hung up his own water bottle as well. Just as he was about to walk away, he heard Lu Feng say, Squad leader, help me borrow another water bottle from the other squad leaders. Chapter 55, Those Figures That Don't Retreat in the Rain. The squad leader ended up going to the next class and borrowing a water bottle, but only brought back one sentence. No loan, off. These are the original words of the class president next door, which Wang Ban brought back to Lu Feng as is. Lu Feng instantly smiled bitterly, not knowing why the class leader's attitude towards him had become so unpopular. He didn't know that the class leaders of the next class shook their heads like drums when they heard that they were borrowing for Lu Feng. They are all afraid that their kettle will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back, and when Lu Feng has another accident, and the lieutenant asks for responsibility, they won't be able to run away. Despite Wang Ban's repeated assurances, they were still unwilling to borrow. Couldn't borrow a kettle, Wang Ban was afraid of Lu Feng's emotion, so he patiently explained to him. Lu Feng, this dangling gun thing isn't as heavy as it is. If you hang something very heavy on your barrel for a long time, the barrel will gradually bend. You may not be able to see it with your eyes, the bend is really already there. Wang Ban made an arc where Lu Feng's barrel was. In that case, the trajectory of your gunshot will be affected, which will in turn reduce your accuracy. There's also the fact that if you've adapted and gotten used to having a weight pressing down on the muzzle for a long time, when you remove the weight you may feel uncomfortable and then subconsciously raise the muzzle. Again, this will reduce your shooting accuracy. That's why it's not the heavier the better, it's enough to seek moderation. Seeing that the class president was indeed reasonable, Lu Feng finally let go of his mind. He had been all set to ask the squad leader to go get 2 bricks to come over and hang him. In this way, he dangled 2 water bottles and practiced the standing position according to the gun for an hour, and did not hear the system beep. It means that this level of training is not yet up to the standards recognized by the system. But he had no good ideas for a while. The method of adding the weight of a hanging object is no longer appropriate, so what other way is there to squeeze the limits of itself to meet the system's standards? Next, switch to a kneeling position with the gun. The congregation knelt on the lawn of the playground, and the class president did not set them up to kneel on the concrete again. The land breeze is still dangling from 2 water bottles. Other than that, he couldn't think of anything better at the moment. And while he couldn't think of it, God thought of it for him. Half an hour later, the sunny sky instantly turned into a dark cloud cover. The trainees training on the playground snickered in their hearts, secretly saying that they didn't have to sunbathe. And then before I could be happy for 2 minutes, beanpoint rain fell. Then it quickly turned into a downpour. Most of the cadets couldn't help but stop their training and look at the squad leader with bated breath, praying for a retreat from the rain. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Class 3's Wang Ban was the first to shout angrily at his own trainees, "What are you looking at? Does this bit of rain scare you away? Is rain still worse than a shower of bullets?" Dong Xiuhei, on the other hand, shouted, "We're just afraid that the gun will be spoiled by the rain." Wang Ban burst out laughing in anger and scolded, "If you get wet, your guns won't get wet. Keep training, no one stops until I call it off." The crowd only felt that the rain was incredibly bitter. And when the other classes heard Wang Ban say this, they were even less likely to let anyone go. Class 2's Weiban also immediately shouted at his own trainees. People in Class 3 aren't afraid of the rain, are we in Class 2? No fear. The swish of the rain was mixed with the determined shouts of the cadets. The fact that Class 2 did the same strengthened the resolve of the other class leaders. And so it was that the playground in the pouring rain was still standing with young faces practicing their stance on their guns. However, having determination doesn't determine fitness. The heavy rainstorm became a bit lighter after it had been falling for more than 10 minutes straight. And while the rain has gotten lighter, the wind has gotten stronger. After being drenched by the rain, when the wind blew, everyone was suddenly chilled to the bone. Soon, a white-clad figure came to the playground. The school nurse, Dr. Ryu. She was holding a clear umbrella. Wearing a pair of white sneakers. Walking quickly to the edge of the playground, he questioned loudly. What happens when the students get sick when you do that? There are only a few beds in my school nurse's office, so I can't fit so many of you. There was a moment of embarrassment for the squad leaders. But there's also a sense of having a step down. Immediately, a squad took the lead and withdrew first, going back to the dormitory to change clothes. One by one, the other classes withdrew. Dr. Lu came to Wang Ban's side and advised, Lieutenant Wang, it's almost ready. There's still a long time to go, there's no rush, just let the freshmen suffer a little. Too much is rather unattractive. Wang Ban glanced faintly at Dr. Lu, then droned to the trainees, training is suspended, go back to the dormitory. The crowd breathed a huge sigh of relief and hurriedly put down their guns and ran in the direction of the dormitory in the rain. Dr. Lu, however, saw that there was another figure in the field that hadn't moved. Lu Feng remained in a kneeling position with his gun at his side. Dr. Lu then wanted to walk to persuade him, but just as he took 2 steps, he was crossed by a glance from Lu Feng. It was a glance that made her stop. What a firm and determined look that was. She didn't know how to describe it. Under such a look, she was like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to face an adult for fear of suffering their chastisement. At the moment, she was afraid that Lu Feng would blame her. Dr. Ryu just froze in place, his face torn. In his heart, he constantly condemned Lu Feng, you simply don't understand how important your body is, and even a little injury is a great loss to the country. But even though Dr. Lu thought this in his mind, in reality he couldn't muster the courage to walk up to Lu Feng. She was also confused as to how a student who was clearly just younger than her could give her such a sense of oppression. And behind her, Wang Ban read her mind and came over to Lu Feng and said, Lu Feng, training is suspended. In the rain, Lu Feng shouted, no. I can still continue, asked the squad leader to let me continue. Wang Ban looked at Lu Feng with such a pious expression and only felt that he really couldn't find a suitable reason to shut him down. He turned and gave Dr. Ryu a helpless expression. However, she was afraid of Lu Feng, but not Wang Banzai, and immediately went up to question him. Lieutenant Wang, quickly persuade your student again. Wang Ban asked, you seem to be concerned about Lu Feng's physical condition? Dr. Lu instantly stiffened, then hurriedly said, I care about every student's physical condition, and as the school doctor hired by the school, I have the responsibility and obligation to care about the student's physical condition. She couldn't say that it was Lu Feng's body that might involve state secrets and had to be treated with caution. Wang Ban waved his hand and pointed, there are also students over there who haven't left yet, so go and care for them. Dr. Willow stomped her foot in anger, but when she looked, she did see that 3 other trainees had stayed as well. Lei Huffing from Class 1 and Gao Lei from Class 2 stayed behind without any surprise, and one more was Li Rong from Class 6. Dr. Ryu also walked over to the 3 trainee squad leaders and persuaded them in turn. After persuading the squad leader, the cadets were persuaded. But with Dr. Lu in his face, how could Li Huffing let himself lose to Lu Feng? The more you persuade, the more it backfires. But Dr. Ryu's persuasion did some good. Not long after, the 3 squad leaders came to Wang Ban with their trainees. Old Wang, I'll leave this prick in my class to you to watch out for me. Wei Ban patted Wang Ban's shoulder and left. Class 1's Guo Ban said nothing and patted Wang Ban's shoulder as well. Class AXS Xia Ban then nodded to Wang Ban. Then, there were 3 more trainees beside Lu Feng, side by side according to their guns. In the midst of the storm, Li Rong from Class 6 shouted towards Lu Feng, the first place in shooting will be mine. Lu Feng only smiled. Chapter 56, Time to test the results of training. The unique 4 training figures in the wind and rain also attracted the attention of many people outside the playground. In a classroom on the 6th floor of the school building, many students had just finished their classes and came out of the classroom. None of them could help but be drawn to a few lone figures on the playground as they passed through the hallways. Among them were two lean, stalwart juniors, lying side by side on the railing of the corridor, looking out at the playground with interest. One of them said, "Minister, that's the freshman in this Army Command class, isn't it? Looks like there are a few good prospects." The other gave a soft, undeniable The man continued, "Should we find sophomores to try them out, and if they're good, recruit them into our shooting club?" The shooting club minister said, "Be careful how you do it, communicate well, and don't make it look like you're suppressing newcomers." The man said, "These freshmen are all top students from all over the world, and they are all very arrogant, so if we don't give them something to look at, they will also look down on our shooting department." The minister didn't retort and said lightly, "They're practicing according to their guns now and should be firing live rounds soon, so send someone to the range then to see how they perform." "Yes." With that, the two left the hallway, no longer paying attention. And likewise, when Sun District team and several squadron leaders came out of the conference room after the meeting, they also saw the figure of Lu Feng and the others according to their guns on the playground in the rain. Sector Sun stopped in the hallway in front of the conference room and asked behind him, "Is there any information on those students in the seedling program we just discussed?" Squadron Lin glanced toward the playground and nodded, "Yes." Sector Sun said, "Tell me all about it." Squadron Lin immediately took out a tablet and quickly pulled up the new student's dossier. He first flipped to the page with Li Hofeng's headshot. Class 1's Li Hofeng, a native of Dongguan, comes from a martial arts family, and the older generation of their family were all revolutionary aspirants. The younger generation also has a few who serve as bodyguards for the chiefs. Seeing Sector Sun nodding, Squadron Leader Lin flipped to the next page, showing Gao Lei's profile. Class 2's Gao Lei, a native of Balian, whose father was on the national basketball team, is now the provincial team coach. Squadron Lin picks only some of the highlights to talk about. Class AXS Li Rong, a native of Wuzhong, comes from a family of sportsmen, and his ancestors have won 2 international shooting competitions. Then he flipped to the last one. Class 3's Lu Feng, a native of the Star Ocean, his father was a merchant, and his origins are considered more ordinary. Sector Team Sun nodded and said, "They are all good seedlings, add the 4 of them to the list of candidates for the new International Youth Military Athletic Competition." "Yes." There was also some joy on Lieutenant Lin's face. The International Junior Military Athletic Competition, which means being able to represent your country to compete with players from other countries, will be a great stage to show the ability of each country to cultivate military talents. Although it is only a candidate, to be selected still need to go through heavy assessment and inspection to become a reserve member, but the Sun District team's expectations and trust in Lu Feng them. After all, if the person they had nominated was brushed off, they would inevitably be ridiculed for their failing vision. Not to mention the crowd's reaction to Lu Feng and the others training in the rain, Lu Feng got the effect he wanted. Ding! Detected that the host, with strong willpower, completed 2 hours of extreme according to the gun training in the wind and rain, sharpening the will of a strong army in the wind and rain, rewarding 30% muscle shock absorbing power. Ding! Detected that the host has possessed 60% muscle shock absorption, ability automatically upgraded and strengthened to 90% muscle shock absorption. Lu Feng's mind moved, and once again, he found a system that recognized the law. Not only are tough training conditions, but tough training environments and climates are more likely to be recognized by the system. Lu Feng, who was in a good mood, laughed in the rain and said, "It's so painful to get wet." The crowd listened and smiled. Gao Lei, on the other hand, said disdainfully, "I'd been through all the blizzards in the north, and this little rain is simply scratching an itch." Li Hofeng also said, "The cold wind at the summit of the Dongyue mountain range is 10 times more severe than this." Only Li Rong was left with a puzzled look on his face. He had never been to either the north or the summit mountain range, there was no bragging rights. And Wang Ban, who was accompanying them, looked at his watch and blew his whistle. "Morning training is over, go back and change for lunch. After that, it's just a week or so of continuous under-the-gun training. From lying, to standing, to kneeling. Practicing shooting maneuvers in the morning, carrying a gun for physical fitness in the afternoon, and learning about firearms safety in the evening. You also have to take a piece of target paper and stick it to the bedpan and stare at the bullseye for half an hour before you go to bed." After a week, Lu Feng's skill value had increased by 1 point and his physical strength had increased by 2 points to a good level. Other values did not change too significantly. And after so much time training under the gun, it was finally time for their live fire training. One day, after taking the crowd to receive their guns, Wang Ban did not immediately arrange for the crowd to begin training as usual. "After all these days of training, everyone, the time has come to accept the results of your training. The crowd hadn't reacted to what it meant yet, but Lu Feng was brightened by what he heard. Then, he heard Wang Ban say, "Today, you will have your first live fire training." The cadets had thought it was just Wang Ban's daily lecture, so they hadn't reacted when they heard the word live ammunition. It took a few seconds for the crowd to look lost in thought. Fang Ziwen stammered, live ammunition? We can fire real guns?" Wang Ban immediately said, "What? You guys don't want to? I can apply for a delay for you guys." The crowd was in a frenzy. No. Squad leader, don't joke. Never delay." Wang Ban laughed, "So you're all ready?" The crowd immediately shouted in unison, "Always be ready." After the shout, the crowd showed joy. Fang Ziwen, on the other hand, boldly complained, "The squad leader is really something, too, but he didn't even give us a heads up in advance." Dong Xiaohai touched his chest and said, "Yes, it was so sudden." Wang Ban laughed and scolded, "If I told you in advance, could you still sleep last night? You might all have dark circles under your eyes now. Live fire training is not a trivial matter. You guys give me a 12% spirit, absolutely cannot have the slightest distraction, do you hear me?" The crowd dared not giggle anymore. "I hear you. Remember, you guys, when you go down to the range later, do everything you're told. Absolutely no walking around, touching anything, or making any movements without orders. Report. What if I have to pee?" Fang Ziwen was the type of body that wanted to go to the bathroom when he was nervous, and he was nervous right now. Wang Ban was speechless and held his forehead. "Then call the report. But remember, we won't stop and wait for you alone specifically. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next time. Is that clear?" "Yes." Fang Ziwen swallowed, suddenly feeling a little urge to pee. "All hands. Turn left and run." With that, Wang Ban led the crowd on a run to the range. And halfway through, while passing through a forest path, bam, 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 a noise suddenly sounded from either side of them. Chapter 57, Why don't you give me a few more? It turned out that two of the instructors were hiding in the bushes on either side of the trail with gongs, and when they passed all the way through, they suddenly got up and struck them hard. The trainees, who were completely unprepared for this, were instantly shocked and trembled, their faces showing horror. They were still a little confused when they saw the two instructors carrying the gong. And both instructors laughed at their reaction. One of them said, "Old Wang, there's a good seedling in your class, I can't believe I didn't scare him." Wang Ban knew who they were talking about. Just now, when the alarming sound suddenly rose, Lu Feng was the only one whose face was calm and unperturbed. But in fact, Lu Feng's heart was also shaken for a moment. It was only because he quickly judged that there was no danger that he didn't show any expression. Moreover, the sound of a gong was not the sound of a gunshot. How could he, a man who had often been accustomed to hearing the sound of gunshots in his previous life, not be able to tell the difference? Wang Ban was not satisfied with any of the crowd's reactions and scolded, "Just this loud noise scares you all like this, when you hear the gunshots, won't you all be scared to pee your pants?" Fang Ziwen wanted to cry, he was truly frightened, even the little bit of urine he had before was gone. Wang Ban took a gong and struck it hard with a wooden stick. Boring. Still afraid? Still afraid? Wang Ban purposely raised the gong to the ears of the crowd. The loud gong shook them all and they couldn't help but look away. But after a short while, the crowd adapted. Being scared is also just because you're not mentally prepared, not really afraid of the gong. Wang Ban saw that none of the crowd showed any overreaction before he stopped and returned the gong. This is actually a deliberate arrangement by the school to use the sound of a gong to simulate the sound of gunfire to build a psychological line of defense for the freshmen who are going to have to undergo live fire training soon. Avoid them going to the range and panicking when they hear gunshots. In case any daredevil, after getting a gun, fires it without being instructed to do so, the sudden ringing of the gun may frighten the person next to him. After being frightened, the first reaction may be to raise the gun and turn to look at the noise, and the fingers will also be unconsciously hard, then it is very easy to cause misfires again. To prevent this, the school then arranged this preview of a sudden loud noise. As long as the trainees have a mental expectation in this preview, they will also have a mental habit when they really encounter unexpected situations at the shooting range. After Wang Ban returned the gong, he lectured the crowd, "Remember, you must not panic when you hear gunfire at the range. Especially if you still have a gun in your hand and the gun has inspired the safety, you can't panic. It's normal to hear gunshots at the range, no need to be surprised. If you're really scared, the right thing to do is to let go of the gun and get on the ground. Got it all memorized?" Remember, safety first. Wang Ban didn't mind if he babbled too much. After teaching the crowd a lesson, he led them to the range again. And the two instructors who carried the gongs re-hid themselves. After that, there were no more accidents along the way and it went smoothly to the range training area. The crowd walked through the barbed wire gate and into the inspection port before actually entering the range. The empty range gave the impression of being larger than a soccer field. So many people. That was the first thing that struck the crowd as they walked in. On the range, there were people standing everywhere. Not freshman cadets, but sophomores and juniors at the range who were carrying red command flags as well as wearing red scarves on their shoulders. These are field commanders, safety officers, order takers, scorekeepers, bullet launchers, etc. There are at least 40 or 50 rifle shooting positions on the range. At each firing position, a small iron squad is placed. In front of the iron squad stood a safety officer. The crowd did not dare to make any unnecessary movements on such an occasion of total solemnity. The freshmen first gathered in formation on the sidelines. When all 30 shifts of a district team had arrived, District Team Sun stepped out. On the way here, I'm sure your instructor has already given you a good mental build-up, so I won't say any more about it, so you don't have to mentally scold me for getting in the way. You only need to remember one thing: do everything you are told. Live fire training, officially begun. Under the dispatch of the field commander, the freshmen lined up with their guns to fill in the firing positions. Lu Feng was the first to take the field. The mood is also said to be calm and a little bit excited. During the process of getting into position, he noticed that behind each cadet stood a conductor with a small red flag and a red scarf pinned to his shoulder. Soon the firing positions on the range were filled. Walking to a stop at his firing position, Lu Feng glanced at his instructor. Suddenly, Lu Feng keenly sensed that something was wrong. The commanding officer he had seemed to be looking at him a little off. He was laughing, playfully. But before he could take a closer look, the voice of the commander-in-chief came. Turn right. Lu Feng immediately turned to face the target surface. At the head of the procession row stood a commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief, when he saw that the men were in position, called out, "Fire the bullets." The 3 firing officers sprinted up and handed out bullets one by one. However, they handed out bullets to the commanders behind the freshmen. After the bullets were dispensed, the commander-in-chief yelled again, "Prone loading." All of a sudden, the freshmen were prone, racking their rifles against the grooves of the little iron squat. That's the prone gun position they've practiced beyond measure. The commanders of the crowd also came forward, crouched down on one knee beside them, handed bullets to the freshmen, and instructed them in loading. Shooting bit on. Lu Feng unloaded the magazines and loaded the bullets handed over by the commanders one by one. 6 in all. The instructor kept a smile on his face the entire time he was loading. Seems like a nice guy. Lu Feng commented secretly to that instructor. When Lu Feng finished loading the bullets, the instructor spoke softly. 5 bullets, filled. After saying that, he got up and stood behind Lu Feng. Lu Feng was shaken, but he didn't turn back immediately. What's going on? Why say 5 when he was clearly handed 6 bullets? Why did his instructor's demeanor seem so out of tune on such a full and solemn occasion? Lu Feng's eyes were slightly closed as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he opened his eyes suddenly and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Decided to keep it quiet. Isn't it good to have one more bullet to shoot? Hey! Of course it's good. He would have thought 5 pieces was too little. If he could, Lu Feng really wanted to talk to that instructor. Why don't you give a few more? That's mean. When all were filled, the commander-in-chief's command came again. Load. Click. Bullet loaded. Aim. The crowd holding the guns held their breath. And in Lu Feng's eyes, the pupils contracted for a moment, like the focusing of a camera lens. A gun target that was 100 meters away seemed like it was only about 10 meters away in Lu Feng's eyes. 8 times the field of view. System bonus ability. Lu Feng's hand was extremely steady, his finger on the trigger in anticipation of the first live trigger. The chief commander waited 5 seconds in silence and barked a command. Shoot. Snap. There were cadets who had been waiting impatiently and pulled the trigger as soon as they heard the command. For a while, shots rained down on the range. Chapter 58 5 points and a piece of plum blossom marksmanship. The standard rifle is a semi-automatic rifle, which is self-loading. Landwind 1 second buckboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, point by point, gun by gun. With his muscle dampening abilities, he was able to stabilize the gunshot wobble from the recoil of the shot in half a second. And on the field, the cadets shot in silence. Dusty behind the gun target. The shooting position was full of smoke. Once again, Lu Feng noticed that for most of the cadets, it was 5 shots. 2 minutes later, even the slowest of the trainees had all played. The commander-in-chief waited 3 minutes. 3 minutes of military school regulations. Cease fire. The chief commander waved a small red flag. Check your guns. The instructor behind the cadets immediately stepped forward and checked to see if the cadets were all out of bullets. Lu Feng let go of his rifle as the instructor behind him walked up, pretending to press on the ground with one hand, but in reality, he clipped a shell casing. Then, while the instructor was checking his firearm, the shell casings were silently stuffed into the instructor's pocket in a skillful maneuver of a whopping 97 points. The instructor's full attention was on Lu Feng's gun. He checked the empty magazines and checked the chambers, and indeed none of them were loaded. Lu Feng instantly noticed that this instructor was smiling again. A few smiles of amusement. Lu Feng also laughed, again with a bit of smugness. Gun check complete. The instructors rose to report one by one. When no one got up, the commander-in-chief immediately shouted, "Stand down and get up." The trainees rose to their feet. Target check, score. The squad leaders immediately darted off to the target following the scorer and assisted the scorer in keeping a record of the shots. On the sidelines, in the audience, sat several school officers. Sector Sun picked up one of the binoculars and looked away from a few of the cadets shooting at the targets. After reading it, he put down the binoculars and said with a smile on his lips, "It's kind of interesting." Squadron Lin beside him hurriedly took the binoculars and looked at them as well. He was also more interested in the shooting performance of several cadets. Wanted to see what kind of target holes they shot. Sometimes the target rings may be the same and you can't tell the difference, but you can tell the difference from the bullet holes. Squadron Lin quickly showed a face of astonishment. None of the 4 cadets he was following had normal target faces. Lieutenant Lin immediately said to a field safety officer, "Go get me the target paper for those 4. LAMC pointed out to the safeties which 4 in turn. The safety remembered and immediately ran out. To the amazement of a crowd of cadets, the safety officer darted to bring back 4 sheets of handle paper. The other lieutenants were curious and gathered around. Squadron Lin started with the target paper on the table and spread it out. First one, 410 rings. At first glance, there are only 4 bullet holes in the target paper. But on closer inspection, one of the bullet holes was larger, in the shape of a gourd, and actually consisted of 2 round bullet holes merged together. This suggests that there were 2 shots where the bullets landed extremely close to each other. Immediately one of the squadron leaders asked, "This is a heavy ring, which cadet hit the target?" Squadron Lin told them, "It's Li Rong from Class 6. Lieutenant Lin turned the target paper over and looked to the next one. The crowd froze when they saw the shape of the bullet holes on the target surface. On the sidelines, Sector Sun burst out laughing, "I haven't seen such an interesting target hole in a long time." No wonder the crowd was surprised. Simply because on the target side of the paper, there is only one hole. A big hole. It's still a plum hole. The shape of the hole looks like a plum blossom with 5 leaves and petals. Right in the center of the bullseye of the chest ring target. It wasn't hard to get the officers present to shoot a 10 ring with their rifles at 100 meters, but putting a shape to the bullet hole was something even they couldn't do. Without saying whose target it was, Lieutenant Lin continued to flip to the next one. And then froze again. On the target paper, there were 6 bullet holes, all within the 10 ring. A squadron leader was immediately surprised. Shouldn't there be only 5 bullets for the freshman? Instead, another lieutenant said, "Could it be that the person next to this cadet called by mistake?" The others listened in stunned silence, off target to someone else's bullseye. This was intentional. "What class of cadets is this?" Squadron Lin said, "High Thunder from Squad 2. The corners of the target paper have target numbers that correspond to the serial numbers of the shooting positions on the field." Immediately, one of the squadron leaders picked up his binoculars and looked towards the gun targets corresponding to the trainees to the left and right of Gaulet. 5, 5, 5, 5, or 5. Several people to the left and right of Gori had 5 bullet holes in their gun targets. Was it overloaded? Sun District Team's face was calm and did not answer the crowd. Squadron Lin flipped to the last one. It's a normal 5-hole 10-ring target face. A squadron leader said, finally, one normal one. For his part, squadron leader Lin laughed, this is Class 1's Li Hofeng's target, just take a look at his target position. A few people looked over toward the field. Only the target corresponding to the Class 1 trainee was missing. Broken one, to be precise. The target head is gone, and only half of the target pole is left standing in the target position. Can a 5-shot bullet, hitting the center of the ring of the target ring, break the target bar? It's a matter of lever mechanics. But the answer is also remarkable, theoretically possible, but practically impossible. In the middle of the field, the scorer records the results of each class. The conductor dispatches a substitution to the field. There are 30 classes, rotating through in 5 batches of about 10 minutes each. Less than an hour, all rounds. The crowd of cadets once again assembled in formation. In the team, Fong Ziwen quietly asked Lu Feng, Brother Feng, how many rings did you hit? I feel like I've got a 10 ring on all 5 shots. Wang Gang laughed, what's the point of feeling, I still feel like you missed a ring. Fong Ziwen immediately bared his teeth at Wang Gang. Lu Feng quietly raised his finger at them, his eyes signaling. The two were immediately silenced. Only to see Sector Sun walk out again. He turned toward the crowd and said, your live fire training is all but complete. Everyone played very well, everyone scores, they were all above 40 rings. This proves that you have not been lazy in your previous training. There were a couple of standout cadets in particular that shot a full 50 ring. To incentivize these outstanding cadets, they are hereby awarded the title of sharpshooter. The following students will then be invited to come up and be honored. Class 1 Li Hofeng. There was a tidal wave of applause. Li Hofeng stepped forward and took a piece of target paper handed over by the commander. That's his target paper. He stood facing the crowd and spread the target paper across his chest. The crowd all of a sudden sought his target side. Class 6 Li Rong. The applause rose again like a wave returning. Li Rong immediately stepped out and walked up, also getting his own target paper to spread out. The crowd took a look, but immediately resounded with murmurs. How come there are only 4 bullet holes? Isn't this only 40 rings? Is it the wrong person? Amidst a murmur, Sector Sun took the target paper and pointed to one of the bullet holes. Look closely, it's 2 shots and a hole. On the field, Li Rong showed a smug smile. He couldn't help but be pleased. Because no one knew that it was more than 2 shots and a hole. Instead, it's 3 shots and a hole. He also got 6 bullets. But to cover this up, he enlarged the bullet hole with 2 shots, and then with a 3rd shot, the bullet passed through the hole without even leaving a mark on the paper target. He knew that even if he said it, no one would believe him. One more, Class 3 Lu Feng. Applause again. And Lu Feng went up and spread out his target paper. Wow! In a flash, the whole room was in an uproar. Chapter 59 I'm just a gun, not a marksman. Lu Feng's target paper is conspicuous by its single hole. And the shape of the hole happens to resemble a plum blossom. Li Rong looked at Lu Feng's target surface and said incredulously, this is not scientific. Looking at the plum blossom shape, Li Rong instantly thought that Lu Feng must have 6 bullets as well. And the 6th bullet, right in the center of the plum blossom. Lu Feng also hid the 6th shot. Using the same approach as him. But do it more beautifully than he did, literally. The reason he was so sure was because if he were Lu Feng, he would also definitely shoot the 6th shot at the center of the flower. Because that's what shooters do for fun. At this moment, Li Rong regarded Lu Feng as someone who pursued the extreme of shooting just like himself. The gaze he cast at Lu Feng instantly became somewhat anxious. It was the exhilaration of meeting a fellow traveler in the midst of a lost voyage. And a figure intervened, blocking his gaze. Sun District Team patted Lu Feng's shoulder and said, you are all good guys, the first shooting in your military life has left a perfect result for you. I hope you're not proud and keep it up. At that moment, Squadron Leader Lin walked up with something in his hand and said, I'd also like to ask District Squadron Sun to bring the little red flowers for the 3 sharpshooters. Sector Team Sun took the red flower in the hands of Lin's squadron and fastened it on the chest of each of the 3 cadets with full marks. Each of the 3 returned the salute with a military salute. An instructor then approached with a camera. Let's record 3 full ring shooters for their moment of glory. Please also ask the district team to take a photo with them as a witness. There was a click. The images of the 4 were then imprinted in the camera. After the awards were completed, the Sun District team asked each of them to give their reflections. From left to right, again Li Hofeng starts first. Li Hofeng said in a serious and sincere tone, "Thank you for the class president's patient guidance and supervision. I will continue to work hard." A final military salute was given as a closing gesture. Next up is Li Wing. He stepped forward and said in a firm and confident tone, "I am a marksman now, and I always will be." Swish! He gave a military salute and retreated. And finally, Landwind. Lu Feng took a half step forward and began to brew his wording. The gazes of all the trainees were instantly focused on him. Lu Feng is now a celebrity. Everyone privately called him the king of cramp rolls. Presumably, this means that you can't roll over a Landwind until you've practiced until you get cramps in yourself. The crowd thought that Lu Feng would say something about how hard he had worked to achieve his success and how he would have to work harder in the future. However, Lu Feng said in a calm tone, "It's honestly a bit of a fluke and a shame that I was able to win the marksman." The breath of the crowd suddenly condensed as they heard a bit of a strange emotion in Lu Feng's words. It seems that he is not being modest, but really thinks so. Then, the crowd heard Lu Feng say this. "My gun, the people built for me; my bullets, the people supplied for me; my knowledge, the motherland taught me. My accuracy, the motherland and the people concentrated for me. Without them, I couldn't hold a gun or shoot a bullet. If it was just me, I probably couldn't shoot with that kind of accuracy. So I don't think I can be considered a marksman yet. I'm just a gun in the hands of the people in my country. And it is only in their hands that I can become a 100-shot marksman. They're the real sharpshooters." Snap! 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 The crowd applauded. They suddenly had the feeling that only someone with that kind of conviction could shoot like that. And people who harbor that belief deserve to shoot like that. As Lu Feng's class president, Wang Ban applauded the hardest. The eyes couldn't hold back the hot tears. This brat, why does he always say what they want to say the most, but don't know how to express it? And Sector Team Sun and Squadron Leader Lin looked at each other as if they had made a certain decision together. When the applause stopped, Lu Feng concluded, "I hope to continue to be that gun for the motherland and the people, firing every shot for them, hitting the targets they want to hit for me. For that would be an immense honor for me." Lu Feng gave a military salute to the crowd and retreated back. The crowd applauded again. Infected by Lu Feng's words, District Team Sun also spoke several words of encouragement to the crowd before announcing their dismissal. Classes are let off the range in turn. Sophomores and juniors maintaining the site were also evacuated in an orderly fashion. A few, on the other hand, couldn't leave and were left behind. Lu Feng, Li Hofeng, Li Rong, and Gao Lei. There was some sulking on Gori's face. He didn't understand why he was left behind. That is, until Squadron Lin handed him a piece of target paper. Gori asked dully, "What is this?" He then saw 6 bullet holes in the target face, inside the 10 ring. "This is mine?" At the moment, he thought he was the only one present who had fired 6 bullets. Squadron Lin nodded, "It's yours." Gori heard this and immediately shouted, "Then why didn't?" Squadron Leader Lin said for him, "Not named a marksman and awarded a little red flower?" Gao Lei didn't respond with his mouth, but the puffed-up expression on his face already showed his attitude. He obviously shot them all, so why shouldn't he get a reward? For his part, Squadron Leader Lin said coldly, "Then how would the other cadets react if we selected you and they saw your target face?" Gori muttered, "How would I know what to react to?" Squadron Lin immediately droned, "If you have something to say, what are you muttering about?" Gori immediately growled, "I don't know how they'll react." For his part, Lieutenant Lin said, "They will first wonder why you have 6 rounds. And then it's the bullet dispenser that's giving you too much. But your instructor should have explicitly told you it was 5 rounds. Why didn't you report that you had an extra bullet when you knew the rule was 5? Gao Lei didn't dare to retort, but in his heart, he said, "Where are the bullets too much?" Lieutenant Lin, however, as if he had read his mind, sneered, "Are you letting the other trainees follow your example, knowing that they are wrong and not reporting it just so that they can get one more round of ammunition? Can such a person be a role model for other cadets?" Gori couldn't help but keep his head down. If he hadn't heard Lu Feng's remark, he might have been a bit unconvinced. But after hearing those words from Lu Feng, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He himself went and privately consumed the bullet that belonged to his country and his people for his own momentary preference. It really shouldn't be a phenom. Lieutenant Lin added, "But there is a reason for what happened. and we won't really hold you accountable for concealing information and not reporting it. Gory froze. You guys? Shouldn't it be you? He then snapped his eyes to the other three, all three of whom smiled at him. He immediately asked, how did you guys do that? Squadron Lin, however, didn't give him a chance to get to the bottom of it. This is just a little test of your resilience and responsiveness. As it turned out, none of you, except Lu Feng, really satisfied me. So while you all hit full rings, you're still not at a point where you can be proud of yourselves. You have much to grow into, and it is not yet time to be complacent. Did you hear everything? I hear you. At this point, the hearts of the four men were ashamed of the stolen joy they felt when they hit the full ring. It was also clear that Squadron Lin had given them the sixth bullet for what it was intended. At no time should you feel that a full ring is the end. Rather, there is the next round. Chapter 60, Washing Away Pride and Impatience. The afternoon after shooting practice, most of the cadets were a bit soul-searching. A lot of the fun, for them, becomes tasteless after they've actually experienced what it's like to pull a trigger and have a gun explode at close range. And what had been grueling physical training became less grueling. It's a mood that continues to be strong for the freshmen until they go to bed at night. Dong Shohei tossed and turned in his bed, unable to sleep. Fang Ziwen, who slept in the bed next to his, was also kept awake by the restlessness of his turning over. Master Dong, what about this ghost you're setting aside? Dong Shohei said with a long sigh, Fat Master, when do you think it will be time for the second shooting training? Fang Ziwen scratched his head and said, I also asked my cousin, and he said that the National Science Military University usually shoots live ammunition twice a year. It's different from the army in that it's more focused on developing military industrial specialties and command and leadership skills. So the requirements for shooting are different than in the army, in school, as long as you know how to and aren't too rusty. Dong Shohei said idiotically, wouldn't that mean that the next live fire will have to be a long time from now? The other people in the 303 dormitory were also still awake, and although none of them said anything, when they heard Dong Shohei say this, the air also seemed to be covered with a veil of depression. Zhang Zhuzhong counseled, don't think about it so much, a soldier's strength isn't only in shooting. And Fang Ziwen turned his words around and said, but I heard from my cousin that there's also some kind of regiment you can join, similar to a college club, and you might be exposed to more shooting training. Wang Gang couldn't keep silent even as he listened, and pursued, what regiment? Fang Ziwen depressedly said, my cousin didn't say it explicitly, only telling me that I'll know when the time comes. It made me itchy. And he also reminded me that that regiment has an entry threshold, so you can't join without serious training. I thought it was just a gimmick for him to fool me into training seriously and never took it too seriously. Dong Shohei, on the other hand, lost his head and said, then I must be out of luck, I've only shot 44 rings today. He learned that hitting 45 rings or less is considered poor. Fang Ziwen didn't play well either, so he asked Lu Feng, Brother Feng, how did you hit the full ring? Teach the brothers a couple moves? Zhang Zhuzhong immediately said, didn't you listen carefully to Lu Feng's speech this morning? You guys can't play well because you still lack conviction. Without strong conviction, you will easily be disturbed by the sound of the gun and the vibrations produced by the shooting. And the playfulness of the heart, once you know that the gun is loaded with live ammunition, the mood cannot hide the excitement, and how can you properly calm your mind to hold the gun steady? I guess after only 2 shots, your hands are shaking with excitement, so how can you shoot accurately? This was something that Zhang Zhuzhong had realized after carefully reflecting on Lu Feng's words. The difference between himself and Lu Feng was not only the technique, but also the mindset when shooting. Lu Feng had a gun in his eyes, but not in his heart. What he had in his heart was the motherland and the people. With such a strong mind, the hand that holds the gun is naturally very stable, and will not become emotionally agitated after firing the gun. Zhang Zhuzhong has seen his own bar, the first 3 shots, but also hit the 10 ring, but the next 2 shots, it is a little hit on the head, so lost accuracy. It shows that he also has the skill to hit the 10 ring, all that's missing is the exercise of keeping a smooth shooting mind. Fang Ziwen asked Lu Feng with some disbelief, Brother Feng, is that so? Lu Feng said softly, old Zhang is indeed right, we all train together, none of you have bad skills according to your guns, you just failed to keep a normal mind. Once the distance is over 100, any small change will have a big impact on the accuracy. Dong Shohei then said, the first time live fire, how can I not be excited? If it were a few more times of live fire, I definitely wouldn't be excited. The crowd realized at once that this was a dead end. Because the number of live fire is small, the mentality is easy to be unstable, and the mentality is unstable, the shooting accuracy is poor, and the poor will not be able to enter the regiment. If you can't get into the regiment, the number of live fire will be even less, and it will be even harder to exercise your mind. Lu Feng sensed everyone's low mood and suggested, the skills that should be taught, the class president has already taught them comprehensively. There's nothing more I can give you guys in this regard. As for this mindset, I suggest that you can set a goal for yourselves. When you are firm enough on this goal, many external factors cannot affect your mind. If it affects that, it means that the goal is not something you really want to achieve. You'll just have to reinforce the target again. Fonzie pursued, what's it going to take to strengthen the target? Lu Feng said, like monks who recite scripture with devotion, keep meditating on your goal in your heart. Feng Ziwen froze and muttered, will it work? Zhang Zhuzhong immediately disliked it back, how do you know if you don't try it? It's not like you're going to lose a pound or two of flesh. Lu Feng discouraged, alright, let's all take an early rest. The crowd fell silent. They began to figure out what kind of goal they should set. Thinking about it, he fell fast asleep. After Lu Feng's suggestion tonight, the few people in the 303 dormitory were going to try out the silent chanting method in their next training. Just get distracted and go meditate on your goals. And Wang Ban felt it most acutely for the crowd. He only felt that this group of freshmen, as if the impetuousness had been removed for the most part, had actually become calm and steady. Third week of new training. Squadron Lin suddenly received a notice from Sun Sector Team asking him to make an immediate trip to Sun Sector Team's office. Knock knock. Come in. A thick voice came out from the office door, and Lieutenant Lin immediately pushed his way in. Lin Yao comes to report. Squadron Lin gave a military salute to the man sitting in the office. Kobayashi is here, sit. Sitting there was the very same Sector Sun who had asked him to come over. Squadron Lin sat down on the front of the desk and waited patiently when he saw that Sector Sun was still working on the paperwork. Only when Sector Team Sun finished organizing did Squadron Lin Yao ask, Sector Team, what is it you're looking for me for? Sector Sun said, it's been almost half a month since the new training, how are the cadets doing? Lin Yao earnestly reported, the trainees have basically adapted to the new training life, and have lost the frivolity and petulance they had when they first came in. District Captain Sun nodded and praised, of the 3 squadrons in our department, your squadron is the best performer, and I'm still very comfortable with you. Lin Yao humbly returned, you flatter me. Sector Sun smiled and said, back to business. Next week, we'll be hosting an orientation party. Lin Yao was startled and said doubtfully, would it be a bit too early? Sector Sun said, not early, instead I think the progress of the new training is too slow, need to speed up the progress a little more. Lin Yao instantly understood what District Team Sun meant. In the army, it is said that speeding up never reduces the volume. This means that to speed up, you have to increase the amount of training in a single day, so as to ensure that the progress is accelerated without reducing the amount of training. Seeing that he grasped his meaning, the Sun District team continued, so give them a taste of sweetness first, so that they can increase the intensity in the next training. Lin Yao said, then we have to start preparing now. District Team Sun nodded, that's good, that's exactly why I'm looking for you. I want you to come up with 2 performance programs, and they have to be the ones that the freshmen star in. Remember, this party is jointly organized by the district teams of the 3 departments, and the first captain will also come to inspect it at that time. You don't want to find 2 random programs to fool around with, and lose the face of our command department in front of the other district teams. Lin Yao was immediately dumbfounded, no, district team, with such a short period of time, how would there be enough time to prepare a good program? What? Admit defeat? Lin Yao immediately saluted, guarantee to complete the mission. Chapter 61, Let Me Sing You a Song. Squadron Lin Yao worriedly walked out of Sector Sun's office. To prepare an outstanding program in a week is more than enough time for a week if left to those in the arts department. But leave it to them, the big old boys, and it'll be a show of dry humping and dry gunning. Upon pondering this, Squadron Lin immediately summoned the squad leaders to the conference room, despite the fact that they were training their trainees. 10 or so people in a conference room. Class 1 Squad Ban was the first to ask, Squadron Lin, is there a situation that has called us over in such a hurry? Squadron Leader Lin picked up the thermos and took a sip of water, moistening his throat before saying, I'm not in a hurry, I'm just anxious for you guys. The squad leaders looked at each other in disbelief. In a week's time, there will be a joint orientation party for all 3 departments, and our squadron is needed for 2 programs. So, I've called everyone here to confer and discuss what kind of programs to prepare for too. The squad leaders suddenly looked relieved, they thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just a party. Soon, though, their eyes drifted. There was a consensus in the mind that it was better to let someone else do things like the talent show. Guo Ban, on the other hand, wondered, isn't it a little too early for this year's orientation party? Squadron leader Lin explained, because after the gala, there will be an overall speeding up of the training schedule. So it's important to build a good mindset for the freshmen to take on the tougher training behind them. Therefore, these two programs must not be perfunctory, they must really make a difference. Otherwise, when the cadets complain after the extra training, you'll be the ones in trouble. Class 2's Wei Ben asked, we're already training much faster than previous classes this term, aren't we, and this isn't even enough? Wang Ban said, the top has its own considerations, and we will resolutely carry them out. Wei Ben immediately laughed, so old Wang is confident about putting out a program. Wang Ban stopped talking at once, just pretending that he couldn't hear him. Guo Ban suggested, why don't we take advantage of this week to teach the freshmen military boxing and perform it then? Squadron leader Lin said, performing military boxing is fine, but this party is co-organized by the 3 departmental district teams, with an audience of nearly 1,000 people. The other district teams may also perform military boxing. Are you guys confident that you can win against them? Military boxing performances, or mainly rely on the neatness and the spirit of the performers, it is difficult to distinguish between high and low. For freshmen, the program is repetitive and can cause visual fatigue. One of the class presidents suggested, how about performing a skit in past parties? Skits have drawn the most attention. Another squad leader retorted, the skit, funny as it is, doesn't reflect the spirit of our cadets. In this way, the class leaders discussed one thing and another, but when it came to actually implementing the content of the program, they passed the buck to each other. Seeing that the crowd couldn't get any results from the discussion, Squadron Lin immediately called for a halt. There. The crowd was momentarily silent. Squadron Lin droned, I don't care what you use, each class has to come up with 2 programs and hand them in tomorrow morning. The squad leaders' eyes rolled back in their heads. Squadron leader Lin was well aware of their thoughts, so he added with a sneer. I'll campaign for the best 2 from these programs, and if the class team isn't chosen, they'll have to admit their punishment. The punishment, a half hour of volunteer service to the chosen class for a week straight. It's up to the selected class to decide what kind of volunteering they want to do. The squad leaders came to life. Class SAXS Shaban said, so how is it going to be campaigned? After all, it's harder to tell the difference between the programs without actually performing them to see the effect. Squadron Lin took a few steps with his hands behind his back and came up with an idea. Then you can't just turn in the name of the program, but also a specific program proposal. Then bring it out for everyone to judge and finally vote on it. To be fair, I won't say which class came up with the program. Okay, any more questions? The crowd was silent. No, then dismissed. The squad leaders came out of the conference room sharply. On the way, Wei Ben quietly asked Wang Ban, Old Wang, what do you think of the idea of breaking a boulder in the chest? Wang Ban nodded deeply, very creative, I think it works. Then he walked away without looking back. Wei Ben muttered to Wang Ban's back, I'll believe the hell out of you. When Wang Ban returned to the training playground, he remained unobtrusive and let the trainees train as usual. It was not until the evening that he told the cadets what had happened. Wang Ban took the men to a corner of the playground and had them form a circle. After explaining about the party and the program, he then asked, what talents do you all know? Fang Ziwen weakly raised his hand, does knowing how to play games count? Wang Ban said blandly, you think this joke is funny? Fang Ziwen hastily shook his head, in fact, he was also a little famous in the esports circle, and really wanted to go on stage to show off his skills and find some sense of confidence. Wang Ban looked at the others and asked, where are the others? Play the piano, recite, sing and dance all you want. The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, but no one made a sound. When they were in high school, they spent most of their time studying to make sure they got into this college, where there was time to fiddle with after-school interests. Lu Feng was also thinking about it, but he really wasn't good at this aspect either. Seeing the squad leader's gaze looking over, Lu Feng could only avert his gaze, not daring to look directly at him. Ding! Detected that the host's military school is about to hold a party of special significance, predicted that the party will have a wide range of influences, it is a good time to highlight the spirit of a strong army. It is recommended that the host actively declared the program, and make efforts to perform and show the image of a strong army with all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics. Lu Feng's heart fluttered, inspired by the system's prompt. The battlefield is ever-changing, and you won't always run into something you happen to be good at. You can't shy away and hesitate just because you're not good at something. After thinking it through, Lu Feng put his heart on the line and raised his hand. Report. I want to declare the program. Wang Ban was astonished and somewhat surprised. He had only just eyeballed Lu Feng inquisitively, but Lu Feng's response to him was one of rejection. How is it that in less than half a minute, you've changed your mind? Wang Ban asked him, what program are you declaring? Lu Feng was dumbfounded for a moment, and all the trainees all looked at Lu Feng with guttering eyes. In the silence, Lu Feng, after a burst of left and right thinking, gritted his teeth and shouted, I'm going to go on stage and perform singing. Ding! Detected the host's determination to defy challenges and the beginning of a strong military vigor. Rewarded for national-level singing of the song Green Flowers in the Army and the Jianhong Centennial version of the dislocated time and space 100 Years of the Red Boat. Hint, the national-level singing skill can be sung at the singing level of a national-level singer. This singing skill is only valid for specific songs. In an instant, Lu Feng had an additional sense of familiarity in his head, a strong sense of familiarity with the two songs. It was as if he had sung it thousands of times. Seeing that Lu Feng looked different, Wang Ban asked, You're going to perform singing? What kind of song? The hesitation and entanglement on Lu Feng's face was gone, and he confidently said, Of course it's a military song. Wang Ban said, Singing a military song is not as good as shouting with a big voice. Lu Feng laughed, Squad leader, why don't I sing a verse for you to hear? If you're not satisfied, just pretend I didn't say anything. Okay. You sing. Chapter 62 Reporting for a program without even knowing the title of the song. The cold wind drifts the falling leaves. The army is a green flower. Don't be homesick, dear comrade. Don't think about mom. I've been calling day and night. How many words from the heart? A pristine, unadorned song, as if it were just the soft humming of an ordinary warrior. The simple but heartfelt lyrics, though grammatically crude, are straightforward words that express the purest feelings of a warrior. Halfway through the song, the Class 3 crowd was surprised and silent. In the song, they seemed to see the frontier where the north wind was howling, and in the dim night, there stood a warrior on guard, facing the empty and silent earth, singing softly to the night star, and telling his thoughts to the breeze. Expecting the breeze to carry his thoughts to his faraway home and gently deliver them to the ears of his loved ones. After the song, the crowd fell into remembrance. Especially Wang Ban, who had guarded the frontier in the north, had the strongest sense of immersion, and was so mesmerized by what he heard without even realizing it that he didn't even notice that he had shed a tear. It wasn't until he realized that everyone was looking at him that he snapped back to attention. Feeling the wetness on her cheeks, she hurriedly turned her back and wiped it hastily with her sleeve. He straightened his grooming before turning back around. The cadets were all full of solemnity, as if they hadn't seen the scene they had just witnessed. And Lu Feng looked at him with an apologetic face. Sorry, squad leader, just now. Wang Ban reached out and interrupted him, clearly not wanting to bring up his earlier faux pas. He took a deep breath and said, Great singing, the show is on you. The others burst into applause. It's both a song praising Lu Feng and congratulating him on being chosen. Wang Ban gave a word of advice to the crowd to train on their own. Then he rushed off. He couldn't wait until morning, after all, and immediately had to go and report the program to the forest squadron. As soon as Wang Ban left, the trainees immediately surrounded Lu Feng. Feng Ziwen immediately hitched his shoulders and hooked his back as he playfully said, Brother Feng, you're a singing god in high school, right? Quickly say, how many girls did you charm? Wang Gang immediately slapped off his hand, Don't mess up, Fat Master, Brother Feng, you sign for me first. I have a hunch that you will be a big hit in the future, our firecracker Lu Ming, absolutely no mistake. Dong Xiuhei also yelled, Brother Feng, sign a few for me too. Sign one each on our military caps, uniforms, and pants. I won't wash my clothes from now on. Lu Feng felt helpless all of a sudden and said, Guys stop, it's not that exaggerated. The crowd was not willing to let him go just like that. Zhang Zhuzhong asked, Lu Feng, what is this song, why have I never heard it before? Exactly. Such a characteristic song, I will definitely not forget it once I've heard it. Feng Ziwen chimed in. Lu Feng thought contemplatively and said, It's not a famous song, it's something I learned from a military brother in the neighboring seat when I used to take the train. I overheard him humming it at the time and felt particularly touched, so I learned it from him. Fonzie pursued, He wrote that song? Lu Feng shook his head and said, That military elder brother said that he learned it from a border guard veteran in the army. Dong Xiuhei leapt to his senses and proposed, Brother Feng, sing it again, and teach us by the way. Right. Another song from Windy. The new training period is mostly boring training, it is rare to have fun, everyone rushed to coax. However, a bellowing voice interrupted them. Who told you to stop training? Surprisingly, it was Wang Ban who went and returned. The crowd was shocked and hastily dispersed. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was doing push-ups, sit-ups, or deep squats again, with an incredibly serious demeanor. Wang Ban gave them a cold look and walked over to Lu Feng and asked, Lu Feng, do you know any other songs? He got halfway down the road before he remembered he had to report 2 programs, so he ran back. Will there be another one to sing, and I'll sing it out for you too? Wang Ban waved his hand and said, No, then you'll be on both programs. With that he turned and walked away again. I don't know why, but I've obviously only heard Lu Feng sing once, but I feel that no matter what he sings again, it's absolutely no worse. It just saved him a lot of time, not having to look for skit scripts, not having the trainees spend time rehearsing and delaying their training. As for Lu Feng, it's just the opposite. Lu Feng training more and more desperate, he watched with fear, and do not know how to advise. Just the right time to give him a break. He regretted it just after he went to Lin's squadron's office. Lieutenant Lin pointed at him and yelled, You don't even know the title of the song and you're here to report the program. Lieutenant Wang, did you not hear my request this morning? I'm sorry, Squadron, it was an oversight on my part. I'll go confirm it right now. Wang Ban finished and tried to run back again. For his part, Squadron Leader Lin stopped it. All right. Prince Yang, I don't know what you're thinking, I've already instructed you 1,000 times that this party is of great significance and must not be perfunctory. As a result, in the end, you came straight up here and told me that it would be a singing performance by a cadet who could sing. Or have him on both shows. Do you think it's like that? Is it like that? Squadron Lin continuously slapped the back of his hand against the palm of his hand, his face full of pain. Wang Ban's resolute face didn't have a trace of shame, but instead was full of seriousness, reporting to the squadron, I didn't do it perfunctorily. Lu Feng, he sings really well, and... Squadron Lin frowned, and what? And I wish more fighters would listen to this song. There has never been a song that has ever brought him to tears. Wang Ban had even forgotten when he had last shed a tear. But hearing Lu Feng's song made his soul feel as if it had gone out of his body, unable to control his body and his own emotions. Other military songs were either so high and inspiring that they could make his blood boil, or so grand and magnificent that they shook his mind. But Lu Feng's songs, there is no high skill, there is no high and loud voice, there is just simple, rustic. It was as if it was just created on the fly. But it's infectious, especially for the soldiers who have done border defense and have no resistance to the song. And while Squadron Lin hadn't heard it before, and certainly wouldn't take his word for it easily, he did hear his seriousness. He pondered for a while before saying to Wang Ban, Wang Xiang, I'll give you just one night's time, so go back and sort out the specific contents of the program. You want to report singing, fine. But you have to at least have the title of the song, otherwise how do you expect me to report it? Like you? Wang Ban said again, I'm sorry, Squadron, it was an oversight on my part. Go back, there's no rush, report back tomorrow. Wang Ban saluted and left in silence. Just as he reached the door, he heard Squadron Lin's voice again. If it's perfunctory again, you're on your own to receive a triple punishment. Triple the punishment, which means that the punishment turns from 1 week to 3. Meaning that once they weren't selected, their class of 3 would have to volunteer their services to others for the next 3 weeks. Yes. Wang Ban turned and saluted again toward the house. On the way back, Wang Ban also secretly lamented what had happened to him tonight, that he had committed such an oversight. One song messed with my mind, so it seems my will is not as strong as I thought it was. Must go back and have Lu Feng sing it a few more times until he can resist. No one will inevitably lose his temper again. After secretly deciding this, Wang Ban's footsteps became a little more urgent. Chapter 63, I want Lu Feng to go on stage to plague others. Lu Feng, you're going to a place with me this morning. Yes. As soon as morning training began, Wang Ban called Lu Feng away alone, leaving the other trainees to train individually. On the way, Wang Ban admonished, Lu Feng, later on, you'll sing Green Flowers in the Army and Dislocated Time and Space properly to Squadron Lin. Remember, make sure you sing well, got it? Last night, Wang Ban had already learned the name of the song from Lu Feng. Yes. Don't worry, squad leader, both songs have extraordinary significance, I won't sing them randomly. That would be blasphemy to the songs and disrespect to the creators. Lu Feng only thought that Wang Ban was worried about him making a fool of himself in front of Lin Zhongwei. Without realizing it, Wang Ban's thoughts were just the opposite of his. By the time they arrived at the office of Lieutenant Lin, they realized that there was more than one person in the office. Report. Wang Ziyang has reported with the program performance trainees. Lieutenant Lin's voice came faintly from the office. Come in. Lu Feng followed Wang Ban inside. Once inside, he saw that there were other class leaders standing in the office. When Class 2's Wei Ban saw Lu Feng, he immediately said, Yo! What brings you here, Lu Feng? Lu Feng saluted him and said, Good day, Chief Wei. I'm here for the program presentation. Wei Ban was immediately surprised. Lu Feng was going to perform a program? And Squadron Lin obviously knew Lu Feng as well. He asked bluntly, Lu Feng, you've enrolled in singing classes before? He already knew last night that the program Wang Ban was going to work on was singing. Now that he had brought Lu Feng here, it was obvious that he was the one who would be singing. Lu Feng calmly said, reporting to the chief, no. Squadron Lin was about to nod, then froze. He was shocked. You never learned to sing? Lu Feng understood what he meant and said back, not enrolled in a class to learn professionally, it is considered self-taught. Lieutenant Lin's brows furrowed on the spot. Wei Ban, who was on the side, immediately said, Old Wang, you even pulled out your most capable trainee to cover for you, it's too much of a shame. Might as well just admit defeat and be punished, that's the way to take charge. Don't worry, my request is not excessive, just that you wash our Class 2 socks for a week. He was confident that his program would be selected. But how could Wang Ban pay any attention to his flirting? Wang Ban said, Squadron, although Lu Feng hasn't learned it professionally, he doesn't sing any worse than a professional singer. Wei Ban was on the best of terms with Wang Ban and was used to choking him, and as soon as he heard this, he immediately disbelieved it. Lu Feng, tell me honestly, did your class president force you to come out and perform the program? Don't worry to speak out boldly, Wei Ban is here to take over for you. Lu Feng shook his head and returned with a face full of seriousness. I took the initiative to apply on my own, the squad leader didn't force me, instead, he gave me a great deal of support, I'm very grateful for his trust in me. Wei Ban was stunned and said in his heart, could this Lu Feng really know how to sing? Don't be an addict and a vegetable, you can't even tell if your song is good or not. Seeing that he swore, Lieutenant Lin also felt that since he dared to boldly come here, it might not be impossible to give him a chance. Okay, then sing a few lines for us. Lieutenant Lin was not going to listen to the whole thing and was going to shout him down after a few sentences. Lu Feng immediately adjusted his voice. Then the melody rings in the heart and the song sings eerily along with it. Without realizing it, a gentle and melodious song was sung in the serenity of the crowd. Wei Ban cried out without a care for image. Old mother! It's the son who is unfilial, the son who is unfilial. I'm sorry son, but the country needs me, the army needs me. He fell to his knees, covering his face and bawling. Wang Ban couldn't help but watch as he went over and patted his back, soothing his breath for him so that he wouldn't let the crying sidetrack him. The other squad leaders, too, sniffled, sobbed darkly, and secretly wiped their tears. Lu Feng looked at them and was also very touched. He underestimated the effect of the system's first-class vocals singing out. It also underestimates how much the military misses it. Even more so, I underestimated the impact the song had on the military. Somewhere along the way, he wondered a little if he'd done the right thing by putting the song out there. The longer you spend in the military, the more irresistible this song becomes. But soon, he was firm. There are some emotions that, when expressed, make you stronger. This song, when it brings strength to soldiers, is worth singing for them. It took a while for the squad leaders to slow down. When Wang Ban helped Wei Ban up, his eyes were red from crying. He cursed at Lu Feng, rabbit brat, and you say you haven't learned to sing. This one song just made me cry, disgrace to my grandma's house. Lu Feng, on the other hand, said seriously, Chief is serious, you are not ashamed at all. On the contrary, everyone will be proud of you. Thank you for giving so much for the motherland and the people. Wei Ban smiled and wiped away his tears, obviously smiling, but the tears still got bigger and bigger. For some reason, after listening to this song, he felt that all the hardships and sorrows he had experienced were well worth it. And behind the desk, Squadron Leader Lin quietly wiped away his tears, and after taking a few breaths, he said to Lu Feng, Boy, you sang well, you sang so well. Thank you, Chief, for recognizing it. Squadron Leader Lin beckoned, Here, you sit down first. In the office, the squad leaders didn't get to sit down, but Lu Feng was shouted to sit down. But the chief's orders cannot be disobeyed. He sat down slowly, straightening his chair in front of his desk. Only after he sat down did Lieutenant Lin ask, "Lu Feng, do you know any other songs?" Lu Feng gently nodded his head and said, "There will be one more song. Sing a couple lines." "Yes." Lu Feng was just about to open his mouth when Lieutenant Lin interrupted again in a hurry. "Just remember to sing 2 lines, not more. Got it?" This time, he didn't dare to let Lu Feng finish singing. Otherwise he didn't know what he'd have to become again. "This kid's singing voice, it's just awesome." Lu Feng returned, "Yes." After slowing down, Lu Feng didn't sing the lyrics directly, but hummed the intro. The refreshing melody of this intro instantly sucked everyone's mind back in again. Then Lu Feng had just sung one line of the lyrics, when Squadron Leader Lin immediately interrupted, all right, that's fine." Squadron Leader Lin hurriedly interrupted Lu Feng the moment his own mind touched him. In Lu Feng's puzzled gaze, Lieutenant Lin clapped his hands. "Very well, our squadron's 2 programs will feature Lu Feng. Does anyone have any objections?" Lieutenant Lin swept his gaze over the squad leaders. The squad leaders shook their heads. "No. I'm definitely in favor of Class 2. It was so well sung that Class 4 agreed." One by one, the squad leaders made their statements, all of them complimentary and recognizable. They were convinced. Military songs they also sang and heard more. But it still didn't hold up against this song by Lu Feng. A few big men, listening to the song even cried, said out, "I'm afraid to let people laugh at weak." For no reason at all, they felt that they must have Lu Feng go on stage and sing once, so that they could also see what other people looked like when they were crying. Chapter 64. One more person who has lost his temper. Since no one has any objections, the program is settled. Once again, the LAM squadron has finalized the matter. Since both programs have Class 3 out, as previously agreed, you other classes will take turns volunteering for Class 3 for half an hour, 1 night per class. Is that okay? The squad leaders chorused, "No problem." If they were put in half an hour ago and someone told them that it would take 2 songs to make them concede defeat, they would never have been convinced. It's just singing, how good can it be? And today, they counted on seeing more. Singing, sometimes it's really awesome. Weiban took the opportunity to ask, "Old One, what kind of volunteer work does your class want us to do?" He had only just flirted with Wang Ban, asking the other class to wash his class' smelly socks, only to have it reversed now. Wang Ban thought for a moment and said to Lu Feng, "The program was fought for by you, let's leave the reward up to you as well. As you heard, the other classes are going to volunteer for us for half an hour, so think about what you want them to do for you." Lu Feng instantly thought that this was a good opportunity to communicate with other class participants. Sure, you can get them to clean their dorm rooms, do laundry, fold quilts, and such. But as a soldier, you try not to bother others with things you can do yourself. Preferably something you can't do yourself and you need someone else to do it for you. Suddenly, Lu Feng was struck by an idea and thought of something. He said to Wang Ban, "Then, let's have everyone give our class a massage, it won't take half an hour, just 10 minutes or so." "Massage?" Weiban immediately said, "Lu Feng, you don't have to be polite to us, we are truly convinced of your songs, so just mention any requests you have and we will make sure to fulfill them." Lu Feng shook his head and smiled, "No, just a massage would be good. Everyone has some muscle fatigue after training every day, and being able to massage it will help us a lot. The guys in our dorm room, we massage each other every night and we're in better shape for training the next day." Class 1's Guoban praised, "The atmosphere of the cadets in your class is very good, the guys in our class don't know how to help each other like this. It's just the right time to take this opportunity for them to go and learn good habits from your Class 3. Class 4's Lu Ban also said, "That's right, when you do the math like this punishment, it's still us who have gotten the benefit of the doubt." Weiban, on the other hand, said to Wang Ban, "Old Wang, look at how understanding Lu Feng is, he can think of others in every way. But if you even half Lu Feng to me, the guys in our class wouldn't have to pull their crutches so much." Wang Ban pushed Weiban's overlapping arm away with one hand. Go. Step aside." Then he asked Squadron Leader Lin, "Squadron Leader, so what else do we need to do to prepare?" Squadron Leader Lin took out a form from a drawer and said, "You assist Lu Feng and fill out this program application form. The others can go back if they're okay." "Yes." As soon as the squad leaders were out of the office, they were talking and laughing. After they had cried in front of each other, they became closer and more cordial to each other, whether their relationship was rusty or familiar. After Lu Feng filled out the form, Squadron Lin couldn't wait to take it and report it to Sector Sun. Sun's Sector Team's office. Sector Sun lapsed into a silence after reading the form that Squadron Lin had turned in. He was suddenly tempted to light up a cigarette, but resisted the thought that this was a no-smoking area. In the face of Sun Sector Team's silence, Lin Squadron was not in a good position to rush, and followed and waited quietly. "You're going to prepare 2 programs, both scheduled to sing?" Upon hearing Sector Team Sun's calm questioning, Squadron Leader Lin also calmly returned, "Yes." Then Sector Sun asked again, "You arranged for both songs to be sung by a single cadet?" "Yes." When Squadron Lin finished, Sector Sun was silent again. At this moment, Squadron Leader Lin suddenly understood a little bit of what Wang Ban had felt when he was confronted by him earlier. Luckily, he had his trump card in hand, so he wasn't worried. A moment later, District Team Sun leisurely said, "Lin Yao, I actually don't know, since when did you start to do things with such a lack of understanding of proportion? Did I not explain the importance of the party?" The common wave-free tone was like a shocking wave in the ears of Lin Zhongwei. One could imagine the emotions in the heart of the Sun District team, how furious they were, as well as how deeply disappointed they were in him. Knowing that he couldn't remain silent, Lieutenant Lin hurriedly explained, "District team, these 2 songs are definitely not ordinary songs." Sector Sun looked again at the title of the song filled out on the form and asked, "It's not an ordinary song, so why did I never know it existed? Or did I get misty-eyed and see unity as strength as you, the green flower of the army? I wouldn't criticize you as much as I do if you even did a group chorus of unity as strength." Seeing that Squadron Leader Lin was about to open his mouth to explain, District Leader Sun directly interrupted him without patience. "I'll give you another half a day, go back and replan out 2 programs for me." He was so disappointed in Squadron Lin that he refused to listen to his explanation. In his mind, what could there be to explain? 1 guy, 2 songs, and you're trying to get rid of him, is that like it? Is it possible that he's usually too nice and talkative for his own good, so that the soldiers below don't take his words too seriously? Only, in the face of District Team Sun's icy gaze, Squadron Leader Lin still had a firm gaze and said, "District Team, please give me a chance, and I will prove to you that we have to go on these 2 songs for the 2 programs of our district team." District Team Sun then coldly said, "Lin Yao, so you don't even want half a day?" Squadron Leader Lin shook his head, "It doesn't take half a day, just give me 5, no, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and if I can't convince the district team, I can resign from the squadron immediately as a reflection." District Team Sun immediately slapped the table and roared, "Nonsense! Did the troop give you an appointment that you can resign at will?" Sun District Team has always greeted people with a smiling face, even when encountering a subordinate who has made a mistake, he will first comfort and then urge. It was the first time that Squadron Lin had seen Sector Sun get so angry. He knew he had said the wrong thing in the heat of the moment. "I'm sorry, Sector Team, I didn't mean it like that. These 2 songs are worthy of my honor as a soldier." Sector Sun looked at Squadron Lin's solemn demeanor and made sure he was serious. Suddenly, he had a twinge of curiosity about these 2 songs that he had never heard before. Then he looked to the form to fill in the name of the singer. Landwind, very familiar name. The sharpest cadet in the freshman class. Inexplicably, his curiosity had a few more moments. Lu Feng, the cadet, always breaks the mold and shows something amazing. "Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes. Come on, how are you going to convince me? Sing it to me live?" Hearing the approval of District Team Sun, Squadron Lin couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. "It's to be sung live to you, but not by me. Please wait a little longer for me, I'll bring Lu Feng right over." Sector Sun nodded in agreement. Squadron Lin hurried out of the office. He regretted why he hadn't brought Lu Feng over directly. Obviously, there was his own previous experience. After reflecting for a while, I realized that I was also affected by Lu Feng's song. It made him, who was always calm, a lot more emotional. At that time, he did not even think that the Sun District team would not believe it, but only urgently wanted to report up to the Sun District team to report the good news. He even imagined the reaction of everyone at the party when they heard Lu Feng's song. The expressions on everyone's faces must have been wonderful. The only thing I missed was thinking about it, and those who haven't heard it can't relate to that sentiment. Chapter 65 Song Department shares critique and eagerness. Lu Feng, who had just gone back to training not long ago, was suddenly called away again. And this time it was Squadron Lin who called him away. "Lu Feng, you have to remember later, you only have 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, make sure you sing Sun Sector to tears for me." Hearing Squadron Leader Lin's righteous order, Lu Feng cried and laughed a little. Don't worry, Chief, I'll do my best. Squadron Leader Lin felt slightly relieved. As long as Lu Feng didn't suddenly drop the ball, he would still be able to salvage his credibility with Sector Team Sun. When Squadron Lin brought Lu Feng back to his office, he found an extra person. As soon as Sector Team Sun saw Lieutenant Lin and Lu Feng, he said, "You guys wait for a moment, I want to discuss something with Director Yao." The two men had to wait outside the office door. Seeing the grim look on Squadron Lin's face and Lu Feng in his cadet uniform, Director Yao casually asked, "What, did one of your cadets get into trouble?" Sector Sun shook his head and said, "If they want to break in, they have to have my willingness to do so. They're here to audition for the song." Director Yao was instantly curious. The audition, is it related to the program of the party? Sector Sun nodded. Director Yao immediately said, "Then why don't you just call in and sing for me as well?" Sun District Team thought about it. Just with the help of professionals' insights, let Lin Yao recognize the reality. It's not just two random songs that he thought were good that made the party program. Okay, then I'll call them in. Soon after, Lu Feng and Squadron Lin were called in. District Team Sun introduced towards the two, "This is Director Yao of the Vocal Song Department of our school's Vocal Music Institute, who happens to be here to discuss the program for the party with our district team. Just as well, sing it to the director too, so he can give some professional critique." Squadron Leader Lin's face remained unchanged. He had full confidence in Lu Feng. "Lu Feng, you can start when you're ready." Lu Feng gently nodded his head, and his steely eyes suddenly let out a softness. A song about green flowers in the army is slowly sung. A light voice, no high-pitched tone, no unique singing style. Plain and ordinary, as if it were the casual humming of any ordinary soldier in the barracks. But it's this voice that can be heard everywhere. It's this simple, unadorned song with a euphonious tune that gives a sense of greatness and touch in the ordinary. There is no one who has worn the green uniform who has not been touched by the song. Sun District Team listened so intently that he didn't even realize that the song was finished. His eyes had long been moist, his vision had long been blurred, and his thoughts, long ago, had drifted into the distance. The comrades who stand firm in a faraway place, the relatives who wait bitterly in a faraway place. It was as if it was clearly imprinted before his eyes at this very moment. On the other hand, Director Yao had only heard half of the song before he closed his eyes. He listened to Lu Feng's song with full attention. Along with the song, in the back of the head, the scene of the north wind came back to me. The song stopped for a long time before he slowly opened his eyes. Director Yao of the song department became incredibly solemn and asked Lu Feng, "Son, this song, where did you learn it?" Lu Feng said the same set of words he said to his teammates to Director Yao. Director Yao's mouth kept whispering after hearing this. Sung by border guards, no wonder it sounds like a ballad. It is the authentic military folk song. Only when you have experienced the hardships of the soldiers in a practical way can you express the true emotions of the soldiers so soundly. I think every warrior, can find themselves in it. Slightly rough, but genuine and touching. People in the academy can't create songs like that. After chanting, Director Yao suddenly asked Lu Feng, "Son, are you going to sing this song at the party?" Lu Feng pursed his lips and nodded. "Yes." Director Yao immediately pulled Lu Feng up and violently headed out of the office. District Team Sun was also startled back by Director Yao's agitated behavior. Seeing Director Yao pulling Lu Feng hurriedly outside, he hurriedly asked, "Director Yao, where are you taking the person?" Without looking back, Director Yao bellowed, "Go record the songbook." Sun Sector looked dumbfounded that the party hadn't been negotiated yet. But he didn't bother mentioning it, knowing that Director Yao would definitely not be able to hear it. Sector Sun looked back at Squadron Leader Lin and saw that he was solemn and calm, as if he hadn't been affected by the song. Sector Team Sun apologized, "Shaolin, it seems I was wrong about you." Squadron Leader Lin quickly said, "I don't blame the district team, it was my negligence. I should have brought Lu Feng here from the start." Speaking of Landwind, Mr. Sun's district team recalled the feeling they had when they saw Landwind. "No wonder whenever I see this kid Lu Feng, I always feel that he has a unique military aura about him. I guess it was influenced by this song." Squadron Lin nodded in recognition as well. Maybe that's the song he heard to get into military school. After thinking about it, Sector Team Sun immediately clapped his hands and said, "This song is, indeed, extraordinary. Coupled with Lu Feng's slightly tender voice, it makes me feel as if I'm seeing a young border guard singing softly in the lonely dark night. As you said, the song, has to be on." It was only then that Lieutenant Lin's serious expression finally revealed a smile. Then, Sector Sun became curious, "How did you find Lu Feng to sing this song?" Squadron Lin returned. It was Lu Feng who recommended himself. With approval in his eyes, Sector Sun said, "That's the way it should be, the song, that's the way the cadets should hear it. It would be very meaningful if we could use this song to spawn a few cadets with the soldiers will like Lu Feng. Make sure you line me up for the grand finale of the party." And Lieutenant Lin reminded, Lu Feng has another song that he sings very well too. Sector Sun immediately said, "Then 2 capitals as the finale." On this side of the office, the order of programs for the evening has been finalized. On the other hand, Director Yao pulled Lu Feng all the way to the vocal academy at a fast pace. On the way, Director Yao casually asked Lu Feng, "Son, how long have you been learning to sing?" Lu Feng said, "I didn't learn it on purpose, but I learned this song when I was a child, and I took it out and sang it from time to time, and I've been singing it until now." Director Yao then realized. As head of the song department, he was both a professor of voice at the school and a singer. You can hear Lu Feng's extraordinary singing skills. Many senior literature students may not be as good as Lu Feng. It would make sense if you started singing as a child and sang the same song for more than a decade. Director Yao suddenly had a whim and asked Lu Feng, "Kid, do you want to transfer to our vocal singing department? With your foundation, with a little study and polish, you'll definitely become a great singer in the future." It occurred to him that with the infectiousness Lu Feng had shown by singing that song, if he could make it to the national stage, the song he sang would surely be able to stir up the whole country as well. If any folk singer were to hear Director Yao's words, he or she would have agreed without hesitation. But Lu Feng calmly refused, "Thank you for the chief's appreciation, but I already have my own goal, and it's not to become a singer." Looking back at Lu Feng's determined eyes, Director Yao didn't try to persuade him any further, and only had a look of regret on his face. Summerland, in all likelihood, has sorely lost a great singer as a result. Chapter 66, There's one more song, and He Bungbu lives in it. The Academy building, which houses the vocal singing department, has a floor that is used as a recording area for students to record their music and songs. Director Yao brought Lu Feng to the recording area in a flurry of wind and fire, immediately drawing the attention of many people. In the recording area there were many students waiting to be recorded, as well as those who were in the process of recording, and a few professors of voice and song instructing the students. Passing trainees greeted Director Yao, but he only nodded hurriedly in response without stopping. Hurriedly arriving at the management room, he asked toward the administrator on duty, "Is there a spare recording studio?" The administrator then said, "The studios are full today, so you have to apply 3 days in advance to use them." Director Yao can't wait that long. He thought for a moment and asked again, "Is anyone using the main shed?" The administrator rushed through the register. "No one is using it today." Director Yao immediately said, "Apply for my use immediately." The administrator looked at Lu Feng behind Director Yao in surprise before giving the formalities for use. The main shed, which is not for everyone, is usually not open to ordinary trainees. In order to apply for use, a school professor has to do the application and there has to be a valid reason. As a result, it is also jokingly referred to as the VIP shed by the participants. Only those participants who have won awards in vocal competitions have the opportunity to record there. The recording equipment in the main studio, too, is state-of-the-art and comprehensive. Therefore, when Director Yao came out of the management office and led Lu Feng straight to the main shed, it immediately triggered a hot debate among those present. "Who's that guy? I can't believe the head of the vocal singing department requested the main studio for him. It's been a long time since I've seen anyone in the main studio, and I remember the last time was when the great singer Wang Lanying recorded the new school song for the centennial celebration. So young and doesn't look like a singer?" The onlookers were all talking about Lu Feng's identity, but they would never have guessed that he was just a freshman who hadn't gotten through the new training yet. Director Yao was extremely skillful in debugging the equipment, and then had Lu Feng sing the song earnestly into the recording mic. Director Yao was originally worried that Lu Feng would get stage fright when he came to such an opulent place, and had already made preparations to record a few more times. "I didn't want Lu Feng to be as calm as ever and pass it in one go without any mistakes. Not even a single one of them is guilty of some of the things you need to be aware of when recording, such as spraying the mic, spitting, dentition, etc." Director Yao couldn't help but ask again, "Lu Feng, have you ever recorded in a professional studio before?" "No." And the reply, instead, caused a spray of wheat. Director Yao couldn't help but feel that Lu Feng had sung that song too skillfully. He didn't even have to do much muffling and noise reduction. Director Yao immediately took out a book and pen with empty sheet music and composed the sheet music while listening to the recording of Lu Feng's song. Every how long it takes to write down the entire songbook of the Green Flower of the Army. However, after writing it down, Director Yao fell into deep thought. Lu Feng was really a bit bored waiting, so he couldn't help but walk over and ask, "Chief, have you encountered any difficulties?" Director Yao then came back to his senses and apologized, "Sorry, got a little lost in thought. I was pondering what kind of accompaniment I should give you for this song, as well as what kind of instrument would be appropriate to play the accompaniment." Lu Feng bowed his head and thought for a moment and said, "The chief might as well try with an arrow?" Director Yao froze, as if a word woke up the dreamer, and indeed found it appropriate to use the arrow with accompaniment. Then, Director Yao once again looked at Lu Feng in surprise. "Son, are you sure you don't want to come to our vocal department?" Lu Feng returned, "No, thank you again for the chief's recognition." Director Yao once again felt sorry for him. He then went out and called in several cadets who specialized in various instruments to come into the main studio and have them form an ensemble, intending to perform the accompanying soundtrack with them. The recording space in the main studio is enormous, even big enough to accommodate a 20-piece symphony orchestra. But Director Yao didn't intend to give the song too many instruments, so only 4 or 5 were selected. And he himself picked up his arrow and played it in comparison to the songbook. The arrow, that's the core soundtrack. At the same time he conducts the others, playing the notes he needs. Lu Feng was also listening to the crowd's music making. When the tone is heard that doesn't match what the system hears, Lan Win suggests another change. When you can't change the right one, you hum out to cue Director Yao. When he hears a fit, he recognizes and supports it. Thus, under Lu Feng's mention, Director Yao smoothly produced the accompaniment sheet music with an amazing speed that he himself did not expect. The several accompaniment trainees involved in the production all looked at Lu Feng with respect and appreciation. They already understood that it was Lu Feng who was leading this production. He is also viewed as a musically gifted man. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Feng only knows 2 songs and can't even read 5-string music. After producing the accompanying music, Director Yao looked very happy. He began by saying to the cadets who had helped, "Thank you all very much for your assistance, it's been hard work." For their part, the participants were honored by such an opportunity, which was a very rare experience for them. And it's very satisfying for them to be able to go into the main studio and participate in the creation of music. Jokingly, it's enough for them to take and brag to people for 3 years. Just as everyone put down their instruments and was about to leave, Lu Feng said to Director Yao, "Chief, I still have a song that needs to be recorded for accompaniment." Director Yao froze momentarily. It was only after a while that he dully confirmed to Lu Feng, "There's another song like that?" Lu Feng nodded with all certainty. Director Yao immediately said to those few trainees, "Everyone wait a moment, I still need your help." The trainees were also curious about Lu Feng's song and expressed their willingness to stay and help. Then, Director Yao retuned the recording equipment to once again record Lu Feng's song first. In a short while, Lu Feng was the only one left in the recording room, and everyone else went into the control room and watched Lu Feng through the soundproof glass. Across the glass, after Director Yao gestured that he could begin, Lu Feng slowly took a deep breath. This time, Lu Feng hummed the intro music. A unique melody, a deep sense of age instantly hits you. The old trainees who heard Lu Feng sing for the first time were immediately shocked. They include juniors and seniors, who have acquired a certain appreciation for singing after having labored over their majors in school. As soon as this voice of Lu Feng came out, they immediately knew that they were scum, completely incomparable. Because it's so infectious. The rhythm and melody of the song, they can make up for with vocal technique. But the emotion in the song, the genuine commitment of the singing, the kind of heart that completely substitutes itself into the song. They can't do it. But Lu Feng did. The voice wasn't so much nice as it was somewhat ordinary and unusual. But the sentiment is totally spot on. Lu Feng expressed that complex feeling accurately through his song. After the song, Director Yao cried. He had held back his tears in the previous military greens, but this time he couldn't stop them. He was a lover of music and he listened to it more than anyone else. He didn't want to miss a single ounce of emotion in the song. The result was that his heart overflowed with emotion and he couldn't hold it together. Chapter 67, Is there a third song? Director Yao didn't bother to wipe his tears and composed the notes as if he was in a hurry. The recording of the second song went even better than before. But time was rushing, and by the time we were halfway through the recording, it was lunchtime. Report, Chief. I'm going to eat first. Director Yao was in the middle of composing a song, and once he heard Lu Feng mention dinner, his own stomach growled. He also composed the music with a great deal of brainpower and a great deal of emotion. It consumed more energy than Lu Fan. But how could he easily let Lu Feng go, and immediately said, "No need to go back, I'll order takeout for you and have someone send it over." Lu Feng hastily waved his hand and refused. No, it's better for me to go to the cafeteria." Director Yao was dissatisfied. "What? You're still afraid of being born?" Lu Feng scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "It's just that I have a larger meal, so I can eat more when I go to the cafeteria." Director Yao graciously said, "It's fine, I have a big meal too. Is it enough for me to order 3 for you?" He composed the score all morning, not stopping for a moment and expending a great deal of energy. Stopping now, it felt like he could eat 2 meals. He thought Lu Feng was similar. But Lu Feng said, "Period, 3 copies, maybe, a little bit less." Director Yao froze, puzzled. "Less?" Then ordered 2 more. Then he added to the trainees who were helping, "Don't go away either, eat together." However, there was still some reluctance on Lu Feng's face. Director Yao saw this and asked, "Isn't that enough? How many servings do you want?" Lu Feng tangled, "Chief, I'd better go to the cafeteria to eat, I'll eat quickly and be back soon." "Then I'll order you 10. Director Yao took out his cell phone and was about to make a call when one of the trainees said, "I'll go to the cafeteria and call back for everyone. If we order too much, the takeout store will have to do it for a long time." Director Yao heard that it was a good idea. As long as he didn't let Lu Feng go, he could do anything. "Okay, 2 more to go, and you guys help bring back 20 meals." When the lunch was finalized, Director Yao pulled Lu Feng back into the score. As he scored, Director Yao was suddenly puzzled. "Little Wind, the style of this second song seems to be very different from the first. Where did you hear that?" Lu Feng thought with a headache, but he forgot to look out the reason for the second song. The second song is in the style of pop music, with a melody not quite made by a soldier, and not good enough to use the same reasoning as before. He had to say, "I think I heard it on TV or on the radio before, and I thought the melody was good, so I changed the lyrics a little bit." Director Yao laughed at this. "That's a good word change." In fact, he had heard the style of the second song, which was composed by a young man. And that young man, most likely, was the one in front of him. Director Yao had already decided in his mind that Lu Feng was afraid that he would try to persuade him to change departments again, so he didn't say that he had created it himself. He knew it couldn't be forced. He sensed a hot-blooded aura from Lu Feng, and this kind of person was more willing to stay in the middle of the barracks, the front line of the battlefield. It's just a bit of a shame about that remarkable musical talent. By the time they had composed the entire song, the cadets had returned from their meal. Director Yao stopped smoothly and greeted everyone to start eating. Then they saw what a true windsweep is. 1, 2, 3. Lu Feng picked up his food quickly. A female cadet quietly asked to the person beside her, "The senior is also too capable of eating, isn't he? He's on par with the command department's gang of mangy men." Although she deliberately lowered her voice, Director Yao had sharp hearing and still heard her. He laughed softly. "What senior? He's your junior. It's the Army Command Department." The cadets were stunned. A cadet with such high musical attainments is not only their schoolmate, but also not from the vocal department, but came from the conducting department? The command department has rolled to this extent? Even the literary level is higher than their specialized department? A few of the trainees couldn't help but be a little skeptical. There was also more curiosity about Lu Feng's identity. Lu Feng never cared what other people were doing when he ate, almost half a minute a portion, and in about 5 minutes, he finished the 10 portions of rice. And the others wolfed it down, only just managing to finish 1. Director Yao just picked up the second portion of rice, and when he saw Lu Feng stop, he casually said, "Had enough? Those who are not full can continue, there are still 3 or 4 portions left." Lu Feng turned his inquiring gaze to the trainees who were helping. They waved their hands in quick succession. "I'm full, you guys eat." "Me too." Hiccup. Accidentally ate too much. Seeing this, Lu Feng decisively picked up the remaining few portions and quickly cleared the meal amidst the crowd's astonishment. After the meal, Director Yao directed the trainees to be more musical and the ensemble played the accompanying music for the second song. After recording a few times, Director Yao didn't feel very satisfied. It always felt like something was missing. Looking at the quiet Lu Feng, he instantly thought of a solution. "Everyone stop." The crowd put down their instruments. Director Yao said, "Let's try again." This time, everyone put on headphones and listened to Lu Feng's previously recorded song to play. Remember to match Lu Feng's song to Lu Feng's rhythm. Everyone's playing before was a little lacking in emotion. So you guys need to follow up on the tune of Lu Feng's song and let Lu Feng's feelings lead you. Got it? Got it. The trainees rushed to find headphones and put them on. Because we have to record the pure music accompaniment, we can't play out the song, and we can't let Lu Feng sing it live. Director Yao put on the headphones himself. Then as Lu Feng hums on the recording, the crowd begins to play. The trainees were mesmerized, intoxicated by Lu Feng's song, and their hands moved non-stop to play the music score. After the song, the cadets stopped their instruments and fell silent. Snap! Lu Feng's applause rang out, breaking the silence and pulling the crowd back from their godly thoughts. The accompaniment, this time, became. Director Yao took off his headphones, but suddenly felt a little reluctant. 2 songs with backing vocals soundtracks, recorded. Suddenly, Director Yao pulled Lu Feng over and asked seriously, "Is there a third song?" Lu Feng was stunned, not realizing that Director Yao seemed to be addicted to recording. He quickly said, "No more, no more." But Director Yao saw his earlier frothing his hesitation and did not believe Lu Feng's words. "I know you must have a third, or even a fourth song hidden away. Quick, feel free to take it out and record it all together." "No, really." Finally, under Lu Feng's repeated assurances, Director Yao was willing to let Lu Feng go. Looking at the background of Lu Feng's departure, Director Yao suddenly had a premonition that after the party, their vocal song department was going to rise up. And that would be what this out-of-town cadet brings to the table. By the time Lu Feng returned to the training ground, most of the afternoon had passed. Sweat only barely dampened his shirt when he returned to practice. At dinner, Feng Ziwen said with heartfelt envy, "Brother Feng, you don't have to train for most of the day, it's really too good." Lu Feng didn't have the slightest bit of complacency on his face, instead, he frowned. Shortly afterward, he abruptly got up and said, "I'm full, so I'll go train first." Dong Xiuhei advised, "Exercising just after eating will hurt your stomach." However, Lu Feng was already far away. Chapter 68. A special guest suddenly arrives at the party. On the second day, at dawn, the people in the 303 bedrooms realized that there was no more Lu Feng. When they asked the hostel manager, they realized that Lu Feng woke up 2 hours earlier than they did to train. The people in Class 3 were speechless for a while. It was too hard to catch up with Lu Feng's training volume. Even the school program was not good enough to help them stop Lu Feng. In later days, they even saw Lu Feng bluntly refusing the rehearsal requests of the party's program team. Because rehearsals take away from his training time. Wang Ban felt like he'd missed another trick. The idea was to use the name of the program to allow Lu Feng to take the opportunity to rest. But it still couldn't stop Lu Feng's frantic training. A week passed in a hurry. Orientation night is on schedule. The school's large playground was crowded. The original podium has been set up as a stage. Red carpets covered the ground, curtains hung high, and colored lights flashed. The big screen projection is on again. Even people who are 200 to 300 meters away from the stage can see the stage clearly through the big screen. On the playground, thousands of people straightened their backs and sat in their chairs in an orderly fashion. In addition to the cadets, there were a number of janitors gathered around. As the grandiose music played, 2 hosts in all their trip-hop glory took the stage. Honorable leaders and guests. Dear teachers, dear students. Good evening, everyone. The 2 hosts chorused their greetings and the stage burst into applause. The party, too, was officially opened. Off stage, sitting behind Lu Feng, Dong Xiuhei quietly inquired, "Brother Feng, aren't you going to perform a program on stage? Why are you still sitting here?" He looked even more nervous than Lu Feng. Lu Feng, on the other hand, blandly said, "There's no rush, my program's turn comes later. I also want to take a good look at the other programs, so I don't have to be backstage so early." And Feng Ziwen on the side said, "Worthy of being Brother Feng, calm enough. If it were me, I would have been so nervous that I would have been trembling. How could I still have the heart to watch any program?" The crowd nodded along thoughtfully. Lu Feng smiled without saying anything. Then, Feng Ziwen took out a packet and said quietly, "Are you guys ready?" Everyone else pulled out the same packet. Ready. Only then did Feng Ziwen put it back with satisfaction. And Dong Xiuhei tore open the thing and said, "My forehead is a bit sweaty, so I'll take one to wipe it off first." Feng Ziwen immediately slapped his hand away. "You're crazy, if you use it now, what if you don't use it enough later?" Lu Feng heard them being mysterious and turned around to look. It's amazing that they're obsessing over a pack of tissues. I mean, why do you guys have so many tissues? Fang Ziwen said at once, anyway, just don't ask me for it when the time comes. Dong Xiuhei struggled for a while, but still put the pack of tissues back. Lu Feng shook his head, not bothering with them. On stage, the host had finished his opening remarks and was introducing the general flow of the evening and the program. After the party, we'll choose the top 3 from tonight's program. The top 3 will receive great prizes prepared by the school. Way to go, program contestants! Without further ado, the hosts present the first program of the evening. At the guest table sat the district captains and lieutenants. Among them, the district captain of the military engineering department sidled up and asked, "Old Sun, what program has your command department prepared?" The Sun sector team returned in a flat tone, "There are only 2 singing programs." The military engineering department's district captain was immediately surprised. "Yo! Are you guys trying to steal the arts and culture department's thunder this year?" The literature and arts department's district captain also laughed. "Military songs and dances are our department's strong points. It's not that easy to steal our thunder." The Sun district team waved their hands and said, "How could it be? It's that our bunch of rabbits really didn't have a show to hold, so we had to make do with singing." The military industry department's district team was once again surprised. "Old Sun, this isn't like your nature." The literature and arts department's district team was also curious, and although Sun's district team usually seemed to be amiable, they were also notoriously competitive. Now this look of submission is rare indeed. Sector Sun asked rhetorically, "What about your military engineering department? What novelties are you going to display this year?" The military industrial faculty district team fainted. "Hey, those buggers, what a magic show they've got prepared, and a machine dance show." Machine dance? Just as Sun Ward wanted to ask again, the first program had begun. The stage suddenly went dark, and then high above the stage, dazzling lights came on, forming a square of lights. There was a gasp from the stage. "That's the light coming from the drone craft." A dozen flying machines slowly descended from the heights of the stage, and then deftly changed formation like nimble swimming fish. Squares, circles, half-arcs, triangular pointed formations, full stars, and other shapes. It's cool to change combinations in the dark. The literature and arts department's district team marveled. "So it's a machine dance, your military engineering department stuff is getting more and more sophisticated." There were also smiles on the faces of the military industrial faculty district team. Unmanned aerial vehicles, mostly used for reconnaissance of the battlefield. It is all about flexibility and seeks to avoid firing interceptions. The more flexible you are, the more you can demonstrate a high level of skill. Originally, I didn't believe them when they were clamoring for first place. Now it looks like our military engineering department can make a splash too. The literature and arts department's district team also said, "Young people nowadays love to watch these, but on the contrary, we don't really love those dance operas anymore." It looks like the first place this time will have to fall to your military engineering department. Sector Sun laughed at that, but didn't bother to retort. First? That's no longer a quest for their department. Landwin's song will reach a higher level. The stage was filled with a variety of exciting programs. Musical theater, street dance, military dance, guitar playing and singing, military boxing, magic show, poetry recitation, military chorus, and so on. It can be said to see the freshmen dazzled, as if forgetting that they are in the military school, forgetting that tomorrow there is the worry of training. Most of the evening had passed, but 2 extra seats had been quietly added to the guest table. A certain squadron leader queried, "Well, isn't that Director Yao of the vocal singing department? Who's that guy beside him?" Because there was a performance going on the stage, which was mostly dimly lit, the crowd couldn't see the visitor for a while. When the show was over and the lights came on, the group of leaders in the guest gallery were all amazed. "Why is the vice principal here too? That's too rare." The crowd in the guest gallery whispered. The head of the program's working group also urgently called down the host. The evening program was temporarily interrupted, and the participants were uncertain as to what was happening. Shortly after, the host came back on stage and instead of introducing the next program, he introduced the people. "Class, I have good news for you. Just moments ago, we had a special guest at the party. He is our Honorable Vice Principal Xiao Shanliang." Everyone applauded. The playground immediately applauded. Among the guests, a majestic man with gray sideburns stood up and turned toward the crowd with a kind smile. "Good evening, class." The squad leaders immediately led the cadets in shouting, "Hello, Principal." Vice Principal Xiao pressed his hand and said, "Everyone continue to watch the program." The host also took over and said, "Thank you, Principal Xiao. for taking time out of your busy schedule to come to the party. Let's move on to the next program. A song performed by a new cadet in the conducting department. The Green Flower of the Army. Let's all applaud and invite Lu Feng from Class 03 of our command department's 1st Squadron to the stage. Chapter 69, If the Breeze Can't Bring It Back, I'll Sing Instead. Before the host called out the name, a staff member from the program had already come to inform Lu Feng to get ready to go on stage. Therefore, Lu Feng was already waiting at the side of the stage a few minutes in advance. As soon as the moderator called it, he tried to make a quick dash for it. As a result, it was impossible to find the steps to get up there. Lu Feng was just about to roll over and climb up, when the host hastened to stop him. "Classmate, not this side, from over there." A part of the stage burst into laughter at the sight. Lu Feng scratched his head as he came out of his seat on the squad team and went straight to the side closest to the stage. Didn't notice that the upstage show was going the other way. He had to run past the guests' table and cross to the other side of the stage. The host hastened to warm up the stage. "It seems that my new trainee is a little nervous about going on stage for the first time." The audience laughed softly, but with more than a little understanding. And among the trainees in the same department, those who knew Lu Feng were a bit surprised. King Cramproll is going to perform a song? Is he even going to roll with the show? Li Huffing was suddenly a bit chagrined. Had he known he would have applied for a martial arts performance? That way he could have a good match with Lu Feng. And Gao Lei, from Class 2, came together and yelled at the top of his voice, "Go Lu Feng!" The trainees of Class 3 shouted along with them when they saw this. Even the command department piece helped to cheer. The host laughed at this. "Oh? It seems our new cadet is quite popular." At this time, Lu Feng also finally mounted the stage and came to the host's side. The host immediately said, "Then we'll wait and see what Lu Feng has in store for us." Applause rang out as Lu Feng took the host's microphone. Cough. Lu Feng tried the microphone first. "Hello everyone, I'm Lu Feng. The song I'm going to sing is called Green Flowers of the Army. People may be unfamiliar with this military song. Actually, I learned that song from an uncle in green on a long train ride when I was a kid. I later learned that the handsome green uncle was a soldier. That was my first exposure to the military, and from the military, as a young child, I felt a strong touch. Since then, I've learned that there are a bunch of great green uncles in this world. Now, I'm going to take this song and share it." Lu Feng nodded his head gently towards the staff at the side of the stage, and immediately afterward, the music that was mellifluous with vicissitudes rang out. The slightly melancholic sound of the arrow caused the audience on stage to suddenly fall silent. The cold wind drifts the falling leaves. The army is a green flower. Don't be homesick, dear comrade. Don't think about mom. In an instant, Lu Feng's light and calm singing voice thumped the hearts of the many officers in the guest seats. It was as if I was back in the army, when my comrades came up with words of gentle persuasion when they saw that they missed home. I've been calling day and night. How many words from the heart. Mom, don't worry. I've grown up, kid. May mom live a long and healthy life. I'll be home when it's time to celebrate. The song was sung slowly, softly with vicissitudes, ethereally with firmness. The lyrics are simple and straightforward, as shallow as every human being's heart. It was no longer just a song, it was the heart of the warriors. Veterans who had once been in the army, with this line of song, the whole heart and soul of the people were all taken back to the former years. There is bitterness, there is sweetness, there is loneliness, there is aggression, there is laughter, and there are tears. That one day and night of perseverance, all the bitterness and thoughts of family, all packed into the stomach, do not let anyone know. And at this moment, the song was like a knife, as if it cut open their stomachs, and the long-hidden emotions poured out in an instant. Along with that, their tears, too, tilted out. Xiao Shanliang, vice principal of the Face of the Old Tears, tears dripping down the lapel, what a piece. The head of the song department had warned him long ago that this would be a tear-jerker. He only thought it was imaginative description. Now that I've experienced it, I realize that it's a realistic description. Vice President Xiao looked at the officers around him, and there was actually not a single one who did not shed tears and cry. A few minutes ago, these were big, hardened men with iron bones. But at the moment, pried open by the song, they cried like children. And even the second time he heard it, the Sun District team was still in tears, with tears in their eyes. The first time he heard it was just Lu Feng's clean singing, but he didn't expect the tear-jerking effect to directly double after adding the accompanying music. Tears were streaming down his eyes, not enough to cry. And although the freshmen had never experienced life in the military, they were impressed by the rustic songs. In the haze, they seemed to see a lonely warrior standing firm alone in the north wind. To the night wind, humming out his thoughts of home, of his loved ones. But even though he missed it, he didn't give up his post's steadfastness. Instead, they keep consoling themselves and keep praying for understanding from their closest relatives. These are the great green-clad soldiers, a simple and lovable bunch. Although the new students have not seen it with their own eyes, through this song, through Lu Feng's singing, their hearts and minds have flown to the frontier, where they have seen countless green flowers in full bloom. That one green flower builds the strongest retaining wall of the country. The heart was touched like never before. There was a strong urge bubbling up from their hearts. They wanted, badly, very badly, to be that kind of soldier, to be one of those green flowers that still bloomed even in the darkness of the night. After the song, the music stopped and Lu Feng put down the microphone. And it was as if time and space under the field had fallen into a freeze. Quiet. Tears flowed in the silence. Even the host on the sidelines couldn't bear to break the silence. He was quietly wiping tears from his eyes as well. Snap. Before long, I don't know who led the way, but the applause built up. Like a sea tide surging ashore, from far to near, and finally roaring fiercely. Warm applause swept through the room like a storm. Everyone couldn't help but stand up and applaud like thunder. Many people were wiping tears from their eyes while clapping and applauding. Feng Ziwen and the others even directly took out the tissues they had prepared for a long time, wiping their tears and blowing their noses at the same time. Lu Feng! Lu Feng! Suddenly, the audience under the stage shouted out Lu Feng's name. The shouts gradually spread and became 1,000 people shouting in unison. Green flowers! Green flowers! Green flowers! There were shouts of Lu Feng's name and the name of the song. The trainees who had cried a lot wanted to vent their emotions by shouting while expressing their praise for Lu Feng. Seeing such excitement on stage, Lu Feng was a bit at a loss for words as he looked at the host. As a result, the hosts joined the chorus of chants. Lu Feng gently exhaled. These were a lovely group of people. He raised his hands high and flicked them down. The crowd that was watching him slowly stopped shouting. Silence returned to the field. Lu Feng looked at the eager gazes of the crowd and felt that he still had to say something. I know that there are many warriors in our country who are quietly giving but not very articulate. I can't speak for them, but I want their feelings to be known and understood by more people. If the breeze cannot carry their hearts back home, I will sing instead, and sing for their loved ones to hear. If you can, I also hope that people will pass on the song so that more warriors can hear it, and so that their loved ones can hear it as well. The evening once again erupted into a mountain of applause. Chapter 70, Dialogue with the Martyrs in Time and Space, Knocking at the Heart of the Army. Amidst the tidal wave of applause, Lu Feng bowed deeply toward the stage. As if to say, please everyone. All of a sudden, there was a wave of applause. It was only when Lu Feng looked towards the host again that the host finally remembered his duties. Many thanks to Lu Feng of conducting Class 3 for his extremely moving and touching vocals. Thank him for bringing us this song. Green Flower Lu Feng, after tonight, we will all remember that name. Thanks again. Another round of applause. On the guest table, the head of the song department looked at Lu Feng with relief. He had been waiting for this moment for a week without sleeping well. At this moment, he knew he had not waited in vain. And besides Sector Sun, both the military engineering and literature sectors whacked him on the shoulder. Old son, you're hiding too much too. Yeah, I didn't expect to hold back such a big mine. From now on, the literature and arts department will obey your command department as the boss. Sector Sun laughed and shook his head as a joke. And from the audience, Li Hufeng sighed, Lu Feng, I'm convinced of you this time. He had realized that even if he had enrolled in the martial arts show, it would be difficult for him to reach Lu Feng. On stage. The host spoke out again, after listening to the song Green Flowers in the Army, if you've already decided that you've had enough for tonight, it's worth it. Then the next show, people will definitely feel like they've earned it. Because for the next program, it is still Lu Feng from Class 3 of the conducting department, who will continue to sing another song for you. Whoa, oh, 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 wow. The stage was once again abuzz. There's a feast after the feast? What's the surprise? That's the surprise. At this moment, they are more excited than when the party first started. Lu Feng's song Green Flowers in the Army has already filled them with anticipation. On stage. Seeing that the atmosphere had arrived, the host immediately said, "Next, the stage is handed over to Lu Feng." Lu Feng looked at the eager eyes of the crowd and scratched his head in some embarrassment. For this song, I actually have to thank Director Yao of the Vocal Academy for his help. It was only with his patient help that I was able to present the song in its entirety. Thank you for the opportunity to express my gratitude to the martyrs with this song, Misplaced Time. On the guest seat, Director Yao met Lu Feng's sincere gaze and was so moved that he nodded with tears. With Lu Feng's start gesture, the intro slowly started. On the big screen, a new image switched on. A light melody with a hint of cheerfulness, and a hint of maudlin sadness in the cheerfulness. An off-screen voiceover sounds off-screen. The viewers' minds couldn't help but get caught up in the images on the screen. That's a picture of the martyrs. The grayish tones are sandwiched between a strong sense of period. The narrator's voice was followed by Lu Feng's song. You were as young as I was that year. Young as a youthful song. But in order to create that new world of dreams, everyone is kind of not afraid to sacrifice. You turn and hurry into the storm. We are there to defend our country. I see millions of lovely you. There really isn't a single one of us who is afraid of death. Without turning back toward the depths of the smoke, this river, they won't be able to cross it. On one side is Lu Feng singing, and on the other side is the narrator's voice interpreted by different people in the video. Landwind is like a conversation. Talk to your forefathers across time and space. Halfway through the song, Vice Principal Xiao led the way by rising solemnly and raising his hand in a military salute. The district teams rose close behind. The lieutenants also rose. The squad leaders rose. The cadets rose. The crew behind the scenes in front of the stage rose. Full court salute. They honor the figure of constant resistance and struggle in those stirring years. They are firm, fearless, and do not carry the slightest hesitation. Nitrous figures are heavy, blood splattered on the rainbow terrace. They walked resolutely forward, on the path of that uncertain future, exploring, step by step, the way to the light. The song came to an abrupt end. On the stage, the screen's image also suddenly went dark. When it lit up again, the face of a small young warrior appeared on the screen. The entire audience froze. The young, little warrior's eyes, looking off screen. He was standing right there on the gray battlefield with smoke still billowing around him. The young warrior looked off screen in confusion. Here? You are? Lu Feng slowly said, Here is your motherland 100 years from now. I am the people of the motherland 100 years from now. The little warrior was stunned, then suddenly ecstatic. The motherland is victorious? Lu Feng firmly said, Right. In an instant, the little warrior was in tears and overwhelmed with emotion. Great. Really great. And the crowd on stage watched with tears in their eyes. Then the little warrior asked, Will everyone have enough to eat? Lu Feng choked, Yes. We all get fed and clothed. Overjoyed, the young warrior pressed on, Can they all be reunited with their loved ones? Lu Feng nodded and said, Yes, families can gather together in reunion. It's good to be able to, it's good to be able to. The little warrior couldn't help but cry with joy. I really want to see what it will be like when the motherland is established. Lu Feng pointed behind him, Look, that's right behind you. The little warrior turned suddenly, only to see the busy avenue at the end of the road behind him. There, the lights were on and there was laughter. There, the buildings rise high and the traffic flows. There, airplanes spaceflight, rockets lift off. The little warrior looked fixedly at everything there. Lu Feng turned toward him and said, Comrade, what we see, what we tread on, and what we love, are all that you have dreamed, hoped, and wished for. This pomp and circumstance, as you wish. The little warrior looked back with a cheerful smile. The image, framed by that cute smiling face. He laughed while the crowd watched and cried. The music started again. I look up at the stars you've seen. We'll meet again through the centuries. We'll always be connected in this moment. I know all about it. Time and space have changed, and the years have been dislocated. Today's peace and tranquility is the fruit of the martyrs' courageous practice. At this moment, all of them had a strong desire in their hearts. I pray that the martyrs will be able to see that 100 years from now, a new earth has been exchanged for the one they desired. The music, this time, brought them a deeper touch. What we have today was not easy to come by. Is what I'm doing worthy of the martyrs? The red you left swaying in the wind. In one's heart. On the stage, Lu Feng also sang the last line. The music stops and the screen goes dark. Lu Feng turned to look at the crowd and then looked into the sky. He said, "Martyrs, rest in peace. I will carry your dreams with determination and continue to forge a new future. Please believe that it will get better from now on." Lu Feng saluted towards the sky and yelled, "I, Lu Feng, a 7-foot drive, have pledged my country. I will be without me, and will not fail the people." The crowd was shocked. A unanimous response followed. The 7-foot drive has promised the country. I will have no self, no people. The 7-foot drive has promised the country. I will have no self, no people. The shout was repeated 3 times in succession before it weakened. Chapter 71, The Aftermath of the Gala Fermentation. The welcome party is also a mobilization meeting for the new students. In order to show the freshmen that their college life, too, can be very colorful and to make the freshmen more determined in their choices. And with these 2 songs, Lu Feng did it. At least, after listening to Lu Feng's song, the cadets in the room were proud to be, or soon to be, a soldier. Therefore, they could follow Lu Feng and shout that slogan without any burden. Live up to the people. On the stage, Lu Feng also smiled happily. Happy for the times he is in and happy that he has met so many like-minded peers. The road was long, but he was not alone. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Lu Feng bowed deeply toward the stage. The applause was in response. Lu Feng was about to walk off the stage, but the host came up and pulled to prevent him from leaving. "Mr. Lu Feng, don't rush off yet. Allow me to ask you a few questions. This song of yours, no, 2 songs, is just so touching. There's a question that I'm sure the audience on stage must be curious about as well. Lu Feng, did you cross over?" Lu Feng immediately froze, lost in thought as he looked at the host. Then I heard the host say, "Lu Feng, you must be a relic given to us in this era by the martyrs across time and space." Lu Feng slowly returned to his senses and smiled coyly. "Thank you for allowing us to witness your conversation with our forefathers. Thank you, too, for sharing the spirit of our forefathers with us. Let us, tonight, revive the will and glory of our martyrs. I'm honored to have been born in the same country as you. Doesn't everyone?" The host takes the microphone to the audience on stage. "Yes." The audience responded with a flood of voices. Lu Feng only smiled lightly and said, "I'm honored as well." He had just almost had a heart attack from the host. Thanks again to Lu Feng for a great show. Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief and headed for the stage. It was, a middle-aged officer with graying sideburns approached. "Vice-Chancellor Xu Shan order." Lu Feng immediately stopped and stood at attention, saluting. Vice Principal Xiao smiled back and pulled him over. "Don't rush off just yet, kid." The host immediately said, "Everyone be quiet, here's Vice Principal Xiao to give us a speech for tonight's party." The host handed the microphone over with both hands. Vice Principal Xiao nodded and took it. He picked up the microphone and turned toward the stage. "Class, I apologize for being late. I almost missed a meaningful party. You guys put on a great show, it was really great. Especially this cadet Lu Feng has refreshed my view of freshmen. You are no longer pampered lesser soldiers, but excellent descendants who cannot forget the original intentions of your ancestors. I'm glad that the school has cadets like you. More than anything, I'm glad that my country has a new generation like you." Like Lu Feng said, the motherland has come through a stormy century, with a bumpy ride. It unites the spirit of the sons and daughters of the motherland, who have defied all odds and are motivated to make progress. Until today. This pomp and circumstance opens for you. This age, too, will be delineated by you for the future. Vice Principal Xiao gazed amiably at Lu Feng. Lu Feng stared back with a firm gaze. Vice Principal Xiao droned toward the stage. "Let's all send our sincerest blessings to our motherland. Behold, O my country, I have a group of descendants who are coming forward who are not ashamed of their forefathers or their people." Lu Feng also picked up the microphone and shouted, "O motherland, please look, we are here." The participants on stage immediately followed in a group voice. "Behold, O fatherland, here we come." Vice Principal Xiao solemnly gave a military salute to the crowd. The cadets all looked solemn in return. This tribute is a message. This homage is a promise. Vice Principal Xiao heavily patted Lu Feng's shoulder. The demeanor speaks for itself. The two then walked off the stage. The host took the microphone that was returned. "Thank you, Vice President Xiao, for your speech, your expectations, we all feel it. We will certainly live up to the principal's expectations. Don't you all agree? Yes. The sound should be like a tidal wave. The host just felt that tonight was the hottest party he had ever hosted. Tonight's program performances are all finished at this point. Below, the best 3 programs of the night will be selected by our guests. The crowd on stage was up in arms. Lu Feng! Lu Feng! Lu Feng! The host receives the list of selections from the program staff. After looking at it, he smiled at the audience and said, "It looks like everyone already knows the results. Then we will directly invite the first place winner of the selection, Lu Feng, to the stage to receive the award." Lu Feng, who had just sat back down for less than 2 minutes, only had to get up again. And all around, all the warm congratulatory applause. On stage, the awards are being presented. And in the corner of the stage, the head of the program came to the cameraman. "Have they all taped the program in its entirety?" The photographer affirmed, "It's all on tape." The head of the program immediately said, "Cut out the video clips of the last 2 programs immediately." The photographer looked puzzled and asked, "You're thinking?" The head of the program nodded, "I'm going to bring it in and upload it to the network." The photographer wondered, but it would violate the school's code of confidentiality. If the video footage had gotten out of his hands, he would have been the first to be held accountable. "Don't worry, I'll apply for permission now." On the stage, Team Sun District is presenting an award to Lu Feng. And the head of the program walked over to the guests' table and conveyed his application to the vice-chancellor. The vice principal called him over and asked, "You want to upload Lu Feng's singing video to the internet?" "Yes." "And the reason?" The head of the program said, "Lu Feng has said that he hopes more soldiers and their loved ones will hear it. I also hope that more people, too, will get watched and passed on." Vice Principal Xiao thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes. But you can only pass on Lu Feng's singing part, got it?" "Yes." The head of the program rejoiced. This would be the first time the school made an exception, he thought darkly. On stage, the host announces the end of the evening. The crowd dispersed, mostly with passionate emotions. They had never looked forward to a new day of training as they did tonight. Because there's a weight on the shoulders. At the same time, the 2 videos of Lu Feng's singing were uploaded to the official number of the National Science Military University on various media platforms. At a roadside stall, an office worker had just finished a shift and was eating a late-night snack. He was bored in swiping through a certain jumping platform when he suddenly swiped a video. The moment the song started, a certain string in my heart was inexplicably touched. As he listened, he even forgot to eat his snack. Because it's a roadside stand, his cell phone voice goes straight out. The owner of the snack stand heard it too. Clunk! There was a loud crash of an iron disc hitting the ground. Startled the commuter back into silence. He raised his eyes and saw only the tearful owner of the snack stand and the snack kebabs that had been scattered all over the place. The owner of the snack stand took a few steps forward and grabbed the video of the commuter. While listening, the tears kept flowing. The commuter cautiously asked, "Boss, you were in the military?" The owner of the snack stand wiped a tear from his eye and said, "No, it's my son who's enlisted. Almost 3 years. Sorry for scaring you. I'll waive your bill." The owner of the late-night snack stand hurriedly returned the cell phone, found that it was stained with grease, and rushed to wipe it clean with his clothes. The office worker didn't mind and shook his hand. No, you're a relative of a soldier, we mustn't take advantage of this." The owner of the snack stand still apologized repeatedly. "Boss, your son is good. Give me another 50 skewers of beef." The owner of the snack stand was so moved that tears came out again. Chapter 72, Don't Let the Squad Leader Die in Vain. "Boss, something big has happened, come back and work overtime." The phone is ringing one after the other in the late-night 2 o'clock office building of a media platform company. Coder 1, the server crashed, come back and work overtime. It was supposed to be just a normal day, a normal night. But it's 2 videos that have the whole internet up in arms. A general manager rushed back to the company in a hurry and questioned the platform operation. "Have we been hacked?" The operations employee wiped tears from her eyes as she whimpered, "We're under universal attack?" "What?" A certain general manager's mind flashed for a split second to the image of a company's certain high-level black information being leaked and being reviled by the entire network. And the employee directly handed over his cell phone and said, "Boss, you can see for yourself." A certain chief immediately reached for his cell phone. One look and he was shocked. 1 million likes? 500,000 retweets? Not bothering to click on the video to check it out, he asked the employee, "What's going on with the servers?" The employee said, "Too many people left reviews at the same time, causing the server to directly jam. We had to urgently shut down the leave a review function, and then shouted for you to come back to make a decision." A certain general manager immediately said, "Recall all the members of the operations and maintenance team for 10 minutes, no, I want to reopen the leave a comment function in 5 minutes. Yes. That's when a certain chief had the time to click the play button on the video. A few minutes later, a certain chief ordered with reddened eyes, "Quickly, recall the PR team as well, we need to contact this person on the video in the fastest way possible." A similar scene played out on other media platforms. "Director, a video crashed our server, come back quickly." "What video? Our server has just been upgraded, how could it crash? Was it caused by your operational errors?" "It's true, too many netizens swiped their pop-ups at the same time, directly bursting our website." It was a sleepless night for the video media platform and a passionate night for all internet users. All internet users who like and retweet comments have one thing in common. They were either soldiers or relatives of soldiers. Crying likes, tearful retweets, sobbing comments. And the freshmen of the National Science Military University slept so peacefully that it was as if they were dreaming of going to war and fighting. It was a dream made of their thoughts of wanting to fight for their country. Wake up. Lu Feng went out for morning exercises as usual. Originally, he was used to waking up half an hour earlier than others for morning exercises. But this morning, when he arrived at the playground, it was already full of cadets. As he passed a cadet from another class, the cadet suddenly stopped and raised his hand in salute toward him. "Live up to the people." Lu Feng was instantly filled with questions, but following his instincts, he also gave him a military salute back. "Live up to the people." Then that cadet walked away satisfied. Lu Feng didn't pay too much attention to it, thinking that it was just this cadet being too serious. Unexpectedly, just a few steps into his run, he encountered another unfamiliar cadet saluting him. "Live up to the people." It's still the same sentence. Lu Feng also had to stop and return the salute. After that, he almost stopped at 10 steps and 5 at a time. Then he realized that he was not alone in being treated this way. The others greeted each other that way. Whenever you meet someone to shine a light on, you will be greeted in this way. Seemingly overnight, these new military students no longer greet each other with hello or the like. Rather, it is live up to the people. The morning exercise on the playground was carried out in it not to be ashamed of the people. It's as if just by saying the words, they will go to training with renewed strength. When the cadets of Class 3 also get up and go out for drill. Fang Ziwen complained as soon as he saw Lu Feng. "Brother Wind. You're so inadequate to get up and not even call us to join you." Lu Feng was stunned. Is that still something the Fat Master would say? He used to say things like, "What are you doing up so early?" Lu Feng laughed, "Why has Master Fatty suddenly changed his temper?" Fang Ziwen was just about to reply. A passerby cadet passed by at this point and stopped to salute them. Fang Ziwen immediately stood at attention and saluted, hitting each other in the cut. "Live up to the people. Live up to the people." Then the wayward trainee shivered and went off to continue his training. It was then that Fang Ziwen returned to Lu Feng and said, "See? I wanted to say that with more confidence in myself. A few more minutes of sleep and I feel guilty about apologizing to the people of my country." Lu Feng patted his shoulder, shook his head and sighed, "There's no need to be like this, everyone's physique is different, there's no need to force it." Fang Ziwen, however, said with reddened eyes, "But I want to stand with you. You don't know how scary it is when you wake up and realize all the beds are empty." At this time, Dong Xiuhei also came over and said, "Brother Feng, in the future, you can wake up early and call your brothers as well. We're at least in the same dorm room as you, we have to work together." Lu Feng looked at the others, Zhang Zhuzhong and Wang Gang had the same firm gaze. Lu Feng could only say, "Alright then, but I'll only shout for 3 days, after 3 days, I won't shout again." The roommates were instantly delighted. At that moment, Wang Ban also came over. "Line up and assemble." The crowd hastened to line up. Morning training then began. It was just that today was destined to be an uneventful day for Lu Feng. At breakfast, the janitors in the cafeteria, one by one, were incredibly welcoming to him. He'd clip one, and the cafeteria ant would add 2 more. He clips 2 servings and the cafeteria ant fixes him 4. If it weren't for the fact that he was eating more and more as his fitness improved, he would have had to eat leftovers from breakfast at lunch. It was hard to finish breakfast, and I was shocked again when I walked out of the cafeteria. There was a crowd around the outside of the cafeteria. As soon as Lu Feng walked out, someone immediately pointed and shouted at him. "That's him!" As soon as the crowd saw this, they immediately let out a whoop and surrounded towards Lu Feng. This formation could scare Lu Feng, and he hurriedly retreated back to the cafeteria. It's a good thing these people are still disciplined and haven't chased them into the cafeteria to surround them. The group didn't dare to block the entrance to the cafeteria, and quickly retreated again. While still waiting outside the cafeteria. At this time, Fong Ziwen and the others, who had been rushed by the crowd to find their way back, also walked back. He marveled, "What kind of people are these?" Dong Xiuhei said, "I just asked some of them, and they said they came from the literature department next door." Wang Gang swept his eyes over the crowd and was also shocked, so many female trainees. Oh. What are they doing? Dong Xiuhei said uncertainly, maybe he came to ask for an autograph. Seeing that staying like this was not an option, Zheng Zhuzhong suggested, why don't we go through the back door of the cafeteria first? However, they had forgotten that there was one more person in. Wang Banji walked aggressively to the group and shouted, "Which class are you from and what are you doing? Is there any discipline? Where do you think this place is?" Then Wang Ban was instantly surrounded by the group. "We're from the school's news department. We're coming to do an interview with Lu Feng. Do you know him? We are from the school's radio station and would like to invite Lu Fengdao to do an interview with our radio station. We are from the opera department and would like to invite Lu Feng." Wang Ban only felt inquisitive voices on all sides. He only heard one thing, all of them came to look for Lu Feng. Looking at the besieged squad leader, Fong Ziwen quietly said, "Brother Feng, slip away while you can. Don't let the squad leader die for nothing." Chapter 73, I'm honored, but I refuse. Lu Feng immediately stood out when he saw the class president being surrounded. "Quiet, everyone." With a soft shout, Lu Feng unconsciously used the battle roar method. The frenzied crowd's hearts plummeted and were shocked for a moment. The crowd looked towards Lu Feng, but this time they didn't dare to surge over. Instead, they looked at Lu Feng, as if looking at their instructor, waiting for Lu Feng to speak. "Hello guys, I'm Lu Feng." The crowd immediately surged at the sound of it and was about to lean over. Lu Feng immediately raised his hand and said, "Stop." The crowd stumbled momentarily. Wang Ban also pushed his way out of the crowd at this time. He secretly wiped away a cold sweat. I didn't realize there were times when the word discipline didn't work in military school. If he had a cadet, he would have been punished with 200 push-ups. Lu Feng nodded towards Wang Ban and said to the crowd, "I'm very grateful for the recognition. If you're here to exchange ideas, I hope you can come back during my free time. I'm usually free half an hour after lunch and dinner." In the crowd, someone immediately shouted and asked, "Lu Feng, can I interview you?" Lu Feng folded his hands and said, "I'm very sorry, I won't be accepting interviews for a while." I hope everyone can sympathize. There was a lot of very lost people in the crowd at once. Lu Feng was so sincere in his refusal, so they couldn't force themselves any further. A cadet raised his hand and said, "Can I shake your hand?" Lu Feng froze and gently nodded, "Yes." Then that trainee came over excitedly and held Lu Feng's hand with both hands excitedly. "Your two songs were very good." "Thanks." Others in the crowd saw this and followed suit. However, they all lined up consciously and shook hands with Lu Feng in a well-organized manner to say goodbye. Among other things, someone slipped him a couple of notes, all with contact information. When he managed to get back to his dormitory, he saw that his dorm room was blocked again. And this time, it wasn't a person who was blocking him. Instead, it's a box of delivery boxes. Fong Ziwen said dully, "The school's courier can still deliver to the dormitory?" A voice came and answered his doubts. "Can't." Lu Feng twisted his head to look and saw a little man in a courier uniform, holding a few boxes of couriers stacked high as he walked, then stacked them down in front of his dorm room. "We never deliver to your door, you have to pick up the delivery by yourselves at our delivery point. But this time is an exception. Which one of you is Lu Feng?" Lu Feng walked out and said, "I am." The courier boy immediately said, "Hurry up and go take all your couriers. There are too many of your expresses, we don't have room for them anymore." Lu Feng froze and said, "Where did I get the delivery?" Fong Ziwen had already picked up a courier box and looked at it. "To the beloved Landwind, your lovely wind powder gift." He immediately wowed, "Brother Feng, you have fans?" Did you turn out to be a big star? Lu Feng hastily took a few to check, but it turned out that they were all gifts from unrecognized netizens. Can't help but be confused. At this time, that courier boy calmly said, "Not a star? Look at this video, it's all broken the internet." He pulled out a cell phone and showed the screen to the crowd. What was playing on it was exactly the video of Lu Feng singing at the party. Fang Ziwen immediately groggily exclaimed, "Over 1 million likes?" Wang Gang also came up, "It's more than that, the reviews are over $1 million as well." Fonzie asked the crowd dumbfounded, "Have you ever seen a video with 1 million likes?" Dong Xiaohei scratched his head, "There are, but not many, they are all from those big stars or big shots." Fang Ziwen clicked on the comment section, only to see a brush of crying and weeping emojis. There were also some comments that were liked up to the front row. "Comrades, I cried at the sound. Upstairs comrades, let's cry together. Go through the uniform to hear this song completely, and don't ask me why. Inspirational military song that sings about soldiers missing home and saying goodbye to their mothers, big ups. How many soldiers have this song sung? Salute to the soldiers." The comments are all hoots and cries. The courier boy took back his cell phone for a scratch. "There's more than one, this one's popped too." The voice came out, and the crowd instantly heard that it was Lu Feng singing Dislocated Time and Space. Lu Feng looked at the express boxes piled up in the doorway and said in disbelief, "All of them are from netizens? How do they know my address and how do they know my name?" The courier boy returned, "The name is your own words. There is a clip of you swearing. The address is your school. You might as well be ready to sign for it, and those are just the ones sent by fans in the same city. There must be a lot more on the way in the mail from fans in other places." The crowd was stunned. Fang Ziwen muttered, "What can we do about this?" Lu Feng frowned and thought for a moment and asked, "What are the organizations that can donate items?" Zhang Juzhong returned, "The Red Cross and the Civil Affairs Bureau are fine." Lu Feng immediately said to the courier boy, "Can you contact the Red Cross for me? Just say that there are items to donate, and then why don't you donate all of these couriers that were sent to my name to them?" The courier boy scratched his head, "Still?" Lu Feng added, "Just leave some postcards or message notes for me. Guys, do us a favor and let's get these back to the courier point as well." The courier boy immediately jumped to his feet, "Don't you guys mess with it, we really can't fit it in there." In the end, the items given by the netizens were still moved back to the courier point, where the people from the courier point helped to contact people from the Red Cross to come and receive them. Luckily, with the help of his roommate, Lu Feng didn't delay his morning training. Only in the afternoon, there was still an accident. Lu Feng was in the middle of a double bar armbar when Squadron Lin approached him. "Lu Feng, come over here," Wang Ban shouted. Lu Feng walked over with a puzzled look on his face. "Hello, Chief." Squadron Leader Lin returned the salute and said, "You did a great job last night and didn't disgrace our squadron." Lu Feng said unabashedly, "It's all because of your and the class president's teachings." Squadron Lin patted Lu Feng's shoulder with satisfaction. "It's like this, Sector Sun wants to see you about something, so go to his office." "Do you know how to get there?" "I know, you took me there." "Good, then you go now." Puzzled, Lu Feng said goodbye to the squad leader and came to Sun District Team's office. Knock knock. "Come in." Lu Feng pushed his way in, "Report." "Lu Feng has come to report for duty." "Coming?" "Sit down." Lu Feng raised his eyes and there was another person sitting in the office. When Lu Feng sat down, District Team Sun directly said, "Lu Feng, this is the head of our city radio station. She wishes to do a little interview with you." "Hello, ma'am." The man enthusiastically came up to shake his hand and said, "Hello, little comrade Lu Feng. It's an honor to meet you." Lu Feng responded, "I am also honored to meet you. However, may I decline the interview?" Both men in the office froze. That straightforward? Not even a chance to be on TV? How many celebrity entrepreneurs could not even get on such an opportunity, but he refused so easily and directly? The head of the radio station and Sector Sun looked at each other, and finally, it was Sector Sun who asked, "Can you tell me the reason for your refusal?" Lu Feng confessed, "Because it would delay my training." Chapter 74, After the live broadcast, I have to go back to training. Hearing Lu Feng's reasoning, District Team Sun burst out laughing. That radio head also laughed, "Your school is worthy of being the cream of the crop, the spirit that nothing is as important as training is what makes a soldier a soldier." A look of appreciation also appeared in the eyes of the Sun District team. He explained, Lu Feng, you probably don't realize that the 2 songs you sang last night have already had a phenomenal impact in the outside world. Lu Feng scratched his head and said, seem to know a little? Sun District team was surprised. In the military academy, cadets were not allowed to use cell phones during training. How did he know that? Is this kid hiding a cell phone? Just as he was about to think of how to secretly educate Lu Feng, he heard Lu Feng say, in the morning, I suddenly received many gifts from netizens. Then it was from the staff at the Courier Point that I found out the original story. Everyone seemed to like those 2 songs. The head of the radio station, however, shook his head and said, but it's not just kinda like that. You may not have much of an outlook on this, but it's the first time I've seen this in all my years of working in the media. Lu Feng was puzzled, it's just 2 singing videos, is it that exaggerated? The radio head smiled, that's because you're underestimating the impact of these 2 songs. In fact, our various local official media and radio stations have, to varying degrees, positively publicized the military and the troops. But even with our annual campaigns, the public's attention to the military is still generally low. Whereas the movie stars, the idol singers are easily called out by the public. When Lu Feng thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. There seems to be an invisible circle. Those within the circle will pay close attention to military information, many of the general public outside the circle, mostly to the extent of a hasty glance. It gives the impression that the soldiers are silent. The radio executive continued, and with your 2 songs, you broke a long-standing social law. Bringing the selflessness and resilience of the military to life and deeply impressing the public. It also brings the public's attention back to the military. Everyone is starting to come to grips with the fact that the soldier is the people's hero, the being closest to the people. That's why the touched masses do the act of giving you gifts to express their feelings. Lu Feng gradually realized somewhat that he was like the one who opened the floodgates. People have always had pent-up feelings for the military, he just happened to use these 2 songs to pry open the emotions that the public has always had for the military. And Landwin just happened to be standing in the catharsis of the public's feelings about the military, and bore the brunt of the push. Sure enough, the head of the radio station said, actually, it's not just you, but even a lot of local military personnel, who are getting gifts from all over the place. Everyone from the oldest to the youngest seems to want to take what they can move around the house and send it to the troops for our soldiers. You know, before I came into the school district, I had met an old man outside the doorway who was guarding it and insisted on giving her breakfast to the warrior guarding the doorway, and the 2 warriors explained how she insisted on giving it to her. I went to ask her why she was doing it, and she said that if she didn't, she was so upset that she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Inexplicably, a certain place in Lu Feng's heart was touched fiercely. This is the simple people. Lu Feng suddenly realized that this interview might have a different meaning. He asked, so you want me to? The head of the radio station smiled in relief, but did not speak, instead looking over at the Sun District team. Sun District team took over, you are the one who started it all, we hope you can step in to calm the crowd and give them the right guidance on their behavior. Lu Feng took a deep breath and nodded, I understand, I'm willing to be interviewed. But I have one request. You say. I would like the interviews to be conducted within the school district and in a live format. The head of the radio station looked at Sector Sun with difficulty, it was not something she could decide. The Sun District team said, I can apply to the school. The head of the radio station immediately said, then I'll trouble Major Sunday. The university also understood the significance of this interview and the approval came down quickly. That night, during the evening training time, the radio station's people set up their equipment and began their live interview with Lu Feng. Good evening, viewers. Tonight, we are here at this mysterious institution of learning for a special interview. There is a 10-minute moderator warm-up before the live stream officially begins. However, the live broadcast just opened less than 10 minutes, the number of viewers exceeded 500,000, during which it was stuck off 3 times. When Lu Feng appeared on the live streaming camera, the number of live streamers surged by 200,000 in 3 minutes. Finally, we see our long-awaited guest. This is the singer of the 2 military songs that exploded all over the internet, Mr. Lu Feng. Hello, Lu Feng student, nice to meet you. Lu Feng shook hands with the host and said, hello host. The host said, thank you so much for doing this interview with us. Lu Feng calmly sat down on the interview chair, calmly facing the camera directly. You sang Green Flowers in the Army and displaced time really well, and it totally made me cry. Thanks. In the face of Lu Feng's calmness, the host couldn't help but be a little impressed. She had interviewed many big names, but most of them were more or less reserved when it came to the camera. It was the first time that it was as natural as Lu Feng. As the singer, and I'm even told also the creator, of these two songs, we're all very curious about you. So, tonight we have a few questions we'd like to ask. Without waiting for the host to go on, Lu Feng reached out and interrupted. Excuse me, please allow me to interrupt. There was no embarrassment on the host's face, and he naturally gave up his time and camera to Lu Feng. Lu Feng said to the camera, I'm just an ordinary cadet in the military academy, and like many of my classmates, I'm working hard to become a qualified soldier. So I'm not going to say too much about myself, and I hope people will treat me like a normal person. The host nodded and was about to take over. Lu Feng spoke again. I actually have a few words to say to you all in this interview, and after that I have to go back to training. First of all, I didn't compose either of these songs, I'm just the vocalist. The one who really restored them was the school's director Yao. The intention of singing these two songs is to be heard by more fellow warriors, so that when they are alone, they can realize that behind him, his people are watching over him. The second is to honor the memory of the martyrs as well as to inspire myself, and I will be happy if it inspires you as well. So these two songs, I don't want to do anything commercial with them. I want all our people to hear them for free, so people don't give me gifts or live streaming rewards, that would go against my original intention. If you really want to use it for commercial purposes, contact Director Yao. All proceeds from these two songs, I'm donating to the Youth Development Foundation. Because these two songs are gifts from our forefathers, I hope they will help the new generation to work towards the future that our forefathers looked forward to. In conclusion, I would like to tell you all that working hard to do well and build the motherland is the best gift you can give to the soldiers of the motherland. The motherland will not treat our soldiers badly. That's all I have to say, thank you all for listening. I have to get back to training. Chapter 75, the follow-up trifecta of straight talk. Looking at Lu Feng's cleanly departing figure, the host was a bit confused. She seemed to just open up. One of the radio-prepared questions hasn't been asked yet. Although she hadn't asked yet, Lu Feng's words also answered 80% of those questions she had. The host and field assistant looked at each other. Then they looked at the number of online viewers and it had surpassed 2 million. It was less than 1 million before Lu Feng's appearance, and in a few words it soared so much. The host looked at the pop-ups posted by the audience. What happened? Where's Lu Feng, man? Just came in, I'm stupid. Lu Feng is right, the motherland will not treat the soldiers badly. I top landwind. Great praise, praise, praise. The host skimmed through it, followed by more and more exaggerated pop-ups, some of which indicated that they were crying again at the sound of it. Then within moments, everyone swiped up a pop-up in unison. The motherland does not treat its soldiers badly. Those who arrived later saw the words. I don't know the cause and effect, but I was touched. The host also explained to the audience, roughly repeating Lu Feng's words. It pushed the live feed straight to 3 million. Then the broadcast ended in a flurry of swipes. The live broadcast on this side had just ended when Lu Feng received a system alert on his side. Ding! Detected that the host has actively completed the mission of spreading the soul of the strong army, causing great repercussions in the society, promoting the spirit of the strong army, and the road to the strong army has taken a meaningful step forward, rewarded with a big gift pack of wilderness survival skills. Hint: Wilderness Survival Skills Bundle, which contains 12 wilderness survival techniques. Wilderness Survival Technique 1, Determining Orientation, including 6 methods of determining orientation. Determination of the orientation method I, daylight orientation, more sunlight shining out of the shadow. Method of determining orientation 2, starlight orientation. Wilderness Survival Skills 7, Wilderness First Aid Common Sense, including 108 kinds of accidental dangers of first aid response program. Lu Feng looked down carefully and realized that there were very many contents contained within this big gift package. Almost an encyclopedia of wilderness survival. There is also not only knowledge in it, but also competence. Some abilities are etched right into the brain. For example, the ability to make fire in it, he not only knew the method, but even the technique felt familiar. These are all to be verified by him later. Lu Feng quickly returned to the training ground. Report. Lu Feng requests to return to the team. Wang Ban was also surprised to see Lu Feng return. He asked, Lu Feng, aren't you going for an interview? The interview is done. Feng Ziwen immediately yelled, so fast, are they looking down on our brother Feng? No thing, I asked for it. Didn't want to hold up too much training. The crowd in class 3 listened with a breathlessness. This dude has really trained to be an idiot. Wang Ban immediately droned to the crowd, see? This is what a soldier should be. Everyone looked more toward Lu Feng. Landwind enters the line. Yes. Lu Feng was glad to return to the team. But the euphoria didn't last long. Not long afterward, a school administrator came to Wang Ban's side and whispered something in his ear. Then Wang Ban called Lu Feng over. Lu Feng, come here. Lu Feng hurriedly did enough 50 push-ups before running over. Wang Ban said, Lu Feng, your family is a bit worried about you and have come to give you a call, so follow this teacher and answer it. Lu Feng couldn't, so he just had to go for a walk. And over there, the Class 3 trainees watching from the sidelines were a bit envious. Fang Ziwen struggled to do sit-ups while straining. Lu Feng is trying to train without being able to, and we are trying to rest without being able to. Dong Xiaohei also said, I see, it's because the heavens can't stand to see Lu Feng's crazy strength and training. That's why he's been given many reasons that he can't refuse. The crowd nodded silently in agreement. On the other hand, after Lu Feng answered his parents' phone call, he realized that they had also watched the interview live and saw Lu Feng leaving in a hurry, and were a little worried before calling. I had to call the school because I couldn't get through to his cell phone. The school also looked at Lu Feng's special situation and made an exception for him to answer. Then Lu Feng learns that the family has been affected in some way as well. Many record labels and people in the songwriting industry came to me to talk about business partnerships. Lu Feng also feel a little sorry and uneasy, worried about the family's normal life is disturbed, let them all put off. However, Lu Feng's parents were optimistic and didn't feel disturbed, instead they were very proud and happy for him. Lu Feng's father's glowing voice came from the other end of the phone. Son of a, you study hard in school, and when you graduate, Dad will buy you a tank to drive. Lu Feng's mother's angry voice came. What tank to buy, nerves. Fomera, you must eat and sleep well in school, when you graduate I'll take you to meet a girl. I've already matched you with several watery girls. Listening to the caring words of his closest relatives, Lu Feng also heard some tears and laughter. But it was a relief to hear them so cheerful. After pacifying them for a few moments and urging them to take care of their health, Lu Feng hung up the phone. And Lu Feng did not know that on the other side of the phone, as soon as the phone was hung up, his parents had been unable to hold back their tears. Feng's mother whimpered as she hugged the already disconnected phone. Fenger's father, do you think life in military school is as tough as Fenger's song says? Feng's father gently embraced Feng's mother in his arms and said, that's his son's choice, it's right for us to support it. It's nice to be able to do what you love, no matter how hard it is. Don't we just want him to be happy? Mother Feng wiped her tears and said, but I just can't see him working so hard. I didn't dare to ask on the phone, but I'm really worried about whether he'll be able to eat well at school. He used to be a picky eater. Father Feng sighed, my son has grown up and is not the same as before. Didn't you hear your son say that the motherland won't treat the warriors poorly? Just rest easy, that's where he'll soar. The next day, after breakfast, the Sun Sector team called the entire department to the playground. Today, I have a happy announcement to make to you. Yesterday, one of our cadets did two very meaningful things. So early this morning, 2 banners were delivered. The crowd looked to the side of the Sun District team, where the 2 men were indeed both holding 2 red scrolls in their hands. One side, from the Red Cross. One side, from the Youth Development Foundation. I'm sure some of you have guessed who it is. That's right, it's our Class 3 student Lu Feng. The crowd's eyes flicked to the head of the platoon in Class 3. Everyone applauds and invites Lu Feng to the stage to receive the flag. Lu Feng sighed darkly with some helplessness, but quickly collected himself and walked to the podium amidst a round of applause. District Team Sun then continued to address the crowd. Everyone must be curious as to what sort of things Lu Feng has done. Just let the representatives of these 2 organizations explain. The people from the Red Cross and the Junior Exhibition Fund gave their explanations one after another. Expressed their gratitude to Landwind for their donation. Then the banner was opened and the representatives of the Red Cross and the Lesser Exhibition Fund froze. Because one line on their banners turned out to be surprisingly consistent. The Red Cross banner reads, Great love for the people. For the Lesser Exhibition Fund, it reads, Defenders of the Fatherland, not the people. The 2 smiled at each other and presented the banner to Lu Feng amidst the applause of the crowd. Chapter 76, Mountain Stretching, Grabbing to be the Flag Guardian. At the podium, Lu Feng received 2 banners. Representatives of both organizations shook his hand enthusiastically. There was only a faint smile on his face. And on the face of Sector Sun, there was a big smile. He took the microphone and said, Lu Feng has already gone ahead, and I hope that everyone will strive to catch up towards him. Lu Feng immediately felt 3 sharp gazes from the stage. Li Hufeng, Gao Lei Li Rong. Their battle spirit was high and their eyes were eager. That's a declaration of war. As long as Lu Feng slacked off, they would seize the opportunity to meet them head-on. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth lifted with some real smiles. He wasn't going to make it easy for anyone to catch up. The morning meeting ended with a round of applause. At the beginning of the morning's training, Wang Ban had all the trainees climb onto the double bar. Then hang upside down from the double bar. It didn't take long for the crowd to fill their faces with blood. You guys have been in here for half a month too. It's time to put an end to all that pedestrian training and get into the real thing. Fang Ziwen secretly smacked his lips. The training that was so grueling in front of him was still just child's play. He couldn't imagine how hard the rest of the training would be. Hell? Wang Ban took in each of their expressions. He comforted, but you guys don't need to be afraid, and even more so, don't underestimate yourselves. You guys have had the previous 15 days of basic training, which has opened up your bodies completely. So that's not progress for you guys, that's finding your fitness. The ones you are now are the real you. What you think you can't do, your body can actually do. But your will and habits may not be reversed yet. So next, I will keep you challenged in successive limits, and in breakthroughs you will gain real growth. Under the sun, the trainees began to sweat gradually and felt gradually strained. All they wanted in their minds was for the squad leader to finish his sentence as soon as possible so they could come down. Yet the squad leader remained leisurely and didactic. Tomorrow, you will be given a mountain pull. Do you guys know what a pull-out is? Zhang Juzhong comes from a military family and knows some of the terms used in the army. He, who was also stimulated by Lu Feng, positively grabbed the answer. Pulling is the actual combat simulation training of leaving the base of the barracks for a hiking march. Wang Ban nodded. That's not a bad answer. Do you know why it's called a pull-out? Because pulling is all about pulling you out for a spin, and you'll know if you're a mule or a horse once you've done it. Tomorrow, you will be doing a 100-kilometer mountain pull. Wang Gang asked, is it going into the mountains? He was raised in the city and still has a certain yearning for the mountains. That's right, you'll be going over mountains, and you'll also be climbing the highest elevation mountain range in the city to complete a 100-mile march simulation. You will have the opportunity to climb up and look down on the city. Wang Gang's reddened face had a lot more anticipation. But that's not taking you on an outing. You will be carrying 20 kilograms of weight the entire time you complete this pull. Fang Ziwen lost his voice. 20 kilograms? No kidding, it's actually 20 pounds, right? Wang Ban smiled and walked over. You come down. Fang Ziwen was delighted, and hastily rolled over and climbed down the double bar. 100 push-ups. Fang Ziwen's face instantly crossed, but he obediently did as he was told. Wang Ban snapped, you heard right, it's 20 kilograms. This pull-out will last for a day and a night. Therefore, you must bring the necessary necessities with you. Again, I emphasize that this is not an outing, it's a march. Wang Gang's face immediately gathered a happy expression. In the following, I will popularize the do's and don'ts that you need to know about field marching. For the sake of your own safety, give me 12 minutes of your attention to listen carefully and memorize it. Next, Wang Ban then gave the crowd a training session while explaining to them. When pulling out, you are only allowed to bring school-issued food. You can bring 2 extra bottles of mineral water as you need them. When resting in place midway through the course, walking without permission is strictly prohibited. After entering the mountains, it is strictly forbidden to pick wild fruits for consumption. Wang Ban went from the start to the midway break to the end. Dozens of precautions were spilled out. The crowd had only one feeling after hearing that. Never make any unauthorized moves while pulling, you'll make more mistakes than you can handle. Ask the instructor before you do anything. After the lecture, Wang Ban mentioned one more thing. We have a special spot in our class for this mountain pull. The people who were listening to the distracted look around were suddenly distracted. That's the color guard. The flag bearer will hold the nearly 2-meter-high red flag in front of the team throughout the pull. The flag guardian, the most famous presence on the battlefield. Because flags represent the morale of an army. The flag will not fall, the morale will not be broken. Do any of you want to be a color guard? Lu Feng and Zhang Juzhong were the first to raise their hands. The others hesitated for a moment, and when they saw Lu Feng raise his hand, they lost the desire to compete. Wang Ban, on the other hand, said to Lu Feng and the two of them, "You must think clearly, as a flag protector, out of their own weight, you also have to carry several pounds of the flag. It also has to be held high the whole time so that the flag is visible to the last person in the line. Are you sure you guys can do this?" Lu Feng and Zhang Zhuzhong shouted at the same time, "Yes." Empty words are no proof. I can't afford to lose face if we change people in the middle of the day. Since you guys are so confident, let's start doing sit-ups like this. Whoever lasts the longest will be this flag bearer. The crowd was dumbfounded, doing sit-ups upside down? Yet Wang Ban wasn't going to give them a break. Starting now. Lu Feng did it instantly. Young Ju Young did the same through gritted teeth. The others gulped as they watched. In the end, Zheng Zhuzhong still lost the battle, with Lu Feng as the flag protector. At the end of the night, it was the Vice Squad's turn to popularize the crowd. Still on the playground. The Vice Squad said to the men, "Tomorrow is the mountain pull, and you must learn how to straighten your marching backpacks. I'll give you 20 minutes to get back to your dorms and get ready, and in 20 minutes, I want to see a traveling bag of at least 20 kilograms." The Vice Squad took out a timer and, without giving the crowd time to mentally prepare, quickly droned, "Now begin." With a gulp, the cadets rushed back to their dormitories. After returning to the dormitory, Fang Ziwen said bitterly, "Do you guys know what to bring?" Dong Shohei said, "Bring everything you can use, 20 kilograms has to be quite a lot of stuff to be able to do that." Wang Gang also said, "This should also be a test for us, so we'll definitely be punished if we take the wrong one later." For a while, all the gazes of the crowd looked towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng packed up while saying, "I've participated in outdoor hiking activities before, so I happen to know a little bit about it. But it should be different from what it would be in the army." Fang Ziwen immediately said, "That's better than us, so Brother Feng can tell us what to bring." Lu Feng nodded. In fact, he only understood it based on the knowledge and the wilderness survival skills. Quilts, pillow towel blankets, combat boots, raincoat satchels, water bottles, change of clean clothes and mouth tank toothbrush and towel. Should also bring automatic rifles. The crowd hurriedly organized themselves according to Lu Feng's instructions. 20 minutes later, the crowd returned to the playground dripping with sweat. Vice Ben froze as he looked at the attire of the crowd. After he stepped forward to check out the crowd's bags, he said, "You guys stashed cell phones?" "No, no, no." Fang Ziwen shook his head back and forth. The Vice Squad asked again, "And where did you cheat?" The gazes of the crowd stole towards Lu Feng in unison. The Vice Squad took a look and said to Lu Feng, "Lu Feng, tell us why you're carrying these things." Chapter 77 Preparations for Departure. Because of the tip from Lu Feng, the crowd was able to end their entire study early. The Vice Squad also seemed intent on letting them back in and reminding them to get an early night. And instead of giving himself extra training this time, Lu Feng washed up and went to bed before 10 o'clock. Under Lu Feng's leading role, several people in the 303 bedrooms also went to bed early and turned out the dormitory lights. But though the crowd closed their eyes, they could not sleep for a moment. Fonzie rolled over and said, "What's the farthest distance you've ever hiked?" Dong Shohei said, "When I was a child, I went with my neighbor's uncle to pick up mountain goods, and I had crossed the mountains to more than 10 kilometers away. There are very few opportunities to go after school." Fang Ziwen immediately said, "Then how long have you been gone?" "We leave at dawn in the morning and return before the sun goes down in the afternoon. Excluding the time spent searching for mountain goods in between, it's more than 4 hours one way or the other." Fang Ziwen said in a muffled voice, "It has to be that long? You're like this after only 10 kilometers or so, then how are we going to finish 100 kilometers in a day and a night?" Wang Gang, on the other hand, said, "A dozen kilometers should refer to the straight line distance, and it could be 2 or 3 times more if they actually walked. They walked 50 to 60 kilometers round trip, to say the least. Besides, people were already able to walk this far when they were kids, so how can they walk out even farther now that they're older?" Fang Ziwen was still a little worried. "I've gone to scenic spots to climb mountains before, and it took me a morning to climb to the top alone. Not only do we have to travel that far, but we have to climb high peaks and mountains. Can we really do that in a day and a night?" There was a moment of silence. In fact, they don't have a clue in their hearts. Sensing the emotions of the crowd, Lu Feng consoled, "Didn't the squad leader say in the morning that everyone's bodies have been opened? Just because you couldn't do it before doesn't mean you can't do it now. Don't think so much, everyone, and get your energy up for tomorrow's challenge. And by following a large group, surely we can finish the journey." The crowd listened to a little peace of mind, sinking in, slowly sleeping. Outside the dormitory building, Lieutenant Lin, who was preparing to come to the dormitory for inspection, pointed to the only room in the dormitory building with the lights out and asked the person beside him, "What number dormitory is that? Have they not returned from training yet?" And several squad leaders were following him. Wang Ban counted and replied, "That's dormitory 303, the trainees of my class. The training is over, they should be sleeping with the lights out." Squadron leader Lin said lightly, "You told them about tomorrow's departure time?" Wang Ban immediately said, "No. However, Lu Feng lives in that dormitory. The illusion is obvious." Squadron leader Lin nodded and continued to lead the way to the dormitory building. Next day, early morning, 5 a.m. The whistle blew and the squad leaders kicked in the doors and shouted for beds. "Pack your bags and meet downstairs in 10 minutes at full load." It's almost a uniform caliber. And this time, the vice class was there, checking the bags of all the trainees one by one to make sure that there were no stolen pounds or missing pieces. Once assembled, the squad leader took the cadets and quickly collected their rifles. The men were then led to the large playground to assemble. The entire district team of over 300 people was assembled in the playground. And the vice squad of each class was already waiting there with a big tub of white bread. As soon as the people arrived, the vice squad handed out 2 buns each. Fang Ziwen got the steamed buns and was about to start eating when Lu Feng reached out to stop him. Vice Ban, who smiled at the sight, "Eat if you want, or keep it if you don't. Just don't throw it away." Only then did Lu Feng and the others eat at ease. After handing them out, the squad leader and his deputy took 2 each and ate them as well. When the iron basin was empty, the vice squad snapped it directly toward his own traveling bag and tied it with a rope to the bag. The crowd then realized that the squad leader and his deputy were also fully loaded with bags. The vice class now has 1 more iron pot than they do. Wang Ban instructed the crowd, "When we collect the supplies later, everyone take what they can according to their own situation, don't be greedy." Shortly afterward, 2 large trucks drove up to the plaza. Then the instructors moved to bring down boxes of supplies from the wagons. A short while later, the squad leader went over and brought back a suitcase. The case has a Red Cross graphic on it. Lu Feng's heart fluttered, it was the first aid kit. Then the squad leader carried back 2 more boxes of supplies with his deputy. "This is single self-heating food, take 3 packs per person and put them in your traveling bag." Fang Ziwen looked at a packet that was bigger than instant noodles, turned it upside down in his hand and felt it was quite heavy as well. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we going for a day and a night? How do we bring 3 meals?" The vice squad coldly said, "What, you think it's too little? You can bring 2 more packs if you think it's less." Fang Ziwen immediately shrunk back. And when Lu Feng heard it, he decisively took 2 more packs and then said, "Can I have 2 more packs?" Wang Ban laughed lightly, "Take it if you can carry it." Lu Feng immediately took 2 more packs and stuffed them into his backpack. Wang Ban and Vice Ban looked at each other and also each took 5 packs and stuffed them into their backpacks. Just emptied 2 boxes. For freshmen the requirement is to carry 20 kilograms and for them, 50 kilograms. After distributing them, Wang Ban turned toward the crowd and said, "There are also some special items over there, so you can pick them up according to your needs." Fang Ziwen said weakly, "Is it okay if I don't claim it?" Wang Ban, however, did not reprimand and blandly said, "It's fine if you don't want it." Lu Feng thought about it, but he still brought his traveling bag and walked over. Upon looking at it, I realized that there was quite a variety of special items. There are a number of medicines in it, such as stomach pills, with insect repellent spray, Windex, and cough syrup. There are even some glucose blocks and glucose solution packets. Lu Feng immediately took 2 packages of candy bars. Then looked at the other items. Flashlights, whistles, plastic bags, bandages and other odds and ends were also taken. During this time, he also saw the 2 squad leaders take 2 sets of tents. He would have liked to receive a set, but the number per class was regulated and he wasn't allowed to take more. He had to give up. After registering all the items he had collected, Lu Feng returned to the team with his bulging bag. The teen watched with smacked lips. "Brother Feng, how much stuff did you take? It's got to be 40 or 50 kilograms, right? What's there to take over there?" They were so worried about overloading that they didn't even bother to get it. Lu Feng laughed, "There's quite a lot of stuff." Zhang Zhuzhong also reminded, "Lu Feng, don't forget that you're still the flag protector." Lu Feng firmly said, "I haven't forgotten." Zhang Zhuzhong didn't say much when he saw this. In fact, he had wanted to help Lu Feng share something. He thought about going over to get some as well, but it turned out that the time for collection was up and they were no longer allowed. Zhang Juzhong had to go back unhappy. After the supplies were all handed out, Wang Ban instructed again, "We'll be passing by the cafeteria later, so everyone fill up their water bottles." After that, under the command of Squadron Lin, a group of cadets went to the cafeteria in an orderly manner to replenish water, and after that, they came to the entrance of the school to gather. By the time the assembly was completed, it was 6 o'clock in daylight. Squadron Lin opened their mouths and said, "The east is about to dawn, don't say that you're traveling early." Treading all over the green hills and spilling hot blood, the view from the top is unique. Students, there is only one discipline I emphasize in this mountain pull: absolute obedience to the leader's orders. He was none other than the overall leader of the pull, with the squad leaders as sub-leaders. The light of day is just right, so let's set sail now. Are you guys ready? Always ready. The sound of the group roared and echoed in the plaza in front of the school. Good. Depart. The whistle blew and Lieutenant Lin began directing the procession, 2 by 2, 2 columns side by side, out of the school gates in an orderly fashion. The queue spread out, drawing a long green dragon. Lu Feng raised the red flag and walked at the front of the queue against the early morning breeze. Chapter 78: The Enthusiastic Citizen and the Solemn Veteran. As soon as the procession stepped out of the school gates, a small group of sophomore cadets carrying gongs and drums appeared on both sides of the road. Listen! The trumpet blows for a new journey, and the goal of a strong army beckons ahead. If the country is to be strong, we must take charge, and the battle flag is filled with iron honor. Magnificent singing, accompanied by the joyous beating of gongs and drums. On this early morning, the sophomore cadets stood guard early on the mandatory road for the pullout, cheering and encouraging the juniors with loud songs. The departure of the juniors was celebrated and the freshmen's enthusiasm for the hike was ignited. The line went by in a steady and orderly fashion, and the sophomore cadets who played the music gave the loudest sing-song encouragement to every cadet who passed by. In return, the freshmen responded with bright smiles and some gave thumbs up in praise. The long line of the procession all passed them by, and still they sang at the top of their voices. It didn't stop until it was a long way out. When the crowd had walked out for a kilometer, there were already trainees who felt heavy-footed. At that moment, Squadron Lin took a loudspeaker and walked to the side of the group and shouted towards the crowd, "Our first stage goal: hike 15 kilometers and reach the foot of the Yumengling by 9 o'clock. Every single person is not to be dropped. Now chant up after me. Iron refined by 100, steel hammered by 1,000. The long procession of voices connected in unison with the shouts. Bravely display your swords and go forward. Squadron Lin shouted as they headed to the back of the line. Dare to fight, the elite of the sand. Beyond the self, there is no self, no enemy. Thousands of mountains to protect the people. As a slogan is shouted, the fatigue of the freshmen is shouted out of their heads with a bang. The slogans of the freshmen resounded in all directions on the cold main street. Early risers, the public cast their eyes on them. Then at the sound of the shout, an involuntary smile appeared. A couple of these early breakfast vendors approached, clutching cages of freshly baked buns. Come. Watch on, have a hot bun. However, the trainees didn't stop and didn't bother to pick up the buns from the vendor owner. The owner of the bun stall was anxious. "This is a gift from me to you, no money, you can eat as much as you want." The aroma of the meat buns made some of the trainees passing by couldn't help but gulp. But even when the owner of the bun stand shoved it into their hands, they returned it anyway. Squadron leader Lin approached with 2 instructors. He smiled at the bun stand owner. "Comrade, thank you for your kindness. But we've all eaten already." Instead, the Baozi boss said, "You can eat more even after you've eaten, so you can eat enough to go defend your country." It seemed to him that all these little warriors were going on some mission to defend their country. Squadron Lin was still gentle. "Don't worry, comrade, the motherland will not treat the soldiers poorly." He did know that Lu Feng's remark worked well with the people. The owner of the buns was definitely less assertive in his attitude after hearing this, but he was also a bit lost. And Squadron Lin said, "Comrade, it is the discipline of our soldiers not to take things from the people. If you share all these buns with us, the other citizens will have no breakfast to eat when they go to work. Wouldn't that make us affect the people?" The owner immediately said, "I can make more, I can go right back and make a few more batches." Squadron Lin shook his hand and said, "Comrade, we've received all your thoughts. But we really can't accept it." Then he instructed the 2 instructors around him, "Here, help this comrade take it back." They then helped the owner carry the buns back to the stall, and yelled for him in the process. "Come and get your buns, freshly baked and hot." Passers-by were curious when they saw the instructors in their training uniforms. The owner had to get busy with his business, and the faculty left the booth to trot back to the team. The pull-out team continues to move forward. Not too long after the walk, we encountered some more enthusiastic citizens who delivered the breakfast they had bought and eaten. The trainees don't want it, so they stuff it hard and run afterward. Then it was chased by the cadets and returned to them. The LAM squadron had some headaches with this. It was also the first time he had encountered such a situation. I've taken teams out on pullouts before, but the people mostly look on from afar and give a salute. Very few will lean over. One of the instructors came over and asked, "Squadron, the line could be slowed down at this rate." For his part, Squadron Lin was adamant, the people must never be driven away, and their good intentions must not be chilled. Then the instructor sighed, "I've never even encountered this before, it must have been influenced by Lu Feng's two songs." Squadron Lin is not complimentary about this. He thought for a moment and said, "Go inform the chess player and tell him to speed up his march." Yes. The instructor quickly ran over to inform Lu Feng, who was carrying the flag. After Lu Feng heard the order, he immediately accelerated his pace. The group behind the flag saw that they were about to fall out and hastened to keep up with them as well. Soon the whole team picked up the pace. The speed is close to a trot. And as those outside the group watched, it became apparent that they were in a hurry. A sense of urgency and seriousness became apparent all of a sudden. When the citizens saw this, they dared not approach any nearer, all fearing that they might hinder the march and delay the important business of the army. It was only after they had exited to the far suburbs and the citizens on the road had become much less numerous that Squadron Lin ordered them to slow down and resume their original speed. It is also fortunate that the campus is not located in the center of the city, but rather in a suburban location. Before we knew it, the group had been walking for over an hour in nearly 10 kilometers. The veins of the mountains in the distance had come into view of the cadets. The trainees could not help but be energized. Almost there. At this point, the big concrete road had turned into asphalt. On both sides of the road, there are also occasional vegetable fields. Lu Feng, who was walking at the head of the line, suddenly had a stare in his eyes. He saw a strange old man at the front of the road. The old man looked visibly shocked when he saw the pulling party, then he hurried back to the house. His house was built right next to the road. Lu Feng's brows furrowed. Could it be that he had encountered some weak-minded bad guys who were so scared that they hid when they saw their team with guns? But they weren't police officers and weren't really in a position to check out the situation. When he passed by the house, Lu Feng secretly memorized the bit. Then he saw the old man change into a brand new uniform and hurry out while straightening his collar. The uniformed old man then stood at attention at the curb in front of his house and gave them a solemn military salute. The face is solemn and holy. Lu Feng was instantly amused at his earlier thoughts. Where is the bad guy with a weak heart, simply a retired veteran with a hot pillow? Lu Feng freed a hand and returned a military salute towards the veteran. The veteran stood straighter at the sight, and his face became a little agitated. That's the look of excitement when comrades meet. And when the cadets in the line behind them saw it, they followed with a salute on their feet. The veteran's face was old, but his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a soldier. It seems that if you give him a gun, he will still be a brave and fearless warrior. This struck a chord with the freshmen. Some people who are soldiers one day are soldiers the rest of their lives. Chapter 79, Stage 2, Mountain Road opens. Neither the faculty nor LAMC went up to the conversation. For them, a military salute and a look is enough. That's a soldier still willing to take a bullet for his comrades. The veterans on the side of the road watched the procession go extremely far away, all of them refusing to lower their hands in salute for a long time. The aging veterans were still able to be so energized, and the freshmen refused to show any signs of fatigue. They took pride in stride. It's to show the veterans that the new generation were not bad at all. By the time they reached the base of the mountain, the crowd had arrived more than half an hour earlier than scheduled. Rest in place for 20 minutes. Squadron Lin yelled over the megaphone. The trainees immediately stacked down their bags and sat down against the side of the road. And Lu Feng first planted the flag in the mud at the side of the road and erected it to stabilize it before putting down his own bag. Wang Ban came over and asked with concern, "How's it going, still okay?" Wang Ban was weighing Lu Feng's traveling bag, which also went to almost 50 kilograms. In order not to demoralize Lu Feng, he didn't say anything at first, wanting to wait for Lu Feng to suffer before teaching him to live within his means. Facing the squad leader's inquiry, Lu Feng resoundingly replied, "It must work." There's still a long way to go behind us, so don't try to be brave, it'll be more than a disgrace if you don't make it all the way then. Lu Feng said confidently, don't worry, squad leader, I know what's in my heart. On the contrary, squad leader, is that first aid kit you're carrying heavy enough for me to help carry a section? Lu Feng went over and weighed the first aid kit and found that it weighed at least 20 kilograms. Carrying so much on his back and a heavy box in his hands, the squad leader's physical ability was much stronger than Lu Feng had imagined. Wang Ban laughed and scolded, I'm not so bad that I want you to share the weight. He had wanted to share some of the load for Lu Feng, but he was not expecting to be seen by Lu Feng and turned against him. Wang Ban himself took a break for about 5 minutes before walking over to preach to the trainees. Don't drink water from a cow, drink small amounts in small sips. Don't wait until you're thirsty, and know how to hydrate at the right time every so often. To save yourself energy, take bigger steps. This will save you many steps over the course of a kilometer. Wang Ban told the crowd about the experience of various pull-outs. 20 minutes passed quickly. The whistle blew and the team assembled again. Into the mountains. With a loud shout from Lieutenant Lin, the long line of teams moved once again. They marched up the mountain road. It was only a short walk before the crowd felt the heaviness of the incline. Plus, the sun was beating down, and big drops of sweat were beating on everyone's foreheads. Phase 2 target must complete 25 kilometers of short ridge coil road by 12 o'clock noon and arrive at the target deep mountain approach. Now, everyone sing the military song after me. The long march is a long way away, but not as long as the warrior's enthusiasm is high. The young man also has a lofty ambition, and he rushes up to the clouds with great vigor. Ready, sing. The crowd rushed to sing along. During their previous half-month of training, the classes had been taught many of the military songs. This is the perfect time to sing the military song that goes with them. A seasonal military song is the best way to boost one's morale. The crowd can get better and better as they sing. The trail winds upwards and the gradient is steep in one section and gentle in another. There are also small sections of downhill walking as you go from one short hill to the next short ridge. At this point, the party was still sort of within the valley limits, and occasionally some farm village houses could be seen from afar. After another hour or so of walking, the line grew a little longer. Land wind flagged ahead and never slowed down. The trainees at the back, on the other hand, are gradually feeling the strain, and the distance between them and their teammates is not as tight as before. The largest intervals are even 2 or 3 meters in length. Squadron Lin then took the bullhorn and yelled encouragement to the cadets who were dropping off at large intervals. At the front, Lu Feng was walking when he suddenly turned a corner and saw a farmer carrying a basket sitting on the side of the road. The farmer was middle-aged looking, dark-skinned, and lean, sitting on the side of the road with his hands over his ankles and some newly picked herbs in his back basket. Report! Lu Feng stopped with a roar. Someone needs help, requesting to go to help. The instructor following Lu Feng also saw then farmer. The instructor looked back again. Squadron Lin was still at the back of the line cheering the cadets on. The instructor hesitated, but ordered, take a moment to rest in place. Wang Ban, who was not far behind, also heard Lu Feng's voice and walked up. The instructor walked toward the farmer, crouched down and inquired, what's the matter with you, comrade? The farmer, who had only looked at them curiously, was instead a bit nervous when he saw someone coming to ask questions. He quickly waved his hand and said, it's fine, I just accidentally broke my foot. Wang Ban also walked up with a first aid kit and crouched down to check it out. Only the ankle of the foot that the farmer was covering was swollen with a large bag, and there was a visible bruise on the large bag. It made it look serious and painful at first glance, yet the farmer just sat quietly, his face calm. Wang Ban immediately took out from the first aid kit a spraying agent to reduce swelling and pain, sprayed the farmer's injury, and then wrapped it up with a bandage. The farmer thanked him profusely. And the Lin squadron behind the group came up when they saw the front suddenly stop. What's going on? Why the sudden stop? The instructor who had ordered the stop immediately rose from the farmer's side and explained the situation to the forest squadron. After hearing this, the forest squadron did not reprimand, but also came up to console the injured farmer. Only then did I learn that it was the mountain people who went into the mountains to collect medicines, greedy for early morning to go into the mountains to collect medicines, and accidentally broke their feet. Struggling to walk out on his injured foot, he came to a stop on the side of the road when the injury was just too swollen to walk any further. The farmer said, I had wanted to take a breather and continue walking when my feet got better. I didn't expect to meet you kind warriors who put medicine on me, so I'm really thankful to you. Squadron Lin listened but frowned. It's already hurt so badly, and it's only going to hurt worse if we have to walk. Report. Lu Feng's voice came again. As soon as Lieutenant Lin turned around, he saw Lu Feng's rigid eyes. Say. Requesting to leave the team for a while, I'd like to carry this older man back before returning to the team. Lieutenant Lin immediately scolded, with so many instructors here, it's not your turn to show off here. Lu Feng immediately said, the instructors are the core and commanders of the team, they have to watch over everyone and it is not appropriate for them to leave the team. I'm a soldier, this kind of thing should be done by soldiers. Squadron Lin was a little surprised and gave Lu Feng a strange look. You're not going to be a flag bearer? Lu Feng froze before remembering that he was still carrying the flag. He was so intent on saving lives that he forgot his duty to me. At this time, Li Huffing from Class 1, who was also walking at the front of the line in class order, saw this and directly stepped out and said, I can temporarily replace Lu Feng as the flag bearer. Lu Feng looked at him gratefully and handed him the red flag. Li Huffing nodded his head and took it solemnly. Ding! Detected the host abandoning his duties as a flag bearer and choosing to aid an injured farmer on the side of the road, triggering an instant challenge mission. Chapter 80 Instant Challenge, the guy on the video. After handing over the flag, Lu Feng looked at Squadron Lin with an expectant face. Squadron Lin got up and told him seriously, think about it, if you can't return in time, you will be cancelled from this pullout. And the farmer on the ground hurriedly said, no, don't bother everyone, I can walk back by myself. Wang Ban then asked him, how far is your house? The farmer scratched his ears in embarrassment, there are still a few hills left. Hearing this, Lu Feng calmly said, Squadron, I'm sure. Squadron leader Lin looked at Lu Feng's traveling bag behind him, which was larger than an ordinary cadet's. Put your traveling bag down for me. Lu Feng immediately placed his traveling bag in front of Squadron Lin. Squadron Lin lifted his traveling bag, already having a number in mind. Have you been carrying this backpack before? Yes. Squadron Lin turned around and said, Squad leader Wang. Here. Wang Ban got up at once. This is your cadet, so you will follow him. If he's still on the road by 12 o'clock, you don't have to bring him here, just take him back to school. Yes. After Wang Ban responded, Lieutenant Lin droned at the crowd, rest is over, continue the journey. The procession started immediately, and the cadets in the back row all cast curious glances at the farmer. Squadron Lin returned to the farmer and said gently, please don't worry, comrade, our soldiers will send you home. Although the farmer still even said no, but under the persuasion of the forest squadron, finally moved to agree. Then Squadron leader Lin patted Lu Feng's shoulder and said, return to the team as soon as possible and don't let me down. Guarantee to complete the mission. Lu Feng was full of determination. Without further ado, Squadron Lin returned to the group. He knew that this was not the most appropriate way to handle the situation. He could have contacted an ambulance on his communicator to come and pick the person up. It can also be more secure to just leave the instructor behind. But pulling is about real practice, not fake practice for show. Since the pullout simulates real marching training, it should be handled in the same way as marching. It was still Lu Feng who reminded him. Since he was the leader, he was the commander of an army and had to consider the whole team. Generals should not be sent for tasks that can be accomplished by sending soldiers. So he made an exception and agreed to Lu Feng's request. Even if they may face accountability or even discipline from the school when they return. This side of the forest squadron just agreed. Lu Feng then received a prompt from the system. Ding! Instant challenge mission begins. Instant challenge mission, complete the civilian rescue mission by 12 o'clock and return to the team with full gear. Failure of a mission will automatically deduct an existing system bonus skill. Lu Feng came to the farmer's side and helped him up with the squad leader on his left and right. The farmer, however, was still a bit embarrassed. You have already carried so much, I'm really sorry to trouble you again. That's when Li Rong from Class 6 walked in. He blurted out, Lu Feng, want help with your backpack? Lu Feng smiled, thanks, but no thanks. Li Rong didn't dare to stay longer and crossed over to them to follow the group. Lu Feng met the strange gazes of the cadets, and the class president helped the farmer to walk back with a hop and a skip. The long queue crossed them all in no time at all. After walking for a short while, Lu Feng felt that this was still too slow. He swept his gaze toward the hills on the side of the trail in general, then said to Wang Ban, squad leader, give me your traveling bag for a moment. With a twinkle in his eye, Wang Ban unloaded his traveling bag and handed it over to Lu Feng. Lu Feng picked up Wang Ban's traveling bag, then crossed the mountain road and climbed in the direction of the mountain. Then he found a hollow and put both his and Wang Ban's traveling bags in it. Then find twigs and leaves to completely cover the two traveling bags. After spending a few minutes hiding his traveling bag, Lu Feng returned to the trail empty-handed. Then crouched down to the farmer to expose his back. "Come up here, I'll carry you." Wang Ban also said, "Give me the medicine basket, I'll get it for you." The farmer froze for a moment and hastily said, "Don't want this medicine, just leave it on the side of the road." Wang Ban, however, could see that the farmer had not discarded the basket of medicine even after walking so far out with his foot injury, indicating that he still valued the basket of medicine. He casually said, "It's okay, I'll hold it for you and save you another trip back." The farmer was so moved that he only thanked him repeatedly. Afterwards, Lu Feng carried the farmer on his back, Wang Ban carried the first aid kit in one hand and half a basket of herbs on his back, and trotted up, rushing towards the back road. On his back, the farmer saw Lu Feng walking rapidly and said with concern, "Little warrior, is it heavy, do you need to take a rest?" Lu Feng laughed, "It's not heavy, you're lighter than my traveling bag." Lu Feng's hearty laugh made him silently settle down. On the side, Wang Ban followed closely. After more than half an hour, the farmer pointed to a village at the foot of a hill and shouted, "Here we are, my house is there, you can just drop me off here." Lu Feng, however, did not stop his footsteps. "I'll send you to the door." "Gee, there's really no need, it's already taken you a lot of time." The farmer had also heard Lieutenant Lin's words and was worried that he had caused Lu Feng to be unable to return to the team. "It's okay, not bad for a few steps." Lu Feng, however, refused to let him down. On the mountain road looks close to the village, but really have to walk at least a kilometer to get there. The farmer was afraid of delaying Lu Feng, so he opened his voice and shouted to the village, yelling someone's name in the country dialect. As he shouted, several people came out of a house in the village. Men, women, and children. They were all family members of the farmer and recognized the farmer's voice. One of the young men, an older man, and a little girl rushed over. They met up with Lu Feng and the others halfway and picked up the farmer. The young uncle asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" The farmer said with an "Alas, I broke my foot, and on my way back I met a People's Army soldier who carried me back." "Egu. Why are you so careless with this mess?" After Lu Feng put down the person, he said, "The person has been sent back, so we'll go back first." The young uncle hastily said, Don't be in a hurry, first into the house to have a drink of water to rest, let us thank you properly." "No, we have things to do, we have to get back." Wang Ban also put down the medicine basket for them. And when the little girl who had followed her arrived, instead of looking at the farmer, she stared at Lu Feng's face. "I'll leave this comrade to you." Lu Feng habitually gave them a military salute before turning to leave with Wang Ban. And just then, the little girl screamed, "It's Lu Feng! It's Lu Feng!" Farmer scolded, "What road crazy, daughter, you strange call what, not to be rude to the people's soldiers." The little girl, on the other hand, said anxiously, "It's the guy who sings on that video, the one that's so hot." Both the farmer and the young uncle were a little puzzled. And the little girl let out an ouch and ran directly and furiously up to chase Lu Feng. "Big brother, are you the guy on the video?" Lu Feng saw the little girl who chased after him, probably 12 or 13 years old, the age when one is most curious about new things. He stopped helplessly, afraid that the child would run too fast and fall. "Go back now, child, your family needs you to take care of them." 81. Emergency Evacuation Training. The little girl just followed her instincts and caught up. After catching up, she didn't know what to do. Just simply looking around and seeing celebrities that you normally only see on the internet. So when Lu Feng spoke to her, she only stared blankly. Lu Feng touched her head and said, "Little sister, brother is just an ordinary soldier." When you understand what a real soldier is, you will realize that what brother is doing is just something very unusual. There are more soldiers that have done much greater things than I have. Go back. Lu Feng's words, as if they had some kind of magic power, the girl listened to them and walked in the direction of her father. After a few steps, she glanced back. Lu Feng was still standing still and waved his hand at her to keep going back. She then naturally runs to her loved ones. When he turned around again, he had already seen Lu Feng walking away. At this point, the youngster was suddenly eager to find out what a real soldier was. And after she learned about it, she never went back to stargazing like her peers. Going back to Lanwind, Wang Ban asked, "Need a break?" He saw that Lu Feng had carried someone on his back for such a long distance, or at a trotting speed, and was afraid that he would not be able to handle it. No, I'm okay. Does the squad leader need a break? Why don't I get the first aid kit? Wang Ban was speechless. This kid was so arrogant that he provoked himself. Got to make him suffer a little. Wang Ban immediately picked up speed and ran ahead. Lu Feng, on the other hand, only carried a rifle on his body, so he could be said to be in a relaxed state, and easily caught up with him. And then it backfired. By the time they got back to the line cache, it only took about 10 minutes. And Wang Ban couldn't help but run a little out of breath. Lu Feng retrieved his traveling bag and handed over the water bottle hanging from his backpack. Squad leader, have some water. The two men took a short break and began to catch up with the group. By now the sun was extremely fierce. Lu Feng estimated the time to be around 11 o'clock based on the sun's inclination. He still had almost an hour to catch up with the team. The two kept a consistent pace, trotting along. After about half an hour more, the sound of a procession singing a military song was heard, not far ahead. When they had turned a corner, they did see a long line, marching steadily. Lu Feng continued to keep up his trot and caught up with the group in a few minutes. The cadets in the group resounded with exclamations of surprise. Originally, they were extremely tired from walking against the sun. At this moment, it was discovered that Lu Feng had actually run. They suddenly felt that they were in no position to cry out of exhaustion. Lu Feng ran all the way forward to Squadron Lin. Lu Feng has completed his mission and requests to return to the team. Lieutenant Lin asked solemnly, "The injured have been sent back?" Lu Feng said as he stepped, "It was delivered to the village entrance of the injured man's house and transferred to the injured man's brother." Only then did Lieutenant Lin reveal a satisfied expression, "Well done, Lu Feng, into the ranks." "Yes." After Lu Feng answered, he jogged back to the queue of Class 3. When his teammates saw him, they said nothing but gave a silent thumbs up. Lu Feng smiled blandly as the system's beeps came at the same time. Ding! Instant challenge mission achieved. The host has demonstrated the moral quality of a strong army by not forgetting to save lives during training, rewarding swimming skills fitness level. Tip: swimming skills fitness level, after use, automatically comprehends the practical swimming abilities of freestyle diving, breaststroke, sidestroke, diving, straddle, upright stroke, arm swimming, reverse froggy single paddle, and doggy butterfly to reach the national team level. Detected that the host already has a wilderness survival skill, which can be synthesized with the swimming skill into an amphibious survival skill on land and sea, and the synthesis will be available after completing the next challenge. Next challenge? Lu Feng couldn't help but think about what other kind of challenges could be triggered by this mountain pole. While thinking about it, Squadron Lin picked up the megaphone and shouted, "Last 5 kilometers left to the second stage destination." Ow! A commotion rang out from the crowd of the team. However, Lieutenant Lin then announced, "The following is an emergency evacuation simulation training. For the rest of the journey, our instructors will be using a rolling ball filled with smoke grenades to simulate a landslide, rolling down a hill a mile distance away. You are to make an emergency move as soon as you notice the smoke. Avoiding the rolling range of a smoke rollerball is what counts as success. It's a reflex that must be mastered to walk the trails. Did you hear everything? Listen up." When he heard the crowd respond, Lieutenant Lin stopped talking. The long queue was then reduced to the sound of footsteps. After a few minutes of walking, just as the crowd was wondering when the simulation was going to start, a sharp whistle sounded in the group. The crowd looked up in unison, and then above the section of the procession from Class 9 to Class 13, several smoking rolling balls were rolling down. Cadets from Classes 9 through 13 immediately made an emergency run toward the front. After the 13th class, the 14th class was supposed to be pushed back immediately. But the panicked cadets, without seeing clearly, scrambled to follow the group in front of them. As a result, even the squad behind them, after running for a while, actually found themselves running into roll-off range. This caused even more panic and a hasty retreat. But the rolling ball free rolling down the speed is not waiting for people. Some trainees did not have time to run out of range. The smoke ball rolled through their feet, choking them straight cough. Squadron Lin walked over and yelled, "You guys should be thankful that it's only a simulation training. If it was a real landslide, at this moment you would have been buried alive." Those trainees' hearts were also jumping after they stepped out of the smoke range. There's a sense of hijacking. Indeed, as Lieutenant Lin said, they were glad it was only a simulation exercise. A short while later, above the trail, down came a couple of instructors with gas masks, and put to take a couple of rollers back together. Lieutenant Lin continued, "By now you should know that with your current self-consciousness, it will be difficult to successfully escape sudden danger. So, next you will learn to follow orders. Next time, your squad leader will start commanding, and all you have to do is follow directions. Keep moving. The procession resumed its walk. And this time, their minds were on their squad leader. After a few more minutes of walking, the sharp whistle sounded again. This time, surprisingly, there were balls of smoke rolling down in 3 sections of the location. And beside Lu Feng, Fang Ziwen ran forward as soon as he heard the whistle. Lu Feng backhanded him. At that moment, Wang Ban shouted, "Class 3 retreat!" It turns out that the section where the smoke ball rolled down was directly in front of Class 3. If they run forward, they run into the roll-off. And the people from Class 1 and Class 2 in front of them urgently retreated. Class 3 pause. The Class 3 crowd stopped immediately. But it was the smoke ball that also rolled down the section from Class 7 to Class 9 behind it. If you retreat too far, you will also fall into smoke range. So, Classes 1 through 7 gathered. The crowd waited silently for the smoke to roll off the pavement. Suddenly the whistle blew again. Chapter 82 Drinking water can be saved. When the whistle sounded, Wang Ban immediately droned, "Squad 3 forward." The crowd was stunned to hear that the road in front of them had rolled down with balls of smoke, and how could they move forward with the smoke rolling in? But Lu Feng took the lead and was the first to rush out. Then Guoban of Class 1 also ordered to advance, and Li Hufeng, the temporary flag bearer, immediately rushed forward carrying the red flag. Without hesitation, the two of them plunged headlong into the smoke in front of them. The crowd took a look and without further hesitation, hurriedly followed and rushed up. As soon as the crowd moved, those behind them followed. Once they had rushed through the smoke section in front of them, the crowd saw both Lu Feng and the flag bearer waiting there, looking back. "Guys, look!" Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. When the crowd looked toward the drop he was pointing at, they saw the ball of smoke rolling down from the same spot where they had originally stopped. If they had remained parked, they would have been hit or caged by the rolling ball of smoke. It was a similar situation at the back of the long line. First there was a smoke ball rolling down the back half of the course, an emergency advance to avoid it, then the whistle blew and an emergency retreat to go through the smoke section. They were just a little slow to react. The cadets were stumbling in front of the smoke after the squad leaders gave an urgent order to pull back. They didn't dare rush in to be enveloped in smoke. However, in times of crisis, the time lost in stumbling is the most deadly. In no time at all, balls of smoke rolled down above the side of the mountain road, enveloping them. It was at this point that they realized they had to move and retreated in a panic. And the smoke was already choking them with coughs. Dodo! The whistle blew again. The sound of the Lin Squadron's horn came through. Simulation over. The entire 21st through 30th shifts were buried by the slide. Classes 15 through 18 did not fully avoid the second slide and some of the cadets were buried. With the announcement of the results from the Lin Squadron, the squads that didn't manage to avoid it all lowered their heads silently. You're dead again. If you can't even do something as simple as follow orders, you deserve to die. Above squad teams, lunch breaks will be shortened by 10 minutes for practicing emergency avoidance drills. All hands, keep moving. The line continues to move forward in columns. As for the trainees from Class 1 to Class 9, they all looked at Lu Feng and Li Hufeng with some gratitude. If these two hadn't taken the lead and moved forward decisively, they would probably have been punished as well. For a while, they just felt that the instructors were too set in their ways. Because in the first simulation, it was just a simple matter of avoiding it. As a result of the second simulation, with inertia, they thought that avoiding once would be alright. Where did they expect a second time? As they marched, Lieutenant Lin still held the loudspeaker and reprimanded the crowd. Just ordering you to rush into the smoke, all of you with hesitation. If it's a real landslide, wouldn't it be even more intimidating to go up there in the face of a mountain that's still sliding down? Go up there and you have a chance of survival. If you don't, you'll be buried. The battlefield is so cruel, life is fleeting, there can't be any too much hesitation. So, you remember today's lesson for me. It was also the reason why the crowd was holding their breath and the next 5 kilometers went well. The team arrived at their destination 20 minutes early. It was the entrance to a large mountain. Beyond that, there are steep slopes, dense jungle, plus so many weeds that even the trail is gone. Squadron Lin announced, "Rest in place for 30 minutes. At this time, the sun was high in the sky, and it was the most poisonous time. Participants worked in small groups and quickly headed to higher ground to find shade from the sun. Class 3 position. After Wang Ban put down his traveling bag, he said to the crowd, you may bring out your self-heating food. The crowd rushed to rummage through their traveling bags. Wang Ban suddenly asked, "Where's Lu Feng?" Only then did the crowd suddenly realize that Lu Feng had disappeared. Dong Xiuhei had the sharpest eyes and immediately pointed in one direction, over there, with the vice squad. The crowd looked over in unison, only to see that Lu Feng was talking with his vice class pointing at an unknown place in the distance under the big sun. Feng Ziwen shouted, "Brother Feng! Come here quickly, dinner is ready." Lu Feng turned around and waved at the crowd at his words, then walked back with vice class. When Lu Feng put down his traveling bag, Feng Ziwen immediately asked, "What are you looking at over there with the vice squad?" The other teammates immediately pricked up their ears. Lu Feng, on the other hand, laughed, "Nothing, we're looking for water." Before he could pursue the question, vice class immediately said to Lu Feng, "Lu Feng, go." Lu Feng immediately walked out with the vice squad, who, in his hand, was carrying an iron basin. The iron basin was about the size of a small pot. And Wang Ban yelled, "Old Hu, hurry up." Vice class and Lu Feng immediately ran. Feng Ziwen wondered, "Squad leader, where are they going?" Wang Gang then said, "Stupid. I've said I'm looking for a water source, so I must be going to fetch water." Feng Ziwen was still puzzled. "Brother Feng's water is finished? I can even some out for him." "Nope. His water bottle is still here." Feng Ziwen picked up the water bottle on Lu Feng's traveling bag and shook it to find that there was still most of it. Wang Ban, on the other hand, was holding a packet of food and tapped him. "Where's your food packet, have you taken it out yet?" Feng Ziwen hastily fetched and pulled out his traveling bag. King Ben continued, "Open all your grocery bags and take out the contents." The crowd rushed to do so, and discovered that the food bag contained many more packages. "Ha! Mine are bologna fried rice and assorted fried rice. And a packet of solids and sauce packets." After Feng Ziwen looked at his own, he went to look at the others. "What are yours?" Dong Xiuhei said, "Mine is lentil and beef fried rice and snow vegetable and shredded pork fried noodles." "Got chow mein? Can you switch with me and give you assorted fried rice?" Dong Xiuhei didn't think it mattered, so he switched with him. Dong Xiuhei asked, "How are we going to eat this?" Wang Ban then said, "Don't rush, this needs to be heated first." Feng Ziwen immediately said confidently, "I know, this has to be heated with water." When he finished, he was about to reach for his canteen. Wang Ban immediately chided, "What's your hurry, wait first." Feng Ziwen immediately sat back obediently. In a short while, Lu Feng was carrying half a basin of water and walked back with the vice squad at a fast pace. When Lu Feng placed half a basin of water in the center of the crowd, Feng Ziwen was still curious. Could it be that it's asking for food money to wash their hands first? Wang Ban immediately slapped the back of his head. "Wash your ass. Find the water-filled bag in the food packet and fill it with water and pour it into the heated packet." Wang Ban took out a small, clear plastic bag, filled it with water up to the line level and picked it up, poured the water into the heating pack, and then laid the heating pack flat. The crowd followed Wang Ban's demonstration and operated accordingly. At this time, the vice squad said, "You have to thank Lu Feng for helping you find a mountain spring and saving your drinking water. You will see later on that saving a small bag of water like this will enable you to take many sips." Lu Feng smiled faintly and also took out his own food bag and ripped it open. Pouring it out, he froze. Chapter 83, I'm Afraid of Heights. The food that Lu Feng poured out was slightly monotonous, a bag of diced meat fried rice and compressed dry food. He tore right into the dry rations and ate them, finishing them off in 3 tries. Then took out a second bag of food packets and ripped it open. This time, I poured out 2 packages of fried rice, 1 package of black pepper beef and 1 package of cumin lamb. Look at the crowd full of envy. But they didn't complain. 1 package of fried rice is just over 300 grams, and 2 packages together are over a pound. Add in solid beverages, side dish packets, sauce packets, utensils, etc., and you're approaching 2 pounds of food packets in 1 bag. They had brought 3 packs each, and they already weighed 6 pounds. And before that, the weight of their bags had been nearly 20 kilograms, so no one dared to carry more. It's up to the individual to take as much as they can. And Lu Feng took out a 3rd pack and added water to self-heat the food. He was so motivated to find water, also thinking that he ate more than others and naturally had more water to use for self-heating. If all 3 packets were heated with potable water, it would take a small half jug of his drinking water. And he carried the injured farmer home, trotting for more than half an hour and later running to catch up with the group. Both in terms of calories burned and water dissipated, much more than others. All the more reason to cherish just a jug of drinking water. Wang Ban and Vice Ban also took out a second packet and started heating it up. They carry twice as much weight as the freshmen and burn more calories. Most of the tubs of water that had been fetched back were quickly used up. And the crowd's heated packs quickly bulged and billowed hot white smoke. Wang Ban reminded, "Be careful to burn your hands, turn the heated packet over after 3 minutes, the heat can be more evenly distributed. Be careful not to leave any trash behind. Take away all your own meal waste without a trace when you are done eating." 10 minutes later, the crowd had all eaten and cleaned up. Lu Feng directly reclined on the traveling bag and closed his eyes to fake sleep. Fang Ziwen had wanted to chat with him, but when he saw this, he didn't speak again for fear of disturbing Lu Feng. With nothing to talk about and nothing to do, the crowd quickly followed Lu Feng's example and faked a nap. The others were faking sleep, but Lu Feng was really sleeping. Under the effects of the deep sleep method, Lu Feng fell asleep in less than half a minute. Another 10 minutes later, the whistle blew. The crowd woke up in shock, but Lu Feng didn't move a muscle. Fang Ziwen plucked his eyes and looked around, realizing that the squad leader and the vice squad just looked at their watches and continued to fake sleep. And in the distance, those squad teams that had failed the emergency avoidance training earlier had assembled and were taken aside to the open space to start training. In no time at all, there was rolling smoke coming out of their side. Fang Ziwen watched for a while without realizing it, and when he came back to his senses, Wang Ban had already gotten up to pack his bag. Wang Ban looked at the time again, and when he waited until the last minute, he barked out an order, "All in full gear, line up and assemble." Lu Feng instantly opened his eyes, and with a twist of his shoulders, he had already carried his traveling bag, and then rose with it all together, quickly walking to stand in front of Wang Ban. The whole process took less than 10 seconds to complete. The others were in a hurry, but it didn't take more than 20 seconds for them to line up neatly. After the usual watch and report, Wang Ban gave each of them 2 bullets. Wang Ban explained, "These are blanks, fill the progress gun immediately." The crowd rushed to load their progressing gun magazines with bullets. After entering the mountains, in case you get separated from the main group, remember not to panic or look for directions to catch up. The right thing to do is to fire your gun in place into the sky and wait for help. If you haven't waited for help in 30 minutes, it would be prudent to use the second blank round. It's best to head for the hills and get to the highest point of the mountain before firing the second shot. Got it all memorized? Wang Ban's last sentence asked in a stern and angry voice. The shoulders of the frightened crowd shrank. "Remember." Tick-tock. The forest squadron's assembly whistle sounded, and Wang Ban immediately led the men over to assemble. At the rendezvous, Li Hufeng barreled over with the red flag and handed it back to Lu Feng, saying, "Handed it back to you." Lu Feng took it solemnly and gave him a military salute. After lining up neatly, Squadron Lin raised his horn and said, "After the morning's trek, your real training will finally begin. Phase 3 objective, over the large sloping ridge ahead to reach the lunch break." Squadron Lin was just about to yell depart when he saw a cadet shivering. He walked over to him with his horn and asked, "What are you shaking? Are you scared?" Lu Feng twisted his head and looked. It was a trainee from Class 5. The cadet suddenly cried out, "I'm not going into the mountains, I'm afraid of heights, I can't climb that high." He had actually begun to panic as soon as he arrived at the entrance to the mountain and saw the high ridge. But due to shame, he forced himself not to show it. He thought he could get over it. He'd also told himself to get over it. But the moment he was about to depart, he could no longer suppress his fear and broke down and cried out. It's like the people who know they're afraid of heights, but still go for the glass walkway challenge. Before you go, you can always be confident and courageous. But when you go up there, before you even take a step, you've already broken down and cried in fear. This trainee had also been holding back his fear, which was why he was trembling. But after being pointed out to his face by Lieutenant Lin, he couldn't contain his fear and broke down and cried out. He suddenly lost the courage to go into the mountains. This is an unbelievable thing to others. It's just a climb. What's the big deal? Then all around the cadet, everyone threw him a strange look. Or contempt, or amusement, or pity. And Squadron Lin was already at a loss for words. He was on his way out to give him a show like this. He couldn't help but yell, "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" I. The cadet had cried so much that he couldn't speak. A mishmash of negative emotions such as shame, frustration, and disgrace ticked all the boxes of his cowardly, timid, and anxious side. Squadron leader Lin rubbed his brow with a headache and barked, "Who's his squad leader?" "Here." The class president of Class 5 stepped forward. Lieutenant Lin told him, "Contact the school bus and bring him back to the school." Yes. The 5th squad leader also knew that he had been remiss in not noticing what was happening to the cadets in his squad earlier. He handed the first aid kit in his hand to the vice squad and was about to return to school with the broken-down cadet. Wait! A thunderous roar came from Lu Feng, who was carrying a red flag. He used his battle cry and roared the crowd right into a frenzy, watching him walk out without reacting. Lu Feng walked up to the cadet and slapped his palm towards his forehead. The palm of his hand slapped on the surface of his forehead with a crisp sound, causing his head to rise back a little. The cadet was instantly confused. Also, no more crying. His mind went blank, not to mention fear, even shame was forgotten for a moment. And Lu Feng knew he couldn't wait for him to come back to his senses, or it would all be for nothing. So immediately, he yelled again, "Don't be afraid. That's not you being afraid. That's just the amygdala in your brain making a miscalculation. In sending you the wrong message of fear. Your spiritual will is definitely not this timid. Take a deep breath, collect your mind, face your physical fear head on and overcome it with your will." Chapter 84. There's something over there. People need a reason to be afraid, and they need a reason not to be afraid. Lu Feng gave him a reason. Lu Feng's gaze met it with abject sincerity. The body may produce fear out of instinct, but your mental will should not be afraid because of it. Because your reason knew very clearly that climbing a mountain wasn't going to kill you and was nothing to be afraid of. So you chose to come over. But today, your brain, because of some flaw, has produced a false judgment, is sending you false information, attempting to disrupt your will and interfere with your judgment. This is not a very strong argument, but it is sufficiently applicable as long as it is reasonable. In particular, the reason Lu Feng handed out in full view of everyone was equivalent to handing out a steps for him to save face. So no matter how absurd the reason was, he chose to believe it. More than the inexplicable fear in his body, he wanted to wash away his shame at the moment, to escape this hell of shame that had disgraced him. Lu Feng then guided. Take up your reason and tell yourself that it is the illusion of the body, the enemy that seeks to sway your reason. It's going to block your advance. It up! It up! The cadet followed suit and yelled, "It up!" He used all of his strength, as if he wanted to roar the fear out of his body as well. But it wasn't enough, so he proceeded to yell, "It up! 2. Lu Feng also waved his fist and shouted in unison with him. This action of Lu Feng also gave the surrounding trainees an inexplicable touch. Especially the trainees of Class 5, seeing that Lu Feng could bring help to his teammates with such a move, they followed suit and swung their fists and shouted, "It up! It up!" The people shouting in unison got more and more vocal. And the cadet heard these roars in unison, as if courage was being pumped into him on all sides. His heart couldn't help but be filled with strength. Follow the group and there's nothing you can't overcome. That instinctive fear of the body is nothing. And none of the faculty made a sound to stop it. And subclass who of Class 3 whispered to Class 1, "We are witnessing a systematic desensitization psychotherapy." Wang Ban nodded silently. And at that moment, Squadron Leader Lin raised his hand and pressed down, signaling everyone to be quiet. The crowd went quiet. And with a calm face, Lieutenant Lin inquired to the cadet in a calm tone, "Now, can you continue?" That trainee had been a bit cowed, but seeing how Lieutenant Lin was no longer angry gave him great confidence. "I can." He wants to clear his name. Wash away that self that cries in pain at the sight of a mountain. Squadron Leader Lin nodded, all back in line. Lu Feng immediately returned to his position. The squad leader of Squad 5 also returned to the line and retrieved the first aid kit from his deputy. Squadron Lin waved his hand with great vigor toward the ridge ahead and shouted, "All hands, start forward." The long line began to creep forward. Outside the group, Squadron Leader Lin looked at the back of the one raising the flag and laughed in a low voice, "Bastard, you taught me another lesson." The entrance to the pass is a small, very narrow slit that allows only one person to pass through. On either side of the narrows were mud walls crawling with tree roots, over a man high and 5 or 6 meters long. The line of 2 rows becomes 1 and passes in order. Pass and then consciously change back to 2 rows. 2 people side by side gives them more security. After the narrows, it's a steep, bumpy climb. Once again, the cadets felt that their bags were incredibly heavy and the guns they were carrying, rather in the way. It's a good thing that the instructor who walked ahead of them showed them the ropes. First, one person pushes a person up from behind, and the person who pushes up turns around and pulls the person behind him up. This method allowed them to climb steep slopes that would have been difficult to climb on their own. The trainees didn't realize that they had entered the 100-meter hill climb training. The incline of the slope has been over 60 degrees. Luckily, there was a crawlway cut out by men with a flat pit to land on. But even so, there were still some trainees whose feet slipped and they fell on the crawling path, kneeling on both knees and holding their hands on the ground. So some of the trainees simply climbed up on their hands and knees. At the front of the group, Lu Feng steadily climbed up the 100-meter high slope. Then two instructors guided him around the mountain. Except, the trail is gone too. All they could do was trip through the waist-high weeds. And by being in the front, they made a way for the back. The trainees at the back, who had managed to climb up, were a bit intimidated by the realization that they had to walk up such a barren hillside. There was no path visible beneath his feet, only a path tripped out in front of him where the barren grass was pressed down. If one didn't stand still and roll down the hillside, he was probably going to drown in half a man's height of barren grass. The path around the mountain got longer and longer, as if you couldn't see the end of the heath. And the team behind them all climbed the 100-meter steep slope. Wait! Lu Feng, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. The two faculty members who were driving side by side in front of him stopped and turned back in confusion. What's wrong? Lu Feng pointed ahead and said, "The barren grass there is not right." The two instructors looked forward and saw nothing wrong. However, Lu Feng had mastered the wilderness survival skills bundle and was particularly sensitive to abnormalities in the wilderness. He prompted, "Look at the type of barren grass, it's obviously different in the front." This faculty can still see that the leaves of the more barren grasses are shaped differently and can be easily distinguished. So what if it's not the same? An instructor asked. And the instructor beside him was alarmed when he said, "Then you can't assess the height of the heath as you were accustomed to doing before." When he finished, he carefully probed ahead with his foot. The grass was so dense that he couldn't even see the ground where he hadn't walked. And Lu Feng came up and said, "Let me do it and try it with the flagpole." Lu Feng caught the half of the flag cloth and took the other half and stabbed it forward. A poke and the long pole sank in. The two instructors froze at the sight and said, "There's a pit up ahead." Lu Feng retrieved the flagpole and nodded, "I don't know what kind of pit it is, the barren grass completely covers it. I think it's better to take a detour." One of the instructors couldn't help but pat Lu Feng's shoulder in praise, "Not bad, very keen observation." After observing his bearings, he retreated back a short distance. At the same time, the depressed weeds were picked up to cover the path they had traveled. If you don't look closely, it looks like no one has walked by. This way, the trainees behind will not mistakenly walk towards a place with a pit. Then they changed direction and angled upward, avoiding the orientation of the pit. After another period of fear, there was a sudden cry of alarm from the back of the group. It drew people in front of them to stop and look back. Lu Feng also saw the class leader of Class 5 shouting at the cadet who was afraid of heights, "Don't look back, look at the road ahead." The cadet instantly dared not look back down like the others. Squadron Lin asked Drilly, "What's going on?" A cadet's voice was tinged with trepidation as he said, "There seems to be something over there." He pointed in one direction. Chapter 85, The First Descent of the Rally. "There's something there." Hearing that cadet's slightly terrified words instantly made the others' hearts flutter. One of the instructors, who was close by, crouched down and grabbed a large chunk of dirt and threw it at the spot where the cadet was pointing. Coo-coo! With a chicken call, a color-tailed wild grouse flew out of the grass. The wild grouse's wings flapped and quickly flew off into the distance without it. The crowd breathed a huge sigh of relief at the sight. "It's just a mountain chicken, nothing to be afraid of. Keep moving." Squadron Ling shouted the horn again. The group climbed for about 20 minutes before climbing out of the barren grassy area and into the barren rocky clearing. "You got a lot of stuff on your back. You got a lot of it on you too." Conversations like this one went on in the ranks. So they walked along, helping each other to pick off the clinging weeds. Before long, the instructor guided Lu Feng to a high slope. Lu Feng visually estimated that the slope was close to an 80-degree inclination and about 3 meters in height. Lu Feng asked, "To climb up from here?" The two lead instructors nodded. But before the instructors could say how to go up, Lu Feng thrust the red flag into the ground, then unloaded his traveling bag and carried it in his hand, and after assisting in running a few steps, he flung himself up and threw the bag up. Then Lu Feng retreated back, picked up the red flag, and, after another boost, kicked and sprinted straight up halfway up the high hill. At the same time, he raised his hands high above his head and thrust the flagpole so that his hands were just able to reach the flat ground above the slope. Like doing pull-ups, Lu Feng climbed up with his feet picking up 2 times. And the 2 faculty members haven't reacted to that. After Lu Feng climbed up, he slung the flagpole again, and with his free hands beckoned to the instructors down the high slope, "Come." The 2 instructors couldn't help but feel a little amused. It made it seem as if they were the trainees and Lu Feng was the instructor. One of the instructors laughed, "Can you do it? If you can't pull it later and fall and hurt yourself, you'll be pulling your crotch." Lu Feng also laughed, "Don't worry, both of them together can pull it off." The 2 instructors looked at each other, or tacitly agreed that one of them would go first. Again, he assisted the run, then sprinted up the small half before his raised hand grabbed Lu Feng's. Another instructor followed suit and ran down the slope, watching carefully if he didn't pull up. He caught the man. But as soon as Lu Feng got hold of the instructor's hand, he pulled back with both hands and threw the man up. The instructor coming up couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Lu Feng smiled and continued to reach out towards the next one. This time the instructor wasn't polite, and after taking a few steps back, he assisted in a running leap, grabbing Lu Feng with one hand and the other instructor with the other. The 2 men worked together to yank him up. As soon as the 2 instructors came up, they each took a rope out of their traveling bag and said toward the men behind them, "Grab the rope and climb up." This was actually one of the designated training exercises for the pull-out, mountain climbing training. Behind them is Class 1. Li Huffing did not want to lose to Lu Feng, and also threw his own traveling bag up the slope, and then without the help of ropes, he sprinted up the high slope with only a few assisted steps. He even climbed with his hands gripping the ground and his hands spreading his wings, light as a flying crane. When he got on, he even raised his chin proudly at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, on the other hand, smiled and gave Li Huffing a thumbs up like the instructor had just done to him. The reaction caused Li Huffing to put away his smugness, then followed Lu Feng's example and helped the instructor on his right pull on one end of the rope. The trainees in the back, with the help of climbing ropes, were able to climb this steep slope of nearly 80 degrees. After going uphill, you reach a wide flat area at the top of the ridge. This is at the tail end of the ridge of Big Slope Ridge, the shortest place on top of the entire ridge. After climbing up the steep slope, Lieutenant Lin let the group rest for 5 minutes, then they started down the ridge to the highest part of the mountain range. On the ridge, the road was relatively flat, and the slope was only 20 to 30 degrees, so all of them found it much easier than before. Looking out over the open landscape on either side of the mountain range soothed his mind and quickened his pace by a few moments. Climbing those barren grassy hillsides is just too stifling. Squadron Lin seemed to understand their feelings and raised his horn and shouted, "Our target is ahead of us, so if we get there early, we'll be able to rest early. Come." Everybody sing the military song again. Within moments, the hills echoed with the crowd's boisterous singing. A little more than half an hour later, they ascended to the highest point of the Great Slope Ridge, the top of the slope. The top of the slope happens to be a flat area planted with thick pine leaf trees. The shade of the trees is heavy and the cool breeze is gentle. When Red Flag didn't go any further, the crowd stopped on this flat area as well. The cadets who had climbed to the top couldn't help but turn and look back. Just enough to see the path all the way up. Even saw the location of the inlet. Suddenly, there were cries of alarm from the crowd. Lu Feng looked towards the alarm and realized that someone had fainted. He rushed up to check and found it was the cadet who was afraid of heights. The 5th squad leader barked at his teammates walking alongside him, "What's going on?" The teammate shuddered, he looked down the hill and passed out. Lu Feng froze as he listened and said, "It seems that although he mentally overcame his fear, his body's reaction is still unavoidable. Perhaps, I shouldn't have persuaded him to come up." On the ground, the 5th squad leader had skillfully taken out the cool oil from the first aid kit and applied it to the temple position of the fallen cadet. Everybody get out of the huddle and let the air circulate. The forest squadron of the lower ranks also heard the anomaly and climbed up at a quick pace. After a quick glance, he announced to the crowd, "All hands drop your bags and take a 40-minute lunch break before heading out." The crowd that had already come up immediately sought the shade of a tree to put down their backpacks. Not a moment later, the fainted trainee woke up. Squadron leader Lin, who had already come to his side, said in a deep voice, "How do you feel? Can you still hold on?" The cadet was still a bit dazed when he woke up. Squadron leader Lin looked at it and sighed, "Class 5, take him down the hill back to school." Lu Feng, who was on the side, also said, "I applied to accompany him, I was the one who let him come up, I have the responsibility." Hearing Lu Feng's words, the trainee finally understood the situation and immediately got up. Report. I can hold on. I'm not going down the mountain. Lieutenant Lin got up and said with a stern face, your word doesn't count. If you want to insist, prove it to me. Over there is the bottom of the mountain, go and look again. If you faint again, I will dispatch you down the mountain no matter what you say. That cadet's body suddenly stiffened, but after taking a deep breath, he forced himself to turn around a little bit and look down the mountain again. One look, and you're dizzy and weak in the legs. The people around him immediately held him up. He didn't pass out though, only his lips were miserably white and his forehead was sweating. Squadron Leader Lin continued, how else are you going to walk the rest of the way like this? The cadet stubbornly said, no, I can. Then he forced himself to look down the hill again. At that moment, Lu Feng's voice came to my ears, don't try to measure heights, focus on the landscape to appreciate it in its entirety. Slowly, he steadied himself. Not thinking about the height, just the view. Chapter 86, Over the First Mountain Range. The body reacts in a way that can be adapted little by little. Eat chili a few more times and you won't be afraid of it. So that trainee's fear of heights subsided a lot after he regrouped. This little episode also made the crowd think that it would be nice to sleep at the top of the mountain. Perhaps having spent their strength on the previous climb, many lay down for a while and fell asleep. Only some of the instructors were still dutifully keeping an eye on the cadets. They can't sleep. In case any trainee gets lost while asleep, things can be much more serious than not sleeping. The mountain winds are blowing and silence has returned. Bang! A gunshot in the distance instantly startled most of the crowd awake. Lieutenant Lin's voice came immediately, no getting up, lie back down and keep resting. The crowd, though curious, lay back down and went back to sleep. Instead, Squadron Lin and the instructors walked stonily in the direction from which the gunfire had come. They looked at the top of the mountain, which was so thickly jungled that no one could be seen. Lieutenant Lin asked, a cadet got lost? His first concern was the cadets. Before entering the mountains, each person was issued 2 blanks and fired if they got lost with the troops. An instructor said, no. The report was complete before and no one left in between. Squadron Leader Lin instructed, go check with the squad leaders again. Yes. That instructor immediately went to check with the class leaders. Soon, he returned with confirmation and said, full numbers, no stragglers. Someone may have been hunting with a gun. Another instructor said indignantly, don't you know it's illegal to hunt with a gun? Squadron Lin said blandly, mountain farmers may not know much about the current laws. He handed a horn megaphone to one of the instructors, go on, warn him to stop the offense immediately. One faculty member asked, aren't we going to arrest anyone? Lieutenant Lin calmly said, leave it to the police, we can't go beyond our duties without authorization. The instructor, who had gotten the megaphone, walked down a bit before shouting in the direction from which the gunshots had come, listen to the people down there, stop the hunting behavior immediately. You have violated the laws of the Summer Kingdom and will face administrative detention. If the warning is ignored, the offense will be aggravated. If you voluntarily turn yourself in at the police station, the penalty may be reduced. That instructor repeated the shout twice more. Perhaps the instructor's shouting had worked, or the uniform on the instructor had acted as a deterrent, and no more gunfire came out from behind. Nearly half an hour passed and the whistle blew. This time, the trainees all got up with their bags. Lieutenant Lin said to them, rest is over. Form up and assemble. You heard the gunshots earlier, and that was most likely from a hillbilly hunter. You should know that unauthorized possession of firearms is a violation. Even you, without a permit, cannot possess a gun. And many wild animals are now endangered, most of them have been listed as nationally protected animals, like the wild pheasant you saw before, that's a second-class nationally protected animal. So behave yourselves, and don't think that just because you came to the mountains, you can think you can mess around. The following is the start of the 4th phase of training, with the goal of getting over the Umunham Ridge in front of us by 0600 hours. The crowd of trainees looked in the direction that Squadron Lin was pointing, only to see that across the top of the mountain, there was an even higher mountain range. Depart! Lu Feng immediately raised his flag and departed. They continued along the ridge. Only this time it went downhill first. The Dapo Ridge and the Yuming Ridge are like the front and rear guards of a saddle. The two ridges are only seen in a short U shape, with the Yuming Ridge being like the front wing of a much higher height. So to get to Umunham Ridge, you have to go down the ridge first. After walking for a while, Lu Feng suddenly realized that there was a drainage ditch in front of him across the forward direction. He was just about to hesitate when the instructor beside him said, "Jump over." Walking up to the ditch, Lu Feng realized that the ditch was more than a meter wide and half a person high in depth. Can't take a step, gotta jump. Lu Feng took half a step back and jumped over in one stride. If they weren't carrying weights, the cadets could easily jump over them. But they're carrying 20 kilograms of weight. Some of the cadets hesitated and tried to throw their bags over first, but the instructor warned, "No bags down." Then came the first person who couldn't jump over. Fong Ziwen from Class 3. He was heavier in his own right, and even bulkier with the traveling bag on his back. I ended up jumping over it with only half a foot on it, and then gravity took over and I fell into the drain. It's a good thing there is no water in the drains today. Fong Ziwen felt humiliated. This was making a fool of himself in front of several hundred people from the entire district team. He asked toward the instructor who was about to pull him up, "Report. Can I jump again?" The instructor was a little surprised, but didn't say no. "Then you'll go up that way." Fong Ziwen climbed up the drainage ditch from the other side, then leaped up again as the crowd watched. Failed again. He got halfway across, but didn't have the strength to stand up, so he slipped back down. Fong slapped the wall of the gutter in chagrin. At the drain, the instructor asked coldly, "Want to try again?" Fong Ziwen was about to give up when Lu Feng's drink came. Fong Ziwen, again. When Fong Ziwen looked up, he saw Lu Feng's encouraging eyes. He nodded heavily and crawled back to the other side. The whole team behind him was waiting for him. He knew that the instructor wouldn't let him tarry long and that this would be the last chance. Holding on to his resolve, he took 3 assisted steps and then leapt. Snap! Still only half a foot over, the body was about to slide down under the pull of gravity. At that moment, he was pulled to his right and left. Lu Feng and Zhang Juzhong pulled him back left and right. This time, he stood up and managed to jump over the drain. Lu Feng patted his shoulder and said, "Don't forget, you still have teammates." Next to him, the instructor said to the man behind him, "Next." Fong Ziwen hurriedly moved out of the way. But he didn't leave either. Instead he stood guard like Lu Feng and Zhang Juzhong did before. When the people behind him jumped over, they rushed up to help him. Although the person behind him had managed to jump over, he was inexplicably a bit touched to see Fong Ziwen nervously supporting himself who had just landed firmly on the ground. Then, it was time for him to take Fong Ziwen's place to help the next person who jumped over. From there, the team behind them kept up this helping motion and never let a second person fall down the gutter. The instructor guarding the drainage ditch looked at Lu Feng, who had returned to the front of the line, and whispered something to Lin Zhongwei as he came over. Slightly surprised, Lieutenant Lin also glanced in Lu Feng's direction. He said casually to the instructor, "He's a kid who doesn't disappoint." The procession continued on. After crossing the low point between the twin ridges, Lieutenant Lin shouted a pep talk, "Everyone has managed to get over the Great Slope Ridge, good job all of you." Further on the climb would have to start again, and LAMC would have to get the team's morale up. Let's keep the slogans coming. The crowd picked themselves up again and began to climb, a climb that took them from the high slant of the sun to the low slant of the sun. And when Lu Feng saw the top of the mountain, he immediately rushed up with quick steps. After he confirmed that there was no climb, Lu Feng immediately waved a red flag and yelled at the people behind him. "To the top! To the top!" Chapter 87. The view from the peak hides intentions. On the hillside, the crowd, who had long climbed to a numb look, were instantly filled with strength after hearing Lu Feng's shouts and seeing Lu Feng's waving flag. To the top! It was just short of the end of this torturous climb. Reinvigorated, they burst forth with renewed enthusiasm. Li Haofeng followed by the second summit, ascending, "See the vast world from above," another he could not help but indulge in loud shouts. And behind them, almost every trainee who had climbed to the top of the mountain followed suit, shouting and yelling. And the shouting spurred the cadets at the back of the line even more, giving renewed strength and urgency to quicken the pace of those who were already at the peak of their exhaustion. The moment they reached the top of the mountain and let out a loud cry, they instantly felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. When Squadron Lin saw everyone coming up, he also announced, 20 minutes of rest. The crowd shouted in unison and unloaded their bags. But not to sit down and rest. They wanted to get a good view of the land. The magnificence of this earth can only be realized by ascending high mountains. Looking at the scenery in the distance, some people unconsciously sang military songs. There's a lot of excitement here. Blood is colliding here. Sweat is pouring out here. Youth is blooming here. When the military song started, more and more people joined in. Until the end, even the squad leaders and instructors couldn't help but sing along in unison. To the distant earth, through song, he roars his grandeur. We run as a charge. Let youth and strong military dream together, whistling and flying. By the end of the song, the crowd was feeling a little dizzy in the brain. Singing so hard, my brain is deprived of oxygen. They're going to take a breather. That's when he finally bothered to sit down and rest. At the location of Class 3, Dong Shohei pointed to the distance and lamented, "So a city is so big, those tall buildings can't be seen to the end." Fang Ziwen also lamented, "Where is our school? Do you guys think you can see it?" And at that moment, Wang Ban pointed toward them and said, "No. That's our school over there." At the top of the hill, each class, excitedly pointing to the earth in the distance. It's best to be young and ambitious. The summit of Umunham Ridge gave them a suitable place to vent their intent. Having seen the vastness of the mountains and rivers, their minds will expand. This is the river and mountain they will guard in the future. It is so magnificent and beautiful. Anyone who dares to destroy this beauty will be followed to the end. Little did the trainees know that after being washed by the view from the top of the mountain, their mindset would become different from what it was before. On the other hand, after sitting for a while, Lu Feng came to Class 5's location and wanted to console the trainee who was afraid of heights. It was only when I went there that I realized that the cadet was also excitedly looking at the mountains and rivers. Lu Feng walked over to him and patted his shoulder. "How is it? Are you still afraid?" That trainee turned around and saw Lu Feng and was instantly filled with gratitude. He even cried out, thank you so much indeed. You're the reason I didn't miss out on a view like this." Lu Feng rejoiced, "You overcame your fear of heights?" "It's still a little bit from the foot, but looking directly into the distance, I'm not afraid of it." "Thank you very much indeed." The class leader of Class 5 also came over and patted Lu Feng's shoulder. "I also thank you for my cadets, Lu Feng. Keep it up. You'll definitely become an outstanding general in the future." Lu Feng nodded solemnly. The whistle blew for the break, and the crowd, feeling that time had flown by, formed up in a fond assembly. Squadron leader Lin saw the mood of the crowd and educated, "I know you all like the scenery here, but you're here to train, not to have an outing. You can come back later yourself if you like. This place is right here and it's not like you can run away. You can stay as long as you want then. Now get your ass in gear, we haven't accomplished our goal yet. There is now only 1 hour left until 6 o'clock. We have to be at the camping site within the hour. Have no faith." "Yes." Squadron leader Lin nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Next, we will synchronize our mountain search training during the descent." At that point, an instructor took Lu Feng's red flag and told him to return to the line. Squad leaders will quickly explain the training and leave in 5 minutes. Let me see which class can get down to the bottom of the hill in the shortest time. Begin. The squad leaders immediately had their team members gather around, bury their heads in the sand and start explaining. 5 minutes later, Lieutenant Lin blew his whistle and said nothing but shouted, "Depart." Classes immediately set off down the hill in groups of about half a minute apart as a class. Soon it was Class 3's turn to trot down the hill with nervous feet. After walking sharply for a few hundred meters, the group saw a gentle area. The crowd rushes past, stops sharply, and then takes up a prone position with their guns. Take aim with your rifle while searching for a target. The target was a tree with a red cloth tied around it. Report. Target sighted. Only 5 seconds after getting down, Lu Feng shouted. Wang Ban immediately leaned over and listened to Lu Feng report the exact location. By the time he confirmed it, a voice came from another direction. Report. Target sighted. There were 3 targets in all, so the 9 of them were working in groups of 3, searching on their backs in 3 directions. Half a minute later, Dong Xiaohei's voice also came to mind. Report. Target sighted. Wang Ban leaned over to confirm, then gently chimed, "Target confirmed. Proceed." The crowd rose quickly and half ran, half slid down the slope. Soon rushed into the jungle halfway up the mountain. Take cover. The crowd quickly sought shelter in a tree trunk. Report. Target sighted. Lu Feng's voice came again. Wang Ban went to his side to confirm and immediately said, "Target confirmed, forward." Immediately, the crowd hurried out from behind the trees and rushed down the hill. After rushing out of the woods, he reached the foot of the mountain as well. And at the foot of the hill, 2 squads were already assembled and waiting. Class 2's Wei Ban immediately said, "Yo. The speed can be just as we arrived in front of you, you guys arrived as well. Wang Ban then shouted, line up and assemble. The crowd rushed to line up, and the moment they did so, Wang Ban stopped timing. Not a moment later, Class 4 came down behind them. The crowd did not have to wait long before all the squad teams descended to the foot of the hill. At last count, it took each class just over 10 minutes to get down the hill, less than half an hour in total. And it took them hours to get up the mountain. After praising the crowd, Squadron Lin continued their hasty march. The party walked along the foot of the mountain and entered a valley. After not much walking, a small stream crossed in front of them. The instructor who led the way in front did not stop and took the party straight across the water. The procession crossed the creek, its eager feet trampling up a splash. The creek was 2 to 3 meters wide, clear, and the water was covered with rocks, making it fairly easy to walk. After the group crossed the creek, their pants' legs were mostly wet. However, they could not care about this. At this time, the sunset in the sky was dim, and there was no longer any sun shining on them. Any later and the sun would have set. Chapter 88. Glad to have saved his first kiss in the encampment. The party forded the creek and traveled downstream along the current. In about 10 minutes or so, Lu Feng saw an open gravel plain clearing. And the creek joins a river here. He realized at once that he had arrived at the place. Sure enough, the instructor led the group straight to the clearing, stopped in the center, and planted the red flag down. Upon the arrival of the rear party, Squadron Lin bellowed, set up camp on the spot and prepare dinner. The crowd burst into cheers and dispersed. Wang Ban chose a clearing, and after unloading his traveling bag, he said to the crowd, don't wander off, I'll teach you to set up your tents next. Wang Ban and Vice Ban each removed the tent gear from their bodies. After opening it, Lu Feng realized that it was the canopy packing bag and the frame packing bag. Lu Feng stepped forward to help, pulling out a generic rod and weighing it. It's light, it's a hollow tube. The others saw this and gathered around to help remove the contents of the bag. Wang Ban explained the building steps in turn and guided them through the process. With a reasonable crowd, the canopy roof was quickly supported. After proper repositioning, triangular stakes were driven in the ground around the perimeter to secure the pull rope. A square green military tent was then set up. The people looked at the tent without emotion, then they heard Wang Ban say, very well, take it down again, and you will set it up again. The crowd was a bit dumbfounded. Wang Ban said in a skeptical voice, what, you can't take it down? Lu Feng immediately went up, first pulled out the triangular stakes, and then went into the tent, ripped open the bonding place, and orderly disassembled the framework of each pole. Others are a little out of nowhere. What are you guys standing around for? Tear it down. The crowd rushed to Lu Feng's side and gave him a hand. Lu Feng had memorized the order of the building steps and reversed them when disassembling. Under Lu Feng's command, the tent was put back together. Lu Feng even re-rolled the canopy bodycloth and put it into the bag as if it hadn't been opened. After Wang Ban finished reading, he nodded and said, Lu Feng can rest to the side, you guys. Re-pitched the tent again. The crowd only responded by booing. The idle Lu Feng was not idle, and together with the vice squad, he built a stove with stones on the side of the tent. The vice squad first dug 2 pits with a small army shovel, connecting the 2 pits with a channel cut between them. Then stacked the stones on the edge of one of the pits. And the iron basin, which the vice squad had brought with them, was used as a pot and put up. A simple stone hearth was then set up. On the other hand, Wang Ban was still waving and teaching the crowd how to pitch their tents. After setting up the stove, the vice squad said to Lu Feng, go to the upstream point and fetch half a basin of clearer water back. Yes. Lu Feng immediately led the way. The vice squad thought it would be a quick thing to do, but he had picked up all the dry wood and didn't see Lu Feng come back. His heart couldn't help but jolt, and he instantly regretted a little for letting Lu Feng go to fetch water. He should never have let the cadet leave the team alone. But Lanwin just gives so much peace of mind. It made him unconsciously trusting. Vice Squad was about to go looking for it when he saw Lu Feng's voice in the distance. When Lu Feng returned with the water, the Vice Squad immediately scolded, I told you to fetch water, what did you do? It turned out that Lu Feng was holding a basin of water with one hand while carrying a large bag of things back with the other. It was something wrapped in taro leaves, the size of which was actually no smaller than a water bowl. After Lu Feng put the stuff down, he snapped, I saw some stuff in the water and couldn't help but mess with some of it. Subban frowned as he spread his things out and froze. Inside the taro leaves, there are a few washed taro, a few jumping river shrimp, a small pile of flowery armor like river clams, small crabs, wild mint leaves, and more. There was even a flat plastic bottle of mineral water. Lu Feng immediately took the plastic bottle out and said, "This is garbage," picked it up by hand and burned it later. The vice squad was instantly filled with black lines. How long had it taken to get so many things back? Who the hell is this guy? Never again. The vice squad had to say this in a nonchalant manner, and then began to build a fire to boil water. He's also a cold-faced man. While boiling water, he also went to the river to help clean what Lu Feng had brought back, and used a military shovel to peel and cut taro. When he got it back, the other squad leaders were amazed to see it and asked him where he got it. He had to say, "Don't ask me, I don't know. You ask him." Vice Ben pointed at Lu Feng beside him. Lu Feng, on the other hand, snapped, picked it up randomly in the river. The crowd had a believe you or not look on their faces. But they did go and search the river. Then returned empty-handed and searched for depression. When the group came over from practicing and pitching their tents, they found a large pot of fresh soup and deliciousness already cooked by the vice squad. In addition to putting in what Lu Feng brought back, he also added the sauce packets from the self-heating food. In fact, the vice squad originally wanted to put fried rice in to make porridge, but now it's become a soup. Seeing this, Feng Ziwen groggily exclaimed, "Did you go to the food market to buy this?" The vice squad said, "Lu Feng picked it up in the river, it's fresh." You guys thank Lu Feng properly? The crowd immediately got into a mess with Lu Feng, complaining that he didn't take everyone with him. The crowd was then satisfied with a full meal. The trainees were wondering where to hang out when they heard Wang Ban say, "The following is a training session on war wound rescue. Landwind, come here and simulate the wounded." Lu Feng immediately stepped forward and sat down according to Wang Ban's instructions. For battlefield rescue, you need to master 5 skills: stopping bleeding, bandaging, immobilizing, carrying, and ventilating. Let me show you how to stop the bleeding and bandage at first. Hemostasis is further divided into acupressure hemostasis and tourniquet hemostasis. And for bandaging, there are 5 key points: quick, precise, light, firm, and careful. Wang Ban took out a white cloth bandage and wrapped Lu Feng's arm in 2 or 3 strokes, slinging it over his chest. This is a tie for an arm injury, then a tie for a head injury. Before long, most of Lu Feng's head was wrapped tightly in bandages. During the lecture, Wang Ban will also let the students come up and do hands-on practice. Squad leader, the first 4 skills are well understood. What is this ventilation? Ventilation, also known as basic life support, includes but is not limited to artificial respiration and CPR. Feng Ziwen, who asked the question, immediately shrank his neck and said weakly, "This artificial respiration, do we need to practice it too? A life-saving skill you don't want to learn?" Feng Ziwen immediately said, "I want to. But I want to go rinse my mouth first, otherwise I'm afraid of smoking Lu Feng." Wang Ban laughed and cursed as he slapped his hand over. "This, go back and use the props again for you guys to practice, get the gist of it first." The crowd's lifted hearts loosened. Dong Xiaohei muttered even more clearly, "Fortunately, my first kiss was saved." By the time the crowd had finished learning battlefield rescue training, the sun had completely set and it was getting dark. Lu Feng was in the middle of making his bed inside the tent when suddenly, a head poked in from outside the tent and waved at him. Lu Feng looked and recognized Gao Lei from class 2 and followed him out suspiciously. When Gao Lei brought Lu Feng to a quiet and secluded place, Lu Feng also saw Li Huffing. Gao Lei grabbed Lu Feng and whispered, "Brother, I need you to save my life." Chapter 89, triggering an unexpected quest again. Seeing Gao Lei mysteriously looking for it, Lu Feng knew that it would not be good. "What is it? Say it clearly." Gao Lei looked around vigilantly and after confirming that no one was around, he lowered his voice and said to Lu Feng, "One of my squad mates lost his sidearm." Lu Feng's eyes glazed over as he looked at Gao Lei in amazement. Then realized that Gori reached out to try to cover his mouth, but Lu Feng didn't cry out in shock. So his hand hung awkwardly in mid-air. Lu Feng's reaction was calmer than he expected. Gao Lei awkwardly handed back his hand, then pointed at Li Huffing and criticized, "Look at others, Lu Feng, they didn't shout out like you. You're the only one making a fuss." Li Huffeng coldly threw him a blank stare. If he wasn't wrong, Gao Lei's words must have been learned from their class president, and he must have thought that normally class 2 class president Wei hadn't used Lu Feng to reprimand them. Lu Feng asked in a low voice, "You want me to help find it before the instructor finds out?" Gao Lei nodded in relief. Talking to smart people was a relief. It was because he didn't dare to let the instructor find out that he came to Lu Feng for help in private. He asked, "Well, can you help?" Ding. Trigger restricted challenge mission. Mission: help Gao Lei's teammates to recover the lost sidearm without being detected by the instructor. Failure to retrieve or be found by the instructor is considered a mission failure. Failure of the mission will randomly deduct 10 points of attribute values. Do you accept the mission? Suddenly hearing the system's beep, Lu Feng couldn't help but lose his concentration for a moment. Being able to trigger the quest, he hadn't expected it. But even if it doesn't trigger, he'll still help. Lu Feng said silently in his heart, accept the mission. Then to Gao Lei, he said, yes, I'll do this favor. What do you say to that? Gao Lei immediately showed a happy face. My teammate there said it was lost in those woods on the way down, and he still had it in his hand before he entered the woods. His teammate, who was also a nervous wreck, didn't realize he had lost his gun because he was in too much of a hurry on the descent, and didn't notice it when he got to the bottom of the hill, and only noticed it when he got to the campground and everyone had unloaded their backpacks. However, fear of punishment has kept it hidden from the public. It was only during dinner that he dared to reveal it to Gory and beg for his help. This was because Gao Lei had the highest reputation in Class 2 and usually had the strongest performance. Gao Lei was straightforward in nature and answered with his mouth full. But he's taking things too literally. As soon as the meal was over, the squad leader cautioned them that no cadet would be allowed to leave the camp without a valid reason. Even if there is a valid reason such as going to the big one, you are not allowed to leave the camp for more than 10 minutes. Now he was grasping at straws and had no choice but to seek help from Li Haofeng and Lu Feng. Lu Feng pondered, in the woods, that's something to hold on to, the sun is just setting now, there's still a bit of daylight, if it gets dark, you'll have to turn yourself in. Gory was also anxious, that's right. I'll tell you about the search plan now. He crouched down on the ground and drew with a branch as he said, the paths we take downhill are all the same, so the search can be greatly shortened by following the paths. Here's my plan. He took out a watch and said, this is the watch I borrowed, so I'll be the one to go first and set the time in advance. If I don't search, I'll return after leaving a mark at the end of my search. Then it will be your turn, and you can go right over the section of the slope that I have searched. Got it? Lu Feng and Li Haofeng both nodded down. Gory got up and put his watch on and set the time, then said to the two, I'll build a triangle with branches to mark the spot, I'm off. Lu Feng nodded, good luck. Gao Lei returned to his squad's tent, applied to Wei Ban, and walked out of the camp at a quick pace. Walked out of the campground and took off running. About 10 minutes later, Gory returned to the camp sweating profusely and secretly shook his head at the two men. Li Haofeng, who had long been ready, reported to his squad leader and headed out of the camp. Took the watch from Gory's hand as he brushed past him. As soon as he was out of the camp, he took off. Lu Feng silently kept an eye on the sky. After another 10 minutes, the sky had darkened. Before he could see Li Haofeng come back, Lu Feng found the Vice Squad and said, Vice Squad, I want to go for a big one, lend me the military shovel. Vice Squad took out his army shovel and handed it over with a squint, eat a bad stomach? Lu Feng smiled sarcastically, no, I'll be back soon. Then he headed out of the camp with a military shovel in one hand and a flashlight in the other. I just met Li Haofeng, who was returning, at the edge. He was still a bit of a gas kick, and when he saw Lu Feng, he forced himself to suppress a gasp. After shaking his head slightly, he slammed his shoulder into Lu Feng. The moment the two of them bumped shoulders, Li Haofeng secretly handed his watch to Lu Feng. Once Lu Feng walked into the camp's blind spot, he stuck his army shovel in the ground, his watch on, the time set, and his flashlight on. After taking a deep breath, he immediately ran wildly. On this side of the camp, the whistle suddenly blew. Assemble! Squadron Lin's voice rang out. Gao Lei and Li Haofeng immediately looked at each other, both seeing each other's panic. After the crowd had gathered around, Lieutenant Lin said, there's no need to form a line, everyone form a circle and don't leave any gaps. It turned out that behind Squadron Lin, a dry wood pile had been built. The crowd quickly formed two circles. Squadron leader Lin waved his hand and said, okay, all sit down. I know everyone wants to rest early after a long day of traveling. But every time we come out for a pull, we have a traditional program. Bonfire. It's a time for people to connect and grow an insight, so people can just relax, sit back, listen, sit back and enjoy. And off to the side, one of the instructors set the woodpile on fire. The light of the fire suddenly dispelled the dimness of the camp. Before we begin, as is customary, let's get one of the cadets to put on a show to warm up the crowd. Does anyone have a self-nomination? Squadron Lin took his gaze towards the cadets. Li Haofeng had an instant lump in his heart. Lu Feng was recognized for his singing skills as the man of the hour and made a big splash at the welcome party. If no one had offered themselves, I can't say that Squadron Lin would have asked Lu Feng to come up with a song. If it was discovered that Lu Feng wasn't there and attention was drawn to him, it wouldn't be good. That was why Lieutenant Lin's gaze was directed towards Class 3, and Li Hufeng immediately raised his hand and said, "Report." "I'll do it." Immediately surprised, Squadron Lin dropped past Class 3 and looked toward him. "What are you going to perform?" Li Hufeng got up and said, "Martial arts." "Good, then we have this cadet coming up." Amidst a round of applause, Li Hufeng walked up and showed the crowd a set of martial arts. After the performance, Squadron Lin complimented the crowd and began to tell them stories about the expeditions of their forefathers. "That's a million miles of passing." As if he had experienced it himself, Squadron Lin detailed the various hardships and tribulations encountered throughout the expedition. At that time, the forefathers on the road where we have such a good meal, after eating the dry material, we can only go to peel the bark of the trees and dig the roots of grass to eat. Chapter 90, 100 kilometers of training completed. Half a quarter of an hour passed, and Wang Ban frowned as he looked out of the camp. What's Lu Feng up to, not coming back for so long? For his part, Vice Squad said blandly, "Don't worry about that kid, he knows the wilderness well, I doubt he grew up in the mountains." The Vice Squad all suspected that Lu Feng was still not full from dinner and went on his own search for mountain goods again. Wang Ban thought about Lu Feng's style and withdrew his worries. And unbeknownst to them, the conversation between the two of them could have scared Gory, who was sitting next to them, to the point where his forehead was sweating. He was also secretly anxious for Lu Feng. Now that it was completely dark, he had little hope of recovering his sidearm. "Was wondering how to get my teammates to turn themselves in." After another 5 or 6 minutes of this, Wang Ban sat down a bit, intending to look for it. Just a few steps away, I saw the light of a flashlight coming through from outside the campground. Then, he saw that Lu Feng was holding something and leisurely walking back. When Lu Feng approached, Wang Ban reprimanded, "Diarrhea to the pit?" Lu Feng smiled sarcastically and handed Wang Ban what was in his hand and said, "Squad leader, washing your hair?" Wang Ban looked at what he handed him, a branch full of round yellow fruits. He frowned, "Going to pick up something again?" Lu Feng snickered, "It's sapindis, also known as hand-washing fruit, a kind of natural soap. It's very good, rub it a little and it bubbles up right away." Lu Feng even made a head rubbing motion, looking at Wang Ban's head full of black lines. "All right, sit over there." He couldn't help but believe a few things about Vice Squad's suspicions. This kid, Lu Feng, must have grown up in the mountains. On the other side, Cao Lei had also been keeping an eye on the outside of the camp, and when he saw Wang Ban walking over, he almost wanted to rush up and stop him. When he saw Lu Feng come back, he was directly scared to the point that his heart thumped. When he saw that Lu Feng was not holding a gun in his hand, he was both grateful and lost. Sure enough, it was still missing. As Lu Feng walked back to the circle of seated people, he chose a seat next to Gao Lei. As soon as he sat down, he saw Gory nod fervently at him. Looking at Lu Feng, he was surprised. After a while, he heard Gao Lei look ahead and whisper, "It's okay, I'll let him turn himself in at the end of the party." Lu Feng froze before realizing that he had only thought poorly. Lu Feng leaned up and whispered, "The target has been retrieved and is hanging from the first large tree outside the camp." Gao Lei and a cadet sitting to his left were instantly shaken. Even Zhang Zhuzhong, who was sitting in front of Lu Feng, looked back at him curiously. Lu Feng knew that he had heard it as well and smiled at him, not explaining. Not long after, the cadet sitting next to Gao Lei took the opportunity to urinate and walked out of the camp. Within minutes, he returned holding a rifle. At that moment, Lu Feng's heard a system beep. Ding! Restricted challenge mission completed. The host's comrade in arms bond is strengthened. Bonus tracking skill Hound level. Hint, Hound level tracking skill, after identifying the tracking target, it can keenly discover the traces left by the target. Time back to 15 minutes ago. It took Lucas 3 minutes to run back to the same foothill location he was at on the descent after he exited the campground. Then it was an all-out sprint climb that took another 212 minutes to cover the section that Gao Lei and Li Hufeng had searched for. After that, he had to slow down and start searching the hillside carefully. But another 2 minutes passed and he found nothing. At this point, 7 or 8 minutes had passed since leaving the camp. Lu Feng, who didn't want to give up on this, immediately changed his strategy, stopped searching carefully, and climbed upwards with all his might. As fast as he could, he finally broke out of the woods and climbed halfway up the mountain 2 minutes later. Then he turned and went downhill. The downhill was easier than the uphill, so Lu Feng was able to go at a faster pace and go on a serious search. And it's also better to see from above. A minute into his downward run, he finally saw a blackened rifle lying on a slope. The rifle lay quietly in the grass, reflecting light as soon as Lu Feng's flashlight shone through it. Lu Feng ran over and quickly picked it up, realizing that it turned out to be the buckle of the rifle's backstrap that had come off. Lu Feng estimated that the missing cadet had thrown his rifle behind him and carried it, and as a result, he hadn't even realized that he had dropped it. If he kept it hanging on his chest, he would be able to spot it in time, even if the buckle strap came off and the rifle fell off. Lu Feng, who had picked up the rifle, immediately dashed down the slope. As he passed a tree, he leaped and picked a twig of small yellow fruits in his hand. He had thought it was a fruit he could eat, only to realize halfway through the day that it was sapodilla. It's also edible, but eating it will wash out your stomach and drain your stomach. When I returned outside the camp, I hung my gun on a tree to avoid accidents before entering the camp. But being in such a hurry, I forgot about the army shovel. It's a good thing Wang Ban didn't notice. After the bonfire, the crowd went back to their tents to rest. Lu Feng quietly went out again and brought back the military shovel. By the way, I also went to the river and washed my hair with hand sanitizer fruit and returned to the tent with a full head of freshness. The teammates were shocked to see it and asked, "Lu Feng, you went to take a shower?" To be honest, everyone was sweating through the day's trekking, and they weren't exactly comfortable. "No, just washing my hair. There's soap at the squad leader's place for any of you who want to wash yourselves. There is a small river right next to the campground." The team immediately ran out to find the squad leader. Not long afterward, all the participants of Class 3 went to the river to wash their hair, the kind that rubs out white foam. Sapendales clear heat and kill worms, remove wind and improve eyesight, and can also be used to wash the face. No fear of attracting mosquitoes after washing. If it weren't for the fear of bad publicity, the crowd in Class 3 would have just stripped off their clothes and bathed in the river. The downside is that the smell isn't all that great. But all of them were tired from the day, and after washing their hair, they fell asleep one by one on their beds. The long night was silent, and the faint moonlight shone down. At 3:30 a.m., the whistle blew. The tents moved immediately. The squad leaders gulped. Participants pack up quickly and then collaborate to take down and put away their tents. At 3:55, all classes were assembled. Squadron Lin let out a shout. "Depart!" The faint moonlight dimmed the earth. The group marched at a brisk pace. The trainees, who were still a little sleepy, were refreshed by the walk. After about 2 hours, the group came out of the mountains and back onto the main concrete road. The crowd was not in a trance. However, they didn't realize that they didn't return to S City, but came to Y City next door. The group didn't stop, but took the suburbs along the outer ring road. About an hour later, the instructors led the group to a parking lot. The team all got on the big troop transport trucks. The truck started up and in no time at all, carried the cadets into an area that was cordoned off with an iron fence. Military districts where troops are stationed. The truck arrived at the station and the cadets got off without fail, looking around with wide-eyed curiosity. Lieutenant Lin directed the crowd to complete the formation assembly in a clearing. "I declare the 100-kilometer mountain pull successfully completed. Give yourself a round of applause, rookies." Applause erupted like a rainstorm. At that moment, Lu Feng also heard a beep from the system. Chapter 91, Learning from Real Military Soldiers. Ding! Detecting that the host has completed the 100-kilometer mountain pulling exercise with excellent posture, carrying more than 40 kilograms of weight, taking the first step towards a strong army in the field, rewarding the ability of accelerated sprinting. Hint: accelerated sprinting. The host can use this ability to gain a 30% increase in speed while traveling in any way, including but not limited to walking, running, riding, land driving, seawater sailing, and air flight. Note: the host's own stamina depletion is intensified by 50% in the sprinting state, and the ability cannot be activated when the host's stamina falls below 10%. Acquiring this ability, Lu Feng couldn't help but show his delight as well. Like the other cadets who heard the end of the pull, they were sincerely happy. Accelerated sprint, a semi-all-purpose ability that can be used to accelerate almost any mode of travel. Once again, Lu Feng felt that he had really done the right thing by putting weights on himself. At the front of the formation, Squadron Leader Lin continued with his loudspeaker. "As you can see, the destination of this pullout is one of our military areas. It is here that you will see what it means to be a real soldier. After you've seen it, you'll realize that your own little bit of pride in your accomplishments doesn't even compare to what people have here. Squadron Lin compared the height of his thighs, indicating that the cadets could only reach less than half the level of others. So, you guys give me a good wide-eyed look. Only when you see the gap clearly will you know how to catch up. All hands, turn left. 1, 2, 3, front 3, march. Under the guidance of Squadron Lin, the crowd began to walk through this military area. In the distance, from time to time, the slogans of morning soldiers were heard. Then the cadets saw the parked armored fighting vehicles, lined up in the parking area. The huge machine gun on top of the chariot is extra striking. But more eye-catching is yet to come. Wowza, look at that. There are tanks there. A cadet in the marching line couldn't hold back his excitement and pointed it out to his teammates around him. The moment the word tank came out, it was like a gourmand hearing the word food, attracting a large number of trainees to look over in unison. Looking at the iconic tank's big gun barrel, they just wanted to run over there and touch it up close. It really made each and every one of them drool. But that's not all. But after they walked fondly past the area where the tankers were parked, they saw several more helicopter gunships. The 2 Gatling gun barrels under the helicopter were also striking. And the team, Fong Ziwen told his teammates with certainty, it also carries a missile system inside. When his teammates looked at him in surprise, he added, "I've played in games that have it all." His teammates were so disgusted that they stopped looking at him. Thought he was a know-it-all, but it turns out he's just an amateur pretending to be one. Lu Feng, who was on the team, was a bit more calm. In his previous life, as a military engineering expert, he would go into military bases from time to time. Not to mention tanks and airplanes, he's seen rockets up close. So he is also aware that these are just the military equipment that the military region puts on the table. As a military district arching over a major city, there is bound to be more than just these armaments. Indoors and underground, there must be even more powerful armed forces hidden. It's just that it's not put up anymore to prevent targeted destruction by the enemy when they detect the location. After passing through the armed parking area, Lieutenant Lin led the team next to a training ground. The crowd finally saw the soldiers in the military area. At the edge of the training ground, several other officers stood. And Squadron Lin approached an officer and saluted in greeting. "Company Commander Ma, I've brought these rookies to observe and learn from you." The officer, who was a horse company commander, smiled warmly. "Welcome, welcome. Squadron Leader Lin is joking, it's only right to learn from each other. The action is clean and looks like parkour, it's very watchable, but with an added air of battlefield bloodshed that parkour doesn't have. Every obstacle that came down made preparations to dodge and attack at any time." After watching for a while, Lieutenant Lin asked the crowd, "Did you guys look at it and think it was easy?" The crowd didn't answer, but the disregard in their eyes proved Squadron Lin's suspicion. Squadron Lin droned, they didn't make a single mistake and accomplished it with extreme ease, that's why you guys think it's easy. Because it's just easy for them. But not to you. In fact, the soldiers in the military district, too, were mostly young, not much older than the cadets. It is harder for them to learn from the soldiers with total admiration. It's all young people, and no one's fooling anyone. That's why Squadron Lin had to bring up the attitude of the crowd and hold a more humble and serious mindset to learn from these soldiers in order to learn the essence. And Li Hofeng balanced his body before struggling to roll over. Gao Lei and Li Rong hurriedly tried a second time, messing around for more than 10 seconds before they managed to get over the first obstacle of the high horizontal fence wood. The three then traveled through various stumbles and falls. Watching their comical and clumsy movements, some of the onlookers couldn't help but laugh out softly. The soldiers gathered in the field, however, all looked serious. Chapter 92, Earning a Little Face Back. By the time they trudged through the 400-meter obstacle course, their bodies and faces were covered in dust. The model looked like a mess. There was no lack of gloating towards the trainees on the sidelines, looking at their miserable state. Luckily, the one who was picked to make a fool of himself wasn't the one who made a fool of himself. And in the middle of the field, the trio had just walked back from the finish line when the soldiers' onlookers applauded. The three of them, Li Hofeng, who had thought that they would be ridiculed, were somewhat inexplicably touched by tears. This is a group of people who can immediately their hardships. The truth is that it is also true. How could they know that a more wretched look had been experienced by these soldiers? A lousy training session is nothing for them to be ashamed of. The important thing is to do it with all your might, even if it's hard. The more lousy you are, the harder you are working on yourself in training. That's the kind of hustle that deserves to be honored. As soon as Li Hofeng's trio ran, these soldiers could already tell that these three hadn't learned obstacle running training. So it's no surprise that the three of them acted that way. Unexpectedly, these three people were obviously frustrated frequently, but did not show any discouragement at all. Instead, they became more and more courageous and ran to the next obstacle with fervor and fearlessness. There is no concern for self-image, just to put up a good fight. They admired such warriors, so they all gave the three men a round of applause to show their respect. And the instructor who timed the race patted Lee Hoffing on the shoulder and said, 5 minutes and 33 seconds, a good time for a first-time obstacle runner. The trio then returned to resume their duties in front of Squadron Lin. Squadron leader Lin calmly asked, how long was the run? The three Lee Hefangs reported in turn. 5 minutes and 33 seconds. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. 5 minutes and 42 seconds. Lieutenant Lin's cold face couldn't be seen to be happy or angry. Now do you understand the difference between you and the others? The three men looked downcast and did not respond. Squadron leader Lin asked Company Commander Ma, Company Ma, what is the allotted time that your company requires soldiers to run through the 400-meter obstacle course? Marion said, the troopers are asking for a time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and I'm asking that they have to run in under 2 minutes. His tone was flat as if he was talking about something very unusual. Lieutenant Lin immediately shouted to the crowd, you all heard that, right? The crowd did hear it. Lee Hoffing, Gao Lei, and Li Rong were considered the first echelon of the top soldiers in their district team, but even they ran out of time in less than half the time of the soldiers in other troops. They're on, and it's only going to get worse. Inevitably, it verified the previous words of Lin's squadron, that their level was only as high as someone's thighs. Company Commander Ma, on the other hand, consoled from the sidelines, it's a good score for a first run. I can see that they are all good seedlings, and as long as they are well honed for a few more months, they will be able to catch up with my soldiers as well. Although the words were true, it was hard to avoid the not-so-good mood of Lin's squadron. It didn't look good on his face to bring out trainees who acted so crotch-pulling. He walked up to Lu Feng and asked him, Lu Feng, do you dare to go down and challenge him? Lu Feng immediately stepped out of the line and responded in a chorus, always be ready. The loud and powerful shouts instantly brightened the eyes of the Ma Company commander on the side. Squadron leader Lin nodded and pointed at the training field, good, then you can try it. Yes. Lu Feng immediately unloaded his traveling bag and gun and jogged into the training field. Squadron Lin looked at Lu Feng's determined back and only hoped that Lu Feng could earn back some face for him. You don't need too much, a little goes a long way. The soldiers in the field looked curiously at the young cadet who had run out alone. Lu Feng said to the instructor with the timer, reporting to the chief, I've been ordered to conduct a challenge, can you please count the time for me? That instructor felt some difference in Lu Feng's polite attitude and nodded, yes. I'll blow the whistle to start when you're ready. Lu Feng stood up to the start line and looked firmly ahead. Ready. Tick-tock. The instructor immediately blew the whistle. Lu Feng immediately started sprinting, and at the same time, he shouted in his mind, accelerate and sprint. The speed of the sprint was 30% faster than usual. For the first obstacle, Lu Feng leaped up, holding the crossbar and then one right foot and flipped over smoothly. One at a time. The soldiers on the sidelines were surprised in unison. In their eyes, Lu Feng's movements looked rusty, but his movement postures were correct. It's like the first time they make a correct move over an obstacle course after listening to the instructor's instructions. What surprised them even more was that the cadet had more energy and momentum than the previous three. However, they did not know that Lu Feng had firmly memorized their standard movements simply from observing their training earlier. While everyone else was focusing on the ease and handsomeness shown by the soldiers crossing the obstacles, Lu Feng focused his attention on breaking down the details of their movements. After watching the different soldiers for several rounds in a row, he memorized all the moves. It's just the first time I've tried it, so the movements seem a little rusty. Because he hadn't been able to see the way those movements were made and the point of focus by looking at movements alone. It also takes time to adjust when making these moves. So, while it looks like a lot of energy, it doesn't go over very fast. The 400 meters and 16 obstacles came down to a smooth run, albeit with a little misstep in the middle. When he reached the finish line, the conductor immediately stopped the clock. He couldn't help but show his surprise even after glancing at the timer, then without waiting for Lu Feng to walk back, he loudly announced, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. The crowd erupted in shock. Then the soldiers applauded. This time, the cadets on the sidelines also applauded. Although Lu Feng ran out of time, more than 10 seconds short of the troops' allotted time, Lu Feng finished beautifully. On the sidelines, my company commander Yu was surprised when he asked Squadron Leader Lin, "This cadet of yours is running his first 400-meter obstacle course?" Instead of answering him head-on, Squadron Leader Lin said, "With our training program, it's always the second month before we start teaching obstacle running training." The implication is clear, it hasn't been taught. Company Commander Ma exclaimed, "This cadet of yours, he's a bit interesting." And in the training ground, Lu Feng had just returned to the starting point when he was surrounded by soldiers. "Not bad kid. He looks civilized, but when he runs he looks like a soldier." "Yeah, a little white boy look, thought I hadn't been in the sun." The soldiers were teasing, but they could see how much they loved Lu Feng. They usually only go for jokes like that with people they know well. Just like before with the Li Haofeng trio, they were only politely showing respect. Some soldiers also couldn't help but ask, "Have you really never practiced obstacle course running training before?" Lu Feng smiled coyly, "No." The soldiers exclaimed again at once. Then, a soldier suddenly shouted, "Why do I feel as if he looks familiar?" "Huh, you feel the same way?" "Thought I was the only one who felt that way." "It's him." Chapter 93, What absorbs water? Who is it? Which him? Hearing that someone had recognized Lu Feng, the soldiers immediately asked after him. And the soldier who recognized Lu Feng, pointing at him, was shocked and speechless. Until a small soldier beside him shook him awake. "Say, which one is he?" The soldier went oops. A look of hatred was given to the forgetful guys. He reminded loudly, "It's the green flower of the army." The crowd froze in unison. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" The crowd looked at Lu Feng in unison and fell into deep thought, then gradually remembered and recognized him. "Sure enough, it's him. That's him all right. Top is him." On the side, some soldiers who were far away and didn't see Lu Feng's face reacted slower and asked anxiously, "Who the hell is he? Can you guys hold back the riddles?" He was so anxious that he even shouted the word "don't" in dialect. "It's the singer of that song, the one that hit the internet the other day, the one that made you cry and cry and cry and cry." The soldier was dumbfounded at the sound of it, and immediately fell into excitement when he reacted, before realizing that the crowd had boiled over early. They were a simple bunch of soldiers. It's hard not to get excited when you see your favorite celebrity so close to you at first glance. It's a good thing they're not the general public, and the way they express their excitement isn't by ripping their clothes and scratching their faces or anything like that. Instead, he patted his shoulder and touched his head, like he was spoiling his own brother. On the sidelines, my company commander was furious when he saw that his soldier was actually let to blow up by Lu Feng. He instantly roared, "Halt!" In the training ground, the originally excited soldiers instantly stopped, all stood still, not a sound, all looked solemn. The cadets watching from the sidelines instantly thought of only one word to describe it. Military orders are like mountains. One second they were ordinary people, and they would be laughing and joking and easygoing. The next moment they were instantly transformed into steel warriors, majestic and solemn. My company commander was only a little angry, at last, did not lose face to the family. He couldn't help but complain to Squadron Lin, "Where are you coming to observe and learn? You're intentionally bringing Lu Feng here to see our jokes, aren't you?" Squadron Leader Lin knew that he was speaking in jest and laughed bitterly. "I also didn't realize that this child Lu Feng was so influential. I'm usually used to seeing him and didn't think that he was anything." My company commander also remembered Lu Feng as a person only after being reminded by the warriors. My company commander feigned a cold snort and said, "This waif of yours, he won't leave until he sings a song for our company live." Squadron Lin could only laugh bitterly. Lu Feng was just too much of a face for him. However, my company commander was only joking with his familiar colleagues in the end, and didn't really let Lu Feng sing live. Afterwards, Company Commander Ma took the crowd on a tour of other training grounds, giving the cadets a visualization of the training life of a soldier. After the tour, the school bus came by and picked up all the participants. The pull-out trip is also officially over. When they returned to the school, they were not scheduled to train in the afternoon, but were told to organize their housekeeping in the dormitory. In the evening, arrangements were made for them to watch a military movie. It's a movie about the long march of our forefathers. It was designed to show them that 100 kilometers of pulling was just a trifle, not even an appetizer, in the face of a real march. They are to be commended for going the whole way, but not proud of it. The day after the pull, they started into weight training. Carrying solid logs for 5 kilometers cross-country. "Lu Feng, can you do it alone?" Lu Feng firmly said, "Yes, no problem at all." At this moment on the playground, Lu Feng carried a log by himself. The others, on the other hand, were trained to run in groups of 2 or 2, carrying logs in pairs. Wang Ban saw that Lu Feng could indeed do it, so he let go of his hand. Since Class 3 was an odd number of 9 trainees, Lu Feng volunteered to carry one by himself. A solid round log, about 2 meters long and about 30 centimeters thick. Everyone else can only be carried by 2 people. Even if you can barely carry it, it's hard to complete cross-country training. However, although Lu Feng's shoulders were slightly slumped by the pressure, his footsteps were extremely stable. The surrounding trainees saw it and immediately whispered. Lu Feng, the king of rolls, is at it again. A solid log, at least 60 or 70 kilograms, how can he carry it alone? Not only did he carry it, but he walked faster than we did. Because they were all carrying logs in groups of 2, it was easier for them to communicate privately. One can't help but wonder, he's not supposed to be hollow with that one, is he? Boo! At the turn of the runway, the log carried by Lu Feng just collided with another set of logs. The collision made a solid, low, muffled sound. This was no longer questioned. After one lap, there were also a few more single log-carrying trainees on the playground. No surprises, both Li Hafeng and Gao Lei also left their teammates behind and carried them alone. Gori was a bit of a bore and carried it fairly steadily. Li Hafeng, on the other hand, carried it with some faltering steps, but always managed to tough it out. And every time Lu Feng passed by them at a fast pace, he drew a roar from Gao Lei before attempting to quicken his pace. Although Li Rong of Class 6 also regarded them as rivals, he didn't fight them in that direction. However, the forest squadron that came to inspect the area was not happy to see it, but instead ordered, prepare longer logs for them tomorrow. This is a training that is about teamwork. How can they train their teamwork skills by carrying it alone? As a result, for the next day's training, the 2-meter log was replaced with a 4-meter log, and thicker. It takes 5 people to lift it. Lu Feng undoubtedly chose a group of 4. And chose to stand in the center. Zheng Zhuzhong, Dong Xiuhei and Wang Gang were in his group. After running a lap, Lu Feng suddenly asked to stop. Wait, stop for a second. Thinking he was tired, the others rushed out onto the outside of the runway and set the log down. Dong Xiuhei asked, What's wrong, brother Feng? Does your shoulder hurt? Lu Feng said with a sullen face, No, you guys wait for me. Lu Feng ran out after saying that. Everyone else was a bit baffled. Dong Xiuhei quietly said to the other 2, Is it possible that brother Feng trained too hard yesterday and crushed his shoulder, causing him to be unable to lift it today? Zheng Zhuzhong then said, Don't talk nonsense, Lu Feng doesn't look like that kind of person. I guess, he might. He didn't go on in mid-sentence. Dong Xiuhei hurriedly pursued, What might be? Young Zhu Yang then lifted his chin up, signaling him to look over. Dong Xiuhei twisted his head to see that Lu Feng had already walked back carrying a bucket. The bucket was still full of water, and drops spilled from time to time as it shook. Only then did Zheng Zhuzhong say, He might be too light. Sure enough, after Lu Feng came over with a bucket filled with water, he asked them, Brothers, are you okay with me sprinkling some water? Dong Xiuhei froze, sprinkling water? To the log? The wood absorbs water. Chapter 94 Lu Feng, the Big Catfish. After Lu Feng doused the log with water, he relifted it with them. This time, it did become a bit heavier, meeting Lu Feng's requirements. In fact, after the round log was replaced with a longer one, Lu Feng also vaguely guessed the intention of this training. It's about improving the team's execution. Just as well, he had an experiment to test. Lu Feng said to the other 3, I'll shout 1, 2, 1, everyone follow my rhythm. Pay attention to the distance between your feet, not too big and not too small. 1 2 1, 1 2 1. At first, Lu Feng shouted at a normal rhythm, but after walking half a lap, the rhythm of the slogans Lu Feng shouted began to speed up. 1 2 1. 1 2 1. Without realizing it, the 3 of them, Zhang Zhuzhong, who were in a group with Lu Feng, carried the wood with a big stride. Prepare to accelerate. Lu Feng prompted. Then the 4 tried to trot up. But no. Wait, it's not working, it's not working. Dong Xiuhei called out. The 4 were not quite the same height, carried on their shoulders, and ran with inconsistent rise and fall heights. Lu Feng had to say, Slow down. The 4 of them resumed their fast pace. Slow down. With Lu Feng's command, all 4 of them slowed down. Lu Feng added, I've thought of a way, let's slowly lift the log up and try it high above the top. Come on, get ready. 1, 2, 3 lift. All four of them exerted their strength at the same time and slowly lifted the log up, slowly raising it over their heads. The movements of the four instantly aroused the curiosity of the others. As for the other group in Class 3, Fong Ziwen directly shouted, "What are they doing with the airplane?" The others chimed in, "Isn't it easier to get tired that way?" Lu Feng, however, did not care about the crowd's comments and continued to issue instructions. "Okay, keep it level and don't lift it up before or after. Accelerate." The four men carrying the log began to pick up their pace. Trot. Dong Xiaohei and Wang Gang, who were positioned in front and behind Lu Feng, also clearly felt that Lu Feng seemed to have suddenly turned into a heater, radiating warmth. Sensing that his stamina consumption rate was about to overload, Lu Feng immediately cancelled his sprint acceleration ability. The crowd immediately felt that the wind speed was then reduced, and their speed plummeted. And Lu Feng's reddened skin had returned to its whiteness. His experiment worked. When he is traveling in concert with others, the sprint acceleration ability similarly accelerates the overall speed. It just has side effects. His rate of physical exertion will also increase. This ability, which has a wide range of applicability, has an upper limit. If conditions permitted, he really wanted to try his hand at flying an airplane rocket. Lu Feng, however, didn't realize how many people were relieved by his deceleration. They all couldn't help but feel that training with Lu Feng was just too disturbing. Because it will look like they're chicken. After that, they had a 2-hour round log session every other day. As for the day of the interval, the tire flipping exercise was performed. Rolling heavy truck tires across the playground. This training is not at all easier than lifting a log. And while the crowd rolled over a half-man-high truck tire, Lu Feng got a man-high fat tire from somewhere. The sound of the large and heavy tire, which smashed into the ground after rolling over, was like a sledgehammer, slamming into the weak hearts of a group of ordinary trainees. When Li Huffing looked at it, he immediately threw down his own tires and ran to Guo Ban and said, reporting to the squad leader, "I want to change tires like that too." He pointed in the direction of Lu Feng. Guo Ban's face was odd as he said, "The school doesn't have tires like that, that would be Lu Feng's own." Li Huffing froze on the spot. "Bring your own training props? That's okay?" Guo Ban then comforted, "But I can get you a bigger one. The tires they use today are for freshman training. There is also one for older students to train. Bigger and a bit higher, but only up to where one's chin is. Not as fat as the land wind one." When Li Huffing got the larger tire, he found that Gori had changed one with him. Both of them looked at each other and fell into depression. Again, he was outclassed by Lu Feng. This time they were more or less unconvinced. Cao Lei quietly leaned toward Li Huffing, then whispered conversationally, "Do you think if we trade 2 of these for one of Lu Feng, will he trade?" Li Huffing froze for a moment and said, "Maybe it will change." Then Gori ran over and tried it. Then he excitedly waved at Li Huffing. Land-wind swap. Li Huffing hesitated, but still ran over. Then Lu Feng took over the tires for both of them. A grotesque scene then occurred on the training ground. Li Huffing and Gao Lei, one at a time, took turns flipping a large tire. The two will also combine to flip from time to time. On the other side, Lu Feng was flipping 2 tires alone. One hand and one flip at the same time. The trainee who saw it from the side suddenly felt that he was really good at cooking. But it also greatly inspired the participants. At least, no one wants to shout about being tired. Their tires are so slim and slender, and they have the nerve to scream about being tired? Is it a shame? They're not ashamed, and the squad leaders will call them out on it. With Lu Feng this big catfish, in the catfish effect, the class leaders to teach the students are much easier. After all, the reasons are too good to be true. Have you seen the other guy, Lu Feng? Are they tired of yelling? No. Do you have the nerve to tell people you're Luck Feng's contemporary? Luck Feng would be laughed out of the room for having a classmate like you. Well. They didn't dare to shout tired before Lu Feng shouted tired. Such intense weight training lasted for almost 2 weeks. Then they listened to a special lecture one night during late study time. Chapter 95, That Man's Name is Familiar. The evening lecture was given to the crowd by their predecessor, a newly minted officer who had just graduated from the National Science Military University in July. Students, it's been almost a month since you started school. To the schools. This presenting officer shared with the cadets in a down-to-earth tone about his former school life. After a hard day's training during the day, the trainees were very satisfied with the fact that they could sit down and listen to the lesson quietly. So it's all good to hear. And some of the cadets in the audience couldn't help but whisper. It's such a blessing to be able to sit down and listen properly. I've almost forgotten what it's like to sit in a classroom chair. I bet someone couldn't be bothered, maybe they snuck out again. You mean the one in class 3? That's him, he's kind of got a history, he snuck out the last time he carried regulations. For him, sitting down is probably the torture. Why don't the guys make a bet on how long he can sit honestly? I'll start, I'll guess 10 minutes. I guess 5 minutes. 5 minutes would be a bit much, and now it's been 2 minutes. I'd guess at least 6 minutes. The lecturing officers talked mostly about the daily life of the university, letting the cadets know that the university life in NSCSU is not just a training session, but also a colorful life. The atmosphere of the lectures is more relaxed. However, 10 minutes passed and Lu Feng was still sitting quietly in his seat. Greatly to the surprise of the cadets, Lu Feng did not leave his seat for a moment until the lecture was nearing its end. Finally, I have only 3 pieces of advice, as someone who has been there, about how you can begin these 4 years of military college life. First, develop good habits and practices. Take the things that make you strong and keep doing them every day. Second, be bold. Remember, you are a soldier, soldiers are fearless, no matter what the activity is, you have to participate actively and enthusiastically. Even if you fail, it will make you stronger inside. Third, be thoughtful, be a thoughtful person with strong convictions. That way you will not be lost. Do all 3 of these things and your 4 years of college will be nothing short of amazing. A tsunami of applause erupted from the stage. After the applause stopped, he added, here's the question period, and I can answer 3 questions from you. Immediately a participant on the stage raised his hand. The lead officer named a cadet at random. I'd like to know the most important course in college, which one is it? The presiding officer signaled the cadet to sit down before slowly saying, that's a good question. I can tell you unequivocally that every course in college is of the utmost importance. Because every course at the National Science Military Academy is designed to make you a strong soldier. They are like your internal organs, and any one of them missing could cost you your life in the future. If you fail 4 or more classes in a semester, then you can just pack up and leave. The crowd listened in awe. Second question. Okay, you're it. The named cadet immediately got up and said, I would like to ask, during your college years, did you encounter anything you regret? The lead officer raised an eyebrow and waved his hand for him to sit down. Then, forcefully, he said, when I entered the National Science and Military University, I have dedicated myself to the motherland. Here, I have no regrets. Dedicate yourself to your country and never regret it. That's what he's trying to say. Swish. Lu Feng didn't wait for him to call out the next one, so he raised his arm in an aggressive manner. The lead officer was slightly surprised, then nodded to Lu Feng. Lu Feng immediately asked, what kind of abilities do you need to have in order to successfully graduate from here? The lead officer's eyes lit up. There's always one person who can ask the right questions. He said, actually, that's a question your instructor can answer for you. That's why I'm here, just to say on which basis I completed the graduation test. First of all, it has to be doubly great physical fitness quality, enough to allow you to carry more than 20 kilograms of weight to walk continuously for 3 days and 3 nights to complete 1,000 kilometers of cross-country. Secondly, the ability to persevere and learn. Work on getting a dual degree. Third, innovative thinking. You need to realize that you are a new age person and will encounter problems in the future that you most likely haven't encountered in the past. There are no ready-made solutions, you need to create them yourself. Fourth, writing skills. In military combat, it is especially important to convey messages, and you need to learn how to write reports so that others can get information through you for reference. Fifth, solid management practices. I don't need to say much about this one. Participants took out their notes early on and jotted down all these points. And the officiating officer came to be interested in Lu Feng. While everyone else was burying their heads in their notes, Lu Feng sat quietly without moving his pen. He asked Lu Feng rhetorically, this cadet, what are you going to do after you know this? Lu Feng immediately got up and said, I will, and complete the school's graduation target within 2 years. The whole room was in an uproar. And the officiating officer immediately clapped his hands and said, good ambition. Everyone who has heard it, come together as a witness. This cadet, what is your name? Land of land, wind of storm clouds. that officer immediately clapped his hands and said, "Good. 2 years from today, I will personally make another trip back and wait to see you honor today's words." Does everyone remember his name? Remember. How could the crowd not remember it? It's old and familiar. In the face of Lu Feng's declaration, they had become somewhat immune. Nothing surprising, like something he could do. After the lecture, that officer even went to the faculty in the school to find out about Lu Feng. Once you know, you realize that Lu Feng is the god of song in the army as rumored on the internet. The faculty member he approached asked, "Why do you suddenly want to know about him? What, do you want his autograph too?" He laughed, "If I had recognized him ahead of time, I would have asked for one of these autographs. I'm just curious as to where he got the confidence to threaten to fulfill his graduation target in 2 years. What? This kid is so wild? I do admire his courage." The next day, Lu Feng's declaration spread. There was a freshman who threatened to graduate in 2 years. The school, both instructors and trainees, took this as a curiosity. And naturally, Lu Feng had his reasons for doing so. During morning training, the crowd performed sit-up drills holding a log. Lu Feng loudly demanded, "Squad leader, please double it for me." He can ask for more training with a straight face. In the future, no one will be surprised no matter how out of the ordinary he does with his training and training requests. They all knew that this was a man who was determined to graduate early, and without that kind of self-imposed requirement, they just couldn't reach it. Unfortunately, heaven forbid. Not even 2 days after Lu Feng's threat, there was a heavy rainstorm. Continuous heavy rainstorms have made it impossible to train properly. Chapter 96: Continuing Effects of Heavy Rains. With the persistent heavy winds and rain, the school did not schedule any outdoor training out of concern for the health of the trainees. Instead, opt for indoor instruction. In one classroom, 10 classes of participants were seated. On the projection screen, the words "Survival in the Wild" were displayed in large letters. Since they happened to have done mountain poles and experienced field marching, they were just right to bring it out and talk about it. The instructor for the class is Class 1's Ben Kwok. He had been stationed on the mountain border and knew more about the wilderness survival aspect. It rained heavily for 3 days in a row, hardly stopping. It also led to a 3-day lull in training. On the third night at around 6:50, Lu Feng and the others, wearing military raincoats, walked out of the heavy rain and into a school building. Fang Ziwen took off his raincoat while complaining, "This rain is also too abnormal, it's been 3 days and still hasn't stopped." Dong Shohei also said, "On our side, we've never seen this kind of heavy rain that can fall for so long." Wang Gang, on the other hand, appeared unconcerned and said, "It rains a lot in our hometown, and every time it rains, it floods, and after it floods, the roads are full of fish." After taking off their raincoats and shaking them dry, they walked into a classroom. They traveled as usual from their dorms to the media room to watch the news. Halfway through the news, there was a sudden interruption. According to the latest reports, the midsummer region continued to rain, local areas of heavy rain, in which the city of Z at 5:12 p.m. today, sudden flooding, the local armed police and firefighting forces have launched an emergency rescue. Seeing this news, Fang Ziwen immediately exclaimed with a suppressed voice, "Isn't Z City right next door to us? Finished, the flood is so close, will we be affected here?" Watching the TV, a picture of the flooded city, the mood of the crowd was a little heavy. After watching the news, the crowd dispersed. Fang Ziwen quietly asked the crowd, "Can you guys swim?" Dong Shohei said, "Yes, why?" Fang Ziwen immediately hugged his shoulders and said, "If the flood comes over, you have to pull your brother." Wang Gang, however, said, "If the flood really comes, knowing how to swim won't help." Fang Ziwen instantly became filled with panic. Lu Feng comforted, "Don't worry, we haven't been subjected to a flood warning yet, which means that we in S City haven't received a ripple effect yet." As soon as Lu Feng's words left his mouth, a piercing siren rang out from the school. The entire faculty and cadets stood at attention instantly. Only the freshmen were bewildered. After the siren, the school's announcement came on. Based on the latest forecast from the Midsummer Weather Station, a flood blue warning signal has been issued for the city of S. All squad teams are requested to immediately organize the trainees to carry out preparations for flood prevention and control. The broadcast was then repeated twice more before stopping. Soon, Wang Ban arrived in a hurry and quickly gathered the crowd together. Afterward, Wang Ban brought the crowd to the large meeting hall to meet up with the other classes. Classes are seated in order. The class leaders all looked grim, giving the cadets a sense of gravity. At the podium in the conference hall stood a pattern-faced faculty member. The instructor said in a cold voice, based on the latest weather warnings received, we will now give you emergency flood prevention knowledge training. The cadet's mood sank again. And Fong Ziwen in his seat had begun to tremble with fear all over his body. He's a dry duck and is terrified of water. The grimmer the faculty looked, the more he thought the flood would come. Lu Feng sensed his nervousness and pressed his hands hard on his shoulders. Fong Ziwen inexplicably felt slightly at ease in his heart. From the podium, the instructor seemed to sense the atmosphere of the crowd and comforted, "Don't worry too much, it's just a blue warning signal. The fact that you guys can still sit here means that the situation isn't too bad. If floodwaters do come through, we'll organize ahead of time to move people to safety." Fong Ziwen's whole body suddenly relaxed when he heard this. Straight up his back was sweating. The instructor on the podium continued to explain, but just in case, it is better to give everyone a good flood control knowledge popularization in advance, so as not to encounter the unexpected situation will be chaotic. If a flood arrives and you don't evacuate in time, there are a few elements to keep in mind. First, look for the highest point, such as the roof of a tall building, a large tree, or the nearest hill. But don't climb electrified poles or towers. Secondly, bring along a rope or sheet to securely attach yourself to a safety fixture to prevent slipping from heights or being swept away by floodwaters. Then, actively signal for help and wait for rescue. Even if you can swim, try not to swim to escape. You may run into undercurrents and whirlpools. If you notice that the water level continues to rise, go ahead and actively look for something that floats in the water, such as a box, a large laundry tub, etc. If you are already caught in a flood, try to grab onto something stationary or able to float if possible and don't give up on saving yourself. Little by little, the instructor gave the crowd instructions on how to save themselves from flooding. Under the threat of death, all the people listened with great attention. A little bit of listening and a little bit of remembering can lead to a reduction in your chances of survival in the event of an accident. After the flood training, the squad leader gave each trainee a life jacket. This is the original to be sent to the trainees to carry out armed swimming training supplies, but now encountered a special situation, it was sent to the trainees in advance. And Fong Ziwen was even more exaggerated. As soon as he got the life jacket, he put it on immediately. Even when he went back to bed in his dormitory, he didn't want to take it off. Dong Shohei, who was in the bed next to him, asked, "Master Fatty, won't it be uncomfortable for you to sleep like this?" Fong Ziwen immediately said, "No, it's comfortable." Lu Feng, on the other hand, looked a bit preoccupied. After lying down for a while, he suddenly got up and walked outside. Seeing this, Dong Shohei hurriedly reminded, "Brother Feng, it's almost lights out, where are you going?" Chapter 97, He Can't Wait a Moment. Lu Feng didn't answer his roommate's inquiry. He went to the class president's dormitory. But there's no one. Later he went to the dormitory of whose vice squad and there was no one there either. After inquiring with the resident manager, I realized that they had gone to a meeting. Lu Feng immediately ran out of the dormitory. Good thing the rain had stopped by now. Lu Feng went to look for the several brightly lit conference rooms in the teaching building, and sure enough, he found the conference room where the class presidents were meeting. However, Lu Feng didn't directly barge in, but instead stood guard outside the doorway, doing deep squats, push-ups and other exercises while waiting. Shortly afterward, the distant dormitory whistles sounded and the lights in the sleeping quarters went out. Lu Feng was unmoved, still doing push-ups. After waiting for about an hour, the door to the conference room opened from the inside. The first one to come out was Wei Ban from class 2. He was shocked when he reached Lu Feng, who was exercising in the doorway, and immediately walked up and strangled his shoulders, turning Lu Feng around, with his back to the doorway of the conference room. Wei Ban pressed his voice and said, "Lu Feng, why are you here, don't you want to die?" Lu Feng understood Wei Ban's intention of trying to cover for him and couldn't help but feel some warmth in his heart. As he was about to speak, someone had already recognized his back. Lu Feng! A clear and cold shout came out from Wang Ban's mouth. Wang Ban stayed with his trainees every day, so how could he not recognize Lu Feng's back? The class leaders who had just finished the meeting stopped and looked at Lu Feng in amazement. Lu Feng also instantly felt Wei Ban's body stiffen. He gently patted Wei Ban, turned around, and squarely to Wang Ban standing upright with his chest puffed out, "Present." Wang Ban immediately stepped forward quickly and scolded with a stern gaze, "It's late bedtime, what are you doing running here?" "Report. I've come to find you in Squadron Lin." He was also curious as to what Lu Feng was looking for. But whatever it was, he felt that Lu Feng was a bit too proud and conceited. The heart's appraisal of Lu Feng also dropped quite a bit. He'd heard the recent rumors about graduating in 2 years. He felt at the time that Lu Feng had begun to get a little restless. The school's curriculum has its own science and rationality. How can it be changed just because some students say so? Graduating in 2 years would have been a delusional thing. Lu Feng also spotted Sector Sun walking up and immediately gave him a military salute. Sector Team Sun didn't respond, but only looked at Squadron Leader Lin and gently nodded. When Squadron Lin was instructed, he said to Lu Feng, "Tell me, what do you have to apply for?" "Yes. I'm going to apply to the school to travel to Z City to participate in the flood relief. Please ask for Lieutenant Lin's permission." The surrounding onlookers listened in unison. Squadron Leader Lin said in dismay, "This is the thing that keeps you up at night and makes you seek it out immediately?" Lu Feng definitively said, "Yes." For a moment, the instructors around them thought that the cadet, straight-laced, was kind of cute. On the side, District Team Sun's perception of Lu Feng also rebounded quite a bit because of his words. He spoke directly, "It's good that you can have this heart. But the school has already organized the senior cadets to urgently go for support. It's not the turn of you freshmen to worry about it. Don't you think so much? Go back and rest in peace." At this point, his tone was fairly mild. However, Lu Feng remained undeterred. He said, "Protecting the people and rescuing them is the natural duty of a soldier. Regardless of freshmen and veterans, from the moment I stepped into the school, I have this obligation and responsibility to do what a soldier should do. Please allow me to apply to you again for permission to travel to Z City to participate in the flood relief." And Wang Ban, who was on the side, had already heard Sun District Team's meaning, and when he saw that Lu Feng was still pestering him, he immediately scolded, "Lu Feng, do you think that the world revolves around you, and that the world can't do without you? Do you think that our country's warriors are all dry?" For his part, Sector Sun raised his hand to stop Wang Ban's reprimand. He educated in a serious tone, "Lu Feng, flood relief is a serious matter, not a place for you to show off yourself. The most important thing for you to do now is to study hard and improve yourself, and when you are capable enough, we will naturally give you the opportunity to serve the motherland and protect the people." Squadron Leader Lin also persuaded, "Lu Feng, your family handed you over to our school, so we have to be responsible for your safety. Otherwise, in case something happens, how do you expect us to explain to your parents?" Wei Ban also came up and pressed Lu Feng's shoulder, conveying reassurance to him. Under the gentle gaze of the crowd, Lu Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He calmly said, "I understand the reasoning behind what you said, but I will never watch the people in danger and do nothing just because I'm considering my own safety. I know that the soldiers of my country are also actively supporting it, and I know that my ability is limited and I won't be able to make a big difference if I go. But none of this is a reason for me to back down. Even aside from my military duties, as a matter of my personal significance, I wish to travel to support. Only when I see the people there out of safety will I be able to lie down and sleep." The crowd couldn't help but be a little moved by what they heard. They sensed Lu Feng's realization from his tone. That it wasn't just to try to flaunt their nobility in front of the crowd that they came to make an application. On the contrary, he disregarded school discipline, ignored the reprimand of the class president, and even would have caused both Lin's squadron and Sun's district team to turn against him as a result, and he came regardless. He no longer thinks about his own honor or disgrace, nor does he care what others think, but just goes about doing what he feels is right. Protecting the people, he couldn't wait a moment. Chapter 98, Rescue Mobilization issued. Snap. Wei Ban stepped upright and saluted, "Squadron, District Team, I also request to go to the disaster area for support." Squadron Leader Lin was instantly furious, "Where are your trainees? You don't care." Wei Ban said in a loud voice, "The people in the disaster area need me more." Stepping. Tread. Tread. The squad leaders around them also stood at attention and saluted. Report. Squad 4 requesting to go to support. Report. Squad 6 requesting to go to support. Report. Class 1. Report. You guys, you. Squadron Lin took a look at all the squad leaders of his squadron and pointed at them, unable to speak. Finally, Squadron Lin also stepped upright and saluted, reporting to the district team. The first squadron is applying to go to the disaster area for support. The Sun District team looked at the eager eyes of the crowd and could not help but be moved by their fervor in wanting to save the people. But in his position, there was a bigger picture to consider. He sighed to Squadron Leader Lin, "As the leader of the squadron, how can you also disorganize yourself? You've all gone to the front line. In case our S City also suffers flooding, who will guard the people of S City then? Wang Ban immediately stepped forward and said, then hold the flood off from S City. Report. Squadron 3 of the 1st Squadron has applied to go to the disaster area for support. Although he had cursed Lu Feng a moment before, as a veteran soldier, his passion for rescuing people would never be less than Lu Feng's. Sector Sun took a deep breath and didn't immediately say yes or no. He needed the mood of the crowd. Leading an army into battle is never just a matter of charging forward with a passion. As a commander, he needed to think more about the warriors. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly said, I will go for a mobilization order for you, but you must also prepare yourselves as planned. The crowd immediately said in unison, yes. District Team Sun waved his hand and said, I'll go back. Lu Feng stay for a bit. Lu Feng's footsteps, which had just taken half a step, lurched and returned to his original position. Wang Ban stayed behind and asked, the district team. District Team Sun interrupted him, don't worry, I'm only bringing Lu Feng along to meet the vice principal. If I can't apply, I'll have to rely on this kid to be reckless again. You go back and make preparations. Wang Ban then went back. Afterward, District Team Sun led Lu Feng to the principal's office. Squadron Lin followed. Just so we can be the first to know the results, so we can communicate them down the line in a timely manner when the time comes. Upon arriving at the principal's office, the lights were still on inside. Sector Sun told Lu Feng to wait outside the door and knocked himself in. Outside the door, Squadron Leader Lin gave Lu Feng a word of caution, Lu Feng, if you're summoned in later, don't try to be brave. Lu Feng nodded. A short while later, the door to the vice principal's office opened, and District Team Sun came to call Lu Feng to go in. Squadron Lin looked at it with a tightened heart. Lu Feng, on the other hand, walked in unhurriedly and did his salute as usual. The vice principal, Xiao Shanliang, is the same one he met the night of the orientation party. Vice Principal Zhao's face was solemn, unable to see any joy or anger. He said to Lu Feng in a bland tone, I've heard about you. What will you do if I do not allow you to travel? Lu Feng said in a resolute tone, I will exercise my right to personal freedom and apply to leave the school and go as an individual. Vice Principal Xiao coldly said, this is a military school, can't you just come and go as you please? If you don't take the school rules seriously like this, we can order you to quit school at any time, do you know that? Lu Feng's gaze was serious as he said, if my dropping out of school can allow me to go to the aid of one, no, even half of the disaster victims, then it will be worth it. Vice Principal Xiao shook his head with a look of anger. Sector Sun was also helpless. Vice Principal Xiao said, it's not that we won't let you guys go, rescuing the disaster area is certainly a good thing. But it's only been a month since your new training, and you haven't grown in either knowledge or. Go back and head to Z City tomorrow morning with the second group of support vehicles. Yes. The two men exited the Vice-Chancellor's office as instructed. Once outside the door, Sector Sun immediately asked Squadron Lin to update the instructions. Squadron Lin led the way. Afterwards, District Team Sun barked a few words to Lu Feng and left as well. As Lu Feng walked out of the school office building, he looked up to see many brightly lit offices. He realized that tonight would be a sleepless night for the Vice-Chancellor and the district team and others. For personnel to leave, supplies must be ready. After inventorying the supplies, it is also necessary to plan the route to the area and interface with the rescue command currently in the disaster area to determine the area to be rescued and the specific work to be assigned. These preliminaries are no means easy. Lu Feng gave a military salute to the office building before returning to his dormitory to rest. When he returned to the dormitory, Lu Feng carefully got into bed without disturbing his roommates. Unbeknownst to him, none of his roommates had slept either, and all had sensed his return. But they all tacitly didn't bother to ask Lu Feng. Because after spending so much time together, it was the first time they had seen that serious expression on Lu Feng's face when he left. They knew that Lu Feng would never go and do anything bad. Believe him, and there is no need to ask questions. Lu Feng's return also allowed them to sleep peacefully. Early the next morning, the wake-up whistle sounded. The crowd quickly got up and assembled. Soon they were puzzled. The squad leader didn't want to take them to morning exercise and then to breakfast, as he usually did. Instead, they were told to grab their backpacks and head to the warehouse to pick up their gear. Red helmet, water combat boots, gloves, throw rope bag, floating ring rope, inflatable belt, life ring, quick-drying waterproof suit, watch-type signal transmitter, and so on. After receiving your equipment, gather in the large playground. Sun District Team held the microphone and said in a solemn voice, received a notice from the higher-ups, the flood damage in Z City is an emergency, and now we need more than 300 freshman trainees to go to the disaster area for support. I know some of you cadets are scared, but the people in the disaster area are more scared than you are. This is a disaster emergency, so I won't go into much detail here. Your squad leaders will tell you more about it on the way. I'll just emphasize one thing: everything is under command. All hands, turn back. Get in the car and go. Chapter 99: A cry for help outside the camp. On the troop carrier. The trainees had 2 large buns each and were munching on them. Wang Ban finished his own in 3 sittings and instructed the trainees of Class 3, for this support, you will be in a temporary camp in the rear and will be responsible for receiving the people who have been transferred out of the disaster area. Lu Feng asked sharply, we're not going to the front line? Wang Ban said, your place is also the front line, and the people in the disaster area who have been transferred out are prone to emotional instability, and are in need of your care. Lu Feng, I understand where you're coming from, but the school won't allow you freshmen to get involved in the front line of the flood fight. You haven't been professionally trained to fight floods, and you won't even be able to save yourselves in case you get caught in a flood. Lu Feng sat quietly and didn't ask any more questions. Wang Ban continued, remember, no one is allowed to leave the confines of the camp without special orders, and your task is to stand by the people at all times and give them support and help. Do you hear me? Understood. Wang Ban then said to Zhang Zhuzhong, during my absence, you will be the temporary leader of the group and bring the group to complete the rescue mission at the camp. Zhang Zhuzhong said in dismay, me? Shouldn't have let. He looked to where Lu Feng was. However, Lu Feng's face was calm and showed no expression. Wang Ban immediately said with a stern face, what, you don't have the confidence to be the leader of the group? Zhang Zhuzhong immediately shouted back, guarantee to complete the mission. Wang Ban nodded and instructed the crowd, all of you must strictly follow the group leader's command, do you hear me? Yes. Lu Feng joined the crowd and responded loudly. Wang Ban chose the leader of the group, but surprisingly, he didn't choose Lu Feng. Everyone in Class 3 felt surprised. So for a while, the atmosphere became a bit stiff. Fang Ziwen was the first one who couldn't stand the atmosphere and asked out loud, squad leader, aren't you coming with us? Wang Ban then said, I'm going to help out on the front line. He didn't explain too much. Fang Ziwen added, I heard that vice class and those senior ones of theirs left for support last night, right? Wang Ban reprimanded, Vice Ban naturally has his tasks. Remember, you are the people's dependents this time, don't try to rely on others again. Both vice class and I can only bring you to become a soldier, not accompany you to become a soldier. Yes. Here's how to use these rescue tools. First look at this inflatable belt, or it around your waist first, then you can press this button to inflate it automatically. Looking at rope toss packages. Wang Ban explained in detail to the crowd how to use each tool. The troop carriers drove for about 2 hours before driving into the boundaries of Z City, and another half hour before arriving at the camp where the victims were being collected. Get off. Get out of the car. Cell phones have been reissued to you, so feel free to contact the forward command if you have a situation. After Lu Feng and the others got off the bus, they realized that a group of people were already standing at the entrance of the camp, quickly moving some supplies onto the troop carriers. A small mountain of various types of rescue supplies were quickly moved to the car, and Wang Ban did not even have a place to sit, and could only squeeze together with the supplies. Fully loaded, the troop trucks set off again. The campers waved goodbye to Wang Ban. It was only after that an army doctor in a white robe and a military cap approached. You're the support staff from the National Science Military University, right, so put your bags away first, and I'll get you set up next. Your main job is to assist us in receiving the victims that have been transferred over. It's a little understaffed because everyone is on the front lines. You're just in time, the front line will be moving a group of sheltered people over. That military doctor said as he led Lu Feng and the others towards the camp. The campground is a makeshift canopy. After entering the camp, Lu Feng and the others realized that the camp had already accommodated many people. Women, children and the elderly were predominant. The old people sat mostly staring blankly, looking somewhat numb. The children were crying, some of the adults were coaxing the children, some were taking care of the elderly. All their homes were flooded and they had to come to a strange place. Emotions are all down. However, dressed in warrior uniforms, they caught the eyes of the camp crowd as soon as they walked in. Many children had also stopped crying and looked over curiously. Adults have explained to the children that these are people's army soldiers who are here to protect them and that they don't have to be afraid. The children, simple and well-fed, did stop crying. There was even a bold 5 or 6-year-old girl who ran straight over and asked in a milky voice, "Brother, are you here to protect us?" Lu Feng put on a warm smile, squatted down and stroked the child's head. "Yes, we are here to protect you." "Then this is for you." The little girl held out her hand with 2 candies in her palm. Lu Feng pushed it back. "Brother, no, you keep it for yourself." However, the youngest daughter suddenly slipped the candy into his pants pocket and ran back to her mother in a huff. And with a droll face, he bragged to his mother that he had given the candy to his protective brother. Lu Feng looked helpless. At that point, the medic urged, "Come on over here, your place is on the other side." The crowd rushed to follow. The corpsman introduced himself. "You all may have to stay in camp for the next few days. Until the victims are all moved." Lu Feng asked him, "Chief, how many such camps have been set up?" He had just done a rough count of the mass of people in the camp, and it looked like there were only a few hundred. The medic said, "There will be one set up outside each village in town, as to how many is unknown." Lu Feng then realized, no wonder only their class 3 came here. The crowd dropped off their things and then came to stand guard at the entrance to the camp. Within half an hour, 2 buses with red cross markings were seen carrying a group of people. Lu Feng and the others hurriedly went up with the military doctor to carry and transport the wounded, and after that, they gave the military doctor a hand and helped to take care of the patients. The temporary camp, inevitably some things cannot be prepared, coupled with the transfer of more and more people, the camp is also gradually busy and noisy. Instead, Lu Feng and others will need to assist with on-site issues. After being busy until the afternoon, when a group of hospital nurses and staff came, Lu Feng and the others were able to stop. After the nursing staff helped out on the side of caring for the masses, Lu Feng and the others specialized in moving and unloading the food, water, and quilts and towels that were sent to the campsite. Just as Lu Feng was carrying a box of water towards the campground, he suddenly saw a little boy running in a panic from outside. As soon as he saw Lu Feng, he gasped, "Soldier brother, save life." He was covered in sludge and his face was dirty, as if he had swum from the Yellow River to dry out. Lu Feng hurriedly threw the water aside and came to him and asked with concern, "Little brother, what happened to you?" Then the little boy seemed to have run a long way and was panting with exhaustion. "Help, help! My sister, trapped." That's why the squad leader made a point of telling me to keep an eye on Lu Feng when he was in the car. "If you come across anything unexpected, report it to him immediately." Dong Xiuhei thought for a moment and wondered, how did the class president's attitude towards Lu Feng suddenly change so much? Zhang Zhuzhong pondered for a moment and said, "It might have something to do with Lu Feng going out that night. Whatever, I'll report this to the squad leader first." He was just about to dial the squad leader's number when he received a second message from Lu Feng. "I can't get through to the squad leader, so you can reconnect me. Then you ask around the camp if you can organize a rescue team to come and support. I've already contacted the frontline command, and they're arranging for a rescue team to come over, so I should report it to them as soon as I confirm the rescue location." Zhang Zhuzhong and Dong Xiuhei glanced at each other and immediately put down their supplies and hurriedly ran back to the camp. And Fang Ziwen, who had just come out, unable to do so, young Zhu Young tries to contact the squad leader to try to get him to give new instructions. But 3 calls in a row didn't connect. Fang Ziwen, who had already heard the situation, said, "I'm just afraid that the squad leader isn't doing too well at the front line and doesn't have time to answer the phone. It's still up to us. Old Zhang, send a message, are we going to support Brother Feng or not?" Dong Xiaohei also looked at Zhang Zhuzhong. Zhang Zhuzhong then felt the responsibility and pressure of the team leader. After thinking about it, he decisively said, "Master Fatty, you stay at the camp with the others. Master Dong, you and I will go forward to support Lu Feng." Then he added to Fang Ziwen, "Master Fatty, you guys listen to the head medic's orders and don't act without authorization." "Master Dong, let's go, let's get the equipment." The two began to move nervously. On the other hand, the first-line command of the flood fight. A few minutes ago, an operator received a call from Lu Feng. When the reason for this was clarified, the operator immediately reported it to the commanding officer. The officer immediately, Staff Sergeant Lu, immediately arranged for a team of personnel to go to support. Yes. However, soon that Staff Officer Lu came back and said, "All the search and rescue teams are at the front to rescue the stranded people, and there is no more manpower to be called upon. Even if manpower were drawn out, it would take almost an hour for the nearest rescue team to get there, and the location of the call." The officer immediately drew a circle on the map and said, "Are there no arrangements to evacuate the residents of this area?" The officer immediately said, tell him to do everything in his power to provide rescue while ensuring his own safety. In his mind, a military cadet who could come to his aid should at least have been trained in rescue. The officer thought for a moment and then instructed, tell him again that if conditions don't allow it, do not make any sudden moves and wait in place for the rescue team. The operator immediately went to convey as ordered. Suddenly, another operator shouted sternly, report. The downstream dike of the Fei River has broken, requesting immediate additional support. The entire command was suddenly in a state of total shock. The officer closed his eyes and thought for a moment and opened his sharp eyes and said, immediately estimate the range of the flood water wave after the dike breaks, and once again issue a notice to the people downstream to expand the evacuation area. The officer calmly issued an order, and the entire command instantly mobilized nervously. On the other hand, Lu Feng, who was talking to the command operator, also heard the voice on the other end of the phone. He suddenly remembered that where they were, it was the lower reaches of the flying river. Chapter 101 Lost Signal, Not Enough Rope Length. On the road, Lu Feng pedaled his mountain bike while making a phone call. Behind the bike sat a young boy of 11 or 12. The bike is the little boy's. He came to the camp for help on this mountain bike. He urged, brother. Don't call, come on. Although Lu Feng rode the bicycle with one hand, in fact, the speed is not slow at all, and has used the acceleration sprinting, the speed has reached more than 60 miles per hour. Lu Feng calmly sent another verbal message to Zhang Zhuzhong before taking the language back. He asked, how did your sister get trapped in the flood? Where is the rest of your family? The little boy was silent for a moment before he said, my sister's a video blogger, and she said she'd come and film the flood scene. Lu Feng frowned, you're not local residents of Z City? The little boy said, no, we came from S City. I originally just wanted to come and volunteer, but my sister said there was something more meaningful, so she took me with her to make a video. It was fine and then the flood came out of nowhere. She told me to run and didn't follow herself. At this point, the clothes on the little boy were still wet. Lu Feng then knew that he had also been rushed by the flood, but just ran out smartly. He's lucky he didn't get swept away by the flood. Lu Feng asked, so does your family know you're out? The little boy said in a cold tone, they're too busy working all day to care where we are. Lu Feng immediately took out his cell phone and gave it to him, quickly, make a call to your parents and have them come over to pick you up. The little boy immediately said stubbornly, I don't want it. Lu Feng felt a headache and had to stop for the time being. About half an hour later. Under the guidance of the little boy, Lu Feng rode his bicycle up a disk concrete road, and after 7 turns came to a hillside outside a small town. The town is located in a low valley position between 2 mountains. Lu Feng looked far away, most of the town has been flooded, some of the water level has been half a story high. The little boy hurriedly shouted, over there, over there. It's almost there. Lu Feng, however, stopped and said, you stay here. They were sitting at the moment is the high ground outside the town. The little boy immediately said, I don't want to. I want to go together. Lu Feng said seriously, if you don't listen, I can't save your sister. The little boy came down reluctantly. What kind of place is your sister trapped in? The little boy recalled, it was on a roof. What kind of houses? It's above the red tile house. Lu Feng barked at him, remember not to run around, and guide me loudly here for specific directions. Then he rode off toward the town. After descending the slope, Lu Feng did not rush into the water, but searched along the water bank. Lu Feng realized that some of the houses had been collapsed by the flood. He kept searching the red-tiled roof but found no one. The floodwaters were still rolling in, pushing against much of the broken debris. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and prepared to send the location, but he suddenly realized a bad situation. The signal's gone. There's a problem with a nearby base station. This was a bit unexpected by Lu Feng. Before he came, he had no intention of trying to save anyone through himself alone. Instead, they confirmed the location of the trapped person, tell the command the location, and wait for the rescue team to come. He had only given the command a vague bearing before. It was an estimated distance based on the description of the length of time the young boy had been rushing to the camp. Lu Feng along the waterfront then looked for a small half-circle, also did not see the silhouette. He immediately used the war cry method and yelled, anyone? The loud shouts echoed over the town. Lu Feng listened quietly for a moment. No one responded. Lu Feng shouted again. And from the distant heights, the little boy heard Lu Feng's shouts. In his haste, he ran down as well. And after Lu Feng's second shout, a woman's call suddenly rang out. Here! I'm here! Lu Feng immediately ran over to the sound, and then saw the roof of a house tens of meters away from the waterfront, and from the other side of the ridge, a woman's head poked out. By this time, the floodwaters were almost up to the eaves of that house. Sister! The little boy's cries shouted back. Lu Feng then saw the little boy run over as well. He immediately snapped, "Stay back, get back to Highland." And the woman spotted the little boy and yelled, "Brother! Brother!" The little boy ignored Lu Feng's words and still ran to the woman while yelling at her. Lu Feng immediately shouted at the woman, "Quickly let your brother go back, it's dangerous here." When the woman heard this, she rushed to call the little boy back. The little boy stopped then. But he stopped right where he was and didn't go back as he was told. Lu Feng was relieved and shouted to the trapped woman, "Wait a moment, don't be in a hurry, help will be here soon." After shouting, he ran towards the little boy. When he ran closer, the little boy looked at him in awe and bowed his head. Lu Feng tried to maintain a gentle tone and said, "We have found your sister, but her location is too far away and I don't have the right tools on hand." The little boy was suddenly filled with anxiety. Lu Feng pressed his shoulder and said solemnly, "But don't worry, I'll be here to watch. Right now, I need you to go back to the campground there and keep looking for people to call for help and tell them to bring their kayaks. Just like you did before, can you do it?" Position he already knew, there was no longer any use for the little boy. Lu Feng was just trying to coax him back to camp. The little boy was infected by Lu Feng's serious demeanor and nodded solemnly as well. The little boy then waved his hand towards the woman and shouted, "Sister, I'll go back and continue to call for people to come and save you, just wait, I'll be back soon." The woman covered her mouth and waved him goodbye. Lu Feng had been watching this little boy ride away on his bicycle before he returned to the position he had just taken. He pulled a bundle of rescue ropes from his belt. It was one he kept pinned to his waist, and since he didn't find it heavy, he didn't put it with his traveling gifts. The squad leader had told them it was 30 meters of rescue rope. The length shouldn't be enough, but he had to know how much was missing. So he untied the rope and threw it with force. The trapped woman immediately looked over with anticipation. Then the rope flung until it ended, yet it was still 20 or 30 meters away from her. She was lost in a moment. The house she was in was like an island at this point. Lu Feng calmly retrieved the rope. After retrieving it, he headed upstream. And as the woman watched Lu Feng walk away without saying a word, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic and despair in her heart. And under the roof, the water level is still rising a little bit. It was a flood, as if it couldn't flow enough. She stared blankly at Lu Feng's distant back, tears pouring out drop by drop. It's a good thing Lu Feng only went a little bit before stopping. He seemed to be measuring the distance. The woman's heart was suddenly filled with hope again. Looking at Lu Feng's focused expression from afar, her tears flowed even more violently. This young, little warrior is trying to figure out how to free her. She wasn't abandoned. Not long after, he saw Lu Feng go into the water. Chapter 102: Emergency Transfer in Water. Seeing Lu Feng go into the water, the trapped woman hurriedly pulled out her cell phone. She skillfully clicked on the video and pointed the camera at Lu Feng. "I'm a blogger and I'm stuck in a flood. I was desperate and had my last words recorded. I didn't realize my brother had found a young junior soldier. Look everyone, he's coming over to save me. I don't know why he came alone, perhaps he was met halfway by my brother, and pulled up, not in time to call his companion along. He seemed to have only the rope with him, and I was skeptical that he would be able to save me. But his arrival made me feel very relieved. Because there's no signal here, I can't reach anyone. His presence just makes me feel less alone. Jesus. He has gone down into deep water, and the flood is up to his waist." The trapped woman kept narrating the shot. And Lu Feng was oblivious to her behavior as he cautiously probed the depth of the water. The further you get to the center, the more turbulent the torrent becomes. He was vaguely unsteady on his feet. With the speed of the current, he could hardly guarantee that he would be able to swim to the trapped woman. Even if he went to her, he would have a hard time bringing someone back. He had no choice but to return to the shore first. He shouted at the woman, "Don't worry, a rescue team is on its way and you will be saved soon." Now, he could only stabilize the woman's mind first. Then, Lu Feng searched the shore again for anything usable. It didn't take long to find them, but suddenly the woman's alarm was heard. Lu Feng immediately looked over and suddenly realized that the water level had risen again, and the current was also more rapid. It had flooded the roof. But to make matters worse, a small car was swept downstream and crashed directly into the house where the woman was. Lu Feng immediately shouted and asked, "Are you all right?" The woman responded after a moment, "I'm fine. But the house seems a little shaky." Lu Feng was shocked and secretly said that he could not wait any longer and could only fight. After making up his mind to save the people immediately, Lu Feng immediately began to observe the suitable route to go. Suddenly, he saw a small 3-story building about 20 meters upstream from where the woman was. "There's a way out." Lu Feng immediately went upstream a bit more and started to go into the water after feeling almost there. He headed for the center of the current, the water getting deeper and deeper and soon past his waist. The water was washing over him. He lurched forward and plunged into the water. In the distance, a gasp came from the woman, covering her mouth and unable to speak. Lu Feng began to swim his way to the center of the water. The current kept pushing him down as he swam across the river. So Landwin's route is diagonal. The current was swift, but his fitness level swimming skills at this point came into play and he swam steadily on the surface. Not long after, the current pushed Lu Feng, who was swimming on the surface of the water, and crashed into the small 3-story building. Lu Feng hit the wall with a thud, and then the current pushed him to flow off to the side. Waiting until he was below the position of the second-floor window, Lu Feng jumped up violently and reached out to clasp the edge of the window with one hand. Lu Feng made his way up. Then noticing that the window was fitted with a security net, he immediately grabbed the net and climbed up with his whole body. But can't get in the house. He shook it hard a few times, the security fence was so strong he couldn't shake it. He thought about threading the rescue rope through the security fence. Instead of knotting the rope to the steel pipe of the security fence, Lu Feng wore the rope in half on the inside, then pulled the 2 sections of rope and went back into the water. With the help of the rope, Lu Feng moved a little bit and crossed the side edges of the small building to the front of the small building. There is a second-floor balcony on the front with no security fence. Lu Feng immediately climbed into the balcony. Then he saw the trapped woman from the balcony. The woman was on the roof of the small building more than 20 meters downstream. The woman was very excited to see Lu Feng and waved at him. Lu Feng nodded at him, then let go of one side of the rope and quickly retrieved the rescue rope. Next, Lu Feng took one end of the rope and tied it to the railing of the balcony. After tying it firmly, Lu Feng looked at the right position and threw the other end of the rope towards the woman. He yelled at the same time, "Grab the rope!" One end of the rope was thrown into the air and thrown about 10 meters before falling into the water. This rope is a waterside rescue rope with a buoy tied to one end, so the rope is not submerged. However, since the balcony and the roof where the woman was were not directly opposite each other, the buoy drifted down the current for a while before veering off and not drifting to where the roof was. A woman's cry of alarm came, and it turned out that the house had shaken again. Lu Feng immediately shouted when he saw this, "Don't move, I'll go over now." He re-pulled the rope back and tied it around his own waist, re-entered the water and swam swiftly down the current to where the woman was. Soon after, Lu Fengyu arrived there and finally climbed up to the roof where the woman was. And by now, the woman was sitting across the ridge of the house, having been moved to tears. She tried to come crawling towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng immediately said, "Don't move, wait for me to come over." The woman immediately dared not move. After moving over a little bit, Lu Feng finally arrived at the woman's side. The woman was around 20 years old, her expression was incomparably haggard, and her gaze was pitiful as she looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't say much to her and immediately untied the rope around his own waist and tied it to the woman's body. He then unhooked his own inflatable belt, blew it up and strapped it to the woman's armpits as well. Lu Feng asked while tying it, "Can you swim?" The woman said weakly, "Yes, a little." "Know the backstroke?" "No." "Very well, later we'll pull on the rope and swim to the balcony over there as a backstroke." The woman nodded nervously. Lu Feng was just about to tie it around his waist as well, but the house shook again. The woman immediately let out a terrified cry. Lu Feng said calmly, "Don't be afraid, we'll leave here right away." Lu Feng also does not tie the rope, only in the hand casually wrapped twice, and then brought the woman to the eaves, slowly down to the water. The current was suddenly going to push them downstream. The woman's arms immediately swung in panic. Lu Feng reminded, "Don't panic, pull the rope up a little bit." The woman calmed down at once. With the buoyancy of the inflatable belt, she realized she wasn't sinking. The two of them then swam towards the small 3-story building in a backstroke position bit by bit, and climbed up to the second-floor balcony without any danger. When they were standing still on the balcony, the woman immediately clutched her mouth in shock after glancing back. Lu Feng also glanced at it, and his pupils contracted for a moment. The original red-tiled house was gone. There was only murky, dim water there. If he had been a few minutes late, he was afraid that the woman would have been washed away with him. The woman stared blankly at the empty water for half a second. And Lu Feng had already untied the rope tied to the railing. "Can't stay here, let's get on the roof." Now, he could only follow along and wait for help. The woman immediately gathered her emotions and followed Lu Feng up to the rooftop. "Sis!" It was only on the rooftop that the panicked cries of a young boy came from the waterfront. Chapter 103, The Woman Who Doesn't Forget to Shoot Even in a Time of Life and Death. At the water's edge, the little boy was bawling into the empty water. The house his sister was in was washed away, and so was his sister. He's without his sister. "Sis!" As if he couldn't accept this fact, he was still screaming his heart out into the water. The little boy, at this point, was wearing a life jacket and was followed by two uniformed soldiers. Zhang Zhuzhong and Dong Xiuhei arrived. Lu Feng had not yet arrived in the town when his cell phone still had a signal, and at that time, he had already sent a locator to Zhang Zhuzhong to make it easier for him to rush to support him. They followed the positioning sent by Lu Feng, but after arriving where the positioning was, they couldn't contact Lu Feng anymore. Calling shows that the other party is not in the service area. Until they saw a panicked little boy on a bicycle. The young boy asked for help and then the duo was brought to the town. The two men looked at the empty water and their mood sank to the bottom. Landwind is gone. Washed away? Or went off to find support elsewhere? Dong Xiuhei trembled. This is the end. With Brother Feng's character, he must have rushed down to save the others and then followed along to be washed away. How are we going to explain this to the class president? He couldn't help but be moist in his eyes already. Zhang Zhuzhong was also in a gloomy mood, but still maintained his composure and said, "Lu Feng will never be okay that easily." His tone was firm, both speaking out to comfort Dong Xiuhei and actually comforting himself. Then he began to search the water calmly. When he saw that not far from the little boys crying toward a small building, Lu Feng was waving vigorously at him. He jolted instantly, his tautness relieved. Sure enough, this was the Lu Feng he knew. His emotions, from the painful loss of his comrades, to find them, a big ups and downs can be exciting. Then he saw a woman standing beside Lu Feng. The woman was holding up her cell phone to them. 2 minutes ago. Lu Feng and the trapped woman had just gone up to the rooftop when they heard shouting from the shore. The two rushed to the rooftop. Then he saw the little boy and the three young Ju-young. Lu Feng was more than ready to respond to them when the woman tugged her to her feet. She made a shushing gesture. Then skillfully, he pulled out his cell phone, tapped on the video, and aimed it at the shore. Then, like a presenter, she narrated as she filmed. "The little boy crying on the shore is my brother, my own brother. He thought I'd been swept away in the flood. Because that's where I was trapped not too long ago." She turned the camera to an empty patch of water. There would have been a red-tiled one-story house in that location, and I would have been trapped on the roof there. At a time when I was screaming for help. A People's Army soldier appeared, and it was this one beside me. She turned the camera on Lu Feng again. Lu Feng looked at the woman with a serious, yet slightly helpless expression. The woman continued, "It was this young warrior who risked his life by jumping into the floodwaters to save me as the house I was in was about to be swept away. It ended up moving me to where I am now and allowed me to get out of harm's way for a while. Warrior, may I ask you a question?" Without waiting for Lu Feng to answer, the woman asked, "Why are you willing to come to my rescue despite the danger?" Lu Feng coldly said, "Because I am a soldier." The woman asked again, "Aren't you afraid you'll be swept away in the flood with me?" Lu Feng remained cold, "If you're afraid, you won't be a soldier." Lu Feng no longer paid any attention to the woman. Just in time to see Zhang Zhuzhong on the shore looking his eyes over, he immediately waved his arms and shouted at them. "Old Zhang! Master Dong!" Dong Xiaohei was brewing his sadness when he suddenly heard Lu Feng's voice. He couldn't help but look puzzled and asked in a suspicious voice, "Old Zhang, I seem to have heard Lu Feng's voice." Seeing that he was still looking at the empty water, Zhang Zhuzhong patted him on the shoulder and pointed with his hand in one direction. Dong Xiaohei looked over in a smooth manner, and then he saw Lu Feng waving at him. It was a moment of mixed emotions, and he could no longer stop the tears. After wiping a hard tear from his eye, he waved hard in response as well. "Brother!" Over there, the woman also called out to the little boy. The little boy who had been sitting on his knees crying suddenly froze. then stared blankly in the direction from which the voice had come. For a moment, he lost the ability to think. Lu Feng, however, had no time to care about their mood and immediately shouted, "Have you brought the rope over?" Zhang Zhuzhong immediately returned, "Bring it on." He pulled the rescue rope out of his backpack. Lu Feng shouted again, "One isn't long enough, so you guys join two together and try to throw them." Zhang Zhuzhong immediately connected the bundle he had brought with Dong Xiuhei's. He then tries to throw the rope, but the distance is too great and he fails. The weight of the two bundles of rope was so heavy that they fell into the water halfway through the throw. He retrieved the rope and tried again, but the rope got heavier with water and the throw didn't go as far as the first time. Lu Feng didn't have much to do when he saw this. At that moment, the woman shouted to the shore, "Brother, you must leave quickly, the water level here will get higher and higher, and you will be in danger if you continue to stay there." Lu Feng heard the difference and quickly asked, "How are you sure the water level will get higher?" The woman explained, "I majored in water resources engineering, and I know more about flood control and flood prevention. I'm actually a video blogger who specializes in water engineering videos to educate netizens about the various water projects in our country. Originally I wanted to come and shoot the flood control site, and when I was choosing my route, I deliberately picked this side with the flood channel. That way I don't have to travel to the front lines to get a shot of the raging floodwaters." Lu Feng asked thoughtfully, "So it's unusual that this area would experience flooding?" The woman nodded her head and said, "Yes, there are usually two reasons for this situation. One is that the flood discharge channel is blocked by something, causing it to be unable to discharge the flood smoothly. If that's the case, it's okay, as long as the river is dredged where it's silted up, all the flooding here will slowly come down. But if it's the other reason, it's worse." Lu Feng asked anxiously, "What is it?" The woman looked in the upstream direction and said uncertainly, "Most likely, the upstream dike of the flying river broke. When the dike breaks, it becomes very difficult to plug the opening, and the dike opening gets bigger and bigger. Once the dike collapses completely, with the Fei River's storage capacity, this downstream for 100 miles will become a flooded swamp." Lu Feng immediately rang up the news he had heard when he spoke to the command center earlier. "Can't wait any longer, must find a way to save myself." Lu Feng shouted toward the shore, "Old Zhang, take the kid back to the high ground first." Then he instructed the woman again, "You stay here." The woman was shocked, "What are you going to do?" Lu Feng only replied, "Save yourself," and ran down to the second floor. By the time he got down to the second floor, he realized that the flood had risen up to the balcony and was coming in. Chapter 104, Don't Panic. Don't you move. Lu Feng went down to the balcony and tied one end of the rescue rope to the railing again and the other to his waist. On the shore, Zhang Zhuzhong asked Dong Xiuhei to bring the little boy up to the high ground. Seeing Lu Feng's movements, he vaguely understood something. He hurriedly shook out the water from the rescue rope that had just gotten soaked. Lu Feng tied up, without the slightest hesitation, over the railing into the flood, to the shore to swim. Physical fitness is in full swing. Sprint acceleration. Lu Feng crossed over while pushing against the current. On the rooftop, the woman covers her mouth in shock at the sight of jumping into the floodwaters. Then, her first reaction was to take out her cell phone and record Lu Feng. On the shore, Zhang Zhuzhong also looked at Lu Feng nervously. When he swam to the center position, Lu Feng yelled, "Throw the rope over." Zhang Zhuzhong, who had long been ready, threw himself with vigor, and one end of the rope was thrown out. Snap! The head of the rope slapped into the water, a meter or two away from Lu Feng. Lu Feng was just about to reach out and grab it when the rope's buoy was already washed away by the current. Re-throw! Lu Feng roared before continuing to freestyle against the current. The effect of the fitness level, swimming skills and sprinting acceleration allowed Lu Feng to withstand the flood. It was as if he was running wild on a treadmill. Ding! Detected that the host's physical strength value has broken through 90, reaching the excellent level, officially taking the first step towards an excellent strong army, rewarding the excellent level underwater breath holding ability. Hint, holding breath underwater excellent level, with the host's current physical strength, he can hold his breath underwater for 5 minutes. Remarks, the greater the lung capacity, the longer the ability holds its breath. Lu Feng couldn't care less about the system prompts, and crossed another small section towards the shore, drawing 3 or 4 meters closer. Zhang Zhuzhong shouted, "I'm going to throw it." He fought and the rope was thrown out, landing right above Lu Feng. The current pushed the buoy downward, right in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng reached out and grabbed it, biting it in his mouth. Then, Lu Feng swam back. When the woman on the rooftop saw this, she didn't care about filming and immediately ran down to that balcony on the second floor. She was going to pick up Lu Feng, and when she saw a rope tied to the railing, she immediately picked it up and pulled it back. Lu Feng only felt a tightness in his waist and his body was pulled towards the small building. Soon, Lu Feng returned to the small building. On the balcony, has seeped into many pools of water, the woman but has been unable to care, tired to sit down on the ground. Lu Feng quickly gathered the rope until it was straightened with Zhang Zhuzhong on the shore. He shouted toward Zhang Zhuzhong, "Find a sturdy place to secure the rope." Then, Lu Feng said to the woman, "You go up to the rooftop, I'll throw the rope up and you catch it." The woman got up in a hurry and rushed to the rooftop. Lu Feng then threw one end of the rope up by the balcony. Luckily, the distance wasn't too high, and the woman managed to catch it after only one throw. Afterwards, Lu Feng moved some tables and chairs and many heavy objects up to the rooftop in the room on the second floor. On the shore, Zhang Zhuzhong also found a tree pole and tied the rope securely. The two sections of rescue rope were 60 meters long when connected, and there were still 7 or 8 meters left when they were taut, enough to tie them up solidly. The height of the rooftop of the small building is a little higher on the water bank, and the rope, when taut, is angled downward. On the rooftop, Lu Feng also tied the ropes to the table legs securely, and then pressed a lot of heavy objects on the table. The woman looked at the dangling ropes and became nervous again. She already knew what she was going to do next. Lu Feng sensed her nervousness and casually asked, "Have you ever played zipline?" The woman tensed, "No." Lu Feng smiled, "It's fine, you'll have a chance to experience a cross-river zipline once." The woman said bitterly, "I don't want this experience." By this time, Lu Feng had already picked up his own piece of rescue rope and started to tie it to the woman. "Have no fear, these ropes are very strong and have no problem lifting a ton." Lu Feng used the rescue rope to make her an improvised zipline cradle, then let the woman flip out of the rooftop fence. "Old Zhang, get ready to pick up. Don't worry about coming over." At this time, Dong Xiuhei also ran back. Lu Feng looked more relieved, then said to the woman, "Are you ready?" The woman looked at the height and instantly turned around in fear and hugged the fence crying, "I'm scared." Lu Feng comforted, "Don't be afraid, this rope is very strong and I have tied it firmly, you will be fine." She cried, "What if we fall into the water?" Lu Feng had a bit of a headache. On the shore, Zhang Zhuzhong shouted, "Hurry up." He had felt the water level rise. Lu Feng also knew that he couldn't hesitate too much. He pulled the woman up and pressed her shoulders solemnly, "Don't worry, if you fall into the water, I will definitely jump in to save you." The woman looked at Lu Feng's serious eyes, and her heart felt incredibly relieved. She couldn't help but believe that if she did fall into the water, this KPA soldier would jump down and save her. After taking a deep breath, the woman turned back to face the flood. "Ready?" The woman was just about to nod her head when her person was already pushed out by Lu Feng. "Ah!" On the surface of the water, the woman's panicked screams rang out. The woman slipped quickly while hanging from the rope. Soon she was stuck. Stuck halfway. Lu Feng was suddenly startled to realize that it was the link of two ropes. That knot snagged the lanyard. At this point, the woman was hanging in the center, gravity pulling her down toward the floodwaters, her toes already in the water. The woman screamed louder. Lu Feng pulled hard on the rope to make it as taut as possible, and Zhang Zhuzhong and Dong Xiuhei on the shore also pulled hard. Lu Feng shouted, "Don't panic. Grab the rope with both hands, hoist yourself up and get the rope over the card knot." The woman reopened her eyes and saw the flood underneath her, and forced herself to hold back her panic and follow Lu Feng's instructions. Lu Feng, on the other hand, kept motivating her. "After several attempts, I finally managed to get the rope past the snag knot and slid smoothly into the water on the bank." Zhang Zhuzhong and Dong Xiuhei rushed up to catch the man. Only since then had Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After Zhang Zhuzhong and Dong Xiuhei untied the ropes from the woman's body, they anxiously shouted to Lu Feng, "Lu Feng, it's your turn." The woman waved her arms excitedly at him as well. The joy of being saved thrilled her. Lu Feng nodded and was about to respond when his eyes were drawn to the high slopes in the distance. Only to see a team of 5 men covered in red gear running down the high slopes. Rescue team. The rescue team quickly came to Zhang Zhuzhong and the others. The leader of the rescue team immediately asked, "Is that one the trapped person?" He pointed to Landwind at the other end of the sling. Zhang Zhuzhong froze at the question and subconsciously returned, "No, that was also a rescue." At that moment, the woman immediately raised her hand and said, "Me, I'm the one who was trapped as a civilian." It was that warrior who saved me. An officer behind the captain immediately stepped forward, draped her in a blanket and handed her a bottle of drinking water. The rescue leader tugged on the sling and asked, "Did you guys get this?" He saw that the men were childish faces, not like a professional rescue team. On the rooftop, Lu Feng had already picked up a bedsheet and twisted it into a rope to tie it to his hand. When he went over the rooftop fence and tried to slide back to shore, the rescue captain on the shore immediately barked, "Don't you move." Chapter 105, We're gonna need a backhoe. After stopping Lu Feng's movement, the rescue captain said to the team behind him, "Get in the kayak." A member of the team said, "Captain, this kind of turbulence is hard for a kayak to get through, too, unless it's an assault boat." The captain asked, "Did we bring the punch bowl?" There was a limited number of flushing boats and we arrived in a hurry, underestimated the flood conditions and didn't apply. The captain thought for a moment and said decisively, "Get in the kayak and use the rope to connect the kayak to this sling, and we'll borrow the strength of the group ropes to cross over." The captain shouted to Lu Feng again, "Go back and wait, loosen the rope a bit, don't tense it too much, we'll go over to save you now." Lu Feng could only roll back over the fence with a helpless face. The rescue captain asked the woman, "How did you get over here?" The woman said with slight pride, "Slide over." Then, she danced around and told how she was rescued by Lu Feng. The whole process is told from the initial solo crossing of the floodwaters, transferring her from the red tile roof, to the later crossing of the water to get the rope, and finally the sliding of the rope across the water. The more the rescue captain listened, the more alarmed he became, and even his teammates on the sidelines pricked up their ears and listened with fascination. Upon hearing this, the rescue leader commented, "This is nonsense, it's really not worth it." The woman's eyes reddened as she listened, and she said, "I also asked him if he wasn't afraid of losing his life as well. But he told me that if he was afraid, he wouldn't go into the military. He was a deserving soldier." The rescue captain listened in awe, and his heart's favor towards Lu Feng increased quite a bit. It was a rough and risky approach, but cut and dried and saved lives. The rescue captain asked Zheng Juzhong, who was on the sidelines, "Little comrade, which unit are you from?" Zheng Juzhong stood upright and said resoundingly, "We are current students of the National Science Military University." This rescue team did not wear military uniforms, and Zhang Juzhong did not report with a military salute. Once the rescue team heard that they were students from the highest military academy in Xia, they added a few more points of respect. They are both firefighters and have a natural affinity for the military. "Captain, it's ready." The rescue captain immediately said, "Good. Let me personally go and see this heroic comrade." Rescue captain and a team member, with the help of a sling, a little over to the small building where Lu Feng is. When Lu Feng saw that they had reached the balcony, he turned toward them and said, "Catch the rope." He had untied the rope from the table leg and thrown it toward the balcony. The rescue leader, with the help of the rope, was a little confused. When Lu Feng came down, he asked, "Why did you throw the rope down?" Lu Feng said, "Recycling the rescue rope, it can be used to save more people." His tone was so matter of fact. Opening his mouth to save lives, the rescue captain felt a little more favorable towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng said, "We can have the people on the other side of the river pull the rope upstream, we pull on the rope at our end, and then we can use the combined force of the rope's pull and the current's push to swing across horizontally." The rescue captain froze for a moment and praised, "Not bad for a senior student of the National Science Military University." The rescue leader did as Lu Feng said and instructed his teammates on the shore to pull the rope up. After some maneuvering, it did drive back to shore quickly. Much faster than they used to. Upon returning to shore, the rescue leader instructed, "Since you are all fine, take the civilians back to the camp to be relocated, we have a mission to fulfill, so we won't be taking you back. You guys know where the camp is, right?" Lu Feng nodded, "I know." He thought for a moment and asked, "Comrade Captain, is your mission to find the blocked section of the flooding river?" The rescue captain was surprised and asked rhetorically, "How do you know?" Lu Feng immediately said, "Please take me with you, I can help." "Take me with you too." The woman's voice came. "I am studying water engineering and can you guys look for blockage locations?" "I'm a professional," she added. Lu Feng looked over and it was the woman he had rescued. And her brother had run down again and was following her. The rescue leader told her, "You're a civilian, we're responsible for your safety, you can't go." Then to Lu Feng, he said, "You can go. It just so happens that we're short on manpower, so join us on the front line after you finish your mission. Originally, clean up the river more than sent so few people to come, but the frontline flood situation is more urgent, can only helplessly come a small team. And the woman, seeing that she couldn't go, stomped her foot and said, I can really give you professional advice. Lu Feng, however, guessed that she probably wanted to follow her up in order to record the video. But she lacked the ability to save herself, and it was better not to go there before an accident. Lu Feng said to Zheng Zhuzhong, Old Zheng, you take them back first, I'll go with the rescue team to help. The rescue captain didn't have time to dawdle, his teammates stowed their kayaks and immediately took the team on the move, searching downstream along the current. Lu Feng waved his hand to Zheng Zhuzhong and the others and hurriedly followed. Dong Xiaohei looked at Lu Feng's departing back and said, Brother Feng, this is also too capable, others can't avoid it yet, but he wants to go towards the danger. Zheng Zhuzhong said, Trust Lu Feng, he always manages not to disappoint. Let's go back soon too. On the way, Lu Feng also made a brief acquaintance with the rescue team. The captain's name is Locke, in his early 30s. The other four let Lu Feng call them by their nicknames. Door panels, ladders, axes, old skins. Old Pie, give Lu Feng a life jacket. Lu ordered. The teammate named Old Skin immediately took out a set from his back and gave it to Lu Feng. Thanks. Lu Feng took the cloak. On the side, Ladder asked, Lu Feng, how did you swim there before without a life jacket? Lu Feng said, I'm better at swimming. Ladder said, I can swim too, but I don't dare to jump into such a rapid flood, and if I encounter an undercurrent or whirlpool, it's useless to be a good swimmer. Lu Feng said, I didn't think that much, I just wanted to save people. Axe immediately said, look at people's awareness, Ladder, that's why you couldn't get into military school. Ladder then said, I couldn't get in because my grades were bad and I didn't have the brains to study. We don't lack awareness. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. Lu Feng curiously said, are your nicknames based on firefighting tools? The latter immediately said, you see, this is the brain that can learn. One quick guess. Axe said, in fact, we also took these nicknames because the captain, every time we go out on a mission, never calls out our names, and will only directly call out the tools needed. Ladder said, I'm usually in charge of building ladders, so that's why I'm called Ladder. The door slammer is in charge of breaking down doors, the axe is the one who carries the fire axe, and Old Skin is usually in charge of carrying the gear. The group walked along the hills along the water's edge. The road was not smooth, but none of the group walked slowly. Not long after, the captain, Lu, who was walking in front, shouted. Found it! The blocked section of the river. The crowd rushed forward and came upon a section of the river that was silted up with a lot of debris such as house debris and tree branches and weeds. At least 80% of the floodwaters are trapped, and only a small portion of the floodwaters can be discharged, creating small waterfalls. Ladder smacked his lips, you had to bring in a backhoe for that? Chapter 106, Brute force is still needed to take out silted river sections wisely. Get the guys and get to work. The river is mountainous on both sides, so even if we contacted an excavator to come over, we don't know how long we would have to wait. But the flood doesn't wait for anyone. So the captain, Lu, couldn't care less and just shouted for someone to start messing around. Lu Feng ran up first. The captain reminded, clear the downstream position first. The water upstream of the siltation is deep and does not clear well. Lu Feng directly on the hand to fish water plants, and soon fished a large group of hold up, thrown to the shore. Others saw this and went into the water to clear it. The river is tens of meters wide and the length of the silted up section is also at least 10 meters long. I don't know how long it will take to clean up with just these guys. The rescue team, however, did not complain in the slightest. For them, as long as they can save the people, it's worth the pain and suffering. However, Lu Feng still felt that this was too slow. He observed that the water level downstream of the silt blockage was only up to their knees. The rescue team's crowd was struggling to clean up all kinds of debris when they saw Lu Feng suddenly run ashore. Then it went upstream, ran to the end of the silt blockage, and the captain said, Lu Feng, you speak. Yes. Lu Feng almost subconsciously saluted. He slowed down and explained to the crowd, we don't have to clear all the river silt, just the one trail in the center of the river. The crowd sniffed. Lu Feng continued, I just measured it, and these silt deposits are blocking the area and have formed a natural dam. The depth of water in the upper river core is approaching 2 meters. All we have to do is cut a channel through the center and then actively trigger a break in the dike, and we'll be able to use the force of the floodwaters to wash away all this silt. At this time, Brother Lu also said, this is also called the dike effect. Look at others, they are good at physics and know how to apply it, learn from Lu Feng. The latter took over, of course, people have been admitted to the National Science Military University. Lu Feng didn't care about their flirting and said sharply, "Let's get started." The crowd's scowls tightened, and they all gathered in a central position in the river, all 6 of them focusing on clearing it together. It didn't take more than a few minutes to clear a trail that was only 1 person wide. The 6 men worked together and kept dropping down upstream, digging into the depth of the trail. Whoa! What is this? The trash cans were also washed down by the flood. From it, the crowd lifted a half-tall trash can. After that, the crowd dug up a variety of large items, things like shared bikes, tables, quilts, etc. It took over an hour to finally approach the end of the silt plug upstream. The captain motivated, "Only 3 or 4 meters to go, we guys, step it up." Then, after a little more digging, the crowd had to stop. Ladder gasped, "What is this thing? A stone wall?" Across the road in front of them was a concrete wall almost as high as a "let's get over so" wall and clear behind it. So the crowd crossed the wall and continued to clean up. And the further back the water started to get deeper, the harder it was for the crowd to clean it up. The silt was almost thigh deep. Every step is hard. Lu Feng, your stamina is too good, I haven't seen you gasp for breath since the beginning. Ladder was already panting from exhaustion. After nearly 2 hours of continuous work, he was already feeling weak in the hands. Lu Feng kept salvaging in his hands and said, "It's not bad, we do 2 to 3 hours of physical training every day, we're already used to it." Ladder gave a thumbs up. In fact, they firefighters had to do physical training every day as well. Sure enough, it was a lot more efficient than body slamming, and soon enough don't he knocked down 2 more bricks. The water burst through the gap. Lu Feng reminded, "You guys get out of there or you'll be swept away by the torrent." Stunned, Ladder said, "What about you?" Lu Feng said, "I'm fine." Instead, the captain tied a rescue rope around Lu Feng's waist. "You guys go to the downstream position and as soon as the current breaks out, go widen the gap. All you have to do is sweep the silt into the current." The captain tied it off and pulled one end of the rope to the shore to secure it. At this moment, Lu Feng knocked down a few more bricks. With the help of the current's impulse, he knocked down more and more smoothly. Small streams of water had gushed out of the knocked-out gap. One at a time and another at a time. Boom! The wall's been punched through. The water burst through the gap with a loud streaming sound. Can't. Gotta whack the whole wall. Lu Feng continued to widen the gap in the wall. Luckily, the broken wall was only about a meter wide, and with the help of the current, Lu Feng whacked it smoothly. And the 1-person wide trail that the crowd had carved out had created an extremely swift stream of water. Basically anything you throw in there will be washed away by the current. 4 teammates kept widening the gap downstream. "Attention!" Lu Feng bellowed. "The wall has been smashed down by him." The raging current washed over him at once, and on the bank the captain was pulling the rope with a deadly grip. Under the strong current, the gap grew wider and wider, and more silt was washed away with the current. The few men downstream hastily shifted to shore, then followed the captain in pulling the rope. Landwind is still washed up in the water. The trail cut by the crowd gradually widened from downstream upwards, gradually forming a triangular cone shape. When a threshold was reached, there was a loud boom and the torrent broke out into a waterway several meters wide. Chapter 107, Treatment after being honored with the First-Class Merit Award. Pull hard. With a shout from the captain, the 5 men exerted themselves in unison, as if they were fishing for a big fish in a river. In the river, Lu Feng was already submerged in the rushing current, not seeing his head. No matter how hard the 5 men tried, they just couldn't pull the man up. 3 or 4 minutes passed, and a gloom fell over the hearts of the crowd. The captain was also incredibly regretful at the moment. He shouldn't have let Lu Feng smash the wall, he should have done it himself. That way, at least he would be the one to get washed away, not young Lu Feng. It was a senior student of the National Science Military University, a future pillar of the nation. He roared again, "I'm going to yell 1, 2, 3, and we're all going to push together. 1, 2, 3. And in the water, Lu Feng had actually been standing, i.e. against the rush of the current and the pull of the rope. It's a rare opportunity, and he's pushing his limits. Because of his excellent level of underwater breath-holding ability, he can hold his breath for 5 minutes underwater and be fine. Ding! The host completes the water limit challenge, formally taking a landmark step towards a strong army in the water, rewarding the skill merge upgrade ability. Detected that the host already possesses the wilderness survival skill, swimming skill and underwater breath-holding ability, automatically merged and upgraded to amphibious wilderness survival instinct on land and sea master level. Hint: master level amphibious land and sea survival instincts. As long as the host is on land and in water, he will master all kinds of instinctive survival skills as if he were a wild animal. When Lu Feng heard the prompt, he immediately let go of his feet and his body was instantly pulled up. Immediately after he was pulled ashore, the captain had to give him resuscitation first aid. Lu Feng hastily raised his hand to stop it. "Lu, I'm fine." The captain, however, worriedly asked, "You weren't choking on the water just now after being underwater for so long?" Lu Feng shook. "No, I held my breath." Latter was immediately shocked. "Screamed for that long? I almost thought you had hung up just now, it almost scared us to death." Lu Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't die that easily." The captain patted his shoulder and said, "Brat, next time don't be so risky. You're still young and have a great future, you can't afford to have an accident." Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth. Although they had only been together for less than half a day, the captain's care for him was as genuine as if he were his own offspring. Lu Feng laughed, "That's for sure, I still have to serve my country well." The latter immediately said, "Blah blah blah. Don't make such an unlucky flag, withdraw withdraw withdraw." He reached out into the air as if he had grabbed what Lu Feng had just said and shoved it back into his mouth. Lu Feng was amused by his actions. It was less than half a day, but he had already become close friends with these people. Lu Feng looked at the river and saw that more and more silt had been washed away by the current, while the water level had dropped slightly. The captain said at this point, "The water level has dropped, but not significantly. It means that it's still a bit tight upstream, so we need to get there as soon as possible to help." Lu Feng also said, "At the end of the upstream is the dike of the flying river. It's likely." He didn't go on. The captain nodded knowingly. He ordered, "Come on, let's return to the car and get back to our orders first." Axe asked, "Don't we need to watch this river?" The captain, in turn, asked rhetorically, "Why don't you stay and watch?" Axe shook his head. As the crowd talked, the truck drove into the front line of the flooded area. The sky was still dark and cloudy, and the road gradually became waterlogged. The truck soon pulled into the camp of the forward command. After parking the car, the captain led the group outside the command and control center canopy, told them to wait outside, and went in alone to debrief the mission. The camp was filled with all sorts of people coming in and out, all looking grim and footloose, looking incredibly busy. It made the few people standing and waiting a little anxious along with them. After waiting for some time, the bandleader came out with a middle-aged man in military uniform. The captain explained to the crowd, "This is the chief of the frontline command, everyone greet the chief." "Good day, chief." Lu Feng immediately greeted with a loud and powerful voice. The chief glanced at Lu Feng, the only one in training uniform, and walked over to him and asked, "You're Lu Feng?" "Yes." The chief nodded and said, "I have received a report on your matter, well done. To be able to disregard your own safety and valiantly make a rescue when the people's lives are in danger, you are a warrior worthy of honor." Lu Feng said, "Thank you for the chief's compliments, this is just what I should do." The chief was pleased. "Your merit for saving the life of the man plus your merit for clearing the river will give you first and second class merit once respectively." First class merit. The crowd all shook in unison. Only military personnel who have made outstanding contributions are given first class honors. There are quite a few ways for a soldier to earn first class honors, but in each one, there is the risk of giving his life. The country of Xia has a policy that if a soldier under the age of 25 in the army makes a first-class merit, he can be directly guaranteed to enter the military school. If it's a company lieutenant, it'll be promoted to the rank of captain. If Lu Feng successfully graduated, he would be promoted one step ahead of the other trainees. This was also the reason why the chief was able to personally come out to meet Lu Feng in his busy schedule. A soldier with first-class merit deserves his solemn treatment. Chapter 108, Help. Please don't save me. Thank you, Chief, for taking care of me. Please place me on the front line, I still have the strength to save people. Lu Feng refused the commander's kind offer. However, the commander happily said, "Very good, like a soldier, it's not in vain that I've looked up to you. Be sure to return safely, and I'll have to ask you to sing a song in our troop at the New Year's Eve party." Lu Feng said in a solemn voice, "Guarantee to complete the mission." After that, the commander instructed the bandmaster to take the crowd to eat and rest first, and went back inside the tent. It was nearing evening. Lu Feng, however, suggested, "Brother Lu, I don't need to rest, let's bring food and just set off." He was scheduled to follow the band as a group for the time being. The bandleader asked the others, "What about you guys? Latter said, I've had enough rest in the car just now. Old Skin, who was driving, chimed in, I'm okay with that. Seeing this, the band leader simply waved his hand and said, let's go then. Just as he was about to get food, the band leader's communicator received a call for help. After listening to the message, he immediately said, something to eat later. The command center received a distress signal, there is a family trapped in the flood, we immediately go to the rescue. Without any complaints, the 6 men immediately geared up and set off. The reason it was so urgent was because the city's communication base stations had previously been flooded, and the power outage had caused a massive communications blackout. This was also the reason why Lu Feng's cell phone suddenly lost its signal when he was in that town. It was only when the temporary communication station was set up that the communication signal was re-established. As soon as the communication signal was available, all kinds of distress calls came in at the same time. And being temporarily out of commission, they were immediately notified of the rescue mission. The rescue was urgent, and the band didn't dare to delay, so they immediately took their men on a drive and drove into the outskirts of Z City. But the car was halfway there, but it was unable to continue because the water in front of it was too deep. The band leader said decisively, get out of the car and into the kayak. The door panel opened the kayak and placed the heavy rescue gear inside, but no one sat in it and waded forward. The water in this area was as deep as their thighs. Occasionally, you'll meet a torrent of water. The bandmaster followed the directions from the communicator display to an old section of town. The houses in this area all look older. Looking at the monitor, the bandleader told the crowd, it's just past that street up ahead, let's move fast. When Lu Feng heard this, he immediately rushed forward, but when he reached the street, he suddenly stopped. He saw the family of people who were begging for help. Just across the street on the roof. It was an elderly couple. They also saw Lu Feng and were excitedly waving their hands and yelling help. The band leader came up and said, go on. What's the stopping for? With that, he was about to move forward, but Lu Feng pulled him back. Lu Feng pointed to the street in front of him, Brother Lo, look at this current. The band leader looked in the direction Lu Feng was pointing and froze as well. It turned out that the street had a special topography, a slightly inclined steep slope, which caused the water to flow to this place, but it formed rapids. The center of the street, all washed out in turbulent waters. And the path they had taken to get here was a several meter wide alleyway, blocked on the left and right by the high walls of houses. Lu Feng said, we can't walk through this kind of water depth and current. Latter came up as well and said, if we had known we would have applied for the punch bowl before we came over. The bandmaster then ordered, Old Skin, you and Axe go around and take a look. Old Skin and Doorman immediately backed up and went upstream along the street. However, the house where the elderly couple was located was right in the middle of the steep slope. Behind the house, the same street. Unfortunately, that street is also a steep hill. It wasn't long before the communication from Old Skin came through. Can't get around it. The band asked angrily, how can you not get around? The water is much wider up there, like a river or a sea, and the same current is not small. Even if you go through with the current you can't get back. The Old Skinny's helpless voice came over the calm. The band thought for a moment and immediately said, you guys come back and we'll start the rescue on this side. He then commanded to the ladder behind him, use the rope thrower and throw the rope over it. Ladder immediately picked up a barrel-like device, adjusted the inclination, and fired it toward the roof of the room where the pair of old men were. One of the old men, bewildered to hold up the rope, look left, look right, froze and failed to find a suitable place to fix the rope on the roof. The band saw this and immediately said, no, we still have to send someone over. Lu Feng immediately said, Brother Lu, I'll do it, I have experience. The band, however, was afraid to put him at risk. He tied a rope around his waist and simply said, you guys pull me in, and headed for the center of the street. However, he had only stepped out 3 or 4 meters when it became harder and harder. It didn't take long for him to take a step, and the current that had reached his waist high immediately swept him away. The crowd rushed to pull on the rope and pull the bandleader back. The bandmaster, who had been washed away, took several hard gulps of water, causing him to choke a bit. Pulled back and couldn't stop coughing. Lu Feng also tied a rope for himself and said, I'll do it. Then, without waiting for the bandmaster's permission, he walked up the street. Learning from the bandleader's lesson, Lu Feng walked sideways like a crab, his body leaning forward right into the current. But there was also a much larger area of force, which was soon washed away by the current as well. The crowd rushed to pull him back. Luckily, he closed his breath well and didn't choke on the water in the turbulence like the bandmaster did. As soon as Lu Feng came back, Axe also said, "I'll do it." This time he went up a bit and then in sideways. Almost unsteady on his feet, he lunged straight up and tried to swim his way over. But the current in the center of the street was so strong that he couldn't keep his swim going, and all of a sudden he was swept downhill out of sight. The crowd rushed to pull him back. As soon as Axe returned, he kept dropping dry heaves. "It doesn't look like a lot of water went into it." Then the latter chimed in, "I'll do it." However, it went with a vengeance and was pulled back with a vengeance. But none of the people gave up, and when they failed again and again, they continued to try again and again. At one point, the bandleader was walking too hard, and after being swept away by the torrent of water, he hit it somewhere and knocked blood right out of his forehead. While the bandmaster's side was still bandaging his wounds, on the other side, Lu Feng began to try. And across the street, watching these fighters try again and again and again and again to be swept away, obviously exhausted, but still tenaciously leaning toward them, completely disregarding their own safety. They can't help but think of their children and their young grandchildren. The two old men suddenly dropped to both knees and shouted at them, "Don't come, don't save us. You guys go back." By now, twilight was falling, and it was getting dimmer and dimmer. However, the crowd didn't stop and were still trying hard. The two old men couldn't help but look teary-eyed, and one of them cried out, "Please, please don't come to our rescue. We're just two old guys, it's not worth it, it's not worth it." Chapter 109, It Wasn't an Adventure. The old man's wailing was heartbreaking, but it also strengthened the determination of Lu Feng and others to save people. There is no worthiness. There are some things that have to be done. The bandmaster turned on his searchlight and shone it toward the two old men. He cried out comfortingly, "Don't worry, we won't give up on you." Instead, one of the old men shouted back, "Enough already. You have done enough, more than enough. Boys, you've got to stop." Listening to the old man's genuine words made several firefighters unable to hold back the redness of their eyes. Lu Feng, on the other hand, said, "Don't worry, we'll be there soon." However, the two old men both got up and walked hand in hand to the edge of the roof. "Son, we have lived enough. To be able to see young people like you at the end of your lives, I am sure that our country will be better off in the future." The two old men looked at each other, embraced, and began to pour out their hearts to each other. Lu Feng sensed that the situation was not good, and that these two old men were willing to jump into the water and kill themselves for their sake. The bandleader also sensed that the two elderly men were unstable and began to shout reassurances. "Don't worry guys, we've called for someone to bring the assault boat. You guys mustn't give up." He did request a new rescue team over the comms to bring in assault boats. There were just no more unoccupied submarine boats in the rear, they had all been taken out to the rescue. And it takes time to get other teams over. The entire city of Z was affected by too large an area. The flooding was so sudden that many residents were unable to evacuate in time. There are too many people trapped by the flood, all waiting to be rescued. It's only going to be some time before the submarine gets here. However, the two old men were in a desperate situation and were already emotionally unstable, plus the cries they had just made seemed to have made up their minds. Lu Feng had stepped out into the current of the street, his heart secretly anxious. With a hard heart, he simply untied the ropes on his body. The long ropes, in the water, were also subjected to the thrust of the current, causing the pulling force of the ropes to also be applied to their bodies. As soon as Lu Feng's side untied the rope, the firefighters on the side immediately noticed. Because one end of the rope had been washed away. Latter, who was really pulling on the ropes, yelled, "Lu Feng, what are you doing?" Lu Feng didn't answer him, instead he unclasped the life jacket on his body as well and asked rhetorically, "Brother Lu, do you know the principle of fish being able to swim upstream against the current?" The bandleader's face changed and he yelled, "Lu Feng, don't take any chances, come back." On the other side, the old men on the roof sensed what was going on and shouted, "Don't do anything foolish, child." It was clear that he was the one who was ready to do something stupid a moment before. But being nervous about the young man's well-being, he forgot even the silly thing he was about to do. Instead of responding, Lu Feng clasped his hands together, then raised them high above his head before plunging forward into the water with a jerk. The bandleader immediately yelled in a hurry, "Lu Feng, quick, tie me up." The crowd rushed to tie him up. "Pull me tight." The band growled, moving toward the spot where Lu Feng had staked out. And with that shout he alerted Old Skin. He said, "Everyone move up." He came up with the idea of using a diagonal upward pull to counteract some of the water's rush. While this approach wouldn't help them cross the current of the street, it would allow the band to walk closer to the center of the street. Soon, the band walked over to where Lu Feng had staked his claim and reached for it, but there was nothing. He yelled a few times into the water, praying that Lu Feng would hear him. But only the sound of the rushing water answered him icily. He tried to keep going, but the push of the water and the pull of the rope prevented him from taking another step forward, and instead he fell backward. At this time, a few minutes had passed before Lu Feng entered the water. And on the roof, both old men couldn't help but cry out in pain. Among other things, the old woman cried repeatedly, "Sins!" The bandleader yelled to the rest of the crew, "Downstream, go downstream and see if anyone is there." The ladder and axe immediately swam down the side. However, before they could take a few steps, Lu Feng's voice came from the opposite side. "No need to go, I'm coming over." The crowd followed the sound. Only Lu Feng was seen on the opposite side of the street, slanting down a bit, firmly grasping the iron bars of a window. "I'm sorry for worrying you guys." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief in unison. After the relief, the bandleader immediately cursed, "Asshole boy, I'll clean you up when I get back." At this time, Lu Feng had already climbed sharply onto the roof where the two old men were. And the two old men immediately came over, touching this and that, and when they were sure that there was nothing on Lu Feng's body, the old woman immediately hugged him and cried bitterly. Lu Feng felt a warmth in his heart. This was the people he had fought so hard to save, simple and honest. For his part, the old man sighed, "Son, you really didn't have to risk your life for us." Lu Feng, however, solemnly returned, "This is my duty as a soldier. As long as we are around, there is no reason for the people to fall first." The old man was moved to tears, heavily tapping him on the shoulder. Actually, it wasn't much of a risk for him. He quizzed out the effects of his upgraded amphibious wilderness survival skills. When deciding to cross by submerged swimming, he was confirming the description of the skill several times in a row. There was one of those phrases that concerned him. It will be like a wild animal with all kinds of instinctive survival skills. Just now, after he dived into the water, he felt as if he had actually turned into a fish. By skillfully assuming the proper position and swinging his body and feet, he held his own against the current. It was as simple as the whole swimming thing was more of a meal for him. "I couldn't open my eyes underwater, but I was able to dive to the left by instinct." If he hadn't had his clothes on, he could have even done a real job of swimming against the current. The resistance of his clothes limits his ability to get in the water. With such a powerful ability, if he didn't dare to boldly try it, he would really be a soldier in vain. Even if he did get swept downstream by the current, he wasn't afraid that he would drown. At most, it's just one more trip up. So he genuinely didn't think it was anything dangerous. Lu Feng searched the roof carefully, and there was really no suitable place for securing the rope. He immediately remembered the ledge he had just grabbed. It's just that the water under the roof is half a man high, so it's not good for two old people to get in. And across the street, the bandleader shouted, "Lu Feng, find a spot to pull the rope, I'll go over there now." Lu Feng immediately rolled off the roof and returned to that windowsill, fixing the rope firmly with the barred window. After that, the bandmaster and the axe, with the aid of a rope, finally trickled through the current of the street and brought the rowboat across the street. The bandmaster didn't have time to lecture Lu Feng, but nervously helped the two old men out of the rowboat. There was also a rope attached to the rowboat, the ladder and the door panel they were pulling from a position diagonally above the other end. Then the band and the axe escorted the kayak back across the street. Finally, the two elderly men were freed. By the time the crowd had moved the rescued people back to the rear of the camp, the bandmaster threw a direct line at Lu Feng. Chapter 110, Replacement on the Dike. "I can't take a team member like you, and I don't dare to. You apply for support elsewhere." The band stacked that on Lu Feng and left him behind, taking their crew to the next rescue. Before leaving, Ladder even came over and comforted, "Don't blame Brother Lu, he's just a man with a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. He was the one who got the most nervous when you jumped in the water." Lu Feng laughed bitterly, "I understand, he just wanted me to be alerted, so he purposely did it to me." Seeing that he was seeing things through, Ladder gave him a thumbs up and followed. They haven't even had time to eat dinner yet. Lu Feng saluted them with a military salute. He waited until he couldn't see them before he was ready to head to the command post, intending to ask the chief to give him another new assignment. But just as he turned around, he saw a bunch of soldiers hurrying out of the camp, on their way to the last round of troop carriers. Seeing this, Lu Feng was struck by an idea and went forward to pull a soldier and asked, "Comrade, what mission are you going on?" The soldier said, "We're going to reinforce the dike." Lu Feng hurriedly said, "Take me with you." The soldier looked at Lu Feng suspiciously for a moment and nudged toward an officer. Then you'll have to talk to our company commander. Next to the wagon of the troop carrier, a company commander was directing the soldiers to board the wagon. Lu Feng ran over and said, reporting to the chief. I've gotten separated from my teammates, can you take me with you? Seeing that Lu Feng was wearing a soldier's training uniform and his military posture was extremely standard, that company commander didn't suspect anything and didn't even ask questions. He said directly, get in the car. The company commander was so straightforward that Lu Feng, who had already prepared an explanation, froze for a moment, but did not move slowly at all, and after giving a yes, he climbed into the carriage with a sharp hand. There were 6 or 7 vehicles in all, and the company commander climbed in last only after all the soldiers were on board. He slapped the body and shouted, let's go. The convoy started immediately. Flood emergency, he did not dare to delay for a moment. Only after the car started did that company commander have the time to ask Lu Feng about it. Private, what unit are you in? Report. I'm a student of the National Science Military University. The company commander couldn't help but look at Lu Feng twice more. He said, I heard you guys had come over for support last night. Lu Feng nodded, yes. A soldier asked, Company commander, is the National Science Military University the same school as the 2 military sons that were so hot before? The company commander reprimanded, what are you gossiping about so much? The soldier dared not make a sound. The company commander asked Lu Feng, what's your name? Landwind. The company commander whispered it, only to find it a little familiar, but couldn't recall where he'd heard it before. But he didn't dwell on it too much and said to Lu Feng, you can call me Pang Lian. Yes. Flood emergency ahead, we are all the same support brother soldiers, I also do not distinguish between them, let you follow together. Lu Feng gratefully said, thank you Pang Lian. Ho Dixon, he'll be with your 2nd platoon. Yes. Pang Lian patted Lu Feng's shoulder and suddenly realized that his clothes were wet. He froze for a moment and asked, you just got back from the front? Yes. Many thoughts flashed through Pang Lian's mind in an instant, but in the end it only turned into a gentle condolence, aren't you going to take a break? Lu Feng immediately returned, I've rested. Pang Lian then said, then take advantage of the road and rest some more. Yes. After Lu Feng answered, he immediately fell back to sleep. It wasn't long before there was the sound of steady breathing. He was using the deep sleep method, so he went to sleep quickly. Pang Ban, on the other hand, thought that Lu Feng had gotten so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he collapsed. Couldn't help but look deeply at him again. This is a warrior who deserves respect. It just seems a bit familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen it before. A little more than half an hour later, the troop carrier drove up next to a dike on the lower reaches of the Fly River, just outside of Z City. It was already dark, but the 20 to 30 meter high embankment was illuminated by bright lights. Here we are, get off. As soon as Pang Lian shouted, Lu Feng woke up and hurriedly followed him out of the car. As soon as they got out of the car, someone immediately came over and asked, are you the new reinforcements? Yes, 122 men of the 3rd Company, 2nd Battalion, Military Region, HO01, reporting for duty, please advise. Carry the sandbags and come with me to relieve the brothers over there. They've been fighting all day and all night. Yes. All hands on deck, carry sandbags. The crowd immediately carried the sandbags on the side of the road one by one. After Lu Feng carried one, he felt that there was still strength left, so he carried another one. The crowd followed the man from earlier, all the way to the embankment by the river. On the riverside of the dam, groups of soldiers were passing sandbags and filling them into the dam. After the man brought the crowd, one of the officers on the riverside said, Jiang Battalion, new reinforcements have arrived with a company. You can go take rest now. It was a battalion commander. It's also the field commander on the front lines of the flood fight here. Jiang Ying returned, it's not time to rest yet. But you haven't closed your eyes for 2 days and nights. Jiang Ying stopped the man from speaking further and came over to Pang Lian and the others, from now on, you will temporarily become the 11th Flood Resistance Company. Company commander stepped forward. Here. It is imperative that you hold the levy for me to the death, can you do it? Yes. The crowd roared in unison. Jiang Ying nodded and said to the men behind him, take them to Area C to replace the brothers of Company 3. Yes. The crowd was then taken to a location midway upstream of the dam. 11th Company, you are responsible for a 300-meter section of C. Make sure you hold this section of the embankment to the death. And there in Area C, a group of soldiers were working feverishly to carry sandbags to reinforce the embankment. 3rd Company, there are new brothers to take over for you, so go back to rest. And Pang Lian immediately droned, let's go. The people immediately went forward and filled their sandbags first, then took over the sandbags from the soldiers of the 3rd Company. You guys have worked hard, we'll take it from here. Comrades, work hard. I'll leave you guys to it here. Soldiers from both companies have handed over. And Lu Feng unexpectedly found an acquaintance and hurriedly walked over to take his sandbag. Vice Squad, hard work. Leave it to us here. Instead, he encountered Vice Ban who at the moment, with 2 black circles on his head, was still a bit unresponsive when he saw Lu Feng. He had fought from last night until now, and hadn't stopped except to eat during that time, and was so tired that he couldn't even think clearly. Good, make sure you hold this place. We'll be back soon. Lu Feng and the others are filling sandbags on that side of the river. So none of them knew what was going on and looked around in bewilderment. Only those who know about bubbling springs are incredibly nervous about it. On the embankment, Jiang Ying immediately commanded loudly, quickly. Immediately surround the well at the location of the pipe surge outlet. The soldiers immediately moved nervously. And then, Jiang Ying ordered the soldiers on the surface of the river, everyone watch the water carefully to see where there are whirlpools. When you find a whirlpool, report it immediately no matter how big or small it is. Military headlights immediately shone think the river, illuminating the water. The soldiers watched nervously. However, it was still raining and the view was not good. And the rain dripped down on the soldiers' faces, making it impossible to open their eyes and making it even more difficult for the crowd to observe. And Lu Feng's previous life as a military engineering expert, although he didn't know much about water conservancy engineering, he had heard a little bit about it. A bubbling spring is a pipe surge. It is because the soil layer below the foundation of the dam is permeable to water. Under the hydraulic pressure of the high water level of the river, water penetrated through the soil beneath the foundation of the levee and crossed it. And under certain conditions, a natural water pipe is formed. It caused the river to rise out of the mud downstream on the other side of the levee. It's as if water-spouting springs suddenly appeared on the ground. In other words, the water surface of a flood does not need to be higher than a levee to infiltrate through the subsoil. Once the pipe surge is not treated in time, it may cause the collapse of the embankment, hibernation, cracks, off-slope, etc., and the most serious case will lead to dike breakage. This is because the pipe surge will flow with the water and get bigger and bigger, which can seriously cause the foundation of the embankment to lose its load-bearing capacity and the whole thing collapses. The river camp's cry to surround the well is actually to go and block the outlet of the pipe surge. Prevent pipe surges from expanding. It's hard to block, because the underground permeable pipes are still there. So blocking the exits is only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The only way to prevent the pipe surge from expanding is to block the entrance to the pipe and keep water out of the pipe. The entrance to the pipe surge, on the other hand, is at the bottom of the river. This was the reason why Battalion Commander Jiang had asked his soldiers to carefully observe the river. Simply because there is a pipe surge, like the opening of a swimming pool's drain, the water creates a tornado-like vortex as it drains. But it's not a given that this vortex will form. It needs to be drained at a sufficiently high rate for it to form. The fact that there will be swirls indicates that the pipe in the pipe surge is already relatively large, meaning that it can cause a very dangerous situation at any time. The search was difficult in the pouring rain, but none of the soldiers gave up. Search the lake with all your heart. 10 minutes later, a soldier suddenly shouted. There seems to be a vortex there. The hearts and minds of the crowd were shaken. The vortex did appear. Lu Feng sniffed and also rushed over. That side seems to be where D is. Once both eyes were released at 8 times the visual distance, the field of view instantly drew closer. He got a good look at the vortex. About the size of a bowl. And on the embankment, Battalion Commander John ran down the embankment slope to confirm. When he confirmed it, without saying a word, he shouldered a bag of sandbags and jumped into the water. The soldiers looked bewildered. Only Lu Feng understood that he had gone to block the entrance to the pipe surge. The entrance to the pipe surge, however, is likely to be at the bottom of the river at a depth of tens of meters. What's the concept of tens of meters? An ordinary person would find it very difficult to dive 10 meters without diving equipment. The professional divers, on the other hand, can only dive about 15 to 17 meters before they reach their limit. The deeper the water, the greater the water pressure, and the stronger the pressure on a person's lungs will be. With this jump, Jiang Ying didn't think about whether he could come back safely. Without any hesitation, he had shouldered the sandbags and jumped into the water before the group of soldiers could react. He did not begrudge his life, because he knew that as long as the entrance to the pipe surge was blocked, the collapse of the dike could be stopped and hundreds of thousands of people downstream could be saved. Less than half a minute after Jiang Ying jumped, a silhouette darted in and plunged into the water before the soldiers had a chance to see it. The soldiers were in an uproar. And it was then that the shout came from the sub-commander on the embankment. Who jumped in the water? He had just gone downstream of the dike to direct soldiers to round up wells for pipe surge outlets. But suddenly he felt panicky and rushed up the dike to check it out. Then you see the ripples from someone jumping into the river splashing. However, he asked even a patch of soldiers and no one could see who was diving. The sub-commander felt a strong sense of dissonance, but couldn't tell what it was. Thinking about it, I couldn't come up with a reason. Knowing that a soldier casually muttered, the Jiang camp jumped before too. The vice-commander's whole body suddenly shook, and he hurriedly pulled the soldier down and asked, "What did you say?" Battalion Commander Jiang jumped off? The soldier, startled by his appearance, shivered and said, "If I'm not mistaken, he jumped off carrying a sandbag." The vice-commander's eyes instantly reddened, and he again asked sharply, "How long has he been jumping?" The soldier hesitated, almost a minute. With a rush in his heart, the deputy commander turned and tried to jump as well. Then his yelling, early on, caused a circle of soldiers around him to focus on him. Seeing his movement, he hastily reached out and pulled away. Two of these jumped off and haven't even come up yet, how dare they let a third jump off? That's not the way to send your life away. Earlier they were unable to stop them, and this time they didn't let the vice-commander get away with it in full view of the public. The deputy commander, when stopped, also woke up to the fact that he had lost his temper. He bellowed, "Quick, shine all the lights here. Sure, the men to shine their lights all the way over here." The ultra-high-powered military headlights immediately shone straight through. The deputy commander didn't think it was enough and called out for a handheld military flashlight to be brought over as well. And before the flashlight over there could be reached, there was movement on this side of the water. The crowd saw a large number of bubbles rising. Then in the glare of the light, a dark shadow was seen to be floating under the water. The soldiers burst out in alarm. Shortly afterward, dark shadows rose to the surface, revealing two heads. One of them yanked the other and swam toward the shore. The second in command yelled, "Pull them up." Soldiers went into the water and pulled the two men to shore. Of the two, one is awake and one is unconscious. The awakened man gasped and shouted a warning, "Give him CPR." The soldiers hurriedly lifted the man to level ground and began chest compressions. After a few presses, perform artificial respiration. After repeating this for a minute, the unconscious man spewed rivers of water out of his mouth and coughed and awoke. The deputy commander immediately breathed a sigh of relief before ordering, "Quickly, carry Jiang Ying up to the hospital." The unconscious person was none other than Battalion Commander Jiang. Soldiers at once a man's hand, a man's foot, two people carry Jiang Ying up the embankment and then back to the car, sent to the hospital. It was only then that the vice-commander turned his head and asked the young soldier then sitting on the bank gasping for breath, "Private, what's your name?" Chapter 112 Fighting to Exhaustion. "My name is Lu Feng." Lu Feng, who was originally sitting, immediately got up and stood upright to reply. "No need to get up, you sit down." The deputy commander immediately sat him down. "You've worked hard, and I thank you on behalf of Camp Jiang for saving his life." Lu Feng immediately rose again and said, "This is my duty." The deputy commander immediately said, "I said there's no need to get up, so you can go up to the dam and rest." Lu Feng refused, "Report." "I've rested well." After taking a deep breath, his panting stopped. The vice-commander solemnly gave Lu Feng a military salute before instructing the soldiers around him, "You guys take care of him and report back anytime there's a situation." Now that the commander-in-chief, Battalion Commander Jiang, is away, he is the chief on-site commander, and there are still many things to do in the flood emergency. The soldiers subconsciously answered yes. But when the deputy commander left, they were a bit blindsided. "This guy, they don't recognize him. This area is Sector D, which is the responsibility of Flood Resistance Provisional Company 4. Lu Feng greeted them and went back to the area that the third company was responsible for. And the soldiers of the third company had all just looked on from afar, knowing only that 2 men had jumped into the water and then been rescued. But the soldiers of the fourth company surrounded the 2 men so tightly that they couldn't see exactly who it was. So when Lu Feng came back, it was just assumed that he had gone to round up the crowd to join in the fun. When Pang Lian saw him, he was even more furious and reprimanded him. "Who told you to go AWOL? Is this how your school teaches you organizational discipline?" Lu Feng's expression tightened as he sincerely said, "I'm sorry, Pang Lian." He didn't bother to explain that he did violate discipline, that wrong is wrong, and he wasn't going to use it as an excuse just because he went to the rescue. Pang Lian's anger subsided. He muttered, "No wonder they're so nervous over there." Afterwards, Lu Feng took the opportunity to take a break using the Shaolin standing pile method. He did consume a little too much at the bottom of the river. At first, the river was so dark that he couldn't find Battalion Chief Jiang down there. It can only be touched blindly. Fortunately, the second in command was decisive and immediately had the lights shown all over the place. It took a high-powered military searchlight to allow him to see the dark shadows of the river camp at the bottom of the river. By then, Jiang Ying had already exhausted himself and passed out. If he had been slower, he wasn't sure he could have saved it. The group on the levee, which the deputy commander warned with a loudspeaker. "You're to keep an eye on the river at all times and report any whirlpools as soon as you see them. Absolutely no carelessness. The safety of hundreds of thousands of people downstream is in our hands, and we are bound to keep the floodwaters at bay." He was so nervous because the presence of a piped surge indicated that the soil below the base of the embankment was permeable. If one shows up, a second one is likely to show up. Previously, another Fly River bank was plugged because the pipe surge was not detected in time. This resulted in the collapse of the bank dam, which directly triggered the breach. It led to raging floods that inundated large swaths of villages and towns downstream. It took thousands of soldiers' hours of rescue work to plug the breach. A couple of big trucks were scrapped directly for this purpose. The reason is that the break in the dike will only get bigger and bigger, and throwing sandbags will not be able to plug it at all. It took the commander of that area getting so anxious that he drove a truck full of sandbags right into the duel to get it plugged. This break in the dike also caused an extremely disastrous flood disaster downstream. With this in mind, the command and control center then notified all the units holding dams along the riverbanks to make sure to watch out for pipe surges. It is also with this precedent, understand the seriousness of the matter. Jiang Ying did not hesitate to jump into the river to block the pipe surge. It rained heavily for a while and then stopped. But the waters of the Fly River continue to rise. Running Springs has reappeared. With the shouts, the crowd tensed up again. And this time, instead of having the men jump into the river, the deputy commander ordered the soldiers on the embankment face of the river to fill sandbags along the embankment. The pipe surge was not large initially, perhaps the mouth was not as big as a fist. A sandbag will plug it up. So he uses quantity to make up for it. Soldiers threw sandbags in, bag by bag, along the embankment. Perhaps the sub-commander's quantitative attack worked, and the second pipe surge was stopped. And the soldiers didn't stop there. "We're out of sandbags, one platoon stays behind, the rest of you come with me to fill sandbags." With a yell from Team Pang, the soldiers moved with fire. Fill sandbags, move sandbags, fill sandbags. The soldiers fought until dawn. In one night, at least 20,000 sandbags were filled. The dike was thickened by 3 layers and raised by more than a meter. After dawn, the original temporary third company of the flood resistance came back to hand over. But Pang Lian didn't take the men back to rest, but rather reinforced them downstream along the Fei River's lower bank, a little bit at a time. It wasn't until the midday meal that the soldiers took advantage of the mealtime to rest for a while. Then the fight continues. As long as the floodwaters do not abate, they will not leave. Eat and sleep on the riverbank. So 3 days and 3 nights passed, and some of the fighters fought continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. Piling, vertical slab, filling, compaction, eliminating seepage, reinforcing subbanks, filling and plugging